The TV presenter says it's time to move on to other news, the topic of which is out of control, violent broadcasts, from a recently launched and gaining worldwide popularity channel. He says that, nevertheless, more than 10 million people around the world have already subscribed to this channel. Its videos are gaining millions of views, and revenues have reached 9 figures. The picture changes again, and the screen shows a photo of people who are part of her group. But since this is confidential information, the faces and names of these people are encrypted by customs clearance. The picture has changed again and shows a group of 12 people beating each other with animal cruelty. A message appears on the channel saying that the Neo Mask will soon start broadcasting live. After a while, the mysterious provocateur himself appears on the screen, wearing a strange mask that can change the image. A stranger is on a deserted street near a high-rise building. A Neo Mask sits in the middle of the road, holding a phone with a live stream on a selfie stick. The Neo Mask holds up 2 photographs and shows them to the audience, showing 2 men, both of whom are quite unpleasant looking. The Neo Mask says that these are their new victims and they are criminals. And after throwing away the 2 photos of the criminals, the Neo Mask waved and said in a mysterious and intriguing way that the audience was unlikely to be interested in such sixes as these 2. Neo Mask took out another picture of a young man. This man was also a member of the group of criminals, and today he is the main character of Yu Jin Man. When he heard that Kim Tae-min had decided to start hunting the 3 candidates, the Neo Mask came to this place to film everything and see for himself. The Neo Mask's voice shouted joyfully that just now Kim Tae-min was lying on the ground unconscious, bruised and scratched. It seems that the Neo Mask's mask changes depending on his emotions. He laughed out loud and said that Kim Tae-min asked him to take everything off, saying that he himself would hunt down those who dared to take him. Sitting down next to Kim Tae-min and raising the camera higher, the Neo Mask turned the boy's head so that the audience could see the outcome of the fight. Lifting and grabbing Kim Tae-min's face so that it was twisted, the Neo Mask began to call out to the boy and mockingly asked how he was, and he answered that he did not look good. While the Neo Mask was playing with Kim Tae-min's body, someone called out to the Neon. Paying attention, the Neo Mask lowered the camera. It was the same 2 criminals who were in the photo, and for whom the Neo Mask had announced a reward and started the hunt a few minutes ago. When the Neo Mask got up, he couldn't believe his eyes. He was trapped, staring at dozens of evil eyes that had long wanted to get even with him. But it seems that Neo Mask is not afraid. Moreover, he cheerfully said that he offers these 2 criminals to give a reward for those who came to catch him. But Yu Jin Man did not agree to such a generous offer, and he has long been annoyed by the antics of the Neo Mask. So his time has come. Here men gathered near Yu Jin Man, and they all saw only one target, the Neo Mask, and Yu Jin Man turned to them and offered to remove the mask from this handsome man. The guy started to laugh at the criminals. The Neo Mask was either fearless or crazy, alone against so many people. But then his eyes became serious and direct. The Neo Mask said only one word: invented. Throwing his hands up to the sky, the guy began to speak with a smile. "Manager, come and clean up the mess." Tearing his eyes away from the Neo Mask, who remained with his hands up, the young man looked around as if he heard something. Then one of the crowd fell screaming on the road, while others, clearly confused by what had happened, stared at this poor man with a genuine look. A girl stood in front of them, holding something in her hands, and something suggested that it was with this object that she had struck the criminal on the head. It was indeed a girl, but no ordinary girl, as her red, devilish eyes, which looked at the criminals with anger and hatred, gave her away. No one in the company could believe that an ordinary girl could beat and knock down their friend, and even with an ordinary math book. Still, there was one desperate one who rushed with his fists at the girl, with cursing shouts and an angry look. But the girl easily dodged the blow. She did not stop with a simple punch, but with all her strength she hit her knee right in the jaw of the attacker, and with such force that he threw his head back. The moment after the blow, The man fell on the road with a broken nose. The criminals were shocked. They froze in place with a unique expression. The girl standing over the unconscious man with a book in her hands, as if enjoying the view and the work done, began to laugh at first, and then, most surprisingly, began to sing. Looking at the stranger as if she were a ghost straight out of hell, the whole gang was sweating 10 rivers. Now it is clear why the Neo-Mask was not a little scared, with such a defender who dealt with each in turn. Becoming serious again, the Neo-Mask said that today their good old Neon did not plan to hunt, but if it happened, and the beast came to the catcher, and they dared to challenge him to a fight. So he asked everyone to pay attention and asked to be ready for the show. He turned to those who remained, to the villains for whom no reward had been set, but now they would be paid 1 million for a blow, and the criminals were frozen to death when they heard this. Now turning to those for whom the reward and the hunt had already been announced, the Neo-Mask raised the amount of the reward 300 times, but the criminals did not like this news very much. Having estimated each in monetary terms, the Neo-Mask urged the audience to prepare their fists and go forward for money, especially since now there is a real chance to earn very well. Now the guys were looking at each other, wondering what to do, each of them sweating profusely, knowing what was coming, and they hardly wanted to die for anyone. Now everyone who had come to help and teach the Neo-Masks a lesson had run away, not wanting to take part in this anymore. And Yugin Man himself was no longer very eager to fight and seemed to decide to run away, but something stopped him. He heard the Neo-Mask say that he did not have time to finish his line, and the main 6 had already rushed to escape. Unable to stand it, he turned around and began to fly directly at the Neo-Mask, shouting that even if he died today, it would only be when he killed him. Yu Jinmin met the Neo-Mask fist flying into his jaw, and his own flew past the target. The guy coughed after such a blow. He was twisted in half from pain. The young Ginman held his stomach and poured all possible curses on the Neo-Mask. But without saying another word, the Neo-Mask moved to action, setting up the camera so that everything could be seen. The guy rushed towards the young man and with one kick knocked the criminal down. After knocking down the young man, the Neo-Mask sat on top of the criminal and began to furiously beat the soul out of the young man's chest, and he lay on the ground and could not do anything. The young Jinman took hold of his head. It seems that he had hit it well on the road, and the Neo-Mask, having finished with the beatings, took the guy by the hand while he did not understand anything. And then there was a crunch of fingers. The Neo-Mask showed a face full of pain and torment. The genie screamed in pain and the Neo-Mask smiled with joy. While the boy was holding his broken arm and suffering from pain, the Neo-Mask leaned over Yu Jingman with the same horrifying smile and said that a few days ago he had received a complaint against him, saying that this criminal had tortured innocent female students. Because this bastard was underage, he had not received any proper punishment. The Neo-Mask was bluntly saying what a wonderful country they had. Leaning right into the face of Yu Jinman, the Neo-Mask hissed in his face that he hated to see trash like Yu Jinman running around. Picking up the criminal by the hair and holding his hand under his jaw, the Neo-Mask held him so that his face was clearly visible on the live broadcast, and asked the girls who were also present on the air if there were any of them who were offended by this scum. And the Neo-Mask, not paying any attention to the criminal, spoke to his viewers in the camera. He offered to double his actions for each donation of 1,000. Without wasting time, the audience began to throw donations one by one, and the Neo-Mask was happy to thank for their generosity. Neo-Mask began to look for something in his pants pockets. He spoke every action, and now he takes out a universal pocket of the Neo-Mask. Tatum, multifunctional stainless steel brass knuckles, and on the hands of the Neo-Mask really shone beautiful and deadly brass knuckles. Seeing this beauty on Neo-Mask's hands, Yu Jinman's face finally woke up with horror. Even his pupils narrowed. Meanwhile, Neo-Mask said that now the educational party begins. The Neo Mask, with a wild, terrifying expression, began to act. His hands moved by themselves to teach these bandits a lesson and began to strike after strike at Yu Jingman. The girl approached the Neo Mask, just watched as the Neo Mask beat the criminal to such an extent that blood dripped from his hands and flew in all directions. When there was no more living space on Yu Jingman, his eyes swam, swelled, blood poured from his nose, and tears stood out in his eyes. He begged the Neo Mask to stop. But Neo Mask's words were of no use to Yu Jinmin. He did not understand. But before he could say anything, the Neo Mask simply called out to Yu Jingmin, drawing attention to his person, and at the same time he reached for his mask. When he opened his face, a real devil was looking at Yu Jinmin, and it was like smoke or steam coming out of the mask, and his face was quite scary. Seeing him so close, Yu Jingmin felt the breath of death. The Neo Mask only said one thing: "Don't resist, and he will kill him faster." Yu Jingmin, who had recently threatened to kill Neo Mask, being too confident, now lay beaten on the ground, shedding tears. The Neo Mask again brought his arm over Yu Jingmin's head to strike him, but his arm was stopped by the same girl. The girl looked directly at the Neo Mask with her red eyes, asking him to calm down. It was unlikely that she felt sorry for the criminal. Most likely she was tired of watching it. The guy stopped and turned towards the girl. Still being on emotions, he decided to catch his breath at the same time. Neo Mask turned back to Yu Jinmin, grabbing him by the hair while he was crying and bleeding. Yu Jinmin should return all the money to the students first, and if Neo Mask found out again that he was picking on others, he should remember that the Neo Mask will pursue him until he goes to the grave. Finally, the Neo Mask said goodbye to his audience, still holding the fool by the hair, who was whimpering and shedding tears. Hearing the sound of a police siren, the Neo Mask realized that they were coming to him and made a frightened face, saying that if the cops catch him, the Neo Mask will be finished. Again addressing his fans, Neo Mask said that today's broadcast was over and it was a lot of fun. Neo Mask was not in a hurry to end the broadcast. He asked if his friends liked today's broadcast. Neo Mask urged the viewers to follow the link at the bottom to the Yushin store. Neo Mask was happy to offer to buy some things there. It was already evening. There was no one on the park grounds. Even the lights were on. Someone's shadow was standing near the outhouse. It looked like something was leaning against the wall to rest. It was a Neo Mask. It seems he had to run quite a bit, running away from the police, and finally he decided to take a break right here, breathing heavily. He took off his mask, and you could see on his face that he was sweating a lot while he was running here. And after taking off the mask, he felt a great relief. One can only imagine how hot it was in it. He breathed easily. After catching his breath and putting on his glasses, he turned to a girl named Ji Hei and asked her if she was feeling well. The boy was quite cute and very young. Neo Mask saw a girl near the corner of the room. It seemed to be Ji Hei, also a rather nice girl, blonde, short, and carrying a rather large backpack. And realizing that everything was fine, she approached the Neo Mask to help him take off his sweatshirt. He definitely did not mind. After such a run, it is unlikely that the guy has the strength to even take off his clothes. After pulling off Neo Mask's clothes, Ji-Hai stood waiting for him to get dressed, while Neo Mask put on a white shirt and fastened the last buttons. Ji-Hai said, how can she get used to the fact that he and the neon nuclear psychopath are the same person, and she is also his boss? And what does nuclear psychopath mean? While Neo Mask was still getting dressed, Ji-Hai looked at his clothes with some curiosity and suddenly noticed that she had told Neo Mask to bring the other managers with him. Without being distracted from folding clothes, Neo Mask said that Se-Ha and Tai-Young were on probation and was slapped on the head. Stroking his head after such a blow, Neo Mask said affectionately that Ji-Hai will be the first, even if she does not study. Recalling recent events, one should be wary of joking with the girl. Handing the clothes to Neo Mask, the girl said that the clothes from the sponsors were in such a terrible condition, and even if she wanted to, she could not afford them. Neo Mask gladly assured that he would get a suit for Jihoy, and thanks to today's broadcast, they will receive supplies from the clothing manufacturer. Because their broadcasts are watched by many people, and Neo Mask and Ji-Hae can't keep up with fashion. Looking at Neo Mask with gratitude, Ji-Hae says she's leaving the job to the boyfriend, even calling him boss. A dark room with a door quietly opening and revealing the silhouette of a guy, but you can't see who he is from afar. Now it is clear that it seems to be a Neo Mask. He went inside. The room is well furnished, a spacious living room, large windows with a view of the evening city. The Neo Mask entered the room. It is decorated in calm, cold colors and made to look like wood. Near the chest of drawers, a low lamp. The guy looks tired. The Neo Mask turned to Siri and told her to read the messages for today, and Siri immediately reacted to the Neo Mask's words and said that there was one message from the chief director of the ducal park. When the guy was completely undressed, naked, went to the shower and was enveloped in a pleasant warm steam, Siri turned on the voice message on command. Director Park Duckle selected all the main bandits and even sixes, so when the information is confirmed, the director is waiting for a deposit from the Neo Mask. Coming out of the shower, clean in body and fresh in mind, the guy was already dressed in a home suit and drying his hair. Seeing them, the guy froze. He saw what was going on, and hanging a towel on his shoulders began to listen attentively. The screen showed news about Neo Masks, showing a map on the screen. The news showed the status of Neo Mask crime across the country for 24 hours. It was live, and different colors on the map indicated red was severe. Colored zones were special organizations. Green were cleared zones. Neo Mask was becoming more and more popular in the news rankings, and when he saw the news, he was not surprised, but something in the window caught his attention. Neo Mask saw a high-rise building that shone from top to bottom with a black light, like a beacon among other houses in the night, perhaps showing someone the way. But on closer inspection, it became clear that this high-rise was shining from selective windows, as if specially chosen, with the top shining the strongest, making shapes out of the light. A little lower down, windows of 2 stories were lit in a row, and then in a scattered pattern, and the bottom was completely dark. In one of the windows stood a man's figure, his back turned to the room, half naked and obviously looking at something. He was a blond guy with broad shoulders and a muscular body structure. His face was half hidden in the darkness. The Neo Mask and this guy seemed to see each other, and they looked directly into each other's eyes, and there was nothing friendly about it. The guy named Daniel was having a party at the pool in the high-rise building, and one of the guests called out to Daniel, asking him why he was standing there and inviting him to have a good time. Behind him was a crowd of people, some drinking, some dancing. Some of the guests were in the pool with layers of people floating on the water, and the party was in full swing. The guy turned away from the window, leaving behind only the night city on his toes, barefoot, headed for the company. The Neo Mask angrily squeezed the towel around his shoulders, looking at this tall building. He seemed to know perfectly well who was there. The Neo Mask threatened angrily, looking at this building. Tell me to show the price of fun to some troll. School is the period when we learn to live, to contact with people, to solve problems, to learn something new, to make friends, some for a while, and some stay for decades. For each student in the school program, the most exciting stage is the exams, because the diploma at the end of school depends on them. Well, in this school, the results of the exams for the first semester came. The school is very large, 4 floors, and is hidden among the high-rise buildings, so it takes only a couple of minutes to get to school for those students who live here. For each exam, there are names of students, and under each of these names are the students' scores for all subjects. All the students ran up excitedly to look at the results of the exams, including Neo Mask. And finally, we know his real name, Sunbin, and the girl standing next to him looking at the scores was surprised, because for her, the guy was like a nerd, and she was surprised by his low scores, and the guy said that when Sunbin just transferred a month later. He thought that they were looking at a fairy of entrance exams, but it seems that Sunbin does not care much about his scores. Turning to his classmates, he indifferently replied that he knew and saw the results, and he was really trying, but nothing was working. But his friends did not mock him. On the contrary, they supported him. His girlfriend said that it was not a big deal, and nowadays it is possible to live without studying. And a classmate put his hand on Sunbin's shoulder and suggested that he register on View Tuntul. The classmate said that there are channels where people record themselves studying, and they don't have to say anything. They just read a book, for example. But the guy did not miss the moment to make a joke about Sunbin. He said that if the young man took off his glasses, he would look very presentable. Who knows? Maybe it would work. He suddenly slapped the joker, laughing, saying what nonsense the guy was talking, seemed to put his hand well. The guy was bent down, and he fell to his knees. It seemed to be a school bully. He asked if the boy really wanted to become a blogger, and he just denied it. And observing the situation in the classroom, namely that no one came forward to defend or help the victim, they were afraid of this bully because he was really quite tall and strong. And then the bully's eyes fell on Sunbin, and judging by his eyes, he had already found his next victim. And then the neo-masked man called out to him, sharply grabbed him by the hair and pulled him back to his side. With an evil smile and still holding his hair, he asked the neo-mask if he was the same idiot who had recently transferred to them. The guy was very confident, pulling back. He clearly hadn't resisted yet, and he was one of those who felt impunity at war and enjoyed it. With a wry smile and obvious pleasure in his superiority over the Sunbin, he told him to rely only on himself and asked if he understood. Sunbin remained silent, and the thug, realizing that he would not be able to calm himself down thanks to this boy, turned and ran towards the other students, shouting at them, asking what they were looking at. They were clearly frightened by this sudden change of location. Sunbin calmly walked over to his injured friend and helped him up, and asked him how he was feeling. The boy was still holding his head with his hand, which seemed to be still sore from the blow. Sunbin said that even in the best schools in the world there are boys like this bully. The boy, still holding his head, turned to Sunbin and said that he was right, that without a tiger, a fox rules the forest. Meanwhile, the bully was not amused. He snatched the phone from the hands of the guy he was flying towards and with genuine pleasure, even madness, threw it with all his might on the floor. The guy was shocked by this behavior, and his classmate told Sunbin that he was not even a member of any local gang, which meant that Neo-Mask was unlikely to take him on. But that would be good. It's high time to teach this bully a lesson, who feels he has complete impunity. But Sunbin turned to the boy's side and wondered if it was really time to take on the bastard. The Neo-Mask didn't seem to be wearing ordinary glasses. It looked like he had a camera hidden inside. He just said, "We'll see." Meanwhile, the bully was not calming down and had already found a new victim, and the slop he was holding was afraid to move. Would the Neo-Mask still come? The day was coming to an end. The sky was beginning to turn pink, which meant that evening had already come, and soon the whole city would fall asleep in the arms of night. When he got home and threw his backpack on the couch, Sunbin collapsed on the couch, exhausted, and the day was hard, and he had these problems with the bully. The image of this bad boy popped up in the Neo-Mask's head. It seems he was already well tired of the guy, and yet it was time to do something about it. Otherwise, this bully would go on and on without being stopped. Lying on the couch, Sunbin thought about what to do. Maybe pretend that someone had reported him and punish this bad guy. His thoughts were spinning one after another, his anger fighting with his mind. But someone pulled the Neo-Mask out of his thoughts, and it made him get up from the couch. There was no one in the room. Maybe a voice came from the corridor, and the boy asked who it was. When he went out to meet the guests, Sunbin found his partner in the company of rather stout men, one of whom was holding a package of gifts and said that it was time for a housewarming party. The guests put the bacon on a handheld grill, specially set up so that all the fat would drip into a cup, and there was rice and spices on the table to go with the bacon. Everyone sat down at the table. Sunbin, as the host, helped to set the table, but Jahai was not happy. She seemed to be in a bad mood because she made comments on everything. So what kind of housewarming party was it that served bacon to the guests, or whether it was necessary to splatter butter all over the table? And anyway, the Sunbin moved every 2 or 3 months. Why do they have to throw parties every time? But everyone was too busy putting food on their plates with a portion of rice. The burly man told Ji-hye to just take it as a get-together with friends, and then asked the server to serve a protein shake while holding a cabbage. And Ji-hye interrupted him and said that he didn't need a protein shake if he hadn't even eaten rice yet, or if he wanted to lose muscle. But then one of the guests almost forced food into the Sunbin. He kept giving him food and building a tower out of it. When Ji-hye saw this show, she couldn't believe her eyes and asked if they were really building a tower. But the man said that, thanks to Sunbae, he had earned a lot of money, and closing his eyes and folding his hands in front of him as if in prayer, he turned to Sunbae, calling her boss and begging her to earn even more this year. Hearing the conversation about money, GAC joined in, wondering how much money they had made in sales this month, including advertising and copyright income. The man, who was almost forcibly shoving food into the sunchoke with a sly but satisfied look on his face, pointed to the number 3 on his fingers. His face was half covered by a shadow, making his expression even more mysterious. The girl saw the amount, was stunned, could not believe her eyes, and demanded a raise. And then another of the company put an unknown red jar on the table and began to conduct an advertising campaign. He presented a new plant-based weapon. If his comrades got it, it would burn. Ji-hye did not remain silent and said that the guy was putting his chemicals on the table again. The girl went back to talking about the income, saying that she was also contributing. So where was her share? And Sunbin laughed out loud. The meal was over. Only empty bowls remained on the table, and an empty grill where fresh bacon had been grilling recently. Everyone was well fed, and then juice was offered. Some agreed, and some did not, and just sat there in silence. Sunbin stood up from the table and said he was going to go to his room to rest for a while, but the group asked him to come back sooner, as they had brought a board game. Ji-hye looked at Sunbaek and thought about something, but a voice broke out of her thoughts and offered her pear juice, guaranteeing that she would like it. The boy entered a dark room with only a computer providing light. This room looked like a secret office, and the darkness gave it a mysterious feel. It was indeed an office, with notes and calculations hanging on the wall, and a whiteboard with notes in different colors and somebody's photos on it. Sunbin's hand reached into a drawer in the desk and pulled out a photograph of a little girl lying on the desk. Sunbin looked at the photo with a kind of sadness, as if this girl was close to him. But he was pulled out of his thoughts by the voice of Ji-hye, who was standing at the door, leaning on it, watching Sunbin, and speaking. She asked about their new goals, whether the boy had gathered all the necessary information. The thought of a new assignment amused the Sunbin a little. He assured her that the information was ready, and as soon as the 4th manager gave the go-ahead, they would begin shooting. And the guy looked at his mask, apparently missing his work. And Ji-hye asked what the Neo Mask would do after he caught all the guys from Troll Farm, what his plans for the future were. The guy thought about it and answered that the money that would remain would go to student scholarships, and he was thinking of investing. The girl looked away sadly. The girl said that it would be better to stop possible attacks by those who like to mock others, because the fact is that such underage bandits reduce the reputation of workers and couriers. In addition, with these words, the girl abruptly put a mask on the boy. He did not expect this gesture while sitting in front of the computer and looking at the statistics. Ji-hye turned the bachelor sharply towards her, so hard that he almost lost his balance on the chair. Leaning in as close to the boy as she could, she said she asked him what he was going to do next. She couldn't believe they would meet again after he caught all the bad guys from Troll Fam. Laughing, the mask immediately reacted to Sunbin's emotion, and the Neo Mask said that it was too much. Ji-hye, Does she really see him as just a neon? But the girl realized that he was only trying to change the subject with these jokes, and she understood why, and it made her feel uncomfortable. With complete seriousness, she leaned towards Sunbin and, taking her hand to the mask, said that it seemed to her that living in the future was not in his plans at all, and it not only scared her but also made her angry. All the seriousness of this conversation was reflected in Jihai's face and was mirrored in the boy's, who was still smiling. Meanwhile, the big man and his friend stood outside the door listening to the conversation, one just staring at the floor, the other twirling a pistol in his hand, and heard Sunbin say that if we could solve this problem in our country and fully protect the innocent students, then when the time came, Sunbin would like to open his own chain of fast food restaurants. Looking at his emotions when he spoke about it, it was clear that this is his lifelong dream. But not just any restaurants, he wanted to open them in prisons. His idea was to have them only for gangsters, he even said with some joy that they would take their excrement and put it in burgers and before he could finish, Ji-hee turned away in disgust and waved her hands, saying how disgusting it was and really not much fun. Judging by how much Sunbin hated bandits, it wasn't that hard to figure out. The girl angrily headed for the exit of the room, shouting that because of the guy now cannot eat burgers, calling him what the world is, and he was pleased with his prank, just laughed. But after calming down, the girl thought and said that she wanted him to start a new life after the trollfish was captured. Sunbin stopped laughing when he heard these words, and seemed to think the girl said that they were the criminals and not the Neo Mask. Ji-hee made every effort to convince the guy not to do anything stupid and to continue living. Hearing this, the Neo Mask thought about it and remained silent, and next to him was a photo of a little girl. If he kept this photo, it was very valuable to him. The guy was seriously folding his hands in his lap, saying that in South Korea, because of these scum, many people cannot live as they used to, even if they have not committed a crime. Sunbin was completely down. He was upset, but he still assured Ji-hee that he shouldn't worry about him, because as long as there is at least one stupid criminal in the world, the guy will be immortal and the axes of his mask glowed blue. These words seemed to calm the girl down a bit. She decided not to take out the Neo Mask anymore and said that Dukil promised to buy ice cream, so she offered to try it. And closing the door, she left. The guy liked the idea very much. He even forgot that he was still sitting with the mask on his head. Sometimes someone was having a not-so-censorious dialogue in a fast food restaurant, and a rather large guy was saying that if they put an ad on it, the chef would get a lot of customers. And the guy in front of him interrupted and continued his sentence, and he will earn a lot of money, won't he? Next to this man were two of his companions. They were talking to the man they called the chef. He was standing next to a girl who was wearing a uniform of an employee of this establishment, and they both stood and listened attentively. And behind the man were the preparations for the dishes. It looked like they came in the middle of the working day. The kitchen was quite clean, bright, and transparent. The guy said that he understood the point of the conversation, but he didn't like the idea, and he and the girl were not going to do it. They were clearly not friendly after such proposals and conversations. And then one of the gangsters noticed the guy who had just walked into the middle of the conversation and was unexpected to see this scene. He did not like the fact that someone could hear their conversation. Extra ears are useless, and the fate of the witness is unenviable. But turning to his colleagues with anger in his voice, he said that it was enough. We had to go, hinting that someone could hear them. The guy's grin did not bode well, and with the most fake-friendly smile, he turned around and headed towards the exit, saying that they would meet the boss again. The man who had been talking before looked at his partner suspiciously, and the boss said with a genuinely angry face and tone that he would call the police if they dared to come back at least one more time. As they left the restaurant, one of the comrades said that these old fools were still fighting back with all their might, and his boss said with a cheerful expression that they would set fire to the place and that would be the end of it, and laughed out loud while his partner said that he really liked their chicken, but that it would be a lot of fun. At this time, the man who was saying goodbye to the chef approached them and said, pointing to the restaurant, that he had seen a guy from high school here. It looked like he worked here, and he was trying to remember his name. I think it was Suman. Meanwhile, Suman looked out of the window with fear, looking towards the man. He seemed to notice that the gangster was gesturing to the restaurant, and realized that this did not bode well. Glaring at Suman and getting on his motorcycle, the man threateningly told his friends to find out what school Sumin was attending, which seemed to bother him. Sunbin went to a grocery store called Gu. The large windows and doors show that the store is quite large and spacious. Once inside, they can see the advertisements, the main one being a Neo mask, who is called by Jihai, who says hello to them, and Sunbae asks what's new, but when he doesn't answer, she asks if Sunbae has eaten at all, and that he is stuffing his stomach with convenience foods again. Holding up one of the convenience foods, he told Jihai that it was quite filling, and as you can see, the package also had a Neo mask on it. The girl didn't like it, and she asked him about the food that Ji had prepared for the housewarming party, whether he had eaten it at all, and if he had thrown it away, Ji had threatened to kill him. But Sunbai laughed and said that he had eaten it all and that he had to go. The girl didn't like the short farewell, but still, she exhaled a sigh into the phone and said goodbye to the boy as he was leaving the store with his purchases. As Sunbin walked home, he thought that it had been a year since they created the Neo Mask channel, and it had become very popular, but the trollfish were still gaining strength, and if YFN wanted to reduce the influence of the trollfish, the Neo Mask channel should attract more attention. The guy realized that he had no choice. He had to show the trolls their place. The guy's gaze became serious and determined. He was really pissed off with these trolls. Suddenly, the boy stopped in the middle of the road. His thoughts took him far away. But then, out of his thoughts, the boy was pulled out by a noise. He was all alone in the middle of the street. It was already late at night. The high street lights were not on in any window. The city was asleep. The only source of light was a lamppost. When he came around the corner, the boy quietly looked out from behind it. The sunbin was lucky to be covered by barrels. They blended well with the darkness. And a picture appeared before him. A man had fallen to the ground. His face was not visible. Only his hair was red. And from the fact that he was breathing very heavily, it was possible to understand that he was either running very fast or being beaten. Now it was possible to see that the guy was cornered and barely breathing, and he was surrounded by a gang that was clearly not in the mood for just talking and being friendly. Each of them was in their own vehicle. Someone was standing with a bat in his hand. It was a completely deserted place, except for these guys. An ideal place to kill someone without leaving a trace. Two of the bandits were laughing at their victim. They were calling him names, saying that when he dyed his hair, he immediately became cool. But the guy was silent. He was trying to catch his breath and gather his strength. The guy was wearing a rather original purple sweater with a dragon pattern. One of the company, laughing, threatened that if the guy didn't get to his feet in 5 minutes, he would be in trouble. Before the guy could answer that he understood his fate, his offender received a fist across the jaw at the same second, and judging by the expression on the bandit's face, it was quite heavy, and it didn't seem like it. The attacker was thrown to the ground, and his accomplice was quite surprised, looking at the guy who was standing on his feet as if nothing had happened, as if he had not been beaten, and said that the attacker was too confident and was digging into someone else's hair in vain. The guy was full of energy in an instant, ready for any fight, and mockingly asked why everyone was so down, sad or something. He said that it was not obvious that red is the color of power and aggression, and the guy at the same moment was already attacking the attackers with his fists and with red eyes, angry as the devil. Now the victim was not he, but his attackers. One by one, he knocked the attackers to the ground with such force that they could not even get up, and those who attacked immediately became the first to receive blows to the jaw. But then the attention of Sunbin was drawn to a mark that seemed familiar to him. Seeing the mark of the skull, the neo-mask suspected that these hooligans were from the Kim Doomin gang, so he took out a headset and attached it to his ear, and the mark never left his head. And now it is clear why Sunbin needed the headset. He turned on the emergency live broadcast and greeted the viewers, saying that they had just received a tip from an anonymous person that several gangsters were planning to beat the teenager. Sunbin filmed everything that was happening on camera. The fight continued. One of the attackers tried to beat the guy with the dragon, but he very cleverly dodged the blows. The comments under the broadcast said that the viewers were very much looking forward to this broadcast, and someone was unlucky and had only 3% of the battery left. Someone laughed happily that there was finally another broadcast, and Sunbin said that even 5 criminals could not cope with one guy. There was even one among the attackers who could not stand it and cried. So it turns out that if you threaten, everyone is brave, and if you answer for your actions, they immediately cry, and Sunbin remembered, asked what the reward was for them, and laughed. The viewers of the live broadcast, looking at the shame of this gang, offered to reduce the reward to 21 and laughed. Someone recognized their neighborhood in the video and asked if it was true, and someone joked that if you collect all the rewards for these robbers, he would not even be able to buy a board. Meanwhile, the fight was gaining momentum. Looking at it all through the phone screen, the neo-mask noticed that the guy with red hair was doing well, alone against the whole crowd, and this interested the neo-mask. Looking at how the guy killed the whole group, and now striking after striking another criminal, the man he had beaten earlier, lying on the sidewalk, cursed at him, and grabbing a bat angrily shouted that he would kill him. But the guy, having finished with this scumbag, stopped. He heard the words of this robber and was already preparing to defend himself against his attacks. The man frantically rushed towards the guy with a bat in his hands and tried to strike him on the head, but the guy turned away in time and the bat passed him by. This made the guy very angry. He was about to strike back. His eyes were burning with anger. The neo-mask was shocked by what he saw, because it was almost impossible to dodge the blow like that, and he watched what was happening like a fascinated man. And then the guy could not be restrained. He was not a joke, and it would be better for these fools to run away where the eyes see. The guy put all his strength into the blow he gave to the fool who dared to rush at him with a bat from behind. Getting hit in the jaw, the criminal flew back quite well. Someone shouted with furious anger at his men. It was the same big man sitting on his motorcycle, saying that he had told them to get ready a long time ago, and they were still here. Useless pieces of garbage. He didn't care what they were doing here, even after seeing this carnage. But he noticed this guy and he called out to him, and the guy called out to him. The man's name was Mensa, and if this guy knew his name, then they knew each other, at least vaguely. Neo-mask heard that this boy knew the man's name, and now he knew his name was Mensu, and he thought, somewhere Sunbin had heard this name before, and it seems he had heard it in some advertisement. And as far as Sunbin knew, this man could only shout, but he never got into a fight, so he should not worry about him, although the man looked quite ominous, but it was of little use. But for some reason, when he saw Mensa, the guy just cursed and seemed surprised by his appearance. One of the criminals, addressing his boss, apologized and said that he was on his way to a meeting when he encountered this guy, so he had to stay behind to teach him good manners. It seems that these criminals were afraid or at least respected their boss, because as soon as he appeared, the fight immediately stopped. The man only listened while sitting on his motorcycle. But when he noticed the guy, all his courage evaporated, and he asked if it was Ju Se-jin. But the man standing next to him didn't seem to care who it was or what he was doing. It wasn't his business for the time being. But Jo Se-jin didn't seem to care about Mensa. He wasn't afraid of him. He even greeted him with a smile and said that it was the donut himself. It seems that the way Ju Se-jin called him made Mensa very angry. He said that the guy had already gotten him and ordered his subordinate to call the others, and the guy looked at Ju Sejin and turned pale, and could only manage to squeeze out that he was going to dial. But Ju Sejin didn't care at all. He just laughed evilly and asked what kind of circus the man was putting on, and meanwhile his subordinates turned their motorcycles around and headed off somewhere. The boy tried harder and harder to anger the man, and told him to come down to him and beg for mercy. Ju Sejin showed that he was not afraid of Mensu. Mengsu was acting like a clown, showing off how menacing and dangerous he was, swearing at Ju Sejin, yelling at his subordinate to let go of Mengsu so he could beat him up. But the comedy was that no one was holding him down. His subordinate was a little shocked and confused and didn't know how to react. As it turned out, Mengsu was a coward and was only trying to show how dangerous he was, as most people would say, just a cheap ploy. One of the gang saw this and could hardly stop himself from laughing, but he couldn't help but smile wryly, and anyone in his place would have been able to do the same. It was truly comical. Sun Bin saw the tragic comedy as well, and he was laughing himself, but he couldn't help but smile, saying that Mensa was more interesting than he thought. And now that the broadcast was shaky, the channel's popularity would rise to unprecedented levels. Ju Sejin realized that Mensa wasn't coming down, and he was bored, so he might as well see the circus. But then he heard the sound of motorcycles rushing at full speed toward Ju Sejin. Backup arrived on motorcycles, and Mensa sent his subordinate to fetch them. Their vehicles bore the same skull mark as the others in the gang, and they all looked quite menacing. All of these men headed toward Ju Sejin's car and trapped him, blinding his eyes with the light of the streetlights, so bright that it was impossible to see anything. Mensu smiled wryly, obviously pleased with what was happening, and told Ju Sejin that he should try to escape now, that from that day on he would be going to school in a wheelchair, and called him names, and the Neo-Mask's words were confirmed, that he could only show himself to be cool and would never actually fight. The guy admitted that he was cornered. Dozens of men on motorcycles were looking at him in full readiness, waiting for a command like lapdogs. Some of them were lounging on the handlebars, others were just waiting for a command, ready to rush into battle. Others didn't like it at all, but they were all just waiting for the boss to decide. Well, the guy didn't show fear, but he knew he was in trouble and needed to think of a plan of retreat. But then one of the gang opened the Neo-Mask channel, and at first he did not understand what he was showing, and then turned to the tires, asking if it was him, and Mensu looked at him frightened and asked what kind of channel it was. But the guy didn't pay him any attention, just said with some kind of joy that they were live, and asked if he thought people liked the fact that they wanted to beat up a teenager. He couldn't believe his eyes. Someone was watching them from behind for so long, and he was filming them live, and there were already a lot of comments, and it was unlikely that the viewers liked what was happening. The guy cheerfully shouted to Mensa that he was on the live broadcast of Neo-Mask. But Mensa was not very happy about it. The opportunity to be seen in a bad light all over the country was not very good, given that Mensa also acts in advertising. It could be very bad for his reputation and make advertising agents refuse him, and it would be the end of his career. But Ju Sejin did not miss the opportunity to tease Mensa by shouting on air that the little Mensa from Sando High School was the country's top donut, which was a disgrace to Mensa, and he humiliated him as much as he could by emphasizing his imperfect appearance and figure. What Ju Sejin did was as angry as a person could get, and Mensa was almost salivating, his face twisted with anger, making the Mesna even more ugly. He could only manage a curse word at Ju Sejin, his eyes welling up with blood, and he bared his teeth as hard as he could toward the boy, as if to grab his throat, but given his cowardice, of course Mensa wouldn't do that. And of course, Mensu yelled to George to grab both Ju Sejin and the man who was filming the whole thing live, and everyone in the room rushed toward Ju Sejin like puppies. But the boy knew it would be very difficult or even impossible to get rid of them all. A few people noticed the neon, and he realized it and laughed. Someone wrote on the air that the guy should run away as soon as possible, while others said that the Neo mask was too noticeable, and someone else wondered if the show was over. While everyone else was very busy with Ju Se-jin, two of the gang were catching the Neo mask. But the guy didn't seem to care at all, and in fact he was enjoying the situation. The evening was getting interesting. He told the audience that the Neo mask was with them, and that was it for today. They would meet in the next episodes and turned off the camera. Seeing the defeat of his subordinates, Mensa was crying like a madman, not understanding what was wrong with them today. He really didn't like the fact that they were losing. Jo Se-jin instantly turned into a bloodthirsty beast that swept away everyone who stood on his way. One of them was the criminal Mengu, who was kicked in the face by Ju Se-jin, saying that he was hungry. It seemed to be about the slaughter. The guy was taking great pleasure in breaking the noses of his attackers, and looked like a beast indeed. The donut fell from such a blow and could not get up from the ground. It seemed that he was unconscious. The guy was very pleased with the result. He told the man that he would go home and order a delivery of chicken legs, and said that he and the man would see each other soon. Meanwhile, Neo Mask was running at full speed away from his pursuers, who were shouting after him that Neo Mask should be killed, and anyone else who came across him being caught meant the end of everything for Neo Mask, his channel, all the work on the troll gang, and all the other criminals who were still free and safe. Ju Se-jin was also running as fast as he could from his pursuers, because he couldn't kill them all. One of them would knock him down, and then the others would come up, and that would be the end of him. He would just be trampled. Sunbin, running away from the pursuers, jumped on the roof of the building to hide from them. He did it so easily, as if the guy had done it more than once. Maybe it is, because to hunt criminals and keep them in fear of the Neo Mask, he must be able to do such tricks. As soon as Sunbin jumped on the roof and lay down so that he would not be seen, the attackers on motorcycles passed by, and they were looking for the boy. And when one of them drove right under the Sunbin, he jumped out at the unsuspecting man. The man was scared to death when he was jumped on top of him, and the Sunbin took advantage of the opportunity when the man was confused and grabbed him by the neck and pulled him towards him. The Sunbin threw him off the motorcycle and began to strangle him, holding him with all his strength. The man was screaming for him to let go, but the Neo Mask only wanted him to suffocate. The motorcycle remained lying overturned on the road with the engine and lights on. The choking man realized that he would not escape. In his eyes there was no hope for salvation. The Neo Mask was strangling him with something similar to a mask. The man was sweating from the stuffiness. It was not a pleasant death, to be strangled. And then, as he let out his last breath, the man weakened. He lowered his arms and legs and didn't move anymore, but the Neo Mask still held him, perhaps thinking that the man was pretending to be dead to save himself. But the man was dead. His pupils rolled under his eyelids and tears stood in his eyes and froze without falling. The mask remained on the face of the strangled man. He was indeed dead. Working for the wrong person and in the wrong company had ruined him, but no one was to blame but himself, and that was what he had fought for. The Sunbin stood up and walked away from the dead man and stood for a moment looking at him. The guy looked at his victim and seemed to be thinking about something. He took off the dead man's jacket, mask, cap, and clothes to hide who he was, because the criminals know that it was the Neo Mask who filmed them and saw him running away, and if they caught the guy, they would not miss the chance to reveal his identity, and word would get around among the bandits that they caught the Neo Mask, and everyone will immediately rush to take revenge for everything, perhaps for their comrades, and if not, these criminals will definitely make the Sunbin work for them, blackmailing him with the fact that they will reveal his secret, and then he will definitely be finished. With his face completely covered, the guy could continue his work, and now he wondered where that interesting guy, meaning Ju Se-jin, had gone. Meanwhile, he was still running away from his pursuers, and as you can see, he was already very tired because he was breathing heavily. The guy was on the roof of a building. After jumping down from it, in a remote area, where there was not a single living soul, the guy stopped to rest, and as he noticed, it seems that he had broken away from his pursuers. There were only cars, streetlights, and Ju Se-jin himself. And in the high-rise buildings where there were no lights on, not everyone was still asleep in the dead of night. But that was not to be. Barely catching his breath, the boy cursed when he heard the shouts of the pursuers that one of them had found him. The boy cursed to himself. After running such a long distance, Ju Se-jin was hardly eager to run again. He was already sweating well, and meanwhile the pursuers were getting closer because they were not running but driving. The boy was exhausted. He could only see the bandits approaching, and he was scared. But then, out of nowhere, one of the pursuers fell on his head with a wooden box, very similar to a table box, and hit the driver right in the head, so he didn't realize what had happened. His head was thrown back. So, the Neo-mask found out where Ju Se-jin had run to, but seeing that he was already being chased, he decided to help. He found someone's dresser on the roof, and he couldn't think of anything better than to drop a box from this object on the head of the pursuer. And in such a situation, the Neo-mask found a way out of the materials at hand. Hiding his face, he was sure that he would not be recognized, so he could help without fear of being exposed, and the Sunbin dropped the boxes from the roof one by one. This caused a real commotion on the road as one person fell and everyone fell, receiving a new batch of blows to the head and body from the boxes. The lucky ones were more fortunate, and because of this obstacle they were all very angry, because the help from the Neo-masks had made their task very difficult. Ju Se-jin could not believe his happiness. He laughed, perhaps hysterically, but still, the guy did not understand what it was and where it came from, but the guy did not care. He had a chance to escape. The whole situation was only in his favor, calling the attackers assholes. The guy was going to run away until they came to their senses from what had happened. But then, it seems someone came to his senses, out of nowhere at full speed on a motorcycle that was clearly out of size, carrying a mensa with a bat in his hand, while he was driving a motorcycle with the other, and seemed to be very angry. Mensa Ju Se-jin was not expecting to see anyone, and he was clearly shocked. Meng-su was pleased to catch up with the boy and shouted that he wanted him to die. The guy was shocked and couldn't move. He just watched the crazy Mensa flying towards him. He only wanted to kill the guy. When the Mensa caught up with his victim, he was not going to miss a chance to get even with him. But when he saw the man, the Neo-mask rushed to Ju Se-jin's aid and ran across the roof to meet him. But he couldn't leave Ju Se-jin alone. While Ju Se-jin could not move from shock and fear, he watched the donut rushing towards him. A Neo-mask was already flying towards him in the sky. He was not expecting to see him, but the Neo-mask was not paying attention to him yet. There was only one target to stop, and the unsuspecting Mensa was kicked in the face again. His nose was definitely broken, and it would be a miracle if he survived, but it was unlikely. The man was very unlucky. The blow from the Neo-mask threw Mensa back a few meters. It took a lot of strength to throw such a big man, but the Neo-mask didn't seem to care. He landed calmly on the sidewalk, not even stirring. After only a minute of looking behind him at the guy, the Neo-mask told him to follow him. Ju Se-jin turned his head, not understanding what had happened and still in shock, to and fro, looking at the Mensa and then at the Neo-mask, not knowing what to do or where to go. But there was no time to ask. The Neo-mask had already rushed up the stairs without even turning around. Apparently, he had no doubt that the boy would follow him, and he was right. The boy did come to a little bit of his senses, enough to run after the Neo-mask. They ran along the empty street thinking that everything was behind them because there was no one to hear or see. The darkness of the night helped them to hide, but they were found, and the man who turned out to be running after them told the others where they had gone. When the motorcycle's light fell on the boys, the Neo-mask was almost around the corner, unlike Ju Se-jin, who was just running down the stairs, and he growled angrily. How many more were there? It was really too many. How many they had already killed, and the criminals had not diminished. The Neo-mask answered his question as soon as the boy caught up with him. The Neo-Mask said he had seen about 20 criminals, but that wasn't even a third of the No-Pack gang. Ju Se-jin couldn't believe his ears. No-Pack. They were really here. No-Paku is a famous gang of hooligans founded by those bullies and Kim Do-ming. Most likely, it's an organization, not a gang, delivery service, fast food restaurants, karaoke bars, and even computer rooms, all of which are used by students. And No-Paku tries to pretend to be a trading company that mainly owns and operates stores. Neo-Mask explained that they earn money by blackmailing students and shop owners. If the latter refuse to pay the so-called trade tax, No-Paku closely follow them and intimidate all students who go to these shops. On the other hand, if the shop owners pay the trade tax, the No-Pack blackmail students to go only to such shops. In short, if they pay, the business flourishes. If they don't, the business declines. But in any case, students are involved. They are intimidated in one way or another. The guy was furious when he heard the full story about them. They were already pissing him off, especially after they almost killed him. But Ju Se-jin was also interested in how Neo-Mask knew all this. But before Neo-Mask could answer, they were exposed again. And Ju Se-jin couldn't be angry anymore, because there was nowhere else to go. It seemed like they wouldn't be left alone. All the exits were completely blocked, not even giving them a chance to escape, and motorcycle lights were shining on them from behind, in front, and to the side. Ju Se-jin shouted to Neo-Mask that they were trapped, and he thought that Neo-Mask knew where to run, as if Neo-Mask did not see that they were trapped. They were simply driven into it. The criminals who lured them stood waiting for orders. And then, one of the gangs shouted to take Neo-Mask and Ju Se-jin, and the criminals rushed towards the boys as if at the sound of a gunshot, with a terrible rage in their eyes, because they made them run well, complicating the whole thing. Neo-Mask quickly assessed the situation and turned to Ju Se-jin and said that he would take care of the ones on the left, and the guy would be left to the right, the guy repeated without moving. And now, it is clear why he asked, because which of these two right sides to deal with first? After all, wherever you look, there were these robbers. Moreover, there were several of them on each side, and the street in which they were driven was divided into 4 sides, 2 for each of the guys. Wasting no time, the Neo-Mask struck first, the first one who tried to attack him, and he flew away. And Ju Se-jin did not stand idly by, but it was impossible, he was muttering to himself, why he had run after the Neo-Mask. But he had learned useful information, and his fist was already flying towards the attacker. That desperate man attacked with a bat in his hand. But it didn't help him. He didn't even have time to raise it over the guy, and immediately received a massive fist right in the jaw. Each guy had excellent self-defense techniques, and it had never failed them. Besides, it seems that they were quite strong, agile, and dexterous. The fight was brutal and bloody, and all the attackers stuck to Sun Bin and Ju Se-jin. Sun Bin deftly dodged the attacks of the criminals and put them on the ground one by one. He even managed to put 3 men on the ground with one kick, and they clearly did not expect it. Ju Se-jin was not far behind Neo-Mask. He also put enemies on the ground with surprising accuracy, and at this time he finished off another enemy. The guy was already well tired, but he was holding his own because there was no way out. If Ju Se-jin did not fight back, they would kill him. The guys worked intensely on putting down the enemies, even though sometimes Sub-Min and Ju Se-jin would strike at the criminals at the same time, and they would be shoved aside, taking on new victims, while Ju Se-jin, like a true warrior or perhaps a dragon, as the one embroidered on his shirt, his eyes burned with hatred. He repelled the attack of the blonde man right in the jaw, which turned him to the other side. But the Neo-Mask was dealing with the red-haired man who was twisted in half by the fact that the guy hit him right in the chest, so hard that he couldn't even breathe. Perhaps the air was blocked in his lungs. The next moment, when the Neo-Mask had already dealt with the red-haired man and was catching his breath before the next attack, which was sure to come, the criminals wasted no time. The red-haired Ju Se-jin having dealt with his blonde friend like a real dragon, was already flying towards the other attackers with fury in his eyes. And then, when Ju Se-jin bent down, the Neo-Mask jumped on the guy's back, using him as a lift. He leaped over Ju Se-jin and with one kick knocked down all the men who were already heading toward the boys, and they all fell on top of each other and onto the sidewalk. Neo-Mask and Ju Se-jin took the opportunity to run into the street, away from these attackers. Neo-Mask pulled his mask away from his face so that he could be heard, shouted to Ju Se-jin to run after him quickly, and the guy, with anger in his voice and running with all his might through the dark night street, said that God forbid Neo-Mask make another mistake. Finally, Ju Se-jin and Neo-Mask managed to break away from the pursuers and stopped in the park near the simulators. They were completely exhausted. Ju Se-jin almost fell off his feet and bent down to catch his breath, and Neo-Mask did the same. It seems that there was no chase after them, and they can finally at least have a little rest, because they had all night, more than 1 hour, to fight off the attackers and stay safe. Finally, after catching his breath from the chase, Ju Se-jin, though he didn't know who he was, said he was very grateful for the help and asked if they had met before, and the Neo-Mask meanwhile tried to cover his face with a cap, perhaps to avoid giving himself away, because it was said that it was the Neo-Mask who was broadcasting, so Ju Se-jin could suspect that it was him. But it was much simpler than that. Neo-Mask was just very sick, and yet he couldn't resist running to the gym. Ju Se-jin, a little shocked by what had happened, asked cautiously if the guy was really that sick. He threw up because the mask was the cause. The criminal who wore it smoked a lot, and the Neo-Mask said it smelled bad, and why no smoking criminal brushes his teeth. Looking at the Neo-Mask's face, he was very pale, and he pulled the mask away in disgust. Looking at this unfortunate mask with disgust, the Neo-Mask covered his nose and said that they didn't feel that their breath smelled very bad, and Ju-jin couldn't help but laugh so hard that tears started to fall. The guy thought it was not just rage, and he was right. Seeing what had happened, he looked around and stopped at the vending machine. Recalling the massacre, he thought that compared to those jackals, the red-haired boy was much stronger and more resilient. He fought like a real dragon with anger and determination. The gang would remember him for a long time. It was a shock for them that 2 boys could resist and escape from these criminals, alive and unharmed. But the Neo-Mask thought that there was something even cooler. His mind conjured up images of the recent massacre, of the desperation and fury with which they had fought side by side, a remarkable duo who had surprisingly managed to resist, fight back, and survive the slaughter. And then a tin can with a drink flew towards Neo-Mask, and Sunbin deftly intercepted it in the air, as if automatically, but he did not understand what happened. It was Ju Se-jin. He was calmly opening the same can in his hands, and in a happy voice he said to Sungbin to drink. The guy's treat. Sungbin was clearly happy to have a long-awaited refreshing drink, and thanked him happily. And then Ju Se-jin, with a fervor in his voice and determination in his eyes, said that he looked like a neon mask in battle, didn't he? He looked as if he didn't care about the fight, the weather, or the escape from his pursuers. But Sungbin just drank his drink quietly and silently, and didn't want to answer. He listened to Ju Se-jin talk about Neo-Mask, that is, about Sungbin himself. If only he knew that his idol was standing right in front of him. He said that Neo-Mask had fought so well in the last live broadcast, and he was thinking of starting a crime hunt, and asked Sungbin if Neo-Mask would understand him, because he also wanted to get a reward. But as the conversation dropped and the conversation was diverted, Sunbaek asked him if he noticed that Ju Se-jin and that fat Meng-su guy were acquaintances, and the guy indifferently replied that he and Meng-su had studied together, and admitted that they often made kids cry, and asked why he wanted to know if Sunbaek was jealous. But Sunbaek was in no mood to joke, and he asked cautiously but curiously if Ju Se-jin was a bully, and if he was one himself. The fact that he was well known among the gangsters should have been alarming, especially since Ju Sejin had admitted to having bullied children in the past. But the boy laughed calmly and replied, squeezing the drink can, that he had no connection with the gangsters, that it was just a childish prank, and that he was too good to do such nonsense, a boy with a hard character, but he would not do such things. Hearing Ju Sejin praise himself and call himself pretty, Sunbaek laughed a little, and Ju Sejin noticed and said that he was already laughing at him, and that was at their first meeting. In any case, Ju Sejin thanked him again and asked the name of his rescuer, and he introduced himself and extended his hand to Sunbin to meet him. He was quite friendly to the guy and wanted to get to know him. The Sunbin also kindly extended his hand to meet him, but he was still interested in this guy. Turning to go about his business, or perhaps just home, Ju Sejin said that he now owed Cha Sunbin a favor, and if they met again, he would have to treat him to rice or something like that. Sunbin also started toward home, and politely waited a little while for Ju Sejin to say goodbye. Looking after the boy, who was already quite far away, Sungbin noticed that he was right. The boy was really interesting, and for some reason it seemed that this was not the last time they had met, and only now the guy remembered his rice, which he had bought in the supermarket, but because of all these events he left it in a place unknown. It seems that he will be without dinner tonight. The western part of Seoul, the area of the most frequent attacks, the hideout of the Nopak gang, was a building that looked like a garage, with two doors, one bigger and one smaller, the bigger one for large cars and the smaller one for people. Looking at one of the motorcycles, which looked like it was broken, a man sitting next to it said that nothing would help him. The motorcycle was hopelessly broken, and there was no point in repairing it. The man picked up a yellow lighter and started a fire, but without doing anything with it, he closed it back up, as if he was playing with it, thinking about something. In the middle of the garage was a beautiful black car, which seemed to be quite expensive. Next to it were two motorcycles, almost identical, and in a chair in front of the man sitting on the floor was a figure. It was Mensa, and in front of him stood his colleague with whom he had been in the fast food restaurant, offering his services, let's say, and threatening the boss. The man standing in front of him was holding a couple of nuts. He said that despite the fact that he had warned him, it was addressed to Mensa. The man was standing in the shadows, but he was clearly visible. He was a young man, very serious, and he was wearing interesting pants with large slits in the knees. He continued to talk, and Mensa even had help from their six. But despite this, he still did not finish the job. Mensu was sweating profusely. He realized that because he had failed the task, the man was now in trouble. He was afraid to say anything, and the guy kept saying that even if Mensu told him that these idiots would pay for their own treatment, they still need money to pay for the repair of 21 of the 60 bikes. The boy was playing with a lighter in front of the Mensa. The boy sat sadly over a pile of metal in a box with other tools, looking sad, and the man said that because of the breakdowns, 21 of the gang were unable to do their jobs. Another man was sitting on the side of the Mensa and playing with a knife, obviously trying to scare the man, who was afraid to move, but still said that it meant that they would not be able to do anything during the 3 days it would take to repair the bikes. The man sitting on the side of the Mensa with his knife out smiled crookedly and laughed, looking directly at the Mensa. His expression was rather strange, perhaps due to the light in the room. The man standing next to the guy who was trying to do something was watching him closely, and he finally asked him if he knew what to do with the motorcycle. But the guy just answered that Du Min had paid for the repairs, and that they were one of the attackers who had chased Ju Sejin and Neo Mask. Holding a small wrench in his hands, the guy said that it was all because of the stupid Mensa, and he had read that everything should work if there was a little bit of slack in one place. The guy was visibly nervous. The guy was still very young. It seemed that he was afraid of getting beaten up if he didn't fix the bike. Looking at the way Mensu was stuttering, addressing the Dooman, and looking at him with such hope, one would think that Mensu was not the boss, but just one of the puppets who followed orders. He said that how could it be? Those bastards had no right to look down on Noppaku. But he stopped talking when a man with a gun in his hand approached him. It scared the Mensa quite a bit, and the man said that those stupid bastards were not their main problem. If the guys from the troll farm found out about what happened, he could imagine how ridiculous the Noppaku would look. A man came up to him almost close, obviously with something heavy in his hands, addressing Mensa. It was one of the main gang leaders, Troll Fam, Noppaku, Kim Dooman, a tall, rather formidable man who clearly had not a little blood on his hands, but the spirit of sins. The man looked to be about 30 years old, and his body was quite muscular, as his clothes could not hide the obvious, neither a t-shirt nor even a jacket. It was clear that he was very strong. Dooman slowly approached Mensa like a beast to a victim. He enjoyed his fear. Mensa could only squeeze out his name, but interrupting him, Kim Dooman said threateningly, "Take care," calling Mensa unpleasant names, who was already afraid and his pupils were narrowed. Kim Dooman's eyes showed an unhealthy gleam and excitement, and he swung his hand at Mensa with a fervor that looked like a very heavy metal disc. And Kim Dooman told Mensa that if he got hit on the head with this thing, he would not have a chance to survive. Seeing the metal above him, Mensa could only scream. Tears were rolling down his face, and he looked terrified, as if he had seen his death, and it was true. A man like the leader of a gang would not just threaten, he would act to justify his title and place, otherwise he would be removed from this town. So the question was either him or him, and for the man the choice was obvious. And then a liquid splashed everywhere in the garage. No, it was not Mensa's blood, but Kim Dooman decided to make fun of the man, to enjoy the moment when he trembled with fear. For Kim Dooman, it was just a game. It was the engine oil from the broken motorcycle. It stained the floor and the key in his hands, as well as the clothes of the guy who tried to repair the vehicle. The guy cursed and said that this motorcycle was beyond repair. All the work was in vain. Now there was nothing to be done. A very large and beautiful city, high-rise buildings. Today is a bright sunny day. No fuss, not even a sign of people. Calm, measured everyday life. The guy is talking on the tablet. He is tall, blonde, well-built, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and a sharp chin. Typical male features. He is wearing light-colored pants, a black sweater, and a green jacket that suits him very well. He was very serious and reserved. The man was given the task of gathering information on Chu Se-jin and managed to dig up some information on him. A little blunt, but he fights well enough and has a good reputation. Because of his fighting skills, he's being considered as the new manager. But if he's the right man for the job, editor Kite Han was also a candidate at one point. Sun Bin was the one who was considering Chu Se-jin as the new manager. The guy sat back and thought about it, while his partner listened patiently. Sun Bin said that, as far as he knew, a manager is someone who acts as his bodyguard, and editors are like mercenaries. Both sides need to be strong enough. Sun Bin and his colleague were talking at Sun Bin's house. In order to work in a team with a Neo mask, the candidate who is selected for both the role of manager and editor must be able to control himself, keep his mouth shut, and know who to say what to. The Subin, being a top-secret person, cannot afford to hire a manager who will reveal his identity. As for the editors who are only paid, they need to be able to crush the opponent completely, like Keitha Han does. But Neo Mask is still looking at him. Chu Se-jin has good basic skills and intuition, and he seems like a good person, but something is bothering him. In order to understand whether Chu Se-jin has enough self-control to become a manager, Sunbae thinks they need to take a closer look. He gets up from the couch and starts thinking about the new candidate. After thinking about the situation, Sunbin said that he would leave it to his partner to find out more about the Nopak gang. Smiling with satisfaction, his partner replied that he had just understood his boss. The meeting ended, and everyone went about their business. A boy in a high school uniform walks down the school corridor, calmly, Confidently, the corridor is empty. No one is interfering with his way to class. Entering the classroom, he greeted everyone. It was Ju Se-jin, and his classmates greeted him back, as if they were the only ones in the class. The boys whispered to each other and asked Ju Seong why he didn't read or answer the messages, but he didn't understand what messages they were talking about because he hadn't seen anything, and he asked his friends what was wrong. They turned to the guy and showed him the phone with the video of Jao Se-jin beating one of the criminals that night. And the friends asked if he had appeared on the Neo-Mask channel, but what to ask if it was already clear that it was Se-jin. The guy didn't know what to say, so he was a little embarrassed and hesitated, and only asked if they had seen everything. The guys couldn't believe it was true, and one of his two classmates said proudly that he was right, and it was really a Se-jin, a moment of glory for the young man. It's good if he doesn't get eaten up by this popularity. The classmate said that he needed to tell Sumin, and then someone appeared at the door and heard the conversation. It was Sumin, and he was immediately called by his classmate, who turned to Ju Se-jin, and the boy was just about to tell him what he had just seen and learned. Sumin didn't look very good. His cheek was covered with a band-aid, and they immediately noticed it and asked him what happened to his face, if he had a fight with someone, but he just joked that he had fallen out of bed. Somehow not very lucky to fall, even if the wound had to be covered. But Ju Se-jin looked at the boy and thought about something, as if he knew what had happened. The gangsters gathered near the garage cooperative. Some were heading for their motorcycles, some were just standing there, and some were ready to go. Their bikes were ready for adventure. A blond boy sitting on the bike lazily asked Tesab if he had taken care of the piglet Mensa, and Tesab replied that he had come right after the hospital where he was now. Kim Dooman turned to him and ordered him to tell everyone that if they did not bring money to repair their bikes, they would be in trouble. The others were ordered to stay and prepare to make a routine visit to their neighborhoods. At that time, Sumin was walking calmly to school as usual. It was a beautiful day. Friendly people on the street were few and far between, and the advertising signs were burning brightly on the shops, as if luring passers-by inside like a beast to prey on them. But then someone's voice called his name, and the boy did not like the person who called him. On such a nice sunny day, nothing would bode well for trouble, but as luck would have it, Sumin was stopped by the very people responsible for the day going wrong, a gang, and before the sun could rise, they were right there, tracking the guy. And this only portends trouble. There were like 4 of them, and good things were not to be expected. With a fake joyful smile, the man said that he had returned. It was the same one who had been in the fast food restaurant, and when he saw Sumin, he ordered to find out who he was. The guy obediently approached. He realized that there was nowhere to run. They would catch up. He obviously did not know how to fight. Too calm and quiet a guy. Approaching, the guy on the left asked if it was the same bitch, and the guy on the right confirmed and said that this guy's restaurant brought a lot of money. The guy was scared. He could not say a word, afraid to say something wrong, and they all mocked the guy, saying that this restaurant was tasteless. The other just laughed. When the offender approached Sumin, he immediately asked if his parents were still not ready to sign a marketing contract with them. So the people in the restaurant who kicked the offenders out were Sumin's parents. The boy was obviously very afraid of these criminals, but he found the strength to finally say something, but he could not inform his parents about the decision. Then, with all the strength he could muster, Tesab slapped the boy in the face. It was not that he did not expect the criminals to do this, but he did not think that he would be slapped so quickly. And so, putting his arm around his neck, as if to hug him, he said that he should think more about his parents, and said to imagine how upset they would be when Sumin came home every day with a broken face, which is to say that the criminals realized that they would not get close to the restaurant owners, decided to work and act more radically, and went after their son, because what parents would not do whatever the criminals needed to protect their child. Having finished hinting at threats, Tesab asked Sumin if he understood everything, and he nodded with tears in his eyes. There was no way out but to agree, otherwise he would be killed. But before the criminals could do anything to him, Ju Sejin flew into the street, shouting at Sumin, letting him know that he was here, that help was coming, and the criminals saw him immediately, unlikely to have forgotten what happened that fateful night. But still, some of the team did not know him, so he was a newcomer. But it was as if Tesab did not hear Ju Sejin's voice, and still did not let go of Sumin. Angrily shouting at the criminals who were holding Sumin, Ju Sejin said what the hell were they doing to him? This guy owed him money, so they had to let Sumin go. Otherwise, Ju Sejin would not be held responsible for his actions. Now, at last, Tesab noticed the familiar voice and image of the guy. The gang members immediately began to show off their regalia, who they were, and told him to go away. But Jo Sejin made it clear that he didn't care who they were. He was completely calm and didn't pay attention to the threats and curses. And yet, one of the gang, the most immortal one, seemed to get Jo Seong the most with his curses and immediately got punched in the face. His friend standing not far away was slightly surprised. And then there were threats from Sejin. He said that he would break the face of this bastard, who did not have time to do anything as he immediately received another punch in the face, and from the leg, which hurt many times more. It seems to be the most shameful and weakest member of the team of criminals. Watching this, Tae-sab and Dumin were furious that their accomplice had dared to lay a hand or even a foot on them. While Ju Sejin was busy staring into the eyes of his recent acquaintances, the same guy who had been standing not far from his friend immediately began to approach him from behind and was already punching him in the face. But before he could even get up and do anything, Ju Sejin immediately turned around and gave him a good punch, so hard that the fool was turned around and went flying down. Standing up with a swollen cheek after such a blow, it is not surprising that he cursed at Ju Sejin, and it is already clear that he is afraid of the guy and really wants to take revenge for this blow. But the offender's pontifications evaporated as soon as Ju Sejin leaned over and without even a word, with his own eyes, hinted that he should shut up. Otherwise, next time he would not just get a slap on the cheek, but would lie down, and no one would be able to pick him up. Still, after asking him again what he had said, Ju Sejin described the blow as a fairly light one, but the criminal did not think so. He was knocked back again, but Sejin did not seem to care. And then, as if waking up and realizing who was in front of them, he turned to Kim Do-min and said that this guy, but before he could finish his sentence, Do-min did it for him, saying that he was one of the guys who had smashed the Mensa guys, and thanks to whom they now had half of their bikes inoperable. The guys were obviously not happy that this guy had come to them, because firstly, it meant problems for them, given his calmness and the scale of the tragedy after the meeting with Sejin, and secondly, he interrupted the conversation, so to speak, of the criminals with the Sumin, and did not allow them to finish what they had started. After assessing the situation, Kim Do-min only said that everything was clear, and he was obviously already preparing a plan to get rid of this problem with Ju Sejin. While Ju Sejin was having fun with the guy he had recently put down with a single punch and was about to pick him up to teach him a lesson again, one of the gang, and it looked like it was Ju Sejin, called out to him and went straight to the guy, while the others stayed behind and just watched. Kim Do-min came up to Ju Sejin and asked him if he was the one who caused them problems yesterday, and Ju Sejin did not hide it. He was completely calm and confident, and after calling Kim Do-min, he said that it was him and asked what he wanted to do to him now. The way Ju Sejin spoke to Kim Do-min was very unpleasant and angry, and he didn't think that the guy would dare to talk to him like that. Looking at the man, Ju Sejin suddenly realized who he was, but decided to ask him if he was really the leader of the No Pack. The man did not conceal his irritation, but when the Count said his name, he said that he was from Songdo College. But Ju Seong didn't care who he was or where he was from. He said that he had named his shag to emphasize where it started. The man was obviously very hurt by this, but he kept quiet, and Ju Seong continued to say that Kim Do-min was trying to intimidate him, and joked that these idiots had read too many comic books about school bullies. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. After hearing the conversation between the boys and seeing Kim Dooman's reaction, he picked up the phone and asked Dooman if he should call the Sixes. This amused Ju Sejin, who looked over Kim Dooman's shoulder at Tae Sob and said, "What kind of gangsters are they that can't face each other?" Ju Sejin laughed at Tae Sob, saying that he was so afraid for his ass, and laughed, but the man was so angry that he couldn't say a word, and in fact, in all the fights, the two of them did only one thing. They called the Six, and they never went out to fight the enemy themselves, but sent someone else. Sumin stood behind the gang while they were busy with their long-awaited victim, and T-Sob shut up and stood behind Kim Doomin, and Doomin raised his hand as if to threaten him, saying that Ju Sejin must be crazy, and laughed. The boy didn't deny Kim Dooming's words. He was even amused. Why not? Because only a person who was fearless would be slightly or completely insane. And at the moment, Ju Sejin was giving these fools only two options. He pointed his fingers in front of Kim Dooman and made a picture of the number 2 and said, "The first option is that they leave, and Ju Sejin doesn't touch them or beat them, but the second option is less pleasant. They run away. But after he beats the whole gang, so it's their choice." Kim Dooman didn't like this at all. He was angry because how dare they put conditions on him, the leader of the gang, and threatened to beat him up. And Kim Dooming showed with his whole appearance that he was not afraid of Ju Sejin, maybe so, but still a hint of doubt was in his eyes. It was worth remembering what happened last night. The guy put down a lot of people with neo-masks, and now he threatens them, but the man has no right to allow himself to show even a little excitement. He did all the work. He led the whole squad of criminals, and if they realize that the main man gave in, he will be removed from this position. They will stop respecting and listening to the mayor. As Ju Sejin approached Dooman, he stopped right next to his ear, and it was clear that Ju Sejin was a little shorter than Dooman, but he was hardly inferior in strength. The boy's eyes darkened, and looking at Kim Dooming, Ju Sejin confidently said that he was stronger than him. The boy was clearly not going to back down. It was not in his nature, especially since he wanted to help Sumin. And if he backed down, those bastards would never leave the boy alone, nor his parents. These words really touched a nerve with Kim Dooman. His eyes became animalistic, angry. His eyes were bloodshot. No one dared to say such things to him, let alone talk to the leader of the gang in such a tone. It was like being spat in his face. Ju Sejin thought of trying to resolve the situation in a more peaceful way, if at all possible, judging by the mood of Kim Dooman after such threats. So he offered to end the conversation on good terms, promising to stay out of Kim Dooman's sight, and he would stay out of his sight, and patted him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. He reminded him of yesterday's fight and told him to think that if his 6 men had not started a massacre in which they themselves had been beaten, none of this would have happened. So instead of stretching this story, they would either start a life-and-death fight now, or they leave it all behind and never see each other again, which is not a bad option because everyone will be safe and sound. And as last night showed, Ju Sejin can easily stand up to this group, because there are only 4 of them, not like last time. There are more than 20 of them, so there's a chance they won't come back alive. Standing in front of Kim Dooman, the guy asked with a smile if they had an agreement, but the man was still silent. Maybe he decided to think about it and not risk his men, or maybe he wanted to outsmart them and then gather the men to kill Ju Sejin, catching him somewhere along the way. Both men stood with their hands in their pockets. They clearly did not trust each other. By taking his hands out of his pockets, it looked like Kim Dooming had thought it over and was ready to make a decision. Ju Sejin waited impatiently to see what Kim Dooming, the famous band leader, would say. His eyes were penetrating, and he was about to decide whether they would either part ways and live or face off in a deadly battle, and there was only one way out, either way. Tae Sob also looked at Sumin and Ju Sejin expectantly, waiting only for his boss to respond. He was ready to rush into battle at any moment. Sumin, on the other hand, was dreading the announcement of the decision because his life depended on it. After thinking about the possible consequences, Kim Do-ming decided to look at the situation from a different angle. He was not desperate or stupid, and he walked over to Ju Se-jin, put his hand on his shoulder, and closed his eyes with a smile, as if he could not believe what he was saying and had to admit that Ju Se-jin was smarter than his subordinates. He passed Ju Se-jin and walked away slowly and shouted to his men to follow him, while Ju Se-jin watched in silence as Kim Do-ming's figure moved away. Tae-sob followed his master, silently passing Ju Se-jin, glancing at him one last time, obviously wondering why his boss had decided not to pick a fight, and Ju Se-jin only glanced back at him with one eye. As the group disappeared around the corner, Ju Se-jin breathed a sigh of relief and said that they were easier to negotiate with than he had expected. At that moment, a pale, scared to death, Sumin approached him, stammering and thanking him for saving him from his misfortune. Ju Se-jin realized that the boys had picked on him because of his parents' fast food joint, and he said that he had asked him in elementary school to tell Ju Se-jin about such things, but he still preferred to endure it himself. But the boy didn't realize that if Ju Se-jin hadn't acted in time to notice the criminals, he would have gotten out of there with his life. But Sumin said he didn't want to get him involved in this shit, and Ju Se-jin put his arm around his neck and said that childhood friends can share a little bit of trouble. It would be easier. He looked at Sumin and laughed and asked him if he was really tough when he was asking the gang leader to choose, but he just kept quiet. Sumin and Ju Se-jin walked away from that unfortunate place, along the street past the shops, and Sumin turned to Ju Se-jin and said that he was done eating junk food and asked him to go eat tteokbokki at his house. Tteokbokki is fried rice sausages. The guy jumped up and down with joy and asked if Sumin had a treat. Ju Se-jin told him that his parents cooked it in a unique way. Eomukuk is a fish cake, seafood on skewers cooked in a rich broth. Sumin laughed and agreed because he was walking away safe and sound only because of Ju Se-jin. Kim Do-ming was playing with his lighter when he was interrupted by a voice addressing Do-ming, saying that he was really going to let that bastard go. But the man ignored him and continued to say that if Kim Do-ming ordered him to, he would run him over when the boys finished their work. This time the man responded by saying that getting rid of the bastard, referring to Ju Se-jin, was a waste of time. Kim Do-ming sat in his chair, thinking and contemplating his next plans and actions, and ordered Tae-sob to pay attention to the repairs until the news of yesterday's incident reached the troll father's ears. And for some reason, Mensa and another man were hanging in front of Kim Do-ming. Kim Do-ming, with an angry expression, threatened to eat the bastard piece by piece. The man sat looking at the emptiness in front of him, just clicking on something in front of him. It was either a garage or a barn, quite spacious, but empty. In front of Kim Do-ming, there were only 2 sofas and a low table on which the man put his feet. The only thing that could be heard throughout the barn was a lighter that Kim Do-ming was playing with, as he was thinking about something, and it seemed to help. But then a boy appeared at the door and interrupted Kim Do-ming's thoughts, asking if he was still here, if his teacher would be angry because he was not in class. But the boy was too lazy to look up at the person standing there. But he suddenly laughed out loud, and the laughter echoed throughout the garage. Kim Do-ming called the boy an idiot who was interested in what teachers and parents would say, but Kim Do-ming didn't give a damn. But then a guy sitting in front of him, a rather odd-looking guy with dark green hair, put his leg up on the couch and leaned forward a little, laughed and said he was kidding. He said if it wasn't for their parents who kept stopping them and their teachers, even he didn't know how many of them would have been disabled. Hearing this, Kim Do-ming said that, by the way, could a dream make another boy disabled? And the boy smiled and realized who the year was about, and told Kim Do-ming that he was talking about the red-haired guy that the Tae-sob was talking about, and asked if it would be enough if he would beat him until he died, and laughed out loud again. But strange as it was, Kim Do-min did not agree this time. It seemed that Do-min had come up with something worse than just death, as evidenced by the fire in his eyes, which grew stronger at the thought of Ju Se-jin. It was a bright, pleasant day. Not a single gray cloud in the sky, and the summer terrace, a beautiful purple color, had been set up outside the Go shop, where Neo Mask had stopped by to buy a snack before the slaughterhouse. But so far, no one was there. Perhaps it was too early, or perhaps the vacationers had just left, but we would never know. Sunbin was standing at the counter looking at the assortment of the store, and behind him, a guy was looking at his phone, and it seems he was so absorbed that he didn't notice anyone else. Someone said hello on his phone. It was the Neo Mask channel. He was explaining their reward system for newcomers who had just signed up for the channel, who were being bullied at school, and his manager was in the video, wearing a mask as she should. The Neo Mask was saying that they were announcing a reward for all the idiots who laugh in the comments under the bullying video. They only needed their social media contacts, and as soon as they became known, any teenager who sent a video of himself beating up these bullies would receive a reward from their company. And in the video, there was a short excerpt of a teenager who was apparently being bullied and beaten by a bully. He was screaming for the boy to die and laughing at it, and for some reason he said that today he would have nuggets for lunch. The video showed Kim Jo-il, his arsenal included extortion, harassment of girls, the usual problem student. A reward of 400,000 won was put up for him. If translated into dollars, it would be 364. The policy was that psychos hunt psychos. The Neo Mask pointed his thumb down. He said, "Your friend is a real scumbag for whom a reward has been put up, but you are afraid that you will not be able to cope. Join with others and fight to get the reward." In this way, the Neo Mask wanted to motivate the victims to finally become hunters. Just then, someone called out to Cha Sunbin, distracting him from the display of goods he was looking at. It was Ju Se-jin. He had not forgotten his savior, and now he was very glad to meet him. He had not expected that they lived in the same district of the city. Ju Se-jin said that it had been a few days and that Kim Do-min was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed that he had told Cha Sunbin about the incident with the Sungmin the other day, and Ju Se-jin thought that maybe Kim Do-min had realized his mistake and had drilled that lesson into his head, realizing the situation he was in. Ju Se-jin finished his burger and said that he thought about destroying their business or whatever they were doing, but he would probably leave it to Neo Mask, Cha Sunbin, who said that it was all very well and good that Ju Se-jin wanted to get this mafia out of the way, but he said that he shouldn't get involved in this swamp that would drag down anyone who dared to approach it. But Ju Se-jin was too confident. He didn't understand why Chae Sunbaek was saying that. He was sure that those bastards were completely terrified to see him, and he asked Chae Sunbaek if he didn't believe in his strength, considering how they had defeated an army of criminals together a few days ago. He glared at Ju Se-jin and said that, being alone, without support and connections in the right circle, it would be impossible to defeat them, and it would be better for Ju Se-jin to stop before it was too late, at least for the sake of his friend who was innocent, but they would be on his trail. The boy was a little shocked at what he heard, and he seemed to realize that Cha Sunbin knew more than he was saying, because there was a reason he was talking him out of this stupid idea. After the incident, Ju Se-jin saw his friend Musin off every day, and this time he assured him that the lunatics had stopped coming to them, and Musin said that Ju Se-jin didn't have to see him off. Ju Se-jin said that he hadn't planned anything and it was just a coincidence, but he was going to buy tteokbokki at their fast food restaurant. Sumin heard this and happily said that his father said that if Ju Se-jin wanted to eat, they would buy him a meal because he had saved their son, and they were very grateful to him. But Ju Se-jin thanked him and refused, saying that he would lose respect for himself if he did not pay for what he was eating, and Sumin just laughed and called him a fool, but he was just joking, not out of spite. As they walked to the fast food restaurant, Sumin stopped, obviously thinking about something. He told Ju Sejin that he would buy them a drink and told them to choose, but Ju Sejin was embarrassed and tried to talk Sumin out of the idea, but he stood his ground and said that he would choose the drinks himself. But Ju Sejin kept trying to talk him out of it, and during this argument they didn't even notice that a motorcycle was behind them. Someone was watching them closely. Knowing his friend's taste, Sumin bought them each a soda. The fact that they had been friends since childhood spoke for itself. They knew each other well. The guy caught the can but was somehow embarrassed. It was obvious that he was uncomfortable but was grateful to his friend for the drink. But then, by the will of fate, the fact that he was catching the can drew his attention to something that surprised and frightened him. He heard the wheels of a motorcycle whistling as it was speeding toward them, and there was a man with a familiar hairstyle, Kim Jo-il, holding a bat in one hand with nails in it, and a fool could see why he needed this instrument of death while his other hand was holding the handlebars of the motorcycle, which was already smoking from under the wheels, and his face was hidden behind a mask. Unfortunately, he saw the man as he was running away, which meant only one thing. Sumin was mangled, and God help him if he was alive, his broken glasses were lying on the sidewalk. Barely out of his stupor, Ju Sejin could only scream and run to his friend. It seems that Cha Sunbin was standing at a bus stop, waiting for a bus, when his phone rang. Cha Sunbin picked up the phone, and what he heard was clearly not pleasant. He was shocked to hear about his friend Ju Sejin. He asked where Ju Seong was now, and he was lost in a street. Now it is clear where he was. Ju Seong was walking from the hospital where Sumin was. He was told that the glass did not hit his retina and visual nerve cells, but he almost lost his sight. This news from the doctors stunned Ju Seong. He could not recover. He was reproached with the thought that despite all his efforts, he could not save his friend from trouble. His parents arrived at the hospital the moment they learned about what had happened. They didn't even have time to change. They arrived in what they were wearing. And what kind of outfits could they be talking about when their son was done this to? His mother said that those who did this to him were real scum, and they seemed to be guessing whose hands it was. The man seemed to be either an investigator or a police officer. He told the parents that they were finding out who did it, using the CCTV cameras installed on the street and in the neighboring establishments. At that time, someone was watching them and listening to the conversation. It was Ju Sejin. He was listening to what the investigator was saying. He was near room 31 for a reason. Ju Sejin looked sadly into the room. His face was not there after what had happened. In a lonely, snow-white ward, Sumin was lying on a bed. His eyes were bandaged, and after what had happened, he was unlikely to see anything at all. And this case was on the conscience of this bastard Kim Jo-il. He did not care who he injured, and unfortunately one of these victims was Sumin. After leaving the hospital and walking down the street, Ju Sejin could not stand the emotions, anger, despair, regret, and slammed his fist right into the wall, which made the chips fall. Ju Sejin tried to drown out these emotions through pain, but it was not so easy. He kept punching and punching, repeating to himself the unfortunate No-Pak Kim Doomin, all of whom were involved in this crime, and Ju Sejin would gladly get even with them all. The guy was furious. He couldn't remember himself, and he was screaming at everything that they were all fucking bastards. It was in this state that Cha Sunbin found him. The answer came naturally. He should start with the neo-mask. Cha Sunbin asked as calmly as possible that, as he could see, Ju Sejin was very unhappy, and he was very unhappy. His friend had been injured and was lying unconscious in the hospital. Ju Sejin saw his new friend, and it seems that now Cha Sunbin has a plan and a proposal. When Ju Sejin saw Jae Sunbin, he said that he had come at the right time because he must know where those No-Pak bastards were hiding, but he was not in a state to go to them, and he was furious. Cha Sunbek replied calmly, but there was something else behind this calmness, and Sunbek was in no hurry to reveal the cards, and for now he asked what the boy wanted to do when he found them. Ju Sejin flew up to Cha Sunbin with a furious and wild look and shouted that his friend was almost blind because of these bastards, and he would kill them. but Cha Soon-bin asked the boy to cool down. Cha Soon-bin was telling the truth. He was a neo-mask. He was acting very cautiously because he knew how dangerous this organization was, and he had connections and people who worked with him. And Ju Se-jin was going to go after this organization with his bare hands. It was certain death, instant death, and they would not take long to deal with him. But the guy didn't seem to believe his own eyes and ears. And every word that Cha Soon-bin said that he couldn't cope with these criminals made Ju Se-jin's anger grow more and more. Ju Se-jin called out to Chae Sun-bin and reached out his hand to the side of his neck, ready to kill anyone who stood in the way and did not want to help. And grabbing Cha Sung-bin by the gate, he said that the man had almost lost his sight because of these bastards, speaking as if he was sure that Cha Sung-bin had not heard him the first time, and did not understand why and for whom the boy wanted to take revenge. But this didn't bother Cha Sun-bin. He just said that did Ju Se-jin think that the bastards who had done this and maimed more than one person before his friend would care about his health and possible loss of sight, that he was an obstacle to be removed by the gang. Ju Se-jin was already looking at Cha Soon-bek with hatred and calling him names. He only wanted the boy to tell him where to find them, but Cha Soon-bek ignored the cursing. He understood why, and his angry look did not hurt him. Jae Sung-bin continued to stand his ground, saying that he should stop, at least for his friend's sake, because if he thought about it, if Ju Se-jin kept pushing, his friend might get killed. This made Ju Se-jin even angrier. He could only growl. He couldn't even say anything. And right now, these bastards were in their garage. It was already evening, which meant that everyone was already there. They were having a mini-party with drinks and snacks, and everyone was there, including Kim Do-min, T-Sob, the now infamous Kim Jo-il, and a few other guys who were involved, having fun and hanging out, listening to their friends' stories about the ambush. Kim Jo-il was contorting Soo-min's face to show that he had hit him directly in the eye with his weapon, and the fact that his comrade might have been blinded seemed like a deadly game to them. They will distort and tease his parents, who are ready to cry at any moment if they are reminded of what happened to their child. They will compare who did better and laugh. There is no other way to describe them but scum. Talking about how cool they are will only excite them and cheer them up. One of the jackals said that if a guy thinks that their guys fight worse than him, then Ju Se-jin is not in his right mind, and he thinks that Ju Se-jin let them go and not they let him go, said the fat pig, who can barely move his carcass from side to side. Cha Soon-bin said that these bastards don't know what defeat is. Ju Se-jin can believe him. They won't stop until they want to, or until they are stopped. They are stuck on the fact that, for the first time in their lives, their gang couldn't handle two guys, and that they survived and managed to deal them a serious blow to their ego by killing half of the gang. Seeing JK at his feet, Se-jin said that until they were squashed like cockroaches they would not calm down. And now he could confidently say that the whole gang was crazy, and it was even clearer when they almost gouged out the eyes of Ju Sung's friend. A normal person would not do such a thing in his life, and certainly would not gloat over what he had done, and over the unfortunate. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, Cha Soon-bin said, "That's why Ju Se-jin can't defeat these thieves." These words echoed in Ju Se-jin's mind, repeated over and over again. He could not win, but the boy did not want to believe it, and it seems that he did not think that if he rushed into the lair of the snakes, they would simply kill him. But he didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to think about it, and he ran towards Cha Sun-bin screaming, shouting. How could he know about it, calling him names, and he was shocked by the reaction. As soon as Ju Se-jin put his hand over Cha Soon-bae, the latter immediately intercepted it, not allowing him to do what he planned. Cha Soon-bae was strong enough to stop Ju Se-jin. Ju Se-jin was furious, unable to speak a word, and tried to pull his hand out of Cha Soon-baek's grasp, but his grip was too tight, as if the boy had just used all his strength to hold him. Cha Sun-bin was adamant and asked if Ju Se-jin wanted to test him, but he said that he was a psycho himself. His eyes were hard as a rock, not a single muscle in his face flinched, and all the muscles in his body tensed to the maximum. It looked like a fight might happen between the two men, two very strong men. If they got into a fight, it would be impossible to guess who would win. Neomask is live again. He greeted all the viewers and asked how they were doing, and messages started pouring in on Neomask's page like snow on his head. Neomask said that due to popular demand, today they would finally be interviewing their main weapon, the fabulous manager Joy. There were many messages to her, some saying she was beautiful, some asking if she was in his school, some asking how she was doing, some even asking if she had a boyfriend. It seemed someone had their eye on Joy. She was sitting in front of the camera and did not look happy with this participation. The Neomask stood next to her and waited, but Joy did not want to talk. She crossed her arms in front of her and looked straight ahead, and it looked like she was very angry, not justifying her nickname Joy. Neomask was the first to break the silence. He turned to the girl, who was still silent and did not want to talk, and then she finally got tired of it and Joy got up and walked away. Neomask asked her to say something, some greeting for her fans, something like, "Hello friends, I am Joy," but she did not respond to anything. Neomask asked where she went, but the girl did not answer. The Neomask was completely confused. Not knowing what to do, the Joy walked away without even looking back. Apparently she doesn't like too much attention. She doesn't like cameras. Popularity is not for her. And then we heard her voice, angry to the point of being angry. And the Neomask put up his hands as if he was going to defend himself from someone, maybe his own manager. And yes, she was flying at him with an angry Joy. How ironic, she was holding a bat, aiming it directly at the Neomask and shouting that she had warned him that there would be no interview, and swearing at the guy with all the words she knew, and the Neomask was running away, shouting "Joy, Joy," but she did not react. And then a rather funny picture appeared on the air, on which it was written that, due to the injuries received, the Neomask was forced to take a break for one day. There was nothing to make the girl angry, so he took off in full. One can only imagine how they raised the mood of the entire audience of the live broadcast. Someone watched the live broadcast and could hardly breathe from laughter. And when a picture appeared on the phone screen on which a child was drawing, and it was reported about the urgent completion of the broadcast, still laughing with all his might, someone said that they were crazy. But still, it was very interesting to watch how the Neomask ran away from the camera, escaping from the fury that flew at him with a bat. In front of the fast food restaurant there were two motorcycles, and as you could tell by the markings on the vehicles, they were the people of the KDP. They were the ones who were watching the broadcast and laughing, one of them in a black sweatshirt, almost begging his friend to switch to something else. Otherwise he would die of laughter, and his friend said that it was time to go. Otherwise their chicken would get cold. And the guy replied that even if it did, the stupid owner would not tell the KDP anything. It was a pretty good neighborhood, but it was getting late in the afternoon and there was no one on the street except for the few shops that hadn't closed yet. Cha Submin still held Ju Sejin's hand with a meter-long grip, and he kept trying to get away, but he was held too tightly and nothing happened. Looking directly into Ju Sejin's eyes, Chae Sunbin calmly said that he wanted to check it out. He was also a psycho, although the guy said it calmly. There was a hint of threat in his voice. Ju Sejin was starting to get annoyed with him because he couldn't calm down and just listen to Chae Sunbin, and he could understand. The anger that was in him and would not let go made him growl at Cha Sunbin, whom he was still holding, and this made him very angry. But still, after pulling his hand away, or perhaps Cha Sunbin just let him go, Ju Sejin brought his hand back with screams. He really wanted to kill Cha Sunbin, but he stood in one place like a stone. But Ju Sejin stopped himself in time and finally began to calm down a little. And exhaling, he said that if Cha Sunbek was trying his best to get into trouble, then he would. But Ju Sejin did not calm down, And even more so, he became even more agitated. And judging by the expression on Cha Sun-bek's face, he was getting tired of it too. Ju Se-jin's gaze became hard and impenetrable, and he was determined to teach Cha Sun-bin a lesson for not only not wanting to help with the information he clearly had, but also for trying to interfere. And he calmly but still irritably told Cha Sun-bin to take off his glasses. It was evening. The city was calming down a little bit and plunging into peace and sleep. Someone is waiting at home for a hot dinner, and loved ones will meet at the door, and all the fatigue of the day will pass as if it had never happened. A quiet conversation over dinner and a cup of coffee will cheer you up, and someone is waiting for a pet who, as soon as the owner comes, will immediately rush to his feet and arms, will caress and demand attention. But at Cha Sun-bin's home, colleagues were gathering, not even knowing that they would see each other there. Entering the apartment, Ji-hae saw her colleague sitting peacefully at his tablet doing his work. Seeing him, Ji-hae called out, clearly interested in the fact that the guy was here at all, and he smiled a little lazily, calling the girl by name and asking why she came to Cha Sun-bin. The girl said that she often came here when the library was out of space, and that there was plenty of space at the Chae Sung-bin's house, many rooms and all empty, and asked her partner where the Chae Sung-bin was. But before she asked, the guy was already immersed in his work again. He didn't even turn to the girl and said that he had gone to meet Ju Se-jin. It seemed that this guy's friend had suffered because of the revenge of the No-Pack gang. The girl even forgot that she was pouring coffee from shock. She opened her mouth at the news, but still asked if he was the guy who had fought with Chu Sun-bin. Now she understood what kind of work it was. The guy was sitting there playing the fight game as if it was not enough in his life, and asked Ji-hae, as the manager, who was better, the local hero Kite Han, or the beast with the sixth sense, Ju Se-jin. The picture shows two of the bandits fighting, and there was a third, but he's resting now. Ji has said, "Let's not use these lame names. She's for the one who fights better, and they should be the ones who Sun-bae likes first." Ji-hae was heading to a colleague's house with a hot drink in hand, and the guy was sitting there thinking. He thought that both of them were fighting on the same level, but maybe not. Maybe Kite Han was better. A wonderful game that makes you think about it so much. The man said that after meeting him, he realized that he was a pretty nice guy, and when he saw Ji-hae holding a hot drink, he thanked the girl, and she asked if he was the one in the video of 5 against 1. So it was not a game, but real people in the video, and the guy was studying them, so he was still doing work. The man confirmed Ji-hae's guesses and said that Kite Khan reminded him of himself in his youth. The guy was clearly showing off to the girl. Maybe he wanted to impress her. But Ji-hae was already standing with her back to him and only nodded. She had known this friend for days, so she knew there was no point in arguing. He continued to show off what in his youth was called the Bulgwangdong Fist, a neighborhood in Seoul, South Korea. When the guy was attacked by enemies, he simply struck back and began to show Ji-hae how to do it and swing his fists left and right. At this time, a real fight broke out between Cha Sun-bin and Ju Se-jin. The boys fought in a terrible battle, and neither wanted to lose, because both were equal in strength and with equal ambitions. But the goals were still different. Ju Se-jin had revenge in mind, and Cha Sun-bin wanted to protect his friend from rash actions that would only lead him to a fatal mistake. Ji Se-jin was punched in the jaw with all his might, so hard that it turned him in the other direction, but did not calm him down, but rather ignited a fire of rage. Chae Sung-bin didn't seem to be giving it his all, because he didn't mean Ju Se-jin any harm. He was just trying to talk him out of it, though it was a strange way to do it. And Chae Sung-bin was mostly defensive and rarely attacked back. Ju Se-jin tried to punch Cha Sun-bin in the jaw, but his hand went high above the boy's head. He managed to duck and miss the punch. At that moment, Cha Sun-bin had the opportunity to grab Ju Se-jin by the collar of his shirt, and seeing the reaction, the guy could not think that Cha Sun-bin would be able to turn around and grab him. And then, holding the collar of his shirt with one hand and the edge of his pants with the other, just above the knee, Cha Sun-bin did a trick that allowed him to turn around and swing his knee directly into Ju Se-jin's face. But it didn't work out, because Se-jin put his hands up in time and bent his arms to protect his face, but it was still not pleasant. From such a blow to the hands, Jo Se-jin was hurt. He grimaced, but did not show it, but it was clear that the guy was already in this fight. Jo Se-jin was not going to give up, and thanks to this attack, Cha Sun-bin was able to grab him by the collar of his clothes, and Cha Sun-bin saw it. And then Ju Se-jin turned around with all his strength and anger, holding Cha Sun-bin, and lifted him up in the air, above him. The only thing Cha Sun-bin could do in this situation was to curse at Ju Se-jin. But cursing didn't help, and Chae Sung-bin was already flying over Ju Sung's head, and he missed the chance to help himself and grabbed the hem of his friend's shirt and pulled it down with him. And only now did Ju Seong see this manipulation on Ju Seong's part, and he had to admit that he had not expected it. It takes a very agile person to be able to grab hold of a garment in mid-air, knowing that it will not be very pleasant to fall, and throw it over his head. But when he threw Cha Sung-bin over himself, he didn't fall as Ju Se-jin expected. He managed to turn around and land on his feet, pulling his own sweater over Ju Se-jin's nose, and he just cursed. And Cha Sung-bin didn't waste any time in getting out of his clothes and ran toward him with all his speed. But then Cha Sun-bin seemed to change his mind. He stopped right in front of his friend, looking directly at him, putting himself in the open. Ju Se-jin, seeing this as if he could not believe his eyes and his luck, immediately decided to seize the opportunity. He rushed towards Cha Sung-bin, but his fist was already flying rapidly towards Cha Sun-bin's face, who was standing there, not moving. But then Ju Se-jin stopped just a centimeter away from his friend's face. Ju Se-jin looked at Cha Sun-bin as if he could not believe that he could not hit him, although his eyes were filled with anger towards everyone and everything around him. But he could not hit a man who was innocent. And Cha Sun-bin breathed out a sigh of relief. He suspected that Jo Se-jin would not be able to hit him like that if Cha Sun-bin just stood there in front of him without doing anything. But it was only a suspicion, and if the guy was wrong, he would be lying unconscious on the ground with a broken nose. Cha Sun-bin looked at his friend with some kind of gentle compassion and said, "That's why he can't beat those bad guys. This was a test." Ju Se-jin took his hand away from Cha Sun-bin and brought it above his head as if he had just realized what he could have done, and Cha Sun-bin continued to say that the boy would go to fight them and then another of his friends would be hurt. Ju Se-jin remained silent at this remark, realizing that his friend was right. Only now it was clear that the fight had not gone without a trace. A large dark bruise flaunted under Cha Sun-bin's eye, and the boy himself looked at Ju Se-jin carefully, saying that he was just a dumbass who couldn't even hit someone he had met a week ago. Although Cha Sun-bin was glad that he didn't get hit in the face, on the other hand, if he couldn't hit one of the criminals, it would be a great success for them, and for Jo Se-jin, it would be a sure death because they would kill him if they had the chance. Ju Se-jin's words managed to hurt him, and it made him angry. So the man said that Cha Sun-bin was just like him, and why did he rush to help him? Chae Sung-bin wondered for a moment if he should trust Ju Se-jin, because they had just almost hurt each other. And though they stopped in time and Ju Se-jin was unable to hit the boy, it was hard to trust a new person with a secret, because if the secret was revealed, the boy would talk, and then everyone, including the Neo-Mask and his colleagues, would be finished. But remembering that night, how they fought side by side, how they worked as a team and protected each other, remembering the amazing accuracy and strength with which Ju Se-jin fought back, there was a certain amount of trust, because in general the guy could take the opportunity to throw all the criminals on Cha Sun-bai and disappear into the darkness. He could escape, and Cha Sun-bai would be finished, because none of his managers knew where he was. After thinking and making a decision, Cha Sunbin calmly put on his glasses and said that he thought that Ju Sunbin would be a good manager. The guy was a little surprised by this answer and said, as if to ask what kind of manager he was talking about, if Ju Sungbin was putting himself on the same level as Neomask, or even thinking that he was Neomask. Without laughing, Ju Sungbin confirmed Ju Sejin's words. Now the guy looked different in Ju Sejin's eyes, because finally, Che Sunbin had made up his mind and revealed who he was. Standing in front of Ju Sejin was the same Neomask, standing on the water, its reflection showing the truth of Che Sunbin's essence, who he really was. He was a Neomask. Ju Sejin turned pale at the news. He never thought that he would ever meet someone and fight with them, but he could see the boy's surprise in the Neomask's eyepiece. He couldn't believe it, and said that he was saying that Cha Sunbei was a real Neomask. Neomask said that those fools didn't even realize it, but did he really think that his appearance on that live broadcast and saving Ju Sejin was just a coincidence? And now that he thought about it, Ju Sejin said that now that Jae Sunbin had told him, things were starting to make sense. Chae Sungbin had said that Ju Sejin was very naive, but now he wanted proof that Chae Sungbin was really a Neomask. But Cha Sunbin seemed to be expecting this question, so he smiled and said, "What's the point of lying?" and told Ju Sejin to stay out of the no-pack, and they ended up fighting. Ju Sejin's hands began to tremble, and Cha Sunbin noticed that and asked if he was a Neomask. And Ju Sejin said that if he was really a Neomask, he could hide the manager's identity and defeat Nopak. It seemed that the guy already had a plan in his head. Ju Sejin looked at the Neomask with some joy and hope, and told all the other people who can't defend themselves, like Sumin, that they will be safe, and together they can stop Nopak. And if Cha Sunbin is really Neomask, then he can call on other managers and editors to stop their illegal machinations. And that would be the advertising slogan, "There will be no other way. No one will leave alive." Despite the channel's policy of education, Neon Mask Channel has recently received reports of repeated attempts at hooliganism. No matter how many Neo-Mask warned and how many he taught and caught, not everyone learned the lesson. Neo-Mask was frankly surprised by the thirst for revenge that he could not say a word, but only thought about something and remained silent, looking directly at Ju Sejin. Meanwhile, Jae Sungbin's colleague was still thinking about the two candidates, Kim Hyun-tae and Jae Sungbin, and wondering if it would be easier to accept the strength of both candidates. But Ji-hai was not listening to him. She was busy with her work. A stack of books was on the table next to her, and she was writing something in her notebook. But the man did not calm down. Picking up the phone, he kept asking why he should choose one, while Jae Sungbin said that he liked them both. Finally, after paying a little attention to what her colleague was saying, Ji-hai said that Jae Sungbin prefers a core team of no more than 5 people, including himself. But the guy said, "Doesn't that mean the 5 people who are the best at working together?" The girl just looked at the man as if he was pissing her off and interrupting her work. Ji-hae replied that they had to know the streets of hell, know how to hide and keep their mouths shut, and that no matter how many enemies there were, even if there were 10 or 100 or 5 people, they could handle them. Hell is the term Koreans use to describe their country, a reference to the federal caste system of the Joseon dynasty and the inequality in society between the haves and have-nots in our time. This is what the girl was writing, or we can say drawing. They form an impenetrable corner of defense that allows for a quick counterattack. Now the guy began to understand, and he asked if this was a tactic from foreign special forces, so he would have to choose one of the representatives. But the guy was curious about the criteria by which Cha Sunbin chose them. The girl was distracted from her writing, took a pen and put it over her upper lip, trying to hold it in place, making a mustache. Ji-hee said that Cha Sunbin always repeated that he demanded from his collaborators what he did not have. But the guy did not seem to understand that Cha Sunbin did not have it. And the girl began to explain. First of all, it was restraint, and Ji-hai made a rather modest and gentle face, still playing with the pen and putting the gova on her hand. If a person can't keep secrets or battle order, then everything will come to an end, because everyone wears masks, hide their identities, and as soon as they are revealed, they will be found and destroyed, Cha Sun-bin told Ju Se-jin. Seeing how careless and hot he was, and this thirst for revenge could push a guy to make a fatal mistake, Ju Se-jin stood and listened to the Neo-mask calmly and attentively, apparently still unable to believe that he was the Neo-mask. And Cha Sun-baek was saying this so that Ju Se-jin would understand why he was not suitable for this role, the role of manager, and Ju Se-jin looked at Sun-baek with fear in his eyes, afraid that he would not really take him to the team because someone who is ruled by emotions is no different from those stupid hooligans. He would only ruin everything. Jae Sung-bin turned around to leave, but then he turned around and said that Ju Sung was a manager. And Jae Sung-bin tried to find a word to say so as not to offend the boy too much, but he said that he was not competent. The boy stood there, not knowing what to do. On the one hand, he did not want to impose and bother Jae Sung-bin, but on the other hand, the chance for revenge on those bastards was slipping through his fingers, and their crime could go unpunished. And how many more would suffer at their hands? Again, the hospital, for many people it is not the most pleasant place, which is associated with pain, illness, for some with death. So many people do not like to go there, but no matter how it was, in everyone's life there comes a time when he has to go there. If not go himself, then bring someone. Despite the beautiful sunny day, there is not a cloud in the sky, but for someone who is in serious condition, or for someone who goes to visit this person, there is nothing joyful in this day. Someone is holding a phone and pausing a video from the Neon Mask channel, a selection of the best of the year 2020. Someone was just delighted to see it. In this video, Neo Mask attached an action camera to himself and broke into the apartment of the hooligans, beat 3 of them alone, and saved the girl they had lured there or brought. The hooligans were definitely not happy with the sudden appearance of Neo Mask, who disrupted all their plans. After rewinding the first video, the viewer saw the following moment, which was so funny, and burst into laughter when the Neo Mask came to the computer lab to punish the bully. And for a second, he was scared when he saw the number of this guy's friends, and then it turned out that they were his fans and sent a complaint to get his autograph. And the viewer laughed again. What fans will do to see their idol? But the next video was just a legend. Neo Mask caught some hooligans who did not pay for food, and the guy made them eat until they threw up, and then they paid for everything that they ate. Neo Mask stood over them like a warden and made sure they ate properly. The poor things were hungry. Ju Se-jin came to Sumin's room, but he already had visitors, and the boy was sitting on the bed with his eyes bandaged. One of the visitors shouted happily when he saw Ju Se-jin at the door. Ju Se-jin approached his childhood friend and the visitors and asked them what they were doing, and they replied that since Sumin couldn't see yet and they couldn't play computer together, they decided to watch Neo Mask channel together. Since Sumin could hear what was said in the videos, the guys were in a great mood, probably after watching those videos. But then Zhao Sejin caught his friend's eye because of his disfigured face and asked what was wrong with him. The visitors hurried out of the room saying goodbye to Sumin and asking Ju Se-jin to come for a few minutes. Sumin said goodbye to his friends and was very grateful that they had come, and Ju Se-jin, not understanding what was going on, agreed to leave. The friends quickly went to the corridor and waited for Ju Se-jin. The guy's cheek was now taped up after the previous scare. When they followed their friends into the corridor, they immediately began to ask what had happened to Ju Se-jin and why his face was taped and so beaten up. The boys assumed that it was noppaku, but Ju Se-jin only denied it, but said nothing else. The corridor in which they stood was completely empty, so they could talk without fear of anyone hearing. Ju Seong immediately changed the subject to another outfit and asked if he had heard anything from the police. The friend immediately realized that Ju Seong would not say anything, so he did not ask. So it was not something he wanted to share, and decided to keep quiet. Since Noppaku is an unofficial business, the police only question students, but who would dare to talk after what happened? Because after such an incident, Noppaku probably decided to intimidate students so that they would not say anything, and they would wait for them wherever they wanted. So there was nothing to take from these members of society. They are also afraid. The guy said that this was just his opinion, but the police should have tried to help at least once, and not wait for the situation to take such a turn. They urge to call them as soon as a fight or harassment is brewing, but it is easier said than done, as if the attacker will wait until the victim calls the police. He will be beaten and left unconscious somewhere in the same moment, and the phone will be smashed to leave no trace. But everyone understood that even if this happened and these scumbags were caught, they would be released the next day, and some police officers were even openly angry when they received calls. When they were released, the criminals would immediately go in search of the person who had filed the complaint or simply called. Ju Sejin said that adults don't care about their problems, and his friend looked at him sadly. But it was true. They only start to complain and do something when someone's bones are broken or killed, and then they will just say they didn't know anything. Hearing a familiar voice, Suman asked if it was really Ju Sejin and asked if the boys had already left. The boy only confirmed it, going back into his friend's room, sitting down next to his friend who was still sitting on the bed, but when he heard the sound he turned his head to that side. Ju Sejin asked how Suman was feeling. The guy said that the operation was successful, and the doctor said that everything would be fine and he had nothing to worry about, and laughed. Knowing that Ju Sejin loved soda, Sumin handed him a can. The boy thanked him and asked when his parents would be coming, and Sumin replied that they said after the cafe closed. And then the guy called out to Ju Sejin and he turned to his friend. And Suman, without laughing, being completely serious, said that just in case Ju Sejin did not even think of taking revenge on Nopak, the police intervened. Nopak will not contact their fast food restaurant for now. And then, cheering up, the guy said that maybe later, when he was healthy, he would tell Neomask about it all. Hearing the familiar pseudonym, Ju Sejin looked at his friend sadly, but kept silent. Ju Sejin immediately remembered their last conversation, when Cha Soon-bin had told him that he was not competent to be his manager. Ju Seong said his name to himself with a touch of sadness and a touch of regret. The Megazone store is pretty unremarkable if you just walk by without looking back, and probably hard to find even with a sign. Someone cursing and saying something about a stupid computer hit him right in the monitor, with such force that the equipment was no longer usable. The screen was cracked and the red stripes were visible, which meant only one thing: it would have to be repaired. It was two friends of the criminals who were walking around, and this was not a store but a computer center. People who did not have their own equipment came here. The guy who broke the monitor was walking out laughing, and his colleague behind him said that his friend's hands were growing in the wrong place and laughed out loud. And his friend sent him away. Those sitting at the table were afraid to look out. Most likely, they knew who they were, but decided to keep their heads down. And then the guy in the red blouse had an idea, and he voiced it to his friend, suggested going to karaoke, and his colleague, clearly agreeing to it, said that he liked it there because, thanks to the Dooman, everything was free for them there, and laughed. I wonder who and where these scum would be if they had not been taken under his wing by this very Dooman. When one of the criminals came out of the establishment, he saw a rather familiar figure while the other was lighting a cigarette, and pointed out to his friend an old acquaintance sitting on their motorcycle. A very familiar sweatshirt, purple with a golden dragon embroidered on it, red hair like fire. It was Ju Sejin. He was sitting on the vehicle waiting for the owner, and judging by the look on his face, he was not with good intentions. And in the garage cooperative, as soon as dusk fell, there was a meeting. In front of the building there were dozens of motorcycles, all of different colors, but they all had the same skull sign. indicating that they belonged to the Dooman gang. Inside, there were a lot of people, all of them standing in front of their leaders, two of whom were sitting in front of their subordinates on sofas, some with their legs up on the table, some with their feet on the floor, and some standing. It was quite noisy. The noise was coming from everywhere, and there was a pile of money on the table. The phone that was lying at the feet of one of the main gang members was playing cheerful music, and quite loudly. Kim Do-mie himself was lying back on the table with his leg up, eyes closed, enjoying this man, and not only him, but also their prey. A pile of money in bundles was lying on the table in front of him. The table was quite beautiful, made to look like marble. The distribution of the money began. They were called one by one and given their share. 3 people distributed the amount. First, the Jimjun district, the first manager, Kim Sang-ir, handed over a golden envelope. Then the second announced Gimjeon district, the second manager, Park Dong-ju, and the third handed over a white envelope, Boram apartment complex. The third manager, Yu Kwang-ir. So-hung cursed and said how much money was there. Looking at his phone, his friend agreed, counting the money from the list on the phone, saying that this month's payments were quite large. Kim Dooman, looking at his phone, told his friend to send him a photo on Instagram. He wanted his people to see it, and said that when the calculations were finished, they could take their share, asking the Sohin how many bikes had already been repaired. Kim Dooman posted a photo on Instagram and admired it, and Sohin said that this guy had repaired more than 10 bikes in just 1 month, and his universal wrench, which he made himself, works wonders. Turning to So Hae-young, who showed no interest in the distribution of the money and was quietly eating ice cream, Kim Dooman handed him his share and said that he had worked hard this month. Seeing how much money the Kim Dooman handed to the son, the criminal immediately leaned over and said that now he had to take him somewhere, and laughed. But the boy ignored him and stuck the money in his pocket. He continued to eat his ice cream, and Kim Dooman told him to leave him alone, that Seo-hyun would use the money to buy a wheelchair for his mother. But it seemed like a worthless purchase for the criminal, and he sarcastically said what a loyal son of a bitch he was. And then he received a message on his phone that confused him, or at least did not like it. On the screen of the phone there were messages, names, and quite large sums of money next to each of them. As soon as he saw the message, he told him to call the manager of the shopping district, Jae-han. To the sound of the music, a rather large man appeared. He didn't look scary or angry. You could say he looked like a cute chubby, very similar to a chinchilla. But some of the gang kept their eyes on him. Maybe someone liked him, or maybe they just saw him for the first time. And then Kim Jo-il approached this big guy and, leaning funny in front of the man who was holding his hands behind his back, asked who he was. He hadn't seen him before. The guy calmly replied that he had come to replace Mensa Henam. Henam is a respectful address of a junior member of the team to a senior member, but this did not satisfy the criminal's question. And then the T-Sob also approached the man and brazenly started slapping him on the head, saying that no one cares who he replaced, whether it was a mensa or a plate of food, and whether he wanted to greet his superiors first, and called the guy a fool, and said that the guy had really pocketed 30,000 won. It seems that this pontificating got tired of the man, and he exhaled with difficulty, and the officer noticed and immediately questioned him about his actions. He said, "If you can't breathe in this room, you should put a sign on the door saying, 'No breathing.'" And the guy behind him immediately grabbed his shoulder. He was obviously afraid of these people and started to pull the man's shoulder, telling him to say it was his fault and apologize before they all died because of him. But the man lost his patience and pushed the boy away from him, telling him not to touch him and to get lost somewhere. And T-Sob, not believing his ears or eyes that someone from the gang dared to contradict him, said that the boy was really crazy. It's no use T-Sob fighting against this man. He's twice as big as this criminal, and Kim Jo-il decided to make fun of him and said, "Wasn't he going to raise Pima's kids when he became a vegetable? He's too kind." And they parted ways, and he called him a rotten man and laughed. This made Tae-sob angry, but he seemed to have no other skills but to threaten, and he turned to Kim Jo-il with a rhetorical question about what he had said, but the man did not hesitate and continued to mock, saying that when Tae-sob was angry, his eyes almost bugged out and he laughed out loud, and Tae-sob yelled at Kim Jo-il to shut up. The man stood there calmly, not even saying a word to Tae-sob, but he got really angry and said that the man stole the money because Min-soo believed in him. And did this idiot tell him that he was stronger than them, or did the man think he could overcome Tae-sob, who was now pointing the phone at his stomach? Cholvik said he hadn't said that, but Tae-sob wouldn't calm down, saying that then why the hell was he behaving like that in front of his superiors? The man just could not stand it anymore. He shouted at Tae-sob that he had gotten to him, and shouted so hard that the criminal jumped back, which once again proves that Tae-sob is just a prankster and knows nothing else. But when he felt the scrutiny of Kim Do-man, who was sitting not far away, the guy was afraid that he saw everything and that would be a problem. One of the gang leaders was afraid of a subordinate. No shame. Kim Do-man looked at Tae-soba with a murderous look, clearly hinting that either he would show that he was not a coward or he was finished. And then turning back to the man, Tae-sob kicked the man to the floor, cursing at him with all his might. And as soon as the man falls to the ground in front of him, he immediately grabs him by the hair and pulls him away. And the man just screams, but he still has strength. He is not completely hopeless. Tae-sob seemed to have lost his mind. He kept punching the man in the stomach, not giving him a chance to get up. And he was screaming that how dare he talk to his boss like that, only idiots have bread, everyone is crazy. Now Tae-sob really got into it and showed his strength to the fullest, grabbing the man by the hair and turning him around. Tae-sob shouted into the crowd, "They think that the guy is weak if he talks to them in a nice way, bastards," and threatened that if he catches another rat in his eyes, everyone here will remain vegetables until the end of their days, bastards. The man realized that it was better for him not to make a fuss and not to remind about himself, and sat quietly. But the educational work was interrupted by a voice behind him, and the whole gang turned sharply towards the source of the voice and stood shocked. Ju Si-jin stood in the doorway to the garage, and looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, he asked why everyone was so serious, but no one made a sound. They all remembered this guy well. But despite the new guest, Tae-sob didn't think of letting go of his victim, and raised his head toward the gang. Ju Seong said with a wicked smile that the losers who couldn't fight at all didn't even have the shelter of the poor. So Ju Seong knocked and knocked, but no one answered. They didn't even hear. Yet Ju Seong found their lair and arrived just in time to see everyone there. But it seems that not everyone knew Ju Se-jin, so they didn't fall under his hand. There were two criminals who looked at Ju Se-jin and asked who he was, and then everyone saw that all the newly repaired bikes were lying on the ground behind Ju Se-jin, and it was certainly the boy's work, which clearly indicated that Ju Se-jin did not come in peace, and clearly not just to talk. All this in the darkness of the night was illuminated by a single lamp, and it was really a bit poor for such a large-scale organization, but it was probably designed that way so as not to draw attention to their hideout once again. Kim Jo-il looked at Ju Se-jin with curiosity and some respect. He wasn't afraid to come right to their lair alone. It showed great courage, but also great stupidity, alone against the whole gang that was getting the money. But Tae-sob barked at Ju Se-jin with anger, saying that he wanted to show off, or was he in such a hurry to die, you idiot? I threatened that I would easily send Ju Se-jin to the ward directly to his friend. But hearing this, Ju Se-jin was not only not afraid, but he did not listen to the threat, and moreover, he laughed right in my face and told me to shut up, calling me a coward. Looking at the company in front of him, Ju Seong said without even the slightest hint of respect that the so-called criminals and hooligans were always trying to follow the cool kids. Looking at two of the company members, the ones who asked who had come to visit them, Ju Xiong said that they thought that riding motorcycles without helmets and cutting others off on the road was very cool and laughed, or that they all looked very stylish when they smoked their electronic cigarettes, which they bought with their so-called salary. But when he noticed a man with a large dragon tattoo on his shoulder, he said, "Do they think that by getting a tattoo with stolen money, they will become stronger? And if they gather in large, noisy companies, they will all become very loyal at once?" And Ju Xiong was absolutely right, because no tattoo in the world can turn a coward and a weakling into a good person in an instant. And every team, no matter how strong it seems, has its own rat. Ju Sejin decided to finish them off, and it seems that he was not just saying all this. He wanted to provoke the gang, but why? He said that this gang was just a pathetic bunch of losers living in a world of illusions, scum with rotten brains and no ability to earn an honest living. And he started laughing at them. It seems that Ju Se-jin had a plan, because it is suicide to speak with such words without a plan. Ju Xiong's eyes were bloodshot from Ju Xiong's words. He called the guy a name and ordered his men to bring the bastard to him, pointing at Ju Xiong. Now the problems began. With wild eyes like animals on the hunt, the whole gang rushed at Ju Se-jin, each wanting not only to make him answer for his words, but also to curry favor with the bosses, and the boy watched the scene. He was again wearing his purple dragon shirt, probably to make him easier to recognize. Satisfied with his work, Ju Se-jin smiled with satisfaction as he watched the criminals fly in his direction like mad dogs. But Ju Se-jin did what the criminals did not expect. He did not run to meet them as he would have done before. He did not fight. He turned to run away. Judging by the sly look, everything was going according to plan. Everything was just right. Seeing this, the criminals became even more confident, and one of the gang shouted to his subordinates that this bastard was running away, to catch him immediately, while Ju Se-jin, who was almost smoking from under his feet from such speed, jumped over motorcycles and almost broke away from his pursuers. But he did not run away any further, but jumped over the motorcycles and turned toward the attacker who was catching up with him, and followed Ju Se-jin to jump over the motorcycles. But before he could do so, he was punched by Ju Se-jin right in the jaw, and the blow literally knocked him back off his bike. But before Ju Xiong could knock the other one to the ground, two more criminals began to attack him from both sides. Both of them were shouting curses at Ju Xiong, and the guy was already prepared to fight back. Clenching his fists and focusing his eyes on the approaching attackers, he thought about who would get the first crack at him. The first to attack was a guy in a burgundy sweatshirt who put his leg over Ju Se-jin's head but couldn't reach him, and the guy turned around in time and punched him in the nose, which was unlikely to survive such a blow. While the whole group was trying to get Ju Se-jin, the management was watching them from inside. They themselves did not engage in the fight. Tae-sob scolded the guy with all the words he knew. Kim Jo-il shouted that he needed to go in from the back. The only one who did not care about this circus was Kim Do-min. He was sitting quietly in the same chair, putting his foot on his leg, and was silent. Looking at it all from the sidelines and especially watching Ji Se-jin with interest, Kim Jo-il said that this was the guy who was with the blind man when he flew at him and injured him, and looking at him in awe, he said that Ji Se-jin was a very good fighter. And then he heard Kim Do-min's voice behind him, mockingly saying that he saw everything going very well under Tae-sob's leadership, and hearing this, Tae-sob tensed up, as if he was afraid of Kim Do-min. And then, looking in the direction of the Sob, Kim Do-min said that if they let this guy live, he would kill them all himself. Now that Tae-sob realized the seriousness of the situation, it seemed that Ju Se-jin had gotten him. The big return of Neo Mask was upon us, and dozens of messages were already pouring in, most of them about weapons, some about the fact that they hadn't been on the air for a long time. Neo Mask said that today there was a new guest on the air. The guy was clearly not happy that he was brought on the air, as well as Ji Hee-joy. It was an interview with the manager of Sum. Neomask was as always cheerful and in a good mood, which cannot be said about his colleague. And the Neomask holding the microphone asked the manager the first question from the live broadcast. He was asked if he was armed otaku. Without saying a word, in the mask of the Neomask flew a trickle of some green liquid directly from the gun. And then the Neomask fell to the floor and began to swing on it, because this liquid began to burn, and the eyes of the mask gouged out. But the manager, sad, did not care. He just sighed quietly to the side, lowering the gun. They were in the same room in which Neomask and the manager, Joy, were fighting. After wiping the liquid from his mask, Neomask kept up with manager Sadness and asked the second question that interested the audience, whether the manager could do anything without his weapon, and received an answer in the form of some gas in the face from some other weapon. And it turned out to be smoke with a smell that made the Neomask vomit right on the air, and the manager turned away and did not say a word. The third question, which seemed to be of interest to the female part of the audience, the Neomask was afraid to ask, because he had already suffered twice from the manager's weapon, but still asked if he had a girlfriend. But before the Neomask could ask, his hand in which he held the microphone already trembled, and the manager took out a control panel with a monitor in which the Neomask was clearly visible, and what this remote control was for. And then a drone flew towards the Neomask, which was controlled by the manager. He took his hand with the microphone to the side, but the drone was not as safe as the Neomask thought. A couple of seconds after it flew up, some liquid poured on top of the Neomask. It was not clear what it was. The guy did not expect it. From this liquid, the Neomask, screaming what it was, vomited again, and the live broadcast had to be completed. A picture appeared on the screen on which it was written that the Neomask was forced to take a break for one day because the manager, sad, poured glue all over him. At the man's feet was a guy who looked like he was unconscious, and next to him was a phone, in which someone said that he could not wash something. Finally, we come to the story of one of the gang leaders, Tasab, a tall, handsome man, quite good-looking. What made him join the gang? Easy money, circumstances. 5 years ago, Tasab was an ordinary schoolboy like everyone else. He lived a life filled with classes, homework, worrying about exams, and so on. But school life was not very easy for him. He was bullied, beaten, humiliated, and strangely enough, he could not fight back when someone raised their hand to him, instead of hitting someone, even the one who was hurting him. He was a common loser who always got bruises, but he took it all in silence. And yet, the day came when he finally got tired of it, and one day he accidentally defeated one of the boys who were bullying him. He knocked the boy down, who was screaming under the table, and was just about to hit him when 2 boys appeared in the doorway, one of them holding a soccer ball and smiling at the sight. Kim Dooman, a well-known bully in their school, came to him and called out to him and invited him to go play soccer together. From that day on, with the invitation to play soccer with Kim Dooman, it all started. From that day on, he joined their gang, and they went together to play computer games and slot machines, which T-Sub never did alone. The boy deceived his parents, but they didn't care about their son, where he was or what he was doing, and T-Sub stayed late in the park with his friends, the only ones who accepted him and with whom he could talk. For the boy, everything seemed like a fascinating adventure. They sat in the park at night, drank soda, ate snacks, talked, enjoyed the evening. But this idyll did not last long. After a while, the boys with whom Kim Dooman was friends began to question the authority of the Soba and began to test the boy. It seems that the boys did not like him or interfered with his friendship with Dooman. It didn't matter whether they were teenagers or adults, in front of guys who could easily cut a guy with a knife. He couldn't maintain his authority indefinitely with just a bluff. By the will of fate, they saw him at the moment when T-Sub accidentally overthrew the bully, and now the guys from his team suspected something was wrong. So in order to avoid being insulted or kicked out of the company, he enrolled in a martial arts class at a local gym and began training like never before, because now his future life depended on it. Either he would learn to defend himself and stay in the company, or he would be kicked out or forced out and would be bullied for the rest of his life, considered a weakling. A diligent bully, he was able to re-educate himself. He became like that, strong and cruel. Life just gave him a choice. Either he would become stronger or he would be removed, and he chose the former, and now he did not allow anyone to abuse him. Together with Kim Do-man, they made grandiose plans for the future. The whole world would be in their hands, and John Tae-sub was able to prove that he was worthy of walking the same path with him. When he went to high school, everyone started listening to him. He just had to push them, and, if necessary, he could point out their place in life to adults, and now he was in control. Teachers turned a blind eye for fear of their students, and the police remained silent and sent them home every time. So the gang was able to establish itself as a respectable force in the city. But the less often young Tae-sub got into fights, the more he was challenged by the looks of his subordinates, who clearly wanted to take his place in the group and no longer obey young Tae-sub's will. For now, they were in the shadows, waiting for the right time to come out and take over. And many years later, when the young Zebu had strengthened its position at the top, they again decided that the young Zebu was bluffing. It was the Mensu and the man whom the young Zebu had recently beaten. As a result, there was a riot. The man thought that he could easily speak on the same level as the leadership and behaved inappropriately, too rudely. Even Kim Do-man was shocked. He didn't like the fact that one of his subordinates dared to speak to the commander in such a way, so he said that he saw everything under his leadership as very good. And then Jo Se-jin added to the fever, saying that Tae-sub was afraid, but the guy clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He gave himself a promise that he would defend his place at any cost. Now that he knew the history of Tae-sub, we can say that life forced him to take this path to protect himself, to become stronger, because his parents did not care about him. He was bullied at school, and as soon as he joined a gang, they decided to move him out. So whether we should condemn the guy for his occupation is a big question. He realized that if he allowed anyone to look down on him now, his life would be over. He needed to show who he was, to show his strength. Otherwise, someone else would take his place and he would just be made into a six. And now Jo Se-jin was locked in a circle of criminals, each of whom wanted to tear him to pieces, and one of the gang managed to get around the boy and go unnoticed. But the battle cry did the trick. As soon as the criminal opened his mouth, Jo Se-jin saw him, and he clearly did not like being attacked from behind. But that was not to be. His hand flew over Jo Se-jin's head and did not touch him even an inch. Jo Se-jin managed to turn away and was saved from the blow. But the guy didn't just miss. Right after Jo Se-jin dodged the punch, he hit the guy's ribs so hard that he couldn't even breathe. But Joo Se-young didn't stop there, and finally, to make sure he learned his lesson, he punched the guy in the jaw so hard that he was thrown back. And only after dealing with one attacker, without having time to look back, the next unfortunate man came up from behind and grabbed Jo Se-jin by the gate, screaming and cursing. But not for long. The attacker did not take into account the fact that he could get an elbow right in the stomach and fly back well. It seems that the guys did not know the word tactics and attacked as they could without thinking about the consequences, which is probably why they are in sixes and go. But still, Jo Se-jin missed one shot while he was finishing off the attacker. The next one ran up to the guy and kicked him with all his might in the side. Immediately, other crows came and started kicking Jo Se-young to avoid getting hit in the face. But the boy covered himself with his hands. Even if his hands were hurt, it was still better than getting hit in the head. The criminals already felt the taste of victory and shouted curse words at Jo Se-jin, which probably angered him the most and gave him the strength to get to his feet, which the attackers did not expect. And Jo Se-jin grabbed both boys by the legs. He turned them around and threw them away so that the attackers fell on top of each other. But they were out of luck and Ju Sejin struck them from above, knocking them out on the road. Ju Sejin was already so far gone that he was unstoppable. The guys who had not yet participated in the fight watched in amazement as Ju Seong dealt with all the attackers, and they did not dare to attack the guy. At least 4 attackers were lying unconscious around Ju Sejin, and Ju Sejin himself, with his hands on his knees, was breathing heavily. He was not a robot and fainted after that. But even in this state, Ju Sejin said that even if he died and came back in the next life, he would never understand such idiots as them. The guy was sweating and could hardly stand, but he did not want to show his weakness to the enemies. He wiped the sweat from his cheeks and looked up at the other members of the pack, who were standing back and hesitating to attack, and Ju-soo asked why they were standing there, seeing what had happened to the others and pissing their pants in fear. There were 2 people watching, Kim Do-min and Kim Jo-il, and Kim Jo-il asked Kim Do-min if he thought he would get the full measure of the situation, but Kim Do-min hesitated to answer, and he put his head on his hand and watched as Ju Se-jin put his men on the ground one by one. But after thinking about it, Kim Do-min said that he would see. Even he was not sure of his friend's victory, because it was pointless to deny that Ju Se-jin was a very good fighter, and Kim Jo-il looked uncertain. But Kim Do-min, who had become animated, replied that young Tae-sob would never lose. After catching his breath, Ju Se-jin addressed the gang, saying that they were miserable bastards and it was good that they were scared. As he looked at the gang, Ju Se-jin wondered why they were all so weak. He wondered how they were still alive, but even so, there were too many of them, and Ju Se-jin was sure that his stamina would be enough to take care of them all. Finally standing up to his full height, Ju Se-jin turned toward the gang, thinking that he would just catch his breath and deal with Kim Do-min. But then, someone kicked one of the gang members right in the ass in Ju Sang's direction, and the guy didn't expect it, and flew straight at Ju Song. But the plan didn't work out, and Jo Soo-jin immediately reacted and pushed the body that was falling right at him so that he could see who did it. And then Young Tae-ob flew up to Ju Se-jin and kicked him in the knee with a swinging kick. His movements were precise and strong. He was a worthy opponent for Ju Se-jin. They fought in a fierce struggle, and at least no one would leave unscathed. Young Tae-sob was able to knee Ju Se-jin in the chest with all the fury in his body, blow after blow, so that there was no chance for him to fight back or escape. Young Tae-sob was pleased with himself. First, he was able to beat the man who had just put his men on the ground, which showed his strength, and second, he could prove to the gang that he was not in vain, and Ju Seong was bravely enduring all the blows that the boy was throwing. He took advantage of the fact that young Tae-sob had stopped for a moment and struck him right on the jaw, but Tae-sob stood up, although he was shocked that Ju Se-jin had managed to get away. He flew up in the air and kicked him in the chest with all his might, so that the man coughed and couldn't say a word. Ju Se-jin grabbed his chest, the very spot where he had just kicked him, and young Tae-sob moved away. He could hardly breathe, and Ju Se-jin was very pleased with himself because despite the fact that he had put down several people before, he was now able to defeat the man who was said to be a never-loser. The crowd was quiet. No one said a word. Everyone was shocked by what had happened. As Ju Se-jin watched young Tae-sob tremble and barely catch his breath, he said that he knew this guy was no good. Wiping the sweat from his face, Ju Se-jin jokingly asked if Tae-sob had any balls, as if Ju Se-jin was provoking him again and challenging him to a fight. While resting, he heard 2 of his subordinates talking out of the corner of his eye, saying that how Ju Se-jin managed to escape from Tae-soba's grip. Perhaps he didn't know how to fight at all, which made Tae-soba very angry, and who can say now that those who were afraid to even fight before Ju Se-jin were now laughing at Tae-soba. Meanwhile, after resting, Ju Se-jin turned to young Tae-sob and told him not to be upset, and Tae-sob looked up at Ju Se-jin in surprise. And when he was able to fully bend and stood in front of his subordinates, Ju Se-jin continued and said that in the end, their gang was just a bunch of girls who had gathered together. With these words, he angered not only Tae-sab but also everyone who stood behind him. Kim Do-min was still sitting with his head on his hand, listening attentively to what Ju Se-jin was saying. He said that they should understand it all if they started their own business. Kim Do-min seemed to be calmer than all the others in the gang, and these words did not hurt Yorgo even an inch. Ju Se-jin saw a picture of his friend Sumin lying on a bed in the ward with his eyes bandaged, and whether he would see at all was a big question. Ju Se-jin told the gang that the value of his friend's eyes could not be compensated for even if they all tore out their useless eyes, and who would want them? Now Ju Seong went full blast. His eyes began to burn with vengeance, as if he promised that no one would be left unscathed. And he said that now, scum, it was time to tear out eyes, tongues, nails, and teeth and bring them to him. Ju Se-jin got his way, and young Tae-sab also went off in a huff after hearing all this, for he had promised himself that he would not allow anyone to talk to him like that. And he walked toward Ju Se-jin, and the men behind him laughed, and one of them said that this time the guy had completely rolled Tae-sab, and the other agreed. And with all his anger, Tae-sab rushed towards Ju Se-jin, pouring curses on him in full program, and at full speed he flew towards his enemy. And that's exactly what Ju Se-jin needed. He watched with satisfaction as young Tae-sab rushed towards him and decided to make him even more angry by telling him to come to him, you coward. Neo Mask's art diary looks like it was drawn by an 8-year-old child, all in flowers, sunshine, and sky, or someone who has no ability to draw, and one of the pages already had an inscription above it. Today, I beat up a bully. And the picture showed a cheerful Neo Mask, a bully lying next to it, who was crying, and somewhere Ji-hee was hiding, watching it all, and as always, she was strict. Because this bastard was bullying the students, Ju Se-jin was on the list, and they were not fighting alone. The adults were scolding him, both of them strong enough to fight for life and death, and Ju Sung hit him as hard as he could in the jaw, which knocked him to the ground. Because none of the adults saw the hooligans beating him, the adults only saw him beating them, and Ju Se-jin, angry as hell, rushed to attack Tae-sab. And even when the boy told the adults about it, everything as it happened, the whole truth, but they kept scolding the boy, telling him that he should not talk to the elders. And when the boy asked them why they didn't make any remarks to these hooligans, they told him that they had always been like that, so it was better not to touch them. A good policy. You don't touch them, and they do whatever they want to you, and when something happens, they will think about it. And then when he asked them what he should do when hooligans beat him while adults are not looking, they told him to endure. He is a big boy, but it is very bad when a child who cannot defend himself cannot even find protection in his family. He can't even find protection from his family, who also advise him to be patient. Then there are two ways. Either the child will grow up to be a closed-minded person, or, as in Tae-sab's case, he will become stronger, and those adults are just cowards. The adults advised him to shout, "Get off me," and then they would see that he could defend himself. That's what they told the boy. What a stupid thing to say. Adults who don't know how to defend themselves advise a child to make himself a victim. It seems that when a person grows up, the worst comes out of his mouth. Ju Se-jin was hit hard. Blood flew in all directions from his face. His eyes widened, and a grimace of pain mixed with anger was frozen on his face. Tae-sab was incredibly pleased and proud of himself, ready to kill Ju Sung just to prove to everyone in the gang, including himself, that he had the strength to put down anyone who dared to stand in his way. Ju Sang had moved away and was holding his face, and Tae-sab had probably broken his nose. The bullies enjoy tormenting him more and more until he breaks down completely. He doesn't understand whether the adults really don't know anything or are just pretending not to. Without wasting any time, Tae-sab flew over to Ju Se-jin and kicked him in the leg, wanting to knock him down and bring him to his knees. Why do they ask benevolent teenagers to teach laws and understand the problems of the social system? Ju Se-jin fell to his feet and grimaced in pain and defeat. He no longer had the strength to fight. And yet they are so generous to the hooligans and say that anything goes among teenagers. But this is what has broken many a child, and it is because no one intervened in time. The sub decided to finish Ju Se-jin off by kicking the yogi right in the chin, which threw him up and back. The only thing he wants is for no family to suffer at the hands of criminals, and there are many of them now, and Sumin's parents were one of them. Tasab went over to Ju Se-jin and took him by the head and pulled him toward me. That was my only wish. Tasab kneed Ju Sung in the head with all his might, and after that he suffered a concussion, and most likely Ju Sung lost consciousness, and God willing, he will survive. Even if adults are unwilling or unable to do something themselves, this is the only thing he wants to do. He looked at what he had done with anger and genuine pride. He did not care what would happen to the boy. He had achieved what he wanted. He had preserved his authority. Ju Se-jin was unconscious. His eyes were closed and his nose was red and swollen, probably broken. It was raining, but the perpetrators didn't pay any attention to it. Ju Se-jin was lying unconscious on the ground, and the perpetrators surrounded him in a circle, some of them laughing and taking pictures with their phones, some of them bending down to check if he was unconscious, and some of them looking at him in shock. But all of them were satisfied with what Yan Tasab had done, and of course they began to respect him even more. Behind the criminals was a crane. A new building was being constructed. There was still a lot of work to be done, but it would be completed sooner or later. It was there that Neo Mask stood under the umbrella and saw with his own eyes what was done to Ju Se-jin. But he had warned him more than once about the consequences. A new day, a new morning. The city is just beginning to wake up. The sun is beginning to light up the houses and streets a little bit. After the pitch-black night, it is like a breath of fresh air, and warming everyone around. Morning is the most magical part of the day. Someone is looking forward to it because this day of fashion will bring a lot of new emotions. For someone, it will be an ordinary weekday, and someone did not want this morning to come until the last. There's a plate of fries on the table, and someone's hand reaches out to take a bite, but someone asks what happened to that guy. His name is Ju Se-jin. Ji-hye replied without looking up from her math book that he had been in a full rehabilitation program for a week or so, treating victims of bullies. What adults would call a children's massacre or a friendly scuffle is actually not like that at all. Someone pointed a finger at the disfigured Ju Se-jin, who still looks quite bad. Violence, injuries. Now life has turned into hell for him. Those who were afraid to approach him yesterday are now laughing and slapping him. Theft, property damage. Criminals took away Ju Se-jin's phone and wallet. I wonder if they are so bold now because the guy is still in rehabilitation, and what they will do when he fully recovers. Threats, lies, insults, all of this is now haunting Ju Se-jin, and unfortunately, he can't do anything about it. Ji-hye said that even if he could defeat the entire No-Pack gang, he had hurt Kim Do-min's pride, and no matter how well he fought, it was all for naught. The boys sat and listened attentively to their colleague, and she was completely right. Ju Se-jin shouldn't have gone into hell alone, as Cha Sun-bin had warned him, but he didn't listen and ended up with not only gang problems but also health problems. At school, no one cares, especially the teachers and the principal, because Ju Se-jin has suffered at the hands of bullies, and they only care about how his appearance will affect the school's reputation, which is unlikely to go unnoticed. Now almost everyone was at Cha Sun-bin's house, and another colleague came in and apologized for being late, and everyone immediately paid attention to him, because he had come in like a breeze. Even Ji-hye, who was so engrossed in her book, tore her attention away from it and turned to the guy, who said he had to check on something and asked where Sunbae was. Meanwhile, Cha Sun-bin was sitting in a semi-dark room meditating in the lotus position. Now it was night. The city was plunged into darkness, but now It was not the sunlight that illuminated the streets, but thousands of small lanterns. The streets were quite crowded today. Probably everyone decided to take a walk in this wonderful weather. In the same neighborhood, there is a Italian restaurant. At its entrance, there are flower pots with green trees. Kim Dooming decided to visit this place as well. He seemed to be in a good mood this evening. He entered and stopped in the doorway, looking around. It was noisy inside. Young people were having fun, playing billiards, throwing darts. The bartender, preparing a cocktail, immediately saw Kim Dooming and said, "What kind of people are here?" It was a second-class manager, Lee Jin, a rather friendly man at first glance, with a large assortment of alcoholic beverages behind him, plenty to choose from. Kim Dooming walked over to the bar and sat down, and Lee Jin saw that Kim Dooming was beaming and asked what was so good about it. The guy bit his lip and looked at the bartender with a lazy look and said that it was something nice. He was busy counting money all day and smiled. The man said yes, he had, and it was a great photo, but he thought that Kim Dooming was trying to humiliate him, and now the bastard was on the wrong side of him. Kim Dooming got distracted and asked where Manhwa was, and the bartender told him he was busy and couldn't come over. The place was pretty nice, with dim pink and red lights and a quiet, peaceful atmosphere. Lee Agent said that he was upstairs with Hawk and Daniel and asked if we should call him. It was a nice Kimkata, very much like a VIP room, quite spacious, also with dim pink light, wide chocolate-colored sofas, a rather interesting painting of a park and a waterfront illuminated by dozens of bright lights, alcohol and snacks on the table, and two dark figures at the table in front of them, which made it clear that they were men. On the tablet in his hands was a photo of Ju Se-jin beating up a guy. Kim Dooming's mood clearly worsened, and when he revealed himself, he said that he didn't need to be called, and he put his hand on his head. Kim Dooming said that this bastard Kim Hake was the strongest among the minors. He was a bullshit idiot who was fighting with a book. Kim Dooming watched Lee Se-jin pouring drinks with skill, and when he noticed that Lee Yun-jin was paying attention, he said that if he ever met that stupid Kim Hae-kyuk, he would die, and he threw out his hands and said loudly that he knew because our Dooming is the strongest in the troll family. Hearing this, Kim Dooming clenched his teeth so that they growled. He corrected Lee Agent and said that he was not trollfish but in the whole country, and the man immediately corrected himself. It seemed he wanted to make a joke. The bartender said that they had forgotten, and the guys were just walking up to them, and the man told them to come over and say hello. It was Kim Dooming Henham from NOPAC. The boys immediately began to bow down in front of Kim Dooming, and all in one voice said that they were pleased to meet him, and Dooming asked who they were, and the man said that they were actually famous in the province. Not as much as the Dooming, but they live as if there was no tomorrow, and the guys smiled kindly, especially this guy who used to walk around the police station, and not surprisingly, he looked quite strong, taking advantage of the situation. Taking a glass of white wine that the bartender had just poured and inhaling its aroma, which seemed to cheer him up a bit, he said that he had decided to surprise him with this too. The man calmly replied that of course not, but they had worked so hard on the video for them. It was so sweet. Daniel had invited them in person, even sent a car to pick them up, and he began to search his phone for the video. When he found the video, Lee Jong-jin showed it to Kim Dooming and asked him if he hadn't seen it. They lined up the fools in the schoolyard like they were home, and in front of the teachers, they pushed them and bam, they all went down. Laughing and saying that it was them, Kim Dooming turned to the boys who were smiling broadly at him. Turning to the guys, the bartender said that these guys would also live as luxuriously as Kim Dooming and gestured in his direction, and Dooming gladly covered his eyes for himself. Kim Dooming told the boys that if they didn't like a scumbag, they could just beat him up, and they didn't have to be afraid of boomers and cops. The boys looked at Dooming not as a person or an idol, but as a bohemian, and they all said in one voice how cool he was. While the boys were being told that all the dirty work could be left to the NOPAC and Dooming, and generally talking, None of them saw that a man in a hat was watching their conversation and their company for a long time, near the stairs, covering his face. Having heard everything he needed to know, the man left the company of criminals and dialed a number. It seems that Cha Sun-bin was not just meditating, he was hearing everything that was happening in the establishment, thanks to this man, through his mask. Leaning in front of the mirror over the wash basin in the restroom, the man asked the neo-mask if it was okay now. He couldn't see anything and didn't want to fail. Activating his mask, Cha Sun-bin said he had done a good job, Keith Han, and told him not to touch any of the gang for now. Neo-mask said that if things got more serious, he would hire someone from the outside, which could be dangerous. And besides, Cha Sun-bin's mask reacted to his emotions by showing a smile. The neo-mask said directly that the trolls were his, and he would deal with them. It seemed that Cha Sun-bin was up to something, but he was in no hurry to share it with his colleagues, because they thought that Cha Sun-bin was meditating. The guy was in a hurry to finish the conversation and told the neo-mask that he would be leaving the place then. He finished the conversation in time, as one of the criminals who was introduced to Kim Do-min entered the restroom, and the guy looked at their pursuer strangely. Turning around, the guy said that what the hell is the smell of fish, and calling him a kite con said that he was selling fish. He stopped and looked at this mortal from under his hat, and his look did not bode well. One moment later, this rude man was lying shivering on the cold tiles of the toilet, moaning. Pulling the criminal up by his hair, Kite told him he was a liar. How could an idiot like him, who had been beaten by him, have beaten the cops? But the guy didn't respond. Looking at him with disgust, Kite Khan said that he was just like the other low-grade hooligans. But to prevent the thief from coming to his senses for a few more hours, Kite Khan, with all his hatred, hit his head on the tile floor in the toilet, and the nose was unlucky. And then the door creaked open. Cha Sun-bin came out of it and greeted everyone, and all his friends immediately turned to him. They all stared at Cha Sun-bin, but he ignored them and said that it had been a long time since they had organized a meeting on the channel's content, and Cha Sun-bin happily offered to discuss Noppaku, a special edition. View Tunnel headquarters in Silicon Valley, USA. It's a very big building, and it looks like it's very important. In the office of the CEO, Catherine Sharma, a meeting is taking place, and it is being said that since the founding of View Tunnel, they have had many problems, and the most serious one is the fact that many channels around the world are trying to idealize violent content that punishes criminals. This was said by a man at the projector board. The meeting was convened with about a dozen people, all of whom listened attentively to the presentation. Neo Mask Channel, Night Dare Channel, Best Kids TV, Killjoy Studio, and others. A man in a chair that was turned so that he could not see who was sitting there said that everyone knew that it all started with Neo Mask, but someone said that it was not about him. But if they continue to ignore the activities of these channels, countless human rights activists and other countries will criticize the police even more than they do now. Someone is not interested in the conference and is looking at his phone. There was a message that the Neo Mask broadcast will start soon, and having exploded on the spot, this person started shouting to the whole hall, "Oh my God, are you kidding me? Seriously? Am I being played?" A full range of emotions, and this attracted all the attention of the conference to himself because everyone did not understand what happened. It seems that it was the same Katrina, the CEO. She said that it would be legendary and she had to see it. The man sitting next to the CEO asked what was going on, and the man said that the meeting was not over yet. But Catherine Sharm Bullrow did not seem to care. She opened a drawer in the table where she kept her supplies of delicacies. She threw everything out on the table, shocking her colleagues by saying that it was for them and not to disturb her, saying that otherwise she would fire them. Taking with her something from the arsenal of delicacies, the director left the conference, and her subordinate asked where she was going, but it was not for him alone. The director was about to leave, and she said she was going to watch the Neo Mask broadcast. She shouted at her employee to go away and not to interfere with her, and everyone present was shocked by this, but no one dared to stop her. Looking at each other, not knowing what to do now, someone said that the company was finished. It seemed that someone had decided to relax in the restaurant that evening. After ordering beers and appetizers, Kim Dooming and Thae Sob and their friends who were flirting and talking with them asked the girl sitting next to Kim Dooming how it went. Did Kim Dooming beat up that red-haired guy? It was obvious that Dooming liked this attention and the fact that he was considered the winner, but Tessub did not like it because his merits were given to another person. But he interrupted her and said, "What does it have to do with Dooming? He took care of him," and laughed. Tessub said, taking a glass of beer in his hand, that now Ju Saijin was an outsider, and Tessub took care to drive a little common sense into his stupid red-haired head, and the girl listening attentively said that now after their fight, everyone had probably given up on Ju Saijin, and laughed. Tessub looked at his friend and said that, thanks to Dooman and Nopak, he was now resting in the bar, and he was very grateful for that. It was obvious that Kim Dooman was pleased with his words and said that Tesso flattered him out of the blue. Raising his glass of beer, Kim Dooming said that their friendship would continue until death do them part, young Tessub. It seems that Kim Dooming really values their friendship if he says so, and if you look at it that way, there is no one else in the company except Tessub, which means that Tessub is Kim Dooming's closest friend. Ian raised his beer in response and said, "Of course, if someone pisses him off, he'll just say so and kill them." Leaving the bar in a good mood, relaxed, young Teosab headed towards his motorcycle. But the ladies were not with them. Young Teosab asked Kim Dooming if he was not going, but Dooming said that he was not going today. Getting on his bike, Yan Tesab started it and turned on the low beam and drove the motorcycle a little. This was clearly the kind of transportation he liked. But just as he was about to drive away, he stopped and froze, because a van was blocking the road in front of him, which was not typically parked, and it was forbidden to park in such a way, which surprised him. As he drove up to this unfortunate van, Yan Tesab was furious that someone had parked his van here, but who would have thought that something was wrong, that the van was blocking the road? And in a strange position, it could only mean one thing. It was a trap. They wanted to lure you into it. And then a bright light shone into his face, blinding him. And then 3 motorcycles appeared in front of him, as if from the ground. The one in the middle was blinding him with its light. But then another bike pulled up. This picture would have alerted anyone. The van blocked the road, preventing him from leaving the street, and now some unknown people blocked the last exit. And it is unlikely that they decided to take an autograph or say hello. They don't block streets with trucks for this, although maybe someone has done it. Seeing the very unwanted guests in front of him, Yan Tesab broke out in a cold sweat. He would not be able to stand against these 4. He should not even try. Realizing that the situation was taking a dangerous turn, Yan Tesab began to look around and was ready to start at any moment. And then Yan Tesab's suspicions were confirmed. A motorcycle came around the corner at full speed, unlikely to have gone through such painstaking work to simply say hello and wish him a good evening. Jumping on his motorcycle, young Tesab ran away, and it was clear that he was already being chased. They all drove the same vehicle. Even the color was identical, feeling something was wrong, and not daring to fight back, as it would be suicide. Young Tesab abruptly took off, and giving the gas, he ran away, and the pursuers followed him. Luckily for Yan Tesab, there was another exit from this street, and he headed there. He was being driven like prey into the mouth of the beast. It is hardly a coincidence that there are 2 exits from the street and only one is blocked. Perhaps Tesab is being driven exactly where they need him. But the most interesting thing was that the road was going in a circle, and there were also wagons on the side of the road, blocking all possible escape routes. Without stopping, Ian Tesab shouted, "What was going on here?" Was Tesab, now known throughout the gang as the winner of the Jujin, scared. Turning the corner at such a speed that smoke was coming out of the tires, the guy seemed to be looking for cover until the pursuers caught up with him. But before he could hide, Yan Tae-sob heard the sound of motorcycles. The pursuers were very close. They were catching up. Stopping at the door of a building, Yan Tae-sob jumped off his motorcycle and cursed at himself and asked himself what it was. Forcing open the door, which was apparently locked, Yan Tae-sob ran inside. He ran inside and immediately locked the door, but it is unlikely that these pursuers will be stopped by any door on the way to their goal. Turning on the phone and going around the corner, Yang Tae-sob began to think who it could be. B Mensa, Yu Yun-ho, damn it. Who the hell are they? How did they dare to attack Yang Tae-sob from Nopak? Even in such a situation, Tae-sob was more worried about his honor and pride than his life. But when he realized that he was not alone, he turned to the side and what he saw scared him to death. These were not his colleagues, but the worst enemy that Yan Tae-sob could have made, Neo Mask and his retinue of managers. With him was Manager Joy, Manager Sadness, with whom Neo Mask tried to broadcast live, but the third manager was not yet introduced. He was not on any broadcast. Neo Mask, not forgetting the rules of manners, first of all greeted Tae-sob. Yan Tae-sob, shaking with fear, but trying to show that he was not afraid of them, asked who was in front of him. Did they really want him to beat the crap out of their company? Neo Mask, standing quite far away from Yang Tae-sob, said that in order not to ask such stupid questions, he should check the news on his phone. But Yang Tae-sob did not understand what he was talking about and reached into his pocket, where the phone was. He picked it up and saw a message on the screen, 15 minutes left before the start of the live broadcast of the Neo Mask channel, and the button Accept. But why accept if he would soon become a participant in this broadcast himself? But when he went to the live broadcast, Yan Tae-sob was shocked by everything that had happened before. The chase, his escape, everything was on the air. And the viewers wrote more and more comments, and not in Yan Tae-sob's direction. Reading all this, he was shocked, probably because no one supported him. Now he could see the room. It looked like a basketball court, judging by the markings on the floor, in the center of which the whole Neo Mask company was standing. Some of them were talking about Tae-sob, saying he was a complete scumbag. His criminal history was quite extensive, varied, and interesting. The news said he had stolen more than 500,000 won, which is about $450. To avoid problems, the person who was talking about Yang Tae-sob's crimes was blocked from the news, but the man said that his parents had a shop and Yang Tae-sob robbed it. And even when they went to the police, it didn't help for long, because if they tried to do so, he would threaten them, beat them, and they had no choice but to pay them and engage in this marketing scheme. The picture changed and another man appeared on the screen, his face covered for security reasons, and he said that his company had attacked his friend and almost made him disabled, and now he was being bullied by their classmates. The boy felt worthless because he could not help him. And the picture changed again, with a picture of the Kim Do-ming team on the screen, and Yang Tae-sob himself, and it said that a friend of his had taught him in the same class in elementary school, and he said that after playing soccer with them for a few games, he became famous, became a gangster, and joined their gang. He was a gangster who did not want to receive from other gangsters, a traitor, and he did not report him, this worthless traitor, but only because their channel wanted to break him on their own. So Neo Mask and Yan Tae-sob knew each other since school. Something clicked, and dozens of neon-colored light bulbs lit up the ceiling. Neo Mask appeared, bathed in a beautiful glow. His emotion on the mask looked like he had just come out of hell. It was like a movie, and fans were watching and waiting to see what would happen next. It seems that now, Yang Tae-sob was seriously scared and he tried to move away, but he couldn't hide. The light was shining on him. He was trapped like a stupid mouse, forced into it, forced to come here, to this hall. The comments section was already heatedly debating, watching what was happening on the other side of the screen. The Neo Mask was acting like a star in public and holding a microphone. Meanwhile, Kim Do-min remained in the company of the girls. talking to the one sitting next to him in a black dress. But the girl with whom young Tae-sob had been talking before turned pale looking at the phone screen and called Kim Dooman. When Dooman, clearly not happy with being distracted from the conversation, turned to the girl, she pushed the phone to him, which was apparently broadcasting a live stream of Neo Mask, and asked if it was Tae-sob. Picking up the microphone, the Neo Mask said to the audience that it seems that the last live broadcast was 100 million years ago, so let's interview the managers and find out what they think. And first, the Neo Mask chose his sturdy fairy joy, who lazily gave a thumbs up and asked what she would say, and after receiving a meaningful answer without words, he left saying that they heard her. Then he chose Sadness as a victim, but he didn't say a word. Holding a gun, apparently remembering the last trial broadcast, the Neo Mask decided not to bother him. And finally, satisfied, he thought about trying to say something but could not come up with anything. Thanking him for such an eloquent thing, the Neo Mask finished. Throwing the microphone in the direction of young Tae-sob, Neo Mask said that he was very grateful for such feedback, and it was all completely Tae-sob's fault, a stupid, nasty hooligan. But Tae-sob did not say a word, only covered his head with his hands so as not to get hit with the microphone. Seeing and assessing the situation, young Tae-sob had to admit that he was in bad shape. This time he was the target of the Neo Mask, and there was no trace of the confidence and strength that Tae-sob had shown over Ju Se-jin. Copying Tae-sob's words about being a victim, the Neo Mask began to mock him, saying that he was going to burst and that he was not even in the ranking of hooligans in the country. Screaming, either in anger or fear, Tae-sob said that he really thought that Neo Mask was so cool, then why did he come here? And if he wanted to fight, he should come over, you idiot. Laughing, Neo Mask said that Tae-sob wants the almighty Neo Mask to fight him, with someone like Yang Tae-sob. The Neo Mask called out to Yang Tae-sob. The expression on the mask's face changed. His eyes seemed to fall open and his mouth became empty, and the Neo Mask said that he did not understand anything. The mask's expression changed and his eyes and mouth dropped open, but Neo Mask did not expect an answer from Yang Tae-sob, and he said that how well he played the role of his toy in these 30 minutes would determine whether he would get out of here alive and on a stretcher or in a bag. And he said that he could even call the almighty family of bullies if he wanted to, hinting at the name of the king, and then they would have to. Just to prepare a few more bags, another manager was standing around the corner from the entrance to the gym, wondering who he was and why he hadn't come out with the others. The same Ju Se-jin appeared again, on the same fateful day for him, and from the very beginning he realized that it was not serious. After all, in a fight, anyone can get hit in the face and lose, or so Ju Seong thought. But no matter how many times he fought, these bastards always made excuses to embellish their victories. They were big braggarts. They would even indulge in false self-confidence and avoid a one-on-one fight. It's worth remembering the funny incident with Bai Mensu, when he pretended to fight with Ju Se-jin, and yelled that if he wasn't held back, he would tear the guy apart. But in fact, no one held him back. As you might say, he was blowing smoke up his ass. Defeating the gang made it possible that they would leave Ju Se-jin alone, but there was always the danger that they would want revenge. If the parasites are not destroyed and you get rid of them only for a while, then sooner or later, after a while, they will start to bother you again until they die. The mosquito is an example. No matter how much you drive it away, it will eventually crawl back to the chosen victim until you kill it. Ju Se-jin nevertheless recognized, though it was a hard lesson to learn, that Cha Sun-bin was right. No matter how many times Ju Se-jin beat the bandits, he could not get rid of them by himself. These bastards will not calm down and accept their defeat. They will only get worse. Moreover, with their zero intelligence, they are not even able to engage in a dialogue. They can only swear, call names, and their colloquial vocabulary leaves much to be desired. It is difficult to call them even people, but it is still impossible to cope with them alone. They are like zombies. You drive them away, they climb, you run away, they follow you, they will stretch their nasty hands. School, it looks like it's time for classes because there is not a single student in the schoolyard. Usually during breaks, the school is shaking like an earthquake, but now it's quiet, it's class time. Ju Sejin is sitting at a separate desk, all alone and gloomy, easily recognizable because of his distinctive red hair. His friends are very concerned about their friend, and they stand aside to talk. A short guy asks what's wrong with Ju Sejin. Even Su-min is getting better, and they look over at the guy. One of the friends thought that his face was getting worse and worse every day. Ju Sejin really looked terrible, but he had been in rehab for more than a week. The taller guy said that Ju Sejin was trying to pretend that he was fine, but he didn't look that far gone. His friend confirmed this, and then a couple of the guys came around the corner and made sympathetic faces. Shoving one of the comrades who somehow interfered with them, the bandit told them to get out of the way. The tall masked man said that the loser had beaten him, referring to Ju Sejin. His accomplice replied that, yes, Ju Sejin had beaten him when the criminal was distracted, but that was just a distortion. The criminal was trying to hide the fact that he was weak. Ju Seung was clearly tired of this, and he clenched his fists, because once he lost, the two men started picking on him, and they weren't so bold when Ju Seung was healthy and punching them left and right. The blond man grabbed Ju Soo-jin by the hair and pulled him back so that he could see the boy's face and laughed and told them to look at him. He pulled Ju Soo-jin out of his chair and said that he could see that the boy had been beaten, and the jackals laughed. They made Ju Soo-jin angry, and he looked up and said, "Does he really want to fight?" and called him names. But the bastard sat down in front of Ju Soo-jin and gestured to his partner, who was standing next to him, and said that the guy should listen to him, because the guy's brother has been friends with the No-Pack gang since childhood, and he laughed. Ju Soo-jin didn't say anything. Calling that criminal a retard, the guy said that now the bastard felt like he was in charge, and they were going to bully Ju Soo-jin. Even the bastards were afraid of him, and that made his friend very angry, but he could do nothing but watch. The hooligan didn't calm down and lifted Ju Seung's hair again, but he didn't scream, just grimaced in pain, and the bandit said that he had suffered enough from that, and now Ju Seung wouldn't get rid of him so easily, and asked if the boy remembered his words. Finally, leaving Ju Soo-jin alone, the bandits headed out of the classroom, sarcastically telling their comrades that they had stuck it to them. The boys immediately rushed to Ju Seung's aid and helped him to stand up, asking him how he felt. But when he did not answer, one of his friends said that this could not go on, and if he wanted to, they could write a Neo mask. Ju Soo-jin just kept silent, and this confused his friends, who asked him why Ju Soo-jin was letting these idiots beat him up. Does he feel guilty for what happened to Sung? The friend said that everyone knew that only the gangsters were to blame for what happened to the boy, but Jo Seong denied it, and he was feeling very bad. And then something happened that no one expected. Ju Soo-jin said it was his fault and burst into tears. All the emotions he had been holding in for so long, all the tears he had been holding in came out. On the roof of the hospital, Sacred Heart Hospital, there was a guy talking on the phone, and it looked like he was talking to a Neo mask. The guy said he understood everything and said goodbye. It was Kite Khan, and the conversation turned to his grandmother. And the Neo mask asked about her health, but Kite Khan assured him that he should not worry, because thanks to the Neo mask she is now undergoing rehabilitation in a good hospital, probably the same one on the roof of which he is now. But speaking of his grandmother, Kite Khan suddenly closed his eyes and remembered something that was a pleasant memory. It turns out that his grandmother used to sell fish at the market, which was right under their windows. And one day in elementary school, Kite Khan went to the store late at night to buy something to eat, and at the entrance to the market, some gangsters from his school were smoking. Kite Khan didn't want to get involved with them and tried to ignore them, but he took one step forward. Something exploded next to Kite Khan, and a huge puff of smoke and flames was thrown into the sky, and a little more and the boy could have been right next to this fire. As it turned out, the fire was caused by the same hooligans, who, having finished smoking, started having fun and set fire to the tents at the market. Fortunately, the firefighters who arrived at the scene of the fire saved his grandmother, but she was hospitalized. But since then, Kite Khan has been thinking. He thought that if such idiots are not punished, everyone's family may suffer, and it does not have to be a fire. Who knows what these brainless idiots will come up with? So Keith Khan said that Neomask could call him at any time, and that he did not care whether he was a manager or an editor. The main thing for Keith Khan was that he would be able to continue to press and kill such parasites. We return to the gym, where a fight is brewing between Neomask and Young Tezob. Neomask says into the microphone that they are facing a typical bully, Young Tezob, and he is so desperate that he dares to challenge Neomask himself. The audience in the gym roared like mad, waiting for the fight. But as he turned to walk away, the Neomask said into the microphone that no matter how much he wanted it, he would not be his opponent. And behind the Neomask came the same manager who had been in the shadows until then. John Tasab was shocked by this announcement, but no less scared than he was before, and the Neomask kept saying into the microphone that this guy was full of rage. He was incredibly strong and wanted to deal with every bully he met. And the Neomask introduced the audience to their new manager, Fury, and then his eyes lit up behind the mask. And to the applause of the audience, the manager slowly walked towards his opponent, under the spotlight that was set on him, and the Neomask, still holding the microphone, turned towards Rage. Joy stood on the sidelines, watching with folded arms. She looked at the new manager and asked herself the question she had already had to answer. Who was this new manager? Sitting in Chasunbin's apartment, they were discussing who to choose, Keitha Han or Ju Sejin. Ji-hai asked for an introduction. Their colleague was silent, and Neomask said with a thoughtful expression, "An editor is a person who should be good at fighting. That's enough for him. But a manager should use these abilities only when necessary. He should be reserved." Kite Khan was already an editor, and then Neomask met Ju Se-jin and put them to the test. While one of them followed his orders faithfully, it was Kite Khan. The other lost control at the very last second. He was the one who was talking about Ju Se-jin. Yes, they are both great guys who fight to protect the weak. But still, the Neomask cannot ignore one fact. Jia watched as Manager Fury walked straight toward Neomask, under the spotlight and the applause of the audience. As Neomask greeted his manager, he remembered the words he had said to Ju Se-jin. "You are not qualified to be my manager." When he met with Jae Sunbaek, Ju Se-jin seemed to ask him to be his manager, but Jae Sunbaek said it was too late and was about to leave. But Ju Se-jin was not far behind, persistent, and asked Jae Sunbaek to tell him what he could do. Tav couldn't believe his ears. Ju Se-jin put his hand over Jae Sunbin's exit, not wanting to give up his last hope of becoming the manager of Neomask. Ju Se-jin was angry and told Cha Sunbaek that he still believed in Ju Se-jin, because if he was completely disappointed in the candidate, he would not have come to the meeting and revealed his identity. Cha Sunbaek remained silent. Ju Se-jin approached Neomask and asked him again what he had to do and if the test had already begun. Sighing and taking off his glasses, Cha Sunbaek said that all the bullying of his friend Cho Sung-min should be transferred to Ju Se-jin to keep him safe, so he should start with him. Neomask said that Ju Se-jin should fight those bullies and lose to them like a pathetic loser. He should be their most exciting toy. Neomask said that they need to show that Ju Se-jin is afraid of them, to let himself be scolded, even to start crying when they beat him, to make it look as realistic as possible. You need to make them feel like they are cool, like they want to be. From that day on, Ju Se-jin will be completely helpless for the first time in his life. So everything was planned from the beginning. It is very rare for a person to sacrifice himself for the sake of friendship. The adults would yell at him, and even though he was the victim, Ju Sung-jin had to lose in a fight. Even if he could win, all he could do was get punched in the face. Cha Sun-bin couldn't say for sure how long it would take, maybe a day or a year, but it would take forever for him to win, because he was not used to losing. The only thing that Neo-Mask could say for sure was that Ju Se-jin's life would be like hell. After tasting victory and seeing Ju Se-jin defeated, it would give the thieves too much confidence, and that they would not lose that taste. They would be after the boy constantly, like zombies. Neo-Mask was very reassuring, saying that he shouldn't be upset, that sooner or later it would all be over, and that every victim of school violence has been through this. Ju Se-jin will just have to accept it and not lose his temper until Nopak forgets about Cho Sumin, and that's when he will come to the school. Ju Se-jin would be a good manager for Neo-Mask, and with a sly squint and a glance in Ju Se-jin's direction, Neo-Mask probably thought he would refuse, because it was unlikely that anyone would agree to be beaten up for someone else. So while the criminals considered themselves almost gods, and were calm, thinking that now they were not in danger, they calmly, and with a level of importance like an emperor, walked around the city, while Ju Se-jin played his role perfectly. It seemed that this time he was being harassed by the hooligans in the alley, and when they finally let go, Ju Seong slung his duffel bag over his shoulder, his face still mangled, but he was holding up well. As Ju Se-jin walked out of the alley, he started walking in his own direction, and Cha Soon-bin was walking toward him, looking at his phone. They passed each other and didn't even say hello, perhaps to avoid being suspected. Ju Se-jin said that he had kept his promise, and it had cost him dearly, at the cost of his health and reputation. Neo-Mask couldn't believe it. He didn't think that Ju Se-jin would really do it, because why would he want to get into trouble? As he approached Neo-Mask, manager fiercely clapped his hand in greeting him. The Neo-Mask only said briefly, "Create chaos, Ju Se-jin," and he was covered in smoke, probably for a special effect, after Ju Se-jin had to pass to get the Neo-Mask to hire him as a manager. Ju Se-jin was beyond breaking. He wanted revenge for his beating, and he was given the chance by driving Yang Tai-soba right into his hands. Ju Se-jin will now be known as Manager Fury. He entered the so-called arena where Yang Tai-sob was waiting for him. Both guys were illuminated by a spotlight. All the other managers, along with Neo-Mask, stood aside to watch the show. Manager Fury was preparing himself for the fight, stretching his arms. He had long dreamed of kicking Yang Tai-sob's ass, by the way, noticing his new uniform. We can say that it suits him very well and emphasizes his eye and hair color. In it, the guy looked handsome. And in the hall, it was already heard that the audience was interested in this guy. Two men were discussing who their new manager was and thought that he was new, and so it was. The girls were more interested in his figure, and one of the girls told her friend how tall Ju Se-jin was, and that they had hired not just a strong guy, but also a cool one. And judging by their reaction, they liked the manager a lot. And when the new show was on, they would be the first to ask if he had a girlfriend, and her friend agreed with the girl's reasoning. Kite Khan was one of the viewers, and he thought that it was a shame. The last time the Neo-Mask sent him on a mission to the restaurant where Kite Khan was supposed to be watching Kim Dooman, he had not restrained himself and beaten one of the local hooligans unconscious. But remembering this, Slopsoft did not feel sorry for the bad guy. Young Tai-sob, not wanting to show his tension, looked at Ju Se-jin, the manager, furiously, covering one eye as if to check his aim, and said to the Neo-Mask, where did he find him? And he really wanted Tai-sob to fight this fool. This statement made the manager very angry, and he was ready to tear this impudent man apart. Just give the command to start, and the Neo-Mask looked at young Tai-sob. Making a cute, kitten-like smile, he told him to take it easy on Manager Fury, if he knew who was under that mask. Neo-Mask said that if the Soba managed to defeat their new manager, he would let the Soba go unharmed. Just reminded him that this was his only and last chance to get out of there alive. Looking at the Neo-Mask with suspicion, the guy could not believe that the Neo-Mask would let him out alive, because it would be a direct collapse of this channel. But he asked if the Neo-Mask gave him his word. Calling him a fool, the Neo-Mask said that he had said that he would let Yang Tai-soba go if he won, but that if he did not, he was seriously unbearable to the Neo-Mask. He went up to Yan Tasab and hugged him by the shoulder and said that it was not his fault that the criminal was so stupid. It was only his fault, Yan Tasab. He jerked away when Neo-Mask approached and remained silent when he spoke. It seems that Tasab was really afraid of Neo-Mask, and he was left alone without Kim Dooman and his group. This broadcast was seen by more than one person, and someone from the gang was already aware of the latest news. As the man himself said, he was wondering who was caught this time, watching the broadcast in full screen on his phone, and his colleague stood aside. The screen showed the exact moment when the Neo-Mask came up and hugged him by the shoulder. Mensa was watching this live broadcast, and judging by his expression, he was enjoying it very much, especially the one who was caught as the victim. It seems that Mensa hates him. But it wasn't just Mensu who was watching the broadcast. News travels at the speed of light, and even Kim Jo-il was sitting on his bike, watching the live broadcast with interest, saying that someone would be caught today, and laughing. No one even tried to help him. Everyone was just happy. Only this boy was sitting sadly on the floor with his head down, while some man was sitting at the table having dinner. Sometime in a cafe bar, the girl who was with Yang Tasab was talking to Kim Doomin. She asked what Doomin would do with Tasab now. She was looking at Kim Doomin with eyes full of hope. She seemed to like Yang Tasab, and Doomin noticed this and smiled to himself. She asked if it was impossible to help Tasab somehow. Apparently, they were in some gym, but Kim Doomin did not answer. He was silently watching the live broadcast. At that very time, Kim Dooman was chatting with the criminals in a personal chat room, asking their superiors what they should do, since they had him. But Kim Dooman said to do nothing for now, but to wait. And then a message came from an unknown number saying that if Kim Doomin wanted to save his friend, he should come as soon as possible, and the address was a municipal gym. Doomin did not even think that he would not have to do anything and that the kidnapper would send the message himself. But although the number was unknown, Kim Dooman immediately realized who the message was from. The Neo-Mask, of course. Alib was glad to know where his friend was. Until the slaughter began, Yang Tasab thought that it had been about 20 minutes since the broadcast had started. Kim Dooman and the other boys from NOPAC should have seen it by now. The gym was not too far away, so they should have found him. It looked like someone was scared. But he knew he had no real friends, and they were all happy to see him on Neo-Mask's live broadcast. Yang Tasab was thinking that he just needed to hold out until Kim Doomin arrived, and Yang Tasab called out to Neo-Mask, who was already standing by watching Manager Fury prepare for the fight. Tasab said that soon this guy would turn into a bloody mess, so he reminded Neo-Mask not to forget his promise. Neo-Mask heard this and held his head and said, "My God, he is so sensitive." But turning back to Tasab, Neo-Mask said that he would keep his promise and let Tasab try not to die. And laughing, he turned to the manager, who was standing aside with his hands folded in front of him, watching them, and asked if the music was ready. And then a mask with the inscription "Neon Psychopath" came on the big screen and the music started. The Neo-Mask immediately started dancing, shouting for more music and yelling at Yang Tasoba to run away. Manager Joy took the remote control and turned up the volume, remaining as cold and emotionless as ever to what was happening. She only tapped the floor a little to the rhythm of the music while standing still. And as soon as the music started, Manager Fury began to stretch as if on cue and looked at Yang Tasoba with hatred. He was ready for anything, especially to kick the ass of this bastard. This was the neighborhood where Cha Sun-bin rented his apartment, a pretty good neighborhood, and it looked like the apartments were very expensive. Chae Sung-bin brought Ju Seung to his apartment, and when he entered the apartment, Ju Seung looked at the place and said that Chae Sung-bin's apartment was really nice. When Ju Se-jin entered the apartment, he was greeted by Park Do-kil, who shook hands with Ju Se-jin and said that he was glad to see him, and that without him, the Neo-Mask was like a pants without pants. As he walked on, he saw a girl reading a book, and immediately realized that it was Ji-hae, Sunbae's sister, and said that it was nice to meet her, and introduced himself. Ji-hae immediately asked if Ju Se-jin had signed the contract, but he laughed and said that the manager was not his sister. He looked at Ji-hae again, but she remained silent. It looked like either Ju Se-jin was being played, or they really weren't brother and sister, although they looked alike. And most likely, having seen the live broadcast with manager Joy, he was trying to see something in her that he had seen on the broadcast. Ji-ha didn't like this intense look, and she asked him if Ju Se-jin wanted her to hit him on the first day of their meeting. Now it was clear that it was really her. Ju Se-jin couldn't take his eyes off the girl, probably because he finally saw her in person. The other managers also introduced themselves to their new colleague. First, Ok Tae-young said he was the pleasure manager and said he had heard a lot, and then Kim Se-ha said hello. He was the sadness manager. Ji-hae was the only one left, and without turning toward the several pairs of eyes that were looking at her expectantly, she introduced herself as Min Ji-hae. Kim Se-ha said she was a third-year student. Ju Se-jin couldn't help but say that it was really cool to see them all in person, and he even asked Cha Sun-baek if he was awake, and Cha Sun-baek laughed and said no. Sitting down at the table, Cha Sun-bin handed Ju Se-jin a document, a contract with View Tunnel and a contract for employment as a manager. Ju Seong took the contract in his hands and couldn't believe his eyes, especially because it was just a signature, but Jae Sung-bin said that before he signed it, he needed to know something. The two boys moved away and sat down together at a round table to negotiate, and Cha Sun-bin handed Ju Se-jin the contract and said that the Neo-Mask Canal was a ghost ship that was sinking. But Ju Se-jin did not understand what Cha Sun-bin was saying. The picture shows a boy huddled in a corner, seemingly afraid of something. For those who have suffered uncompensated damage from crimes committed by hooligans, for those who will have to live with trauma for the rest of their lives, for those people who will never receive an apology. This is the reality for them, and their channel has become a kind of consolation. Ju Se-jin listened attentively to everything Cha Sun-bin said. Despite this, the Neo-Mask is just another thief, and his death will not be pretty. One day, he would either be caught by the police, killed in a fight, or killed by some other Neo-Mask. A poor choice, but it was the path that Cha Sun-bin had consciously chosen to help people. Ju Se-jin's eyes fell on the contract in his hands. He read it, and Cha Sun-bin said that he was not signing a contract with Neo-Mask, but with the management of View Tunnel, and it was also a kind of guarantee of protection for managers and editors. Talking about the contract, Cha Sun-bin said that even if he does not die, Neo-Mask does not have enough power to change the whole country, because in fact, Cha Sun-bin remains the same unknown and powerless teenager. After listening to Cha Sun-bin, Ju Se-jin asked why he created this channel and fought so hard against bullies. Ju Se-jin even looked at Cha Sun-bin with some sympathy. Maybe he had a new look at the boy. Hearing this question, Cha Sun-bin said that since kindergarten, when he did not even know how to read and write, Cha Sun-bin remembered one instruction that he had heard: if you get lost, go to the nearest store or police station and ask adults to help you, which always comforted him. And Cha Sun-bin thought that if he ever really got lost and didn't know what to do or how to get back, all he would have to do was ask any adult for help. But when he lost his family, he constantly felt like a lost child. Listening to such a frank story, Ju Se-jin did not take his eyes off the Neo-Mask and remained silent, letting him speak. And Cha Sun-bin said that even after all this time had passed, he still believed in those words. It seemed that his emotions were getting the better of him. His hands were trembling and he began to fiddle with them, but he said that since nothing had changed, he had chosen a different way to ask for help. Wearing a Neo-Mask from time to time, he kept joking, saying, "Please catch me, hit me on the head, do something, save people from idiots like him." Laughing, Cha Sun-bin said that he was not very smart, so nothing else came to his mind, but whatever he lost, he could not get it back. Cha Sun-bin said that if real adults pretend to ignore a psycho like him, then he has nothing to regret. Listening to what Cha Sun-bin was saying, Ju Sejin did not dare to interrupt him. This canal is a sinking ship, a ghost ship that will never sail again, and from the very beginning, it was meant to sink. Ju Sejin had mixed emotions, but he closed his eyes to think and digest the information. After signing the contract, he said that it was time to summarize the results, which meant that he was fighting under the noses of adults to get scolded. Cha Sun-bin smiled at the outcome of the conversation, and Ju Sejin said that he was a little stupid, and he was not sure if he understood Cha Sun-bin correctly, but if he and his friend were caught fighting, they would certainly be punished. Cha Sun-bin did not answer, but he imagined what kind of mischief it might be that would require punishment, laughing out loud in class with his friends and making faces. And then to endure the sidelong glances of classmates and the angry eyes of the manager of the joyful Ji-hee when their company will disturb the whole class. And then they'll all be kicked out of the classroom, and they'll stand in front of the wall, not knowing what to do, all in a line like children. Ji-hai will be angry with the whole company, Kim Se-ha will be lost in his phone, Tae-hyung will be lazily yawning, Ju Se-jin will be shifting from foot to foot, and Cha Sun-bai will be standing up straight like a good student who has done something wrong. And then, to relieve the boredom, one of the friends will come up with the idea to go get something to eat, because there's no time to waste. Everyone agrees, although some are not very happy, but still everyone will go to the proposed place, sit, talk, eat. Ji-hai obviously doesn't like it, but she also goes along with everyone else. She can't stand outside the classroom like a good student. Of course, she goes with the group. And just on the way, she will meet her friend, whom she will see from afar, a friendly, sweet girl. A loud knock on the table with the contract brought Cha Sun-bin out of his thoughts. He agreed to everything, signed the contract, and told Cha Sun-bin that let's do everything together for this. They are adults now, and they will come up with something. Judging by Cha Sun-bin's reaction, he was glad that Ju Se-jin was now part of his team. Of course, he would not have refused to go through the hard road of bullying, beatings, intensive care, all for the sake of getting into the team and not to stop halfway. Neo Mask announces to the fighters that it's time to get ready, the last seconds before the fight starts. He gives the command to start the fight, and only after hearing the permission, John Tae-sob flew like a madman to the manager's side, pulling off his jacket as he went. And this jacket covered the face of the manager of the Wrath, which is exactly what Jan Tae-sob wanted. And with all his strength, he pressed it to the head of the manager of Anger. John Tae-sob was pleased with his trick. He was absolutely sure of himself and thought he could defeat anyone. But that was not to be. The manager was not even shaken by the anger right out from under his jacket. He looked at Yang Tae-sob like a beast at its prey and was ready to tear him apart. Tae-sob did not think that the enemy would really be strong. From underneath that jacket, thanks to the mask, the manager's face looked like the devil's. His eyes were burning with white light, and the mask itself glowed bright red like a real flame. Ian Tae-sob was no exception. This sound, together with the mask, made him tremble. The big and repeat criminal hooligan was now trembling with fear. The Neo Mask was pleased with the show, because the manager had managed to scare this criminal without words and without any threats or beatings. He said, "Look at this." He said the whole gang were real idiots. Raising his fist over the frightened Yongsa, the manager, angered and eager for revenge, put all his rage and hatred into this upcoming blow and said, looking directly into the eyes of the Yongsa, "Rest in peace, Yongsa." And turning around, the manager of Anger was already preparing his next blow and was already on his feet. He hit Yang Tae-sob with all his might, and the only thing he could do in this situation was to put his hands up in defense. Of course, they would get hurt, but it would be worse if it was his head. Sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two evils. And John Tae-sob fell to the floor and rolled on it for a few more meters, grimacing in pain, while the manager stood there looking at his victim in anger, deciding what to do with him and how to mock him, because it was clear that after all he had done, the manager would not let him go so easily. The Neo Mask was delighted and shouted, "Oh, how cool, you can go crazy," and shouted with joy, asking if she had also seen this Wara. And copying this blow, the Neo-mask said that it looked just like a warrior from the Planet of the Apes lost his comrade. But Joy did not answer, only glanced in the direction of the Neo-mask for a moment. And seeing this look, it was not immediately possible to tell what her emotions were, and the Neo-mask said that her look gave him goosebumps. Rising up, the beaten Tesab growled. He fought his hand, which was trembling and swollen as if it was broken, and bruises were already beginning to appear on his face. And the Neo-mask shouted into the microphone, standing not far from the manager, who stood waiting for his victim to get up, as if he had a rule that he did not hit anyone who was down. And the Neo-mask shouted into the microphone again and pointed at the manager of the Rage, saying that so that later he would not say that he was not ready, because the manager of the Rage was standing and waiting for him. Wiping the sweat from his face, it was clear that Yan Tasab was both angry and confused. The opponent was stronger. How could this happen? Tesab was beaten. It was a shame. Barely standing up on trembling legs and with an injured arm, Yan Tasab stood in a stance showing his readiness for battle, and the manager was only waiting for this. With a wild look and sweating, Yan Tasab waited for the command, biting his lip more and more because his arm was hurting, but to show it was to show weakness. And it seemed that the manager, Wrath, had seen this, and was waiting for the team just as much as he was. And as soon as the Avan sounded, Manager Wrath lunged in such a way that he managed to grab the leg of young Thesab, who could barely move at all. But Tesab noticed the trick. He was already so exhausted that the veins were standing out under his skin. Gathering all his strength in his fist, John Tesab tried to hit the manager with a reversal, but the blow was too weak, and John Tesab missed the target, while the manager easily dodged the blow. This gave the manager an opportunity to grab Yan Tesab by the arm in anger, and with all his strength he threw him over himself to the floor. Such a blow can easily break bones, and Yan Tesab will be lucky if everything is intact and not broken, except for his arm. With his whole body, Yan Tesab was pinned to the floor, and instead of words, he could only squeeze out a miserable squeak. It was his own fault. It was just that he had to pay for all his crimes. The spotlight was directed directly at the defeated man, who was sprawled on the floor like a man out of his mind, and at the winner, who remained firmly on his feet. The manager Anger had defeated Yan Tasab, and the Neo-mask was overjoyed. One of the spectators from the audience shouted that Yan Tasab was weak, but maybe he was not weak and the blows of the manager of Anger were powerful. A girl sitting in the front row said that the new manager was too strong, and Keith Hahn, who was also watching with interest, said that the manager's skills were fine, but that he was a wimp. But even after such a blow, Yan Tasab was able to get up, and he had enough strength to scold the manager for what it was worth. And he was not going to give up so easily, so the show went on. Neo-mask announced the start again, and the manager's suit was steaming with anger, and he was on alert as soon as Yang Tasab flew up and did the same. John Tasab grabbed the angry manager by the head, but his trick hardly surprised the guy. Young Tasab tried to do the same thing he had done the night he and Ju Se-jin had fought, tilt the manager's head so he could knee it, but the manager, already knowing this trick, put up a chicken head guard. And then John Tasab realized that he had failed, but he did not understand why and how the manager Anger managed to intercept such a blow. And then the manager Anger made his body crunch several times, and Yan Tasab screamed like crazy, which meant only one thing. The manager had broken a bone, and it looks like it was a rib. He was able to do it with one finger. That's why he fixed the attacker's body so that he had a few seconds to do what he planned. The girls who had been discussing the new manager's physique were shocked. They were fascinated by what had happened, and the one on the left said, as if in disbelief, that he could do this with one finger, and her friend leaned over and said that it was unusual. They break bones with their feet and hands, but not with a finger. The Neo-mask saw this and shouted to the whole room that it was really the legendary finger gun, and the manager Satisfaction and manager Sadness standing nearby immediately asked what kind of gun and where, but Ji-hee did not move and said with an eyebrow that they were idiots. Meanwhile, young Tae-sob could only squeeze out that the manager was a bastard. He had no more strength, his body was shaking and he was running a fever. Judging by the way he was sweating, it was a normal reaction of the body to a fracture. Young Tae-sob shouted at the manager that he wanted the money, and he raised his fist above his head, clearly wanting to hit him. Seeing this, the manager, in anger, let go of the place he had just held on to. He immediately grabbed him by the hair, just as he had done on that unfortunate night, so that he did not even have time to finish his sentence. And the manager, in anger, held his hair with one hand and began to punch him in the face with the other, so that he could not say anything. And the manager's eyes showed no pity for him, for this criminal had no pity for anyone. The manager kept beating him, and Young Tae-sob just mumbled, but he could barely squeeze out a cry for the manager's anger to stop. The manager finally let go of his victim, and Young Tae-sob fell to the floor with a loud thud. Holding his nose, he could hardly breathe. His face was well beaten by the manager. It was a wonder he was still conscious. And then the voice of the Neo-mask was heard from somewhere. He kept saying, "Dad, get up, Dad, quickly." And it was strange why he called him Dad. Neo-mask took the grate from somewhere and said all this through it, and Joy looked at him as if he were mentally retarded. Seeing this, Neo-mask said that the manager's look of joy was killing him. Young Tae-sob hadn't gotten up since he fell, and Neo-mask said it was time to fight again, but manager Anger was standing there warming up. Neo-mask again shouted at young Tae-sob to get up and fight. After using a lot of effort to at least sit up, something crunched in young Tae-sob's body again, and he did not scream, but only opened his mouth in a mute scream. He was in great pain. And when young Tae-sob stood up and nodded back to the Neo-mask, he coughed sharply and spat out a broken tooth, which fell to the floor next to Tae-sob's hand with a clang. He was not expecting this, and for a moment he was afraid. It seems that Jan Tae-sob's teeth had never been knocked out before. He was completely disfigured, bruised, and now without a tooth. The manager angrily told Jan Tae-sob to get up. They hadn't filmed the video properly yet. It seems these words confused Jan Tae-sob, and the manager was clearly not going to let it go. And Neo-mask, looking at all this, laughed and said that it was just a tooth. He would have to accept it until Kim Do-min came here. But it was obvious that young Tae-soba was exhausted. He could not even stand up from the pain. Yet with great effort, he stood up on trembling legs and stood before the manager, angry, now feeling as terrible as all his victims. And then the Neo-mask announced again to get ready to fight again. It seems he was going to torment him to the end. And just as the angered manager brought his fist in his direction, Tae-sob covered his head with his hands and shouted that he was surrendering. Raising his hands in the air in surrender and defeat, he begged the manager to stop. After this massacre, he looked as if he had been run over by a roller skate. He was angry that he had lost. The anger manager hesitated and looked at Neo-mask, waiting for his decision, and he said that it was good that the Soba admitted his defeat, not a bad thing from such a dumbass as the Soba. The Neo-mask slowly started walking towards Theo-sob. His look became devilish, and the Neo-mask said that The-sob understood what it meant. Ian Tisa bent in half as if trying to shrink to the state of a molecule to escape. He looked pitiful. And then the audience exploded. They stood up from their seats and began to shout that at last Neon was back in business. Meanwhile, young Tae-sob was already praying that Kim Do-min would hurry up and arrive on time. He was sobbing. The Neo-mask folded his hands in front of him and said, "Good now." It was time for the execution, and he laughed like a real thief, just like in the cartoons in front of Tae-sob, who leaned on a chair that seemed to be just for him. And just as the Neo-mask's hand began to approach Tae-sob's head, he screamed with tears in his eyes, calling out to the whole gym, "Kim Do-mina!" Then he heard a knock at the door of the gym, and the Neo-mask stopped his hand. Tae-sob looked hopefully at the door and prayed that it was Kim Do-min, and the Neo-mask asked who it was. Perhaps it was the police. And then the door began to open a little, and a little light fell on Theob's face. And then the door slowly began to open, creaking and raising dust. The place where Dumi and Tasab had been resting was gone, and the girls, looking at the broadcast, did not even notice where Kim Dooman had gone. Continuing to watch the live broadcast, the girls realized that he had gone to save Tasab, and the girl asked her friend how she thought they would be okay. The door opened little by little, letting in more and more light. And out of the darkness, along with this light, a dark figure of a man began to appear. The neo-mask seemed to be waiting for him. The manager of the store was alerted and turned to the manager of the store and asked if it was what he thought it was. And Sue, with his weapon ready, confirmed his friend's guess. Jihai stood next to the manager and told him not to be afraid. Joy said that he would be faced with similar situations from now on. And Yan Tasab, like a small child, happily and with hope in his eyes, said that Dumi had come. Neo-mask seemed to be glad that friends met again while Tasab was still alive. Let's say a farewell visit. And for Joy, even forgetting about the pain and fractures, Tasab rushed to the door, shouting that Dume had come. The picture is purely reminiscent of a child who has not seen his father for a long time and runs to him in his arms. And rushing to his friend, sobbing, Tasab said that he knew he would come and smiled, showing that he was missing one tooth. But it was not to be. The delivery guys were standing in the doorway, shocked. An order for 100 chicken legs for the sad king arrived, and asked if it was for this place, and they would not soon forget this day, as a beaten and toothless guy ran at their feet. Realizing that it was not Kim Dooman, Yan Tasab turned pale as if he had seen death in front of him. Although it was exactly like that, he was definitely finished. But approaching the disfigured, frightened guy who had lost all hope, Neo-mask said that that's right. They had come to the right place. It was their custom. The Neo-mask team always needed a snack, of course. He got a text message on his phone saying that his lucky friends had won a sponsor coupon, one of thousands, and that it was also time for the audience to eat and enjoy the broadcast. It was a pretty good advertisement. Neo-mask was holding his delivery legs and friends behind the billboards. Neo-mask said that the chicken is healthy. Fast delivery all over the country. Try it yourself and you will love this chicken too. But then Dooman came back from the bathroom. The girls were shocked to say the least, and his girlfriend said, "Didn't he go to save you?" Kim Dooman looked as if something had been shoved into his mouth. He did not understand the point of the claim. He asked why he should go and rescue Tsoba. So much for the friend who left him alone in trouble, he didn't care. The girls were eating chicken legs and seemed to like them very much. And the friend said that she had heard that Neo-mask had checked with the manufacturers before cooperating with them. And most likely he was checking to see if they were tasty, in which case he had nothing to lose, and the girl laughed as she opened the soda. A man in the audience said that he would take some bags to the guys outside, and Kite Khan volunteered to help. And he was disappointed in the whole world, in himself, in his friends, and could not believe that no one came for him. He was broken. And then a Neo-mask approached him from the side and mockingly said that he was waiting for someone else. And when the Saab returned to Neo-mask, he said that as he saw, his friends had abandoned him. That's how beautiful friendship and loyalty to Nopak is, one for all and all for themselves. Finally, the Saab realized who he had been hanging around with all these years. Neo-mask said that it was strange, because he sent them all the addresses where they were, and they did not even report to the police. What a fool the Saab is. Now, realizing the shamefulness of the situation, the Saab sobbing begged to be released, but Neo-mask disgustedly put his hands in front of him, saying that he would get soaked if the Saab looked at him so pitifully. And now T-Sub began to justify himself, recalling school, saying that he had no choice, no other way. Because an outcast like him, he had to do it all just to survive, but his stupidity was that he chose the wrong people. Tasab said that when he was a child he had an ordinary family, but before he could finish and press for pity, the Neo-mask hit him in the jaw with all his strength, saying that something had taken him in the wrong direction. The Neo-mask grabbed T-Sab by the hair while he was holding the place where he was hit, and said that he did not care what kind of childhood T-Sob had, you idiot, and said that he had no idea what was wrong with him. But when he came closer to you, he said that there are people who live decent lives and try their best, despite the fact that they grew up in the same world and in the same conditions. And does you think that they live like that because they are backward idiots? And the Neo Mask was right. You chose the easiest way. You became a bandit. Does the Sob think it's okay to deprive someone of their sight just because no one listened to you? They ride bikes with bats, they're businessmen, but who are you to decide whether a person lives or dies? Neo Mask said, grabbing T-Sob's leg to shut him up. It was time to move on to the main part of T-Sob's performance. Neo Mask began to hum a shtitalka. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to climb into the coffin. T-Sob clung to the floor as best he could, screaming that he didn't want to, and Neo Mask said, pulling his leg, that he had come up with a good rhyme, and he continued to sing, "We'll hammer a nail from above and kill the bully." Hearing these words, your hair started to stand on end and you started to cry. The Neo Mask continued to sing, and T-Sob screamed and begged for help and begged to be let go. The Neo Mask was really laughing like crazy, and looking at this, anger turned to joy, asking if it was time for them to stop the Neo Mask. But Joy continued to stand there calmly and told the manager to stop, and Ju Se-jin was shocked and seemed to misunderstand. Seeing this, Joy realized that if they started to touch the Neo Mask, they would all be dead, and she calmly picked up the phone, probably in order not to see what would happen next. But Ju Sung did not calm down. He did not understand yet. And then a voice sounded, "All managers and editors prepare for the emergency break on my command. All to attack." What was it all about? The medical team should also be on standby, but for what? Ju Se-jin still didn't understand what the medics were for, who they were attacking, and what the emergency break was. And Joy showed a big red button on her phone. And Sadness explained that if Neon loses control, all the managers and editors unite to stop him. Ju Se-jin was shocked. He said, "Now he's still in control. What happens when he loses control?" Satisfaction replied that then he kills everyone who gets in his way. Just Se-jin had no idea what he was getting into. It was a real nightmare. Yan Te-sob tried to defend himself, clinging to life, but Neon beat him mercilessly, so much so that even he felt uncomfortable. This is the real punishment of Neo Mask. If T-Sob survives this, it is unlikely that he will want to return to his old job lest he catch Neo Mask's eye. Not long ago, Ju Se-jin had seen Cha Sun-bin, a friendly guy, wearing the mask. But it wasn't him anymore, and Ju Seong couldn't believe that a person could change like that. Who was under the mask now? What kind of devil could do that? But then the Neo Mask's hand reached for the microphone and he was breathing heavily. Picking up the microphone, the Neo Mask took a couple of minutes to catch his breath. The audience was already empty, and in the middle of the hall lay an unconscious Yan T-Sob. Neo Mask said that if not for the rules of behavior of broadcasts, he would gladly tear off the bastard's head. Seeing the condition in which the Neo Mask left T-Sob, Joy immediately called the doctors and told them to go inside. The two exhaled a sigh of relief and began to worry. But thank God, this time everything was fine. The joyful one told them to rejoice early. You never know when it might happen, and they agreed. Returning to Joy, Ju Se-jin obviously wanted to know everything. Meanwhile, Neo Mask took the microphone and asked, "Are your friends having fun? They can rest easy because Neo Mask took care of that nasty bully." So he knows that there are still countless students and workers in the country who continue to be bullied. Do they really think that the news tells us everything? There are so many crimes going on and we don't even know about them. Just imagine what is really going on. Adults keep saying that every year the number of attacks on teenagers is decreasing, that the country is becoming more peaceful, that they are ready to give a second chance to those who have gone astray. Then the Neo Mask have one question. What about the victims of the attacks? Every year there are more and more of them, and every time under the pretext that these attacks are isolated, they are not even talked about on the news. Over time, they are forgotten, clogging the air with other topics. Do you have any idea what can go through the minds of these psychos when they walk down the street in their herd, when they see those who are walking alone? And it doesn't matter if they are teenagers or adults. Wake up. There will be no second chances for the victims. Stop thinking about numbers. If the same fate befalls your families, will you really be ready to forget about it? Because this is an isolated case. Are you really proud that more than 3,500 minors commit serious crimes? Stop comparing us to other countries and saying that we have fewer crimes. It is better when there are none at all. Do not forget that someone from your family may become a victim of this single case. If you are really adults, then act like adults and finally deal with this problem. We know what is right and what is wrong, and let us figure out how to prevent such cases. And then the microphone fell to the floor, and Neomask started breathing heavily. This speech took a lot of energy. Neomask said, "Well, this will be unexpected for everyone, but he has solved something here. The whole essence of the problem is that there is garbage that thinks that crime is an achievement. They think that being a thug is cool, and as a result, in our culture, crime and hooliganism become a symbol of success. And he is sure that each of you understands what kind of scum contribute to the emergence of such a culture. Addressing all the heroes of crime and those who are behind the creation of the largest group of hooligans in the country, he is a Neomask. He declares war on all those who work for them, and to prove it, he will destroy their biggest gang in East Seoul, the Nopak gang. And Neomask is calling on all those who are ready to fight, the strongest people in the country and around the world, to join this war. He is not a friend or a tool to end violence. But today, Neomask appeals to all those who care, to all those who suffer from the indifference of adults. He promises to protect each of them. This is not just a struggle between the Neon Mask channel and hooligans. This is a war between 8 million decent teenagers and 10 million subscribers of the Neon Mask channel against 70,000 hooligans and criminals. This is the end of the live broadcast. Think until tomorrow on whose side you are. But for now, go to sleep, and you are idiots. Be afraid. The patience of Neomask is cracked. In just half an hour, the Neomask video gained an incredible number of views. The ambulance team, which was already at the ready, took John Taesob to the hospital. He was not fatally injured and his child is not in danger, but the execution was carried out on his body and mind. Most likely, he will now live the rest of his life in fear. In this state, the Neomask left the right hand of Nopak John Taesoba, isolating him from society for a long time. The consequences were not long in coming. On the same day after the announcement of Neomask and the declaration of war on all hooligan groups, organizations that had been watching the Neomask channel and the development of the situation began to move in the country. All the foreign channels that supported Neomask officially expressed their support and said they were ready to join the alliance. And in just one night, more than 30 new channels appeared, and the hooligans on them officially challenged Neomask to a fight. And out of sheer fear, and numerous groups began to form alliances. Neomask stirred up even organizations that had remained in the shadows until now. They guessed that Neomask would do something like this. They wondered if it was time to come forward. Kite Khan was talking on the phone. He said that tomorrow he would visit his grandmother in the hospital after school. He was paid a lot for his part-time job, so she should not worry about her grandson, but should be well treated. Anyone who wants to run away, go ahead. He didn't create the gang to die, that's what the man walking down the street said. The two friends were talking. One of them asked if he seemed different today, but the other didn't seem to notice. The girl saw the Neomask and realized that he was trying to fix our society to protect the weak. But what was strange was that when he declared war, he had a look on his face like he was having fun. But for some reason, she thought he looked sad. The next day at Songdo High School, a building occupying a large perimeter, life went on as usual at the college, with people smoking, fighting, talking, and laughing about the fight. Kim Dooman was sitting at one of the desks, looking at his phone and using a guy as a footrest. Someone said that Kim had come to school, and this is after the broadcast of Neomask, who openly announced that he would finish off their gang And what's even worse is that all the no-pack hooligans are here, and now even the leader of their gang has returned to school. This is a conversation between two students. Kim Jo-il came in on a horse, saying that Kim Do-min had taken a vacation and came here, that he was the one who was suddenly in school. Kim Do-min said that he had some business to attend to because of that neo-mask bastard. Kim Do-min gathered the boys on the school grounds near the green space and told them to raise their hands if they had seen Neo-Mask's broadcast yesterday. And the one who raised his hand immediately received a slap on the cheek, and Kim Do-min said why he watched it. And those who did not raise their hand, Kim Do-min asked them if they had not watched the broadcast at all, and they said no. It seems that someone was in a bad mood because even those who did not watch it got a slap on the wrist. Kim Do-min said that those who watched the broadcast yesterday and were waiting for something are now listening attentively. It is the Neo-Mask that will finish off Nopaka, not the other way around. Did they think they can relax now? It's time to wake up, you fools. Kim Do-min said that he had no doubt that there were idiots in the gang who were frightened by that broadcast, and his companion said that this is the same case, the organizer of the debriefing. Speaking of which, Kim Do-min told his friend to go to Sun Liu's, and then he was called by a guy standing behind a tree. Kim Do-min looked around and saw B. Mensa. He had some good news and asked if Do-min would like to hear it. Deserted, lonely, majestic mountains, attractive silence. This is a national park of the USA in California, the Tambisha Shoshone tribe of Indians. In 1933, their land became a park, but the population could not be relocated. It is here in complete silence that someone found peace. But this silence is interrupted by a call. The number on the phone is signed as Katerina Sharma, the CEO. The woman asked the Emir if he had seen the broadcast of the Neo-Mask, but the guy ignored the question and asked when Katerina would stop cooperating with him. Katerina sat in her chair and thought that she had only one answer. It would be over when all the miserable school bullies who pissed her off and the Neo-Mask disappeared all over the world. Amir didn't like it. He couldn't understand why she was still helping him, because what Neo-Mask was doing was single-handedly attacking, not justice. And if he won, View Tunnel would be over. Amir's words made Catherine think and admit that he was right, but she wondered what the man's legs would say. Amir was sitting in a lotus position, looking down at his feet, and it was clear that his legs were two prosthetic limbs from the knees up. The man looked at what was left of his legs with sadness and remembered how he lost them, and it was not a pleasant memory. But after wrapping himself up in his cloak, Amir finally admitted to himself and told Catherine that he was afraid of the Neo-Mask. Every time Amir watched Neo-Mask's videos, it seemed to him that he was the embodiment of revenge in a human body, because the guy sometimes behaved like a real madman. After finishing the conversation, Amir walked down the mountain and went to his van, which was nearby and served as his home. Hearing a familiar voice nearby, Amir looked around the corner and straight ahead. While the Emir was dialing the code to the door, the same voice called himself the executioner of the Neo-Mask Canal, so it was him. It was a small room with a motor, and it was from here that the voice was heard, an independent surveillance server for the Neo-Mask channel. The Emir, who was the supervisor of the channel, said that at the moment they were cooperating with them only because there was no way out, but Neo-Mask should not cross the line. If they do, Amir Sharma, who is the manager of the independent service of the Neo-Mask channel White Hacker, will not hesitate to remove it. Chu Se-jin's room, still lying in bed, was already being broken into by his sister, who threatened to kill him if she found his brother there when she returned home. Barely opening his eyes, which were bruised, Chu Se-jin told his sister that she had no idea how hard the last few days had been for him. Lying in bed, Chu Se-jin recalled the fight and the Neo-Mask that introduced the boy to his audience as the new manager of Rage. Covering himself with a blanket up to his nose and kicking his legs like a child, Chu Se-jin still couldn't believe that he had become the manager of the famous Neo-Mask channel. But when he remembered who he had become, other unpleasant images began to surface in his mind. such as the disfigured young Tai-sob, who was now hospitalized for a long time. From these memories, Jo Seong was snatched by the phone, which ruthlessly forced him to get up. Chu Se-jin had to go to the boxing champion gym where he was waiting for him. The coach of the Neo-Maska team, Lee Gangbum, a tall, muscular man who was quite famous, judging by the boy's reaction, was already waiting for Chu Se-jin, and he greeted him with joy. The coach was once a famous martial arts master, and Chu Se-jin asked the man for his autograph in disbelief. Ji-hee and Soon-bin watched in amazement, not expecting such a reaction. Happy Chu Se-jin clung to Ji-hee, asking her if she didn't know the Regenero Gangbum, who came to the city from the northern part of Seoul at the age of 8 and won every taekwondo match, and in his teens was recognized as a martial arts genius. Before Chu Se-jin could finish, Ji-hee knocked him out for talking too much, and Sunbaek just had to admit that it was deserved. The guys changed for training, and Chu Se-jin was already excited to know what special techniques the Neo-Mask team had, and he emphasized that direct punches in the first round were like a dowry. Lee Gangbum surprised the boy by saying that he would teach him everything, but first, Chu Se-jin had to get rid of the shell and hatch from the egg. The coach suggested that Chu Se-jin first try to fight with Cha Soon-bin and show what he was capable of. The boy liked this idea and warned that he would not give in. But before Chu Se-jin could even look back, Cha Soon-bin's hand was already flying in his direction, and he barely dodged it, saying that they were not in the ring yet. Sun-bin did not pay attention to this and continued to attack. The coach said that those against whom Chu Se-jin was going to fight were not masters of sports. There would be no judges, no rules. They would run away if the advantage was not on their side, and if they did, they would cut him. Cha Sun-bin was so far apart that Chu Se-jin barely had time to dodge, let alone attack. And according to Lee Gangbum, bandits only attack when the opponent looks weaker. Ji-hee calmly watched the carnage and said that the enemy would not even think about it and would go into battle with weapons, and at the slightest opportunity would call his men for help. Now the trainer asked Chu Se-jin if he understood what he meant by the shell. No one meant that the fight would take place in the ring. Now Jo Seong understood what the coach meant. He needed to get rid of the stereotype that as a manager, he would fight in a fair fight. Realizing the point, Jo Se-jin began to attack back, warning Cha Sun-bin. Chae Sung-bin probably didn't expect Chu Se-jin to realize his main task so quickly, as he stopped just as the Neo-Mask put his hands up to defend himself, right in front of his face. Chu Se-jin tried to strike at the enemy's legs, but Cha Sun-bin turned away in time and did not allow him to do his plan. In a moment, the two men were standing in combat readiness opposite each other, and they were strong enough to be each other's opponents. Chu Se-jin was in no hurry to attack, and after remembering something, he expressed his thoughts, realizing that the boys had not fought at full strength last time. Recalling the events of their first fight, Cha Soon-bin confirmed his partner's guess. Now it was more like a game for them, and Chu Se-jin said that he preferred this kind of fight to fighting with a self-confident fool, but he added with a laugh that this time his friend might lose. But the Neo-Mask was only glad to have met someone who was different from the hooligans and with whom they could simply exchange blows in a friendly manner. Standing up to stretch his arms, Cha Soon-bin happily said that Chu Se-jin would be the first to go. But the guy didn't hesitate for a minute and flew towards his friend, shouting for safety. Cha Soon-bin just waited in silence for the attack to come his way. Having reached their goal, Chu Se-jin and Cha Soon-bin clasped hands in battle, but neither of them intended to harm the other. Chu Se-jin went to attack, but Cha Soon-bin realized his plan and intercepted his hand in time. Neo-Mask, having done this trick, confidently broke his arm and said that his friend would not succeed. Once in Cha Soon-bin's captivity, the guy said that his friend was not doing his best, but Chu Se-jin had to admit that his partner was stronger than him. But then both bullies got a kick in the back and flew to the floor. It was a jiaha. When he turned around and saw the girl, Chu Se-jin was shocked. It seemed that Ji-hye was tired of just watching and decided to join in. As he remained on the floor, Ju Seong wondered what was wrong with Cha Sun-bin, who fought like a deleterious man. With a sly smile, the guy suggested that Ju Se-jin fight 2-on-1, while Ji-hee stood back and waited for her partner's decision. Ju Se-jin seemed to find the idea quite interesting, a good opportunity to test his strength and endurance. Without a word, Ji-hee simply put on her helmet and stood next to Cha Sun-bin, who was already fully prepared for the fight. Ju Se-jin did not hesitate for a moment to stretch his arms and warn Ji-hee and Cha Sun-bin that if they decided to attack together, they should be prepared to receive a response. As soon as the guy said that, his partners immediately took off running towards Chu Se-jin, who was already waiting for the first attacker. Seeing the full picture of Ji-hee and Cha Sun-bin's skills, Chu Se-jin noticed that their movements were much different from those he had seen in movies about hooligans. In those movies, it was usually just a bunch of people who got together to swing their fists without any strategy, but it was just a movie that was very different from reality. Watching his partners, Ju Se-jin realized that Ji-hee and Cha Sun-bin move in a completely different way. The boy can dodge the girl's attacks, but he is immediately shut down by the Neo mask. And on the other hand, it's a vicious circle, because if he dodges Sun-bin's attacks, he'll be disabled by Ji-hee. Chu Se-jin was attacked from all sides. He realized that his partners were not even defending themselves, but continued to attack him, and did not even leave him the opportunity to respond. But the boy realized that soon he would be fighting alongside Ji-hee and Cha Sun-bin, and Ju Se-jin would have to do as well as they did. And then they would be completely invulnerable, and the thought of that excited Ju Sung, and he was looking forward to that moment. But now there's one problem that Chu Se-jin can't forget. Chu Se-jin realized that by breaking their connection, he could corner Cha Sun-bin and Ji-hee. Seeing the strategy of his partners, Ji-hee as the attacker and Jae Sung as the guard, Ju Se-jin realized what he needed to do and began to put the plan into action. Now, thanks to Ju Se-jin, the comrades could not understand who was going where. They only got in each other's way and interfered. Even Lee Gun-bum was surprised by this strategy, and Chu Se-jin managed to impress the coach. Seeing the result of his efforts, the boy realized that now Cha Sun-bin and Ji-hee were only interfering with each other. Stepping aside, Chu Se-jin said that he called it divide and conquer. But Chu Se-jin could not foresee everything. Ji-hee crouched down and grouped herself, allowing Chae Sun-baek to use her back as a support for his maneuver. And without hesitation, Ji-hee lunged toward Chu Se-jin, who saw this and was sure that the two partners hadn't said a word to each other. Chu Se-jin could do nothing, as Cha Sun-bin's foot had already hit his chest and knocked him to the floor, and he and Ji-hee, having trained together for many years, now knew how to help each other in battle without words. Taking off his helmet, Chu Se-jin fell down against the wall, catching his breath, holding a bottle of water close by, as he was well exhausted from the training. Cha Sun-bin approached his friend and asked how he was feeling and extended his hand to help him get up. Accepting the help, Chu Se-jin shook hands with Cha Sun-bin, but he could not believe that the boy and Ji-hee had completely defeated him. When Ji-hee approached, Chu Se-jin asked in delight how they understood each other even without looking at each other. Fighting without rules was a novelty for him. Laughing, Cha Sun-bin said that it would be strange if they fought according to the rules, and his partner agreed. The coach said that this is exactly what a fight with the bad guys would be like, so Ju Se-jin should realize that no one would shake hands with him afterwards and congratulate him on his victory. The opponents will be guys who will be happy to hurt him for no reason. You just need to fight them in the right place and day, and fight them with the right tactics. The coach warned that it is important not to let yourself get trapped. Sometimes it is not necessary to engage in combat, because that is what the reward system is for. You need to use others, even those who were comrades in the army, and after the end of the service, they destroy all ties and live their own lives. All this loyalty of bullies will disappear when it comes to money. Raising his hand, Chu Se-jin asked if this means that all those who are on the top of the ranking system are the main representatives of Troll Farm. Chae Sunbin explained that bullies who are too confident in themselves, those who post videos in which they humiliate or injure someone, are in the top 4. But even the top 4 Troll Fam members are not in the top rankings of their channel. Ju Sejin realized that there was no connection between Troll Fam and rankings, and while the boys were discussing these topics, Ji-hae was getting bored, as if she had heard this many times before and wanted to get it over with. In short, the channel is just a cover to mislead the trolls, as Sunbin explained, and they are still their target. But they'll soon realize it's just a cheap comedy. After such a hot workout, it would not hurt to refresh themselves. So Cha Sunbin and Chu Sejin headed for the pool. It was a rather large room for a gym, and there was more than one pool. Tired, they showered, but out of the corner of his eye, Ju Sejin noticed something on Cha Sunbae. The scars all over his body struck Chu Sejin. There were quite a few of them, but it seemed that Cha Sunbin was not surprised by this reaction. Those who had seen him naked reacted the same way. For some, they were horrible, so the boy asked about it. But Jo Sung denied that they weren't horrible, but he wondered where they came from and suggested that they might have been injured in a fight, and the guy said that he got most of them during training. Chu Sejin was surprised. What kind of training would have been necessary to leave scars? Had he been thrown against a wall? But Cha Sunbin said something like that. Finally, the boys could relax in the hot water tank, but Jo Sejin said he was frozen and asked if Cha Sunbin rented the baths, and guessed that the income from the canal was good. Cha Sunbin said that the expenses were not so high, but that they might need a lot of things in their business, so he assured him that if Ju Sejin needed anything, including some interesting information, he could not hesitate to speak. Seeing the surprised look, Cha Sunbin explained that he was not offering the best of jobs, so he had to do something to avoid feeling guilty in front of the boy, and Ju Sejin admitted that he was interested in something. He was wondering who that guy was. It seems that Cha Sunbin was expecting this question, and he remembered the conversation about that guy. The coach said that he would not waste time on useless techniques, as the basics were known to each of them and were enough to destroy these underdogs. The coach wanted to teach cool strategies and basic physical endurance to strengthen them, which would allow them to effectively strike back at the enemy. To make sure that the hooligans could not even move if they managed to avoid death, the coach demonstrated skills that will surprise everyone. It would even be more useful if Chu Sejin caught the guy, and the coach ordered him to teach his partner Cha Sunbin, who was the one the guy wanted to know about. And remembering this very conversation, Cha Sunbin began to tell the story. That guy is the beginning and end of the Neon Mask channel. He is the strongest fighter ever and the biggest enemy in the whole group. Cha Sunbin admitted that once he even fought him, but unfortunately lost to him, which shocked Chu Sejin. He couldn't believe that the great Neo Mask was defeated in a fight. This is the guy they call Crazy. It's an interesting story, but it seems that Chu Sejin was confused that he was chosen to fight a guy who even the Neo Mask had lost. Walking down the street past the shops and high-rise buildings, Chu Sejin was thinking about something. As far as he knew, among all the hooligan channels on View Tunnel, Neon Mask was the most famous and powerful. During his first broadcasts, Neo Mask fought several opponents at once, but no one had been able to defeat him yet. Even if we assume that Sunbin tried to hide his defeat, what good was it for the madman to remain silent? They could not find out everything to the end, but if you look at it objectively, there is a difference between the power of Neo Mask and Chu Sejin. He is weaker, but the proportions of their capabilities are about 6-4. And if you add to the power of Neo Mask and managers, then Chu Sejin cannot be compared to it, although he is relatively on the same level as Cha Sunbai. And in his mind, Ju Seong remembers when the coach said that he should be the one to catch the guy. Ju Sejin thinks that this phrase doesn't really mean that he should catch the boy, but rather that if the boy is now part of the Neon Mask channel, then he should be the one as manager to fight the madman. If Neo Mask and Min Ji-hae can make such a connection in their movements, Could it mean that a team of 5 would have a chance against him? He's like a supervillain from the Special Forces section. Ju Se-jin also recalled the day when Min Ji-hye said that they were too relaxed about Sunbae because you never know when it will happen. Besides, that time Neo Mask and the managers, including Chu Se-jin and even the editors, were all present and joined forces. But still, those words of Min Jae-hee's, did she really mean that a madman would appear? Chu Se-jin stopped in a place where there was not a single soul, and he did not even notice that a black car was slowly following him. He was confused, but he was sure that thinking was not his ability. The only thing Ju Seong was sure of was that guy was real, and then the car that had been following him all along passed him and sped away. In the back seat was a man who said with a satisfied but rather frightening smile that, just as Neo Mask had said, the guy was the strongest in Korea. Standing in the shower, Chu Se-jin shouted to his friend that he had chosen the wrong door, the tannery, 2 blocks down, but Cha Sun-bin just said that the answer was no. It was a familiar place, the lair of Kim Do-min's gang. There were many motorcycles in front of his garage again. There was some kind of meeting, and some criminals were outside and did not hurry to enter. Opening the door, Kim Do-min breathed out a sigh of relief, hoping for a quiet rest. But it was not to be. Someone called out to him from the darkness of the room. It seemed they knew each other. On the couch where Kim Do-min used to sit, there was a man now, and next to him was his colleague, or perhaps a subordinate. Addressing Kim Do-min, Kim Haek, the first-ranked manager of the Trollfish, the first place in the youth martial arts group, said that he had heard about the gang leader's hard life lately. But the man was amused. They hadn't seen Kim Do-min for a long time. The man had a nickname, the most dangerous miner, and he looked really menacing. Kim Do-min was not happy to see Kim Hyuk and asked if Daniel had sent him, but he did not get a specific answer, only that the man could not sit in one place when his friend needed help. Kim Haek thought that his friend was in trouble and insinuated that he could not cope with the Neo Mask, which hurt the man's pride and ego. Shu Yu-min, the devil manager, ranked 8th in the ranking of hooligans, said that the whole world had seen Kim Do-min's 6th man, Young Tasobu, give the first number of Neo Masks on live television. Hugging Kim Do-min's shoulder, who didn't like it, Shu Yu-min told him to forget about Noppaku, and if he had nothing to do, he could join their training. Shu Yu-min offered to find a job for him, because Kim Do-min does everything for money anyway. These words and his overconfidence made Kim Do-min very angry, and he decided to teach Shu Yu-min a lesson. A second later, the boy was already lying face down on the floor. Kim Haek exploded when he saw this, and Kim Do-min calmly asked what happened to him, because he had only lightly hit him. The boy held his head and shouted that next month he would have a fight with Shu Yu-min. The man on his elbows did not like this attitude, especially the fact that he was being laughed at. Shu Yu-min rushed toward Kim Do-min, shouting that he had dared to hit him, but the man did not care. He looked at the boy as if he were a fool. Shu Yu-min didn't care that he was the leader of the No-Pack gang and threatened to kill Kim Do-min. But all of Shu Yu-min's threats were interrupted by someone's fist and a voice that ordered him to shut up. It was his boss, Kim Haek, who decided to put his subordinate in his place. Shu Yu-min was hit hard enough to leave a fist mark on his cheek. The man was angry because he had brought him here because he wanted to see Kim Do-min himself, and he said that he hadn't seen Kim Haek for a long time. Kim Haek put his subordinate in his place because he was the first manager and the man was the third, and he had no right to talk to a superior like that. Kim Haek apologized to Kim Do-min for the fool lying unconscious in the boxes, but the man was not in the mood for that. He wanted to get down to business as soon as possible. Kim Haek immediately assured him that he was well aware of Kim Do-min's fighting skills, and he knew that there was nothing to worry about. Daniel just wanted to look after his friend. Do-min must realize that those guys, such as Yang Tai-sab and Pei Mensu, are not as good at fighting as he is, so they are worried about him. But in fact it was a joke. Everyone understood the purpose of this visit. The man waited a little and voiced his opinion that he wanted to challenge Neo Mask to a fight. Kim Dooman was surprised to hear this, because why would he do that? But Kim Hake, as it turned out, had long wanted to beat Neo Mask. The guy almost begged Kim Dooman to let him fight Neo Mask first, because he realized that he would beat him before and the man would get nothing. But the bully did not like this idea. Since Neo Mask declared war on NOPAC, and they had already gone too far, Kim Hake wanted to be allowed to beat the guy before Kim Dooman, not even thinking about what would happen to his reputation among the gangsters. Kim Dooman grabbed Kim Hake by the gate and said that he knew very well about the lower-ranking troll fam scum who were laughing at him from the mountain behind his back. The man angrily said that he could get a lot of money from his business whenever he wanted, and he didn't care that the man was a higher-ranking member of the Troll Farm Bank. Kim Dooman swore that all those high society bastards who were sitting on their parents' necks, everyone who laughed at him, would kneel down. And as for the Neo Mask, the man planned to rip that strange mask off his face and throw it into the troll pool. Sitting at work in a flower shop and summing up the receipts, the girl put the rose on the table in front of her and realized that she could not do it anymore, bored and not knowing what to do with herself. But the girl was distracted from her thoughts by the ringing of the doorbell. A customer came. The girl greeted him warmly and invited him to the store. The man said that he wanted to buy flowers, and the saleswoman asked him what kind he had chosen. The saleswoman was embarrassed by the man's choice, and he ordered a funeral bouquet, one of chrysanthemums and the other of poppies. Turning around to fulfill the order, the girl collecting the bouquets said that it was a rather sad occasion for the purchase, and asked that the man must have loved poppies and received confirmation. The man said that his younger sister was very fond of poppies, and the girl was even more upset when she heard that. She felt sorry for the buyer. The death of a loved one is a wound that will always bleed in the heart. They say that time heals, but it can only ease this pain. He was a Neo Mask, dressed in all black. Apparently today was his sister's death, and he was going to visit her and buy flowers along the way. The saleswoman pulled 2 beautifully arranged bouquets to Cha Soon Bin, to whom the guy handed over a black card and planned to pay by cashless payment. The girl refused to take payment, referring to the fact that the store was closing soon, and after trying several more times to offer the Sun Bin, he was refused because the closure would take place because things were not going well. Looking at the bouquet, the girl said that they would have wilted anyway, but someone had taken them away, and Sun Bin asked why, because there were many schools nearby. It should be profitable. The girl, who also owned the shop, told him that there were some guys who offered their own marketing system, but it seems that because she refused, they now scared away all the customers. Cha Soon Bin immediately realized that this was the work of the NOPAC, because no one else in the neighborhood was doing this. Even those who used to come to this shop to buy bouquets for their loved ones have stopped coming, and she thought that things would improve as soon as the neighborhood began to be redeveloped. She opened the shop with the last money she had saved and turned away with sadness and said that she was just unlucky. Cha Soon Bin picked up the bouquet and looked at it, thinking about something. When the girl was about to say goodbye, Cha Soon Bin said that there was a streamer, a Neo Mask, who promised to drive the whole NOPAC gang out of the neighborhood and asked her to wait a little longer. The girl thought about it and said she knew something about him. He's very famous because almost every store has ads for his channel. The shop assistant also said that she had heard that he was still a student, and she was very sorry that adults are like that. They can't do anything about these bullies. Cha Soon Bin looked down as if remembering something. He bowed in front of the girl and thanked her for the flowers and said that his sister would like them, and the shopkeeper waved goodbye. As he left the shop, holding the beautiful bouquet in his hands, Cha Soon Bin looked at the shop. It was very beautiful, bright with all kinds of flowers imaginable, and it was a pity that the woman was about to close it. Looking at the bouquet with sadness, Cha Soon Bin thought of his sister, Ye Bin. Cha Soon Bin walked away from the store, wondering if he would do something good, if his sister would be proud of him. Meanwhile, someone else was not happy at all, as the slaughter continued with only 2 people participating in it, while the others just stood by and watched, as if it were a game. However, a guy came up to them and grabbed the guy named Yunho by the chest and asked him to stop because the consequences would be terrible, but he didn't care. A Mensa appeared at the entrance and asked what was going on, and the guy who met the man didn't seem surprised. As he stood next to the boy, he heard that the victim who was being beaten was laughing when Yunho fell asleep in class, and Mensa wondered how he knew if he was sleeping. The boy assured him that it didn't matter, and that's not why Mansu had come, but the man said that Kim Do-ming thought this particular bully was the right one, so the only thing left to do was to persuade Yunho to join them, and Mansu asked what they could offer the boy. Mansu's answer was clear. Yunho would get his chance for revenge. Sitting in a small group of only 3 men, one of them asked Mungsu to explain the plan and Il's dream to the others, and he agreed. Mansu said that the Neo mask was spreading all over the country, but their gang was confined to this area. The man asked Dream Il if he remembered the neighborhood, which is currently undergoing redevelopment, and that it was empty now, but they had lived there when they were children. He asked him if they were to fight there, who would have the advantage, and he asked if he meant to move the fight there. But the boy just laughed and asked if the Mensa had thought that if he got involved in their stories one more time, the Kim Do-man would kill him. But Mansu asked him to listen to him without interrupting, and said that the No Pack would not have to deal with the Neo mask. He asked if anyone here knew any psychos from Emil High School. One guy from there, Yu Jinmin, fought with Neo mask, and Yu Yunho is his cousin. But this guy has no brain, and he has self-control issues, so he's easy to manipulate. And if you hurt his pride even a little bit, he'll go beat up Neo mask, and then the other Emil guys will get in on it because they don't want to get beat up by Yunho. But Sun Il said that there was still a chance of losing to Neo mask. And even if the idiots at that school were that stupid, did Mansu think they would fight Chasunbek just because they were told to? Mansu was even willing to bet that Sunil didn't even know about Yunho's recruitment into Dujinpa. If someone was after the boy, they were after him, so he was the best candidate. Sung Il didn't believe that Yunho had been recruited by the mafia, but Mansu told him to shut up if he didn't know, and Kim Do-ming seemed to like the idea. Mansu briefly explained to Sung Il that all Nopak had to do was provide a little support from a distance, and then Kim Do-ming started clapping. He looked at Mansu and said that it was amazing and that Nopak is indispensable. Kim Do-man came over and put his hand on Mensa's shoulder and said that he was sorry for the last time he had been hurt, but the man was not offended, as he said, everyone is doing the same thing. And leaning towards the Mensa, Kim Do-man announced his decision. Since the Mensa had suggested the plan, he would go there. But the man could not believe his ears, or perhaps he hoped it was a joke. But as he walked away from the Mensa, Kim Do-man said that even if the decision of the Emil boys was to fight, the name of the No-Pack was at stake, so as their representative he had to see to it. Picking up a lighter and lighting it, Kim Do-man said that even if those idiots from Emil could not deal with the Neo mask, he would have to finish the job himself. The lighter was right in front of Mensa's face, and Kim Do-man added that the other day Kim Heck had come to see them, to pick up a man, which confused him. He asked if it was a troll and why he was after him. Returning to the Mensa with a smile on his face, Kim Do-ming thought it was time to show off a little bit in front of them and pretend that he was dying to go to the trollfish. It seems that this decision did not make Mensa happy, and Sung Il was surprised. But after breaking the silence, Sunil laughed and asked Mensa if he was scared because of the Neo mask. These words infuriated Mensa. He jumped up from his seat and rushed to Sun Il, threatening to kill him. Punching the table with his fist, the man shouted that if the Neo mask ever dared to cross Mensa's path, who only knew how to make a fearsome appearance, he would grind the guy to powder. Kim Do-man asked in disbelief. Kim Do-ming punched Mensa's hand and told him to do his best, because he was the only one he trusted. Mensa seemed to be very pleased with Kim Do-ming's words, and his anger was gone. So deciding not to waste time, Mansu went to the boys from Emil and wished them good luck. Surprised by this situation, Sunil turned to Kim Do-man asking how this idiot was going to remove the Neo mask from the road. He was just an incapacitated bastard. In turn, Kim Dooman asked Sung-il's opinion on how Pamensu was going to persuade those guys from Emil. Without hesitating for a moment, Sung-il replied that he could only offer to pay the rest of the money. But Kim Dooman knew that Pengsu didn't have any money, and while Nopaku was doing well, the fools from Emil were on very thin ice, because it was obvious that Yu Yunho was very happy about what was happening. Echoing Kim Dooming's words, Sung-il said that the pompous fool had been showing off too much since middle school. Kim Dooming thought that Pemayang had come to whine about him, so Yunho agreed. And then a drone appeared outside the window, and Kim Dooming suggested that they go to sleep or watch Neo Mask beat the crap out of Pengsu. Laughing out loud, Sunil assured him that he was even willing to pay for it to see the picture in person. The Neo Mask was talking to someone on the phone. It was clearly visible in the reflection of his mask. He was asking if the caller really wanted to understand himself. The man looking at the screen of the tablet confirmed with a laugh, because one of his idiots had played a trick and was beaten. Sitting at night by the rooftop pool, the man who was asked about the connection said that everything was fine, so it was not worth it, saying that one should respect the decisions of their friends. The man seemed to confirm his own words to himself. He watched with interest the video in which Mensa threatened Neo Mask and challenged him to a fight, and the audience burst out laughing in the comments. A small group led by the leader walked smoothly to the gate in front of which many new students had gathered. It was a ceremony to welcome new students of the Senior Trade and Industrial School of Emil. A rather stout young man was coming out to the students, and none of the people present dared to cross his path. On the roof of a neighboring building, Cha Sun-bin and Chu Se-jin watched, the Neo Mask saying that this was Yu Yongho, and the best fighters of the Emil were with him. Chae Sung-bin knew that if Nopak was more about petty pranks, these fighters knew nothing but how to beat people. So he asked Se-jin if he had seen the video the guy had posted recently and got a positive answer. On Cha Sun-bek's phone was the same video he had sent to Ju Se-jin, with the same Yunho beating someone up, saying that the idiot had stuck his nose in it. The man was clearly out of his mind, because he was beating the poor guy with such anger. This video of Yu Yunho was from their award show. Someone filmed it and posted it on social media, and that's how it became popular. Seeing all this, Ju Se-jin was sure that Yu Yunho was on something, because how could he turn into such a person? Neo Mask said that the guy was just trash who didn't care about other people, and when he was bored, he treated passersby as if they were mobs from a game, like the time he pushed a woman who was not in the way. The woman lost her balance and fell, but they didn't care. Yu Yongho has been doing this for a long time, so they don't even report him anymore. No matter what they try to do to him, he's incorrigible. Cha Sun-bin said that the most difficult thing about creating a script for deterrence is when you encounter such scum who don't even need a reason for violence. They either have fun or hit when they are angry or irritated. Turning back to his friend, Cha Sun-bin said that there was no point in talking about this because some viewers cannot accept the truth and say that such people do not exist, so there are quarrels or even real Neo Mask streams. Compared to Kim Dooman, who is just a hooligan with a temper for money, Yu Yunho is a psycho with self-control issues, and he asked if his friend knew how he was punished for the incident in the video. Chu Se-jin didn't know, and it didn't matter whether he was punished or released, whether he was high or low in rank, whether they tried to correct him or not. Adults were wrong to believe that they could instill in him anything. It is impossible to change such a bastard for the better. Even after what he did, he walks as if nothing happened, snapping at everyone who comes across him. Exhaling a calm breath, Ju Seong said that it was like a sauce of his revenge. Now, Chu Se-jin was putting all the pieces of the puzzle together, and so was Yu Yongho, the cousin of Yu Jingmin, whom Cha Sun-bin was hunting. Peminsu knew this and persuaded Yunho to join forces with Nopaku, and Cha Sun-bin confirmed his friend's words. Watching the man down below, Ju Se-jin concluded that he or Cha Sun-bin could easily deal with Yunho alone. Even though he had not fought him, he could already see that he was a fattened calf with nothing but size. Chu Sejin thought that it was a different matter when it came to Yunho, Mensa, and 40 high-ranking emu guys. They were probably thinking about defeating the Neon Mask channel with large numbers. It wasn't easy to fight even 20 Noppaku puppets, and they were weak losers, so it takes more than just strength and skill to fight a larger number of opponents. Cha Sun-bin agreed. He realized that this fight was unavoidable. Even with the slightest possibility of losing, it would be a public challenge to the Noppaku. Turning to his comrade, Cha Sun-bin said that Chu Sejin himself knew that the Neo Mask had become something of a symbol, for better or worse, but he was half the responsibility, so the right decision was to go all the way. Cha Sun-bin realized that all they needed to do now was find a way to increase their team's chances a little bit, and Chu Sejin put his hand behind his head and thought. Turning away from watching the idiots, Ju Sung said that he was hungry, so they could grab a bite to eat on the way. Jae Sung-bin told Ju Seong to go without him, but his friend said that Ji Hai had asked him to walk her home. Neo Mask cheerfully said that he had other plans for today. He was preparing a stream. Neo Mask is back on the air and says hello to the audience. He's going to have a fun night tonight. Holding the phone to the selfie stick, Neo Mask said it had been a while since their last hunt. And raising the camera higher, Neo Mask said that tonight's stars were the ones who had joined forces, Peimensu and the Emil idiots. And he was here only because he heard that there was a brave man who wanted to hunt Yu Yunho, and behind the guy was already one unconscious bully, and another who had just been brought down was still flying down the stairs. Pointing the camera at the guy who was unconscious on the ground, the Neo Mask noticed that he had seen this guy before. The Neo Mask grabbed the hooligan by the cheeks and asked him again who he was, what the fool was doing here, and laughed. The manager who came up to Neo Mask said that it was Kim Taemin, who was ranked 67, and they had met during the hunt for Yu Jinmin, and the guy wondered why he was always taking away, and what kind of video he had uploaded again. As it turned out, the bully was spitting on passers-by and bragging about it on video. Neo Mask was indifferent to him. If he wasted time on such weaklings, he would not be able to appreciate the combat power of the Yunho, and asked if the sum was going to do his job properly. Otherwise, he would not get a new weapon. The manager reminded him that the boss himself said not to take too strong who could beat the Yunho before a special event. Neo Mask did not object, but if everyone is beaten before it all starts, then how will they ever hype? Because that's what streams are for, the guy dispersed. Because now he has to suck everything out of his finger on such mediocre fools as Yunho. Neo Mask almost begged the manager of the sum to learn to distinguish between what is legal and what is not. The guy claimed that he was not a lawyer to understand this. The manager was getting angry and said that he was tired of the Neo Mask. Why doesn't he get so excited about Joy? Because he is showing himself to be strong here and is always afraid to talk to her like that. The Neo Mask didn't mind. Joy is another matter. He doesn't want to die young. Yu Yunho stood on the stairs and watched as Neo Mask ended the argument and offered to talk to him later and come to an agreement, but Manager Sorrow threatened to tell Joy everything. Finally, the Neo Mask turned his attention to Yu Yunho and asked him his name, but it seemed that he had no time to do anything and had already gotten the guy. Yu Yunho, a high school student who was ranked 12th, was looking right at Neo Mask. The Neo Mask asked, as if mocking, if Yunho was not sure if he was the one standing in front of him. As the young man was coming down the stairs, Neo Mask said that he had heard that he could fight, but for some reason he always fought only with those who were weaker than him. In the video, Yu Yunho beats a student who just looked him in the eye, so the question is why he doesn't beat the Neo Mask. The guy's teeth gritted from these words. Coming closer to the thug and leaning right down to his stomach, the Neo Mask began to examine him. He said that he looked so strong and the guy was just afraid of him. And then the Neo Mask's plan succeeded. Yunho lost his temper, his self-control was no longer a factor, and in a moment the guy was already swinging his fists in the face of his opponent, who was cleverly dodging. As you can see, Yunho was just swinging his fists without hitting the target. The Neo Mask was dodging without much force, playing with the big man. Having already prepared his fist for the fight, Neo Mask said that it looked like he would have to clean up the mess himself. But something didn't work out. Yunho, angry as hell, grabbed Neo Mask's hands and began to press them with all his might, making the guy look like a child against this thug. Yunho pressed with such force that the Neo Mask's legs started to roll backwards on the sidewalk, unable to stay in one place. Yunho pushed Neo Mask backwards with all his might, holding his arms. He pressed his back against the window, still holding him, but the Neo Mask was not bothered by his current position. But then one of Yunho's hands grabbed the Neo Mask's throat, making him wheeze. Holding on and losing complete control, Yunho threatened to break Neo Mask's neck so that he would know who he was messing with. The manager looked at the phone and asked if he needed help, but heard the Neo Mask only grunt, saying that it was fine if he didn't. Barely able to squeeze out a word, Neo Mask admitted that this idiot was worse than all the previous ones, and Manager Sad stood even further away and said he could not hear him. Realizing that there was no help to be expected, Neo Mask had to rethink his words and suggested that Yunho think it over, starting to mimic the guy like a primate, in short, offering friendship. But the piece did not work out. Yunho swore at Neo Mask and tried to hit Neo Mask, but it didn't go according to plan. His hand got caught in the window grill when the guy dodged the blow. The Neo Mask managed to escape and punched the opponent in the stomach with all his might. But this was not enough to knock the big man down, and the Neo Mask took a swing at the guy's jaw. But things didn't go according to plan. For Yunho, this blow was like a slap in the face. He didn't even react to it. The boy's mask reflected an angry Yunho, and looking at him, he realized that he was indeed a real gorilla. Yunho hit the Neo Mask with all the force he could muster, and if he hadn't covered his hands, he would have been hit right in the chest, but he was knocked back far. But the Neo Mask did not fall, and was able to stand on his feet, which surprised the opponent. This made the big man even more angry, because he expected the Neo Mask to beg for mercy, or at least start running away, not to climb right up to Yunho. The Neo Mask stood close to the criminal and laughed at him, asking him what he was mumbling about. Maybe the guy was too slow, but the manager of the sorrowful company didn't get into the fight, just watched from the sidelines. Slowly approaching, Yunho assured him that he didn't care who the Neo Mask was, a student or an old man, but all these weaklings needed to be beaten properly. Watching the thug approach, the Neo Mask didn't move. But then Manager Sum decided to intervene, wondering why Yunho thought he had the right to muddy people's waters just because of his size. And Neo Mask realized that this bastard thought he was the king of the world because he was as big as a gorilla. The manager of Sum mocked him, saying that he seemed to have forgotten about the current era of dinosaurs, because Yunho was like them. The guy's brain was the same size as a pea. This made Yunho angry, and he was swearing at the manager and threatening to hit the boy. Just then, someone shot an arrow past the manager and towards Yunho. It was Neo Mask, who seized the opportunity to fly up to Yunho and crouched down and hit him right in the jaw, preventing him from doing what he planned. The Neo Mask defended his manager, who was trembling in fear. The guy could take being attacked but not his friends, and threatened Yunho not to cross the line or he would be buried. Neo Mask took his own hand grenade from the baggage manager. He threw it directly into the thug's face, and when he saw the unknown object, he didn't even realize what it was, but he suspected it was nothing good. The hand grenade hitting the hooligan's face released some liquid from the inside that hit him directly in the eyes and seemed to start burning. The guy fell to the road and was in pain. The manager stood by and just watched, and the Neo Mask began to tease and tease, threatening to tear off his head if the guy dared to approach, and assured him that they were here to test the strength of the bad guy. By the time Yunho got to his feet, Neo Mask and Sum Manager were already running away as far as they could see, shouting that they would fight him normally during the Mensa event, and calling him a stupid gorilla. They said goodbye laughing, and the guy was left roaring with anger and shouting for the offenders to come back. It seems this was the first time this thug was not satisfied with the fight. While the guy was coming to his senses, barely opening his eyes after an unknown substance, his subordinates approached him from behind and were surprised by the picture he saw. The guys were interested in their friend's health and asked what had happened, whether it was a neo-mask, and if so, why they hadn't received a notification about the beginning of the detention. Angry, Yu Yun-ho rushed to one of his comrades and asked him where he was and why these idiots had come at this time. Meanwhile, the fleeing neo-masks and the bag manager stopped on one of the rather dirty streets to catch their breath. It was hot enough for them to take off their masks to breathe a little easier, and the manager asked if Cha Sun-bin had learned everything he wanted to know, and Yu Yong-ho really looked like a typical short-sighted thug who only relied on brute force. But Neo-Mask had no clear answer. As he rolled up the sleeve of his suit and showed the reddened hand that Yu Yong-ho was holding, Cha Sun-bin said he was sure of one thing. This guy is the kind of guy you don't want to mess with, and now his arm will have a big bruise on it in a few hours instead of just a little redness. Walking down the street completely alone, Ju Seong thought about what Cha Sun-boy had said about how important it was to think of a way to increase their chances. But how? Jo Sejin thought that this fight would be hopeless because Cha Sun-bin hadn't contacted him after the training, which probably meant that he hadn't thought of anything. Finally reaching home and exhaling a calm but tired sigh, Chu Sejin closed the door behind him. But then something prevented him from doing so, and Chu Sejin's eyes fell on the doorway. Before he could understand anything, an unknown man kicked Chu Sejin in the chest, pushing him away from the door so that he could neither orient himself nor close it in time. Chu Sejin, unable to hold his phone and bag on his shoulders, flew back a good distance from the force of the blow. Without understanding anything, the first thought that came to Chu Sejin's mind was that he had been exposed and learned about his work as a manager for Neo-Mask. The guy was confused by the appearance of the unexpected guest, but he looked more relaxed when he saw who was in front of him. The guest's hand picked up the phone from the floor, which was dropped by Ju Sejin. He angrily asked why the boy was not picking up the phone, trying to say something quickly in his own defense, but the guest immediately interrupted him. It was Ju Sejin's older sister, Chu Miri, who was a third-year student at the Korean Military Academy, majoring in security, and she hinted at her brother, asking him what he thought would be stronger, his phone or his head, and the boy almost begged her to calm down and cool off. Chu Sejin almost screamed at Chu Mira and said that if she was going to beat him every time she came home, then it was time to move to a dormitory, but his sister interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. Ju Sejin asked his sister if she was home from training and why she decided to come home in the middle of the week. Turning to face Chu Sejin, Miri asked him how he liked the new costume, and if it was good, he replied that it made her look more like a killer than a bodyguard. Chu Miri didn't appreciate the joke and silently pinned her dear brother to the wall. It seems that the girl was very strong to be able to lift a rather large guy, perhaps stronger than Chu Sejin himself, because he didn't even try to escape. She let go of the unfortunate man and sat down on the couch, saying that she had to leave the training. Too many fans had come running, and she was blocked by about 50 men, and she had the feeling that she was in a fight with a crowd of animals who had almost knocked her down. Sitting down on the side of his sister, Chu Sejin, laughing, said that she was very strong to be able to resist a crowd of 50 people. She added angrily that her stupid brother hadn't answered the phone, but Ju Sejin asked her why she couldn't just memorize the code to the apartment. She was so full of herself and couldn't remember it. As he was leaving, Chu Sejin asked his sister if she knew anything about Neo-Masks. He wanted to know something, and Miri asked if he was the same guy wearing the Sukajan jacket, a souvenir outerwear that looks like a baseball cap embroidered with Japanese motifs, who had started the whole Noppaku mess on the streams, and hoped that the guy had nothing to do with it. Chu Sejin realized that he might be suspected and became visibly nervous, but he assured her that he had no interest in getting involved. He had just heard that the Neo-masks were going to fight the Emil gang from their neighborhood, and he just wanted to ask Chumiri who would win. Chumiri asked whose idea it was, but Chu Sejin said it was all Pimensu's. He probably announced it on his stream, and his sister couldn't believe that this jerk was still trying to pull something off. The girl somehow drooped when she heard about it. Now she understood what the idiot was talking about when he was talking about Nopaka and Emil, and when she heard this, Chu Sejin asked what he was talking about. Taking off her jacket, she was annoyed that the Neo-mask had started a fight in their neighborhood. It was just a minor problem, and asked why, if it pissed off Chumiri so much, she didn't want to deal with it herself. Chumiri asked who was going to be there, and Chu Sejin said that it was Yu Yunho, Pimensu, and 40 people from Emil against the entire Neo-mask team. The girl immediately said that Emil would win, which annoyed Chu Sejin a little. He didn't understand why his sister was so sure. She was already dressed and stood at the door and said that it was logical, Neo-mask and his 3 managers. Well, if you add anger, that would be 4 managers, and even if you count all his editors, you'll get about 9 people on Neo-mask's side. And at the thought of himself, Chu Sejin was shaking. Of the 9 people in the Neo-mask team, they can't count Joy, Ara, and Hira as fighters because of their physical characteristics. Chu Sejin was impressed by his sister's knowledge of the subject, but she assured him that everyone who deals in her field knows about such things. Opening a beer, she continued, "Given the fact that the fight will take place in the Perestroika district, this information also impressed Chu Sejin, and wondered how she knew this. The Emil will most likely set up a trap there and wait for Neo-mask and his men to fall right into this trap in unfamiliar territory." Churi agreed that Neo-mask was good at pretending to be invulnerable, but assured me that this was not the truth, that he had a weakness. She was sure that if Neo-mask wanted to win this fight, he would have to take it to a place where he would have the advantage, no more laughing and joking. Jimiri said in the end that otherwise Neo-mask would have to hope that he would be able to overcome everyone by himself. It might be even better for the image of his channel if Neo-mask fought alone and lost, but it seems that he is not looking for an easy way out. If she were the guy, Jimiri would have dealt with those guys before the stream started, and Ju Seijin thought that it was really a smart move. She seemed to know her brother well enough to see that he was itching to join the fight. But as she closed the door behind her, she angrily said that if Chu Sejin dared to go in, he need not worry about who would win, because Chumiri would finish her brother off before him, and reminded him not to touch her Sakajin jacket. In his office, the Neo-mask turned the map around and studied it carefully. It looked like it was a map of the area where the fight was going to take place, and he was planning how to pull it off because the odds were very unequal given the number of people, and he would need to use some tricks. Mensu was standing alone in the street under a streetlight, looking for something in his pants pockets. While searching for the key, he did not even notice that a figure was standing in the darkness not far from the man, watching him intently. Already irritated, Mensu finally found his key, but then something rattled near him. Someone threw a small thing at his feet. Hearing the ringing, Mensu noticed the thing that fell in front of him. It was a key exactly like the one the man was holding. He saw the identity, but did not understand where it came from. But then the same figure who had been watching from the shadows approached him and asked if he liked the key, giving him a good scare with his sudden appearance. It was a Neo-mask, mockingly telling Pena that he had been searching for his keys for so long that he had made a duplicate for him, which frightened the man. Out of fear, he began to scream at the Neo-mask, realizing that he could not defeat everyone, so he decided to start with him. But most of all, he was interested in what the boy needed his keys for. He did not just do it for fun. Pimensu began to act like a hero again, shouting that as soon as the Neo-mask touched him with a finger, the police would come immediately. But the guy didn't care. He put his finger on the man's mouth and ordered him to shut up. Laughing, the Neo-mask said that the person who made him these keys told him something interesting, something about threats to the police, breaking and entering. Therefore, This person asked to solve the problem quietly, just as Pensu, who already understood what was going on, began to hiccup in fear of what he had done to his small child. Seeing the reaction of the penguin, the Neo-mask laughed and said that the man looked like he was about to pee his pants. It was just a joke for a fool. There was no point in the guy doing something to him outside the stream, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Having moved away from the conversation a little, Neo-mask was already seriously saying that he had a proposal for their stupid company, about the place that was mentioned in the video. Neo-mask, as if playing, said that it would be difficult to get to such a place even for the police, and doesn't it seem that it would be better to change the place of battle to improve the safety of their entire group? Mensu smiled smugly and asked if the Neo-mask was scared. Mensu knew that this place was perfect for them, so he was not going to accept the offer, telling the Neo-mask that he liked it. Now this bastard felt more confident, because if the Neo-mask came to offer him a change of place, then he would definitely stay, and he laughed. After thinking about the situation for a while, the Neo-mask was not satisfied with the fact that he had failed to persuade Mensa, but there was nothing to do. Neo-mask turned around and calmly walked down the street, saying that he would see who would win this fight. And Mensa seemed surprised and happy that the boy hadn't touched him. Ju Seong decided to visit his old friend Sumin, who was still in the hospital for rehabilitation, but he was already holding a phone, so he could see something, and the guy came into the room and asked how he was doing. Chu Se-jin was happy to see that one of his eyes had already recovered and was not rewound, and Sumin said that the wound on that side was not so deep, so the bandages had already been removed. Sumin was looking forward to being discharged and asked Ju Se-jin when he could go back to school. Sitting down across from his friend, he said he would have to be patient and stay here for a while. But then Sumin asked Chu Se-jin about the Neo-mask stream and asked him to answer honestly, and the boy was already twitching thinking about the worst. But Sumin was only interested in whether his friend had tipped him off to the guys, and Ju Se-jin breathed a sigh of relief. He was just afraid that he recognized him and said it wasn't his job. Hadn't he heard about Yente's testimony in the news? Yente said that he hadn't gone anywhere else. He had only given an interview because it wasn't just them that the No-Pack were harassing. Anyone could have reported them. And Sumin looked at his friend with some distrust, perhaps noticing how nervous he was. Chu Se-jin thought back to the events, the Neo-mask, the fight, and asked cautiously. He wondered what Sumin thought of the Neo-mask, and it seemed that his friend had not expected such a question. After some thought, he replied that for him, Neo-mask was a real hero, but for society he was a criminal. But such criminals have always been popular in movies and TV shows, as well as in books and comics, and content can only become known if there is demand. Sumin asked if Ju Se-jin remembers the show King of the USO Fighters that they watched as children, which also featured similar hooligans. Ju Se-jin laughed and mentioned the show and said that he and his sister even dyed their hair because of it. Sumin was not surprised by this fact and laughed. Sumin went on to say that this is why he thinks that the Neo-mask has become so popular, a signal that the problem is much wider and that many people are involved. Sumin's words made Chu Se-jin think that maybe he was right and that the popularity was due to demand. Out of Ju Seong's thoughts, Sumin held out his phone and asked if he had seen the new video, but he was not sure if it was possible for a Neo-masker. What he saw on the phone screen was very confusing for Chu Se-jin, and his emotions were unclear whether he was angry or surprised. The shopkeeper where Cha Sunbin had bought the bouquets for his sister was just closing the front door at the end of the day. As she walked home, she noticed how beautiful the stars were tonight. The sky was bright, not a single cloud, and the city was already asleep. She was a little surprised because she hadn't seen them for several days, so maybe the air had become cleaner. She picked up her phone and went to YouTube and saw the news from the Neo-masks and became interested in it. She thought it might be worth a look. The black and white video said that Noppaku intimidates small business owners, extorts money by attacking them and their loved ones, and that the criminal group takes people's money to cover the horrendous costs of their marketing services. Ever since they were caught in a video on his channel, the Noppaku have been afraid that the police will find out about their dirty deeds, so they have tried to hide from society by reducing their attacks just like cowardly little rats. This gang of cowards is led by the following characters. Their leader is Kim Dooman. Under him are Yang Tae-sob, Pae Mung-soo, Jong Sunil, and Rosa, who are responsible for the younger members of the group. Most of the money is appropriated by the leaders, while the other members receive minimal pay, and this is how they feed their endless greed. Chu Se-jin and Sumin also saw the video on the phone, and although the police said they are taking action against Nopak, they are limited in their power because the perpetrators are underage. The police have also promised to investigate the activities of Neomask, and some members of the public have suggested that the problem of violence in schools, which is the main reason for the emergence of Nopak, should be addressed first. Chu Se-jin, seeing himself in the role of the manager of the anger in the video, was very surprised to see him in the video at all. And when they made this advertisement, Sumin did not understand why his friend was so excited. It was the same message of Pema Chin, but it was warned that the video contained profanity, so they could not show it in full. Recently, Pema Chin teamed up with a gang from Emil High School and declared war on Neomask. Speaking, Neomask said that he was in great shape and that if the gentleman had already decided where the battlefield would be located and how many people they would bring, then the guy would choose the time and date. So he said that the meeting would take place exactly 1 week later at 18 o'clock at the location chosen by the opponents. Tearing off his fake polite mask and talking about the fight from the very first fight to the very last one with the boss, the guy promised to deal with them all alone. Seeing this video, Chu Se-jin was very confused. He didn't understand what the Neomask was thinking when he said all this and challenged him. Pung-soo, who was sitting in front of Yu Yong-ho and listening intently, was at a meeting with the same bullies from Emil High School, and he said that he had received a message that the fight would start here at 6 p.m. in a week, and only he and Neomask knew where the meeting would take place, so the police would not find them. Peng-soo was sure that Neomask was scared and that they just had to wait a little longer, and Yu Yong-ho would finally be able to avenge his brother Yu Jinman. But before he could finish, he was punched in the jaw by Yu Yunho, who didn't like the reminder of the boy. Falling down from the blow, Peng-soo began to mumble and make excuses, but Yu Yunho, who already had problems with self-control, decided that the man was getting impatient and was about to rush in, but was held back by his friend, who was almost begging him to cool down, reminding him of the bastard before them. But Yunho was getting even more furious, ready to kill Pema, and he was not happy that he had come to this meeting, and ordered the Neomask to be brought to him. Smiling mysteriously, he told Pema that the Neomask did not know the neighborhood well. It doesn't matter how many violent guys Neomask brings, they will catch them one by one and beat them up. Before he could finish, Yu Yong-ho punched Peng-soo in the stomach with all his might, and he was clearly not expecting it. Yu Yong-ho ordered Peng-soo to keep his nose down until their group caught the Neomask. Bowing to Yu Yong-ho, Peng Meng-soo assured him that he understood, and he thought that it seemed that after the boy broke the Neomask, he would immediately take up the fight, because there was too much aggression towards the man, and this pleased him. Sitting down at the table, still angry, Yunho picked up his phone to distract himself. A friend approached him. He knew the boy was Yu Jinman's cousin, but they hadn't spoken since the incident in middle school when he had cheated on her. But Yunho turned around and assured his friend that it was none of his business, explaining that if his brother was so easy to beat up, he should think about how it would affect the boy's reaction, and saying that he was in too bad a mood, so it would be better if his friend left him alone and went somewhere else. He did not have to repeat it twice. The guy decided to do as he was told and not to get into trouble. Having moved away from their leader, the guys said among themselves that the leader of the Yunho was no good at all. He understood that Mensa and Duman were simply used in this battle, so as not to get their hands dirty in this matter. The guy asked his friend if he had ever seen Yu Yunho lose his temper for adequate reasons. They knew that the leader was completely beaten on the head, and the other guy didn't really want to get involved, but he knew that he would be in trouble if he tried to escape. The boy admitted that he just accepted it because he knew about Yunho's self-control issues, and that it was better than dealing with the Dujinpa, and he was just waiting for the leader to get out and leave. The group of students is spotted by 3 workers in a new building, and the gang sees that they've been found. Yu Yunho, who had been on his phone all this time, noticed the unexpected guess, but just one look told him that he shouldn't approach this guy. One of the employees picked up a tablet and started writing something down, and his colleague turned to the guys and assured them that they shouldn't worry about anything. They could just ignore it. They just needed to look through everything quickly, and everyone would leave. The rather friendly man promised that they would not tell anyone where the boys were. They just needed to stay out of the way. The man gathered about 40 people in front of the house. It looked like a gathering of 2 gangs. Judging by the strong physique of the boys on the left, they were members of the group from the Emil school. The others were most likely Peimen's friends. In the middle, Kim Dooming welcomed Yu Yong-ho to his headquarters, saying that he wanted to give him a drink so he could drink as much as he wanted, and there was indeed a wide variety of alcohol on the table between them. But Yu Yunho was not in the mood to drink, and he suggested that Kim Dooming throw away the Pamisa instead, and asked how badly the Neo-mask had kicked the pig in the mud if he had come to the boy. Kim Dooming looked at Yu Yunho too well, but he agreed because Peng Mengsu had already flown twice on Neo-mask's stream, and not only that, but Yang Tai Sob had also fallen off, and to be honest, it was a little annoying. Imduman assured me that if it actually happened, the whole gang would be grateful for the cooperation, and that Yu Yunho might be able to beat Neo-mask, but what good would it do him? Kim Dooman said that he didn't need to do that, because he had already agreed to cooperate with them, and he said that if it happened that Neo-mask destroyed Nopak, did Yu Yong-ho really expect him to forget about him? Kim Dooming got more serious and said that he had heard about the bounty on Yu Yunho, and it was quite a big one, as it seems the guy is currently worth 4.8 million won. Even Yu Jinmon is worth 1.5, which is about $860. But he was dealt with. The reminder of his brother set Yu Yong-ho off again. He lost his temper. It seems that Yu Jinmin is the weak link in the boy's life. But Kim Dooming didn't finish. He took his hand to the neck of the bottle and hinted that there was no point in fighting here and now unlike the others. The boy was smarter. He wasn't afraid. And knowing that he couldn't beat him with his fists, he could at least use what he had at hand. The 2 guys were talking to each other. One of them did not like the fact that the fight was to take place in this place. He knew that there were many hornets' nests here, but his friend did not understand what he was talking about. The guy asked if he really didn't hear wasps buzzing, but his partner asked him suspiciously if he was sure he wasn't imagining things, or if he had heard them. The guy said that he had seen a UFO here the other night. He claimed that there were some lights and then something flew very fast in the sky. His friend just laughed and called him a fool because the airport was nearby. Of course it would be flashing, but he was hurt by the words, and the guy was ready to attack his colleague. Mensu overheard the conversation and called them idiots and asked if now was the best time to talk about it, and the guy asked if the NOPA would send reinforcements and threatened not to leave them. Mensu assured him that he should not worry, as the Kim Dooming would not let such an opportunity go by so easily. But Mensu had his own interest in destroying the Neo-mask, because if he succeeded, he would have a chance to join the Troll fam. Seeing Kim Dooming's mood in his direction, Yu Yong-ho sat down in his seat, not daring to attack the gang leader, and asked him if he knew why they had to live like criminals. Kim Dooming reminded him of an episode from his past when he was in middle school, and he and a friend were smoking outside the windows of a house where an old woman lived and complained about the boy's antics. They smashed a couple of windows and made fun of several families, and when they pretended not to know where her grandchildren's kindergarten was, she was so worried that she started having panic attacks, which is what happens when you mind your own business. Last year, an old man pissed off Kim Dooming so much with his cane that he pushed him, and the guy made excuses saying that he barely touched him and that his hip was broken, but no one cared. He had surgery and is doing fine now. Kim Dooming said that he had heard about the boy who had been beaten up by Yoo Yun-ho in the video, and he had to change schools because of his social phobia, but he was sure that it was not their fault, but those weaklings. Dooming didn't like what Naomak thought he was doing. He wasn't the police or the law, and he had no right to judge them, to deny the nature of bullies, their freedom, and especially their rights. This irritated Kim Dooming, because what can we talk about if these scum are the real evil? They do whatever they want, and they have broken more rules of the law than any other person. That's why Kim Dooming asked Yoo Yong-ho for help to free them from the Neo Mask. A week later, in the Perestroika district at the Imel hideout, Neo Mask finally stood alone against Yoo Yong-ho, Pamensu, and 40 other people. It was unheard of on the channel and a real suicide. One of the gang said they heard something crack when the guy fell, and Yoo Yong-ho suspected he might be dead because there was a big hole in his mask. And only 1 minute and 15 seconds had passed since the fight started. The channel broadcast a live broadcast, the topic of which was the declaration of war. It was footage from the previous stream of Neo Mask, their first live meeting when he and the manager of some opposed Yoo Yun-ho to test his strength for truthfulness. They chose the footage where Neo Mask hit Yoo Yun-ho in the face, which did not surprise him, and asked him what he called a punch. He demonstrated his punch, which knocked the Neo Mask, who barely had time to put his hands up in defense, backwards. This broadcast was hosted by a girl who introduced herself as a streaming fairy, Dorashka, and invited her viewers to play a game of Neophon. But before they started, she asked if her viewers had heard about the latest news, the announcement that in a week Neo Mask was going to fight alone against 40 people, and she was shocked to see a stream with an assessment of the strength of their leader, because he didn't even blink when the guy hit him. The girl also presented new designer merchandise from the Neo Mask channel. She was sent several modern masks, hoodies, t-shirts, pants, a backpack, sneakers, and many other interesting things. The man pouring the drinks said that if they hate Neo Mask so much, they should just ban violence in schools, because it is the most obvious way to get rid of the problems. Even if they catch Neo Mask, he will probably get a minimum sentence. A large black car has stopped on a deserted street at night and someone approaches it. It's a Ji-hee, dressed in all black to avoid being so inconspicuous on the street, and she hands a box of chocolates to Chu Se-jin, who has dyed his hair purple like the Neo Mask, and offers him a treat. Taking the box in his hands, Chu Se-jin was in no hurry to open it. Something was bothering him, but he did not understand what it was, so Ji-hee suggested that he eat 2 candies. Ji-hee got into the car and made herself comfortable in the seat, and without opening the box, Ju-sung asked why she was suddenly treating him to candy, but the girl calmly replied that it gave him a lot of energy and that he was not satisfied with it. But someone behind him said that he had enough candy, and it was time to get into the situation. Meanwhile, Neo Mask was checking the readiness for work. The team of medics, moderators, and drones were already in position, and having set everything up, Neo Mask began to launch additional reality and ordered everyone to get ready. It seems that everyone was already in place and in the area of reconstruction, which looked more like a maze, and it is clear why they chose this place for the battle. Pamensu spoke on the phone and asked if everyone understood everything, and was told that there was only one entrance, and as soon as the Neo Mask appeared, they would start performing. The guy with whom Pemensu was talking turned on the loudspeaker and let his friends listen, who only laughed at him. The man considered himself almost a leader and ordered to beat him so that he could not stand on his feet. The fighter ignored what he had said and asked if he was going to the competition in such a way if he had tried to lose weight, but Mensu replied menacingly that it was muscles. The guy from the Bibyenda, Yunho, was on the phone telling someone that his brother would finally become famous when an accomplice approached him and told him to go inside. Jihai held the phone and announced that she was counting down to the beginning of the show. Chu Seiden began to set up the microphone and spoke to him, addressing Neomask, and asked him if he remembered what Ju Sung had said yesterday. Neomask, reflecting on his part, nodded. Chu Seijin, putting on his mask, repeated that they were responsible for the cleanup. Turning on the microphone, Neomask cheerfully said to give them a good fight. The men on the street heard the command to get ready and it was about to begin, but someone turned on the music. Looking around, not realizing where the sound was coming from, they tried to find its source, but one of them shouted that they should turn off the music. And then a man's silhouette appeared in one of the windows, saying that he was there for the audience's favorite Neomask, and in honor of the hard work of the Pensu, who had brought 40 hooligans from the Emil school here. It was the Neomask who turned on the music and took the microphone, dancing and saying that he would tell them, his sweet fools, a very big secret. Everyone was shocked and did not understand what was happening. Asking them if they knew what the big difference was between him and these bandits, questions immediately began. Someone shouted that it was about money, justice, and so on. Everyone was very curious. Neomask knew how to keep the intrigue. He leaned over to the audience, which was already roaring for an answer. But then something happened that no one in the group expected. The Neomask abruptly took off and flew headlong into the ground. The people standing nearby were shocked and thought he was dead. Some even heard a crack when the Neomask fell, and there was a huge hole in his mask, which is impossible to survive from such a fall. A guy who came out to the crowd to hear the noise was shocked to see what he saw and froze in place, and something fell next to him. On this thing, which began to emit red steam, it was written that it was bright-colored smoke. A Neomask appeared in front of the crowd holding another such device, but it was emitting different colored smoke, pink and orange in both directions, and the audience was shocked because they had just seen the guy fall down and not move. Holding this device in his hands, the Neomask answered his riddle. The answer was intelligence. The thick, multicolored smoke spread even more. It became so much that it began to hide the whole Neomask, and it seems that was the calculation. In a moment, when the smoke began to dissipate, the Neomask was gone, and only the opponents, intrigued by the performance, remained. Getting ready, Jihe was already putting on her wig, and turning to Chu Seiden, she advised him to watch the stream carefully from start to finish. When she finished with the wig, Jihai asked if Ju Sung had ever seen a Neomask in a real fight. While the opponents were searching for him and wondering where he had gone, the guy sneaked out of the smoke like a ghost. Before these fools could realize anything, the Neomask had already moved one of them out of the way, and it was at this moment that the other opponent saw him. He didn't have enough time to realize anything as the Neomask's elbow hit him in the nose, completely disorienting him. But that was not enough. While one was holding on to his probably broken nose, the Neomask finally kicked the other directly in the chin, which threw the opponent back. While one was holding his face and broken nose, the Neomask had already kicked the next attacker. But when other helpers arrived, the Neomask managed to get away from them, which angered the attackers. He crouched down and threw something right under the attacker's feet. A moment later, at the place where it fell, there was a pile of colored smoke, which made everyone cough and choke, but the one who got hit was suffering from the pain of a broken nose. Mensu, who had been watching what was happening on his phone, was scared out of his wits. Meanwhile, one of the gang was shouting at him, and judging by his voice, he was ready to tear him apart, as the man assured him that the enemy would come through the main entrance. The Neomask was laughing somewhere in the smoke in which the guys were wandering looking for him. He said that he came through the main entrance, that's right, and said that the beginning would be at 6 in the evening, but did not say that he would come here at that time. So the guy came to the place early in the morning. He was lonely and scared, being completely alone and not really wanting to stream abandoned haunted houses. In addition, the guy was quite hungry and cold, and the room had a very unpleasant smell. The Neo-Mask even thought that he should call them earlier. A hand stuck out of the smoke, and the Neo-Mask threw a couple more smoke bombs, and wondered if the gang liked to make such places their lairs, if they really liked being here. Maybe it was because they were lonely, or maybe they needed a secret hideout that badly. But in any case, the Neo-Mask was grateful to Penance for inviting him to such a wonderful place. He remembered that during the training he had asked Coach Tai Young if Cha Sung-bin could handle them, but he was just sitting in the room. So maybe the boy had some martial arts skills that Ju Se-jin didn't know about. The trainer thought about it and answered that it could not be called a martial art, but assured Ju Seong that he should not worry. In Neo-Mask mode, he would have said something like 40-1, and if he was up against that many, he would somehow figure out how to defeat them. Coming out of the pile of smoke, Neo-Mask was dragging one of the attackers by the hair and talking happily about how scared these idiots were. There were drones flying around, watching everything that was happening, and Pemensu was hysterically screaming that one of them was right behind the guy. But Yu Yunho didn't even move. He didn't like this reaction. Mensu was a coward and everyone knew it, but it didn't seem to apply to the boy. The guy talked to Pyongsu on the phone and asked why the man was so hysterical. He wasn't beaten up that badly on the stream. Some guy grabbed himself by the hair and started screaming almost hysterically to stop being beaten up. He was afraid that the Neo-Mask would come and kill him. It seemed to be in Yu Yongho's mind, he remembered saying, that the boy didn't know anything about Neo-Mask. He was completely inadequate and wondered why he was so scared. Yu Yongho grabbed his phone. He was very annoyed, and Peng-su was standing behind him shaking with fear. When he saw what kind of phone Yu Yongho grabbed, Peng-su said that it was for deterrence and that he would call his friends on a different phone number. He didn't want him to see the comments of the audience. When he went to the show, he saw the comments that made him angry, and he told Peng-su that if any of the gang members got a beating from the Neo-Mask, they shouldn't come to school. The Neo-Mask did not allow the smoke to dissipate, and the boys were still wandering around in it. One more boy was unlucky, and the Neo-Mask came right at him and grabbed him by the skin and punched him in the stomach with all his might. The boy could only scream in pain. But this was not enough. The Neo-Mask grabbed his opponent and threw him over himself directly to the ground. It seems that the guy was not light, but he was unconscious, because after such a jerk, the Neo-Mask sat down with a sigh. He wanted to catch his breath. The other attacker saw all this from a distance and cursed and tried not to attract attention, but it didn't work. The Neo-Mask noticed him and he was his next victim. He said so directly, but the guy did something unexpected. He begged him to stop and said that they were not fighting him because they wanted to. They were only obeying Yu Yunho's orders, which amused the Neo-Mask, and the den had a traitorous rat. Leaning over and poking the boy in the forehead, Neo-Mask asked why he was whining, saying that Yu Yunho had forced the fools to fight him, and that there were 40 of them, so they could have easily dealt with him. It seems that the boy did not expect such a reaction from the Neo-Mask, and he had nothing to say. He just kept silent. The Neo-Mask asked him if they hadn't thought of that, but the guy didn't answer. Meanwhile, 2 of the gang members were arguing why 40 people couldn't beat up one person, and his colleague said that the Neo-Mask was hiding in the smoke. They couldn't see him, but he didn't care. The guy did as he said and ducked into the smoke, and that was his big mistake. Of course, the Neo-Mask saw him immediately and asked what he wanted. Knocking him down, the Neo-Mask asked if he wanted to play bullfighting. The guy flew right at his friend and knocked him down. The Neo-Mask saw this and was surprised but did not say anything. He lowered his head. He seemed to be well tired. He had been sitting in the cold all day, hungry. His strength was at its limit. As Ji-hai watched, she calmly said that Cha Sun-bin was reaching his limit and would make a chop out of these fools. Chu Se-jin just watched and listened to Ji-hai in silence. because he didn't know what would happen when the Neo Mask lost control. Jihoi turned to the pleasure manager sitting behind Zhou Sang and asked him if he had installed the program, and he answered satisfactorily. Realizing that his strength was running out and he couldn't fight anymore, he turned on the microphone and spoke to the manager of Joy, who admitted that he couldn't do it anymore. It was time to move on to the second phase. Hearing this, Manager Sad turned to Joy and asked him to think about the situation. This is the NOPAC district. If this company is not connected to their channel, they can expose their location. Manager Sadness looked confused and asked what was going on, and asked not to order anything if it was not on the corporate menu, and could not believe that they were really arguing over food. The manager, Joy, was already irritated by this behavior and ordered them to shut up. Joy was angry, saying that she would like to be gentle with her boyfriend, but today they were eating spicy rice sausages and she didn't understand what had happened to her most responsible model. The pleasure manager could not stand it any longer. He started shouting with joy, saying that they had already gone too far, and he could not believe that this was the reason for the argument. But then the manager smiled and asked that since it was his day of unloading, he just let him order what he wanted and assured him that he would go crazy because of these selfish idiots. It was obvious that the driver was fed up with the argument, but he calmly asked him not to break the van. Chu Se-jin realized that he was going to be out of business and started talking about Neo Mask and told him to listen carefully. The guy was glad that at least someone could hear him. The manager was happy to have Neo Mask add 20,000 to their order, but the guy was not up to it, and almost shouted if any of these idiots were going to listen to him. But in the meantime, there was almost a fight. The Neo Mask realized that he had the last smoke machine left. He could no longer hide to attack alone. The guys standing nearby saw this, and one of the group shouted that Neo Mask had run out of smoke bombs and ordered them to run after him. The Neo Mask was running away from his pursuers, who were telling others about his escape, and was shouting to his managers on the stairs that they were moving to the second phase, whether they liked it or not. Through the drone operated by the managers, they could see where the Neo Mask was running from the attackers, and they told him where to run and where to turn. He had thought everything through to the last detail. In an unfamiliar area, these devices are exactly what he needed. Two guys, because of their rather large weight, could not run for a long time and stopped to catch their breath. One of them said that if they wanted to get to Yu Yunho, they would have to force someone to give up the chase. They admitted that they could no longer run. Neo Mask turned around and saw that two other guys were chasing him, and his managers also saw this and said that he had to deal with the fastest guys who were already close behind. The manager was pleased to say that he had ordered a 5-person cham-chaman, an old one with the same ingredient on one side and a champing on the other, all noodles, but one in bean sauce with vegetables, the other in pepper sauce with seafood. Ji-hee was pleased with this news and said that they would be working on these dishes first. Neo Mask was furious when he heard this. He didn't like the fact that the managers couldn't get their act together for a minute and asked if they were not eating. Chu Se-jin asked what the second phase meant. In short, it meant that the Neo Mask was moving into its own territory, and then a pallet fell into his lap, which could have been very helpful in this situation. Picking up this pallet with his foot, the Neo Mask picked it up and took it in his hands, and moved sharply towards the guys, knocking them down using this wooden block as a kind of shield. Neo Mask began to move the pallet with the boys toward the railing. Realizing what the Neo Mask was up to, the boys wanted to do something, but it was too late. They were leaning over the railing. The guys fell down and knocked down their colleague, who cursed at them and lay down in the mud. The manager, Sum, took up arms and explained to Chu Se-jin that this was a tactic developed in the early 90s and used in turf wars in countries with high crime rates. During the clashes, there were not enough guns for everyone, and one gang came up with a way to resist an armed opponent with just their bare hands. Most people would immediately think of martial arts, a knife, or at least money or something else that could be used as a weapon. Manager Sum asked Chu Se-jin if he wanted to know what the Neo Mask, who had already jumped to the roof of another building, wanted to use as a weapon, or more importantly, how far the Neo Mask was willing to go with this weapon. It was an incredible turn of events. Who is this incredible guy who defeats 40 men by himself? He is like a hero from a comic book. The Neo Mask was unstoppable, though now he says he has always been like that and he was already taking out the criminal who had caught up with him while the other was lying somewhere under the wall. In one of the chambers, a man was watching a live broadcast, and it said that there were rumors about Neo Mask, who had been a professional athlete in the past, and the screen said that the audience had witnessed the birth of a legend, namely the King of the Reapers. It was Jan Tesub, who still had his head bandaged and patches on his face, who watched the video broadcast with bated breath. The host could neither confirm nor deny these gossips, but the Neo Mask looked even more threatening. In the same broadcast, a video was shown again, clearly to make fun of this madman, in which Peina challenges the Neo Mask to a fight with him. Yang Tesub was not surprised, but he realized that Peng Su was a real idiot and had no idea what he was getting himself into. He knew he was finished, remembering what had happened to him, and even he no longer thought the Neo Mask was pathetic. Putting the phone away, Yan Tesub began to get out of bed a little, but did not notice a familiar figure near him. Sitting across from him, the Neo Mask called out to him, and he immediately turned to the source of the sound, as no one else was in the room with him. Jan Tesub was seriously frightened when he saw the Neo Mask in front of him. He remembered the day of their last meeting, after which he ended up in the hospital with bruises and fractures. Jan Tesub was afraid and clutched his chair, but the Neo Mask assured him that he could breathe out. He was not going to hit him. These words calmed the guy down a bit, and he asked, wearily, what the Neo Mask wanted from him. Getting up from his seat and slowly walking towards Yang Tai-Sob, the Neo Mask said that soon someone from his channel would come to this room, and he should tell everything he knew about Yu Yunho, Pai Mensa, Jong Sun Il, Kim Dumina, Emil School, and of course, Nopak. Coming up close to Yang Tsoba, Neo Mask threatened that if anything he said was a lie, the man himself would come for his soul. The man who remembered the abilities of the enemy and his managers dared not object, but he looked away, afraid that if Kim Dooman found out he would be finished. The boy would be between a rock and a hard place. But the Neo Mask interrupted him and asked why he should care at all. Young Tesub realized that this was really just his problem, but he was finished anyway. On the one hand, Neo Mask, and on the other, Kim Dooman, who would immediately send his men to him if he found out. Seeing the state of Yang Tsoba, who was still thinking, Neo Mask asked what he was going to do next. Because of his thoughts, he did not immediately understand what the Neo Mask had said, but he asked again if Yang Tsoba had any plans for the future. The boy folded his hands in front of him and replied that he would like to open his own shopping center. Neo Mask opened his notebook and repeated to himself the words of Yang Tsoba, who did not understand them at first. But it was not a notebook. It was a wallet with business cards. Neo Mask had many of them, but he chose only one, orange in color and elongated. He handed this business card to Yan Tesub and said that if the boy said that he came from Neo Mask, he would be taught everything and given a part-time job. It could be said that this was his chance for a new life without hooliganism. He could not believe that he was receiving such a gift from a man who could easily kill him and was helping him instead. Leaning towards Yang again, the Neo Mask gave him a choice. Either he would continue to be a mutt and serve as a mutt for Kim Dumina, or he would be an informant with the right to a new life. And of course he agreed that it was the best way out. Turning towards the exit of the ward, the Neo Mask noted that it was the right choice, and hoped that he would not catch his eye again. But then Yang Tesub jumped up and called out to Neo Mask, asking him to wait. He was sure that Neo Mask knew that the guy who sent Pamensa was Yu Yunho, on the same level as Kim Du-ming. Young Tai-Sob said that no matter how strong his team was, they could defeat Yun-ho and the Emil gang. But before he could speak, Neo Mask laughed and said that he was behind the news. Young Tai-Sob was shocked to hear that they were all finished. But he couldn't understand one thing, because right now he was looking at the screen where everything was happening. The guys from the email team were looking for where Neo Mask had gone. The guy climbing the stairs said he did not see him and asked him why they were chasing him at all. Why? They would rather go home. But his partner immediately denied this idea and told him to just pretend to be looking for the Neo Mask, that if Yunho got mad, he would beat the guy before their enemy did, and they all wandered around and didn't pay attention to the bin near the steps that took old clothes, curtains, bags, shoes, and so on. Yet one of them, most likely from nothing to do, looked into the bin. The guy who was standing on the stairs saw what his partner was doing and asked if the Neo Mask was there, but the guy denied it, saying he just saw something interesting. His partner started laughing, and the guy really saw something interesting and decided to grab it, but he did not expect to find a Neo Mask there. The guy froze in his tracks and stammered out his name, but before he could say anything, the Neo Mask screamed and hit the guy right in the jaw with the urn. The guy fell unconscious, and the Neo Mask opened the door from the urn and was about to get out of his temporary hiding place. When he got out and stood up to his full height, he would not leave anyone indifferent. No one could resist laughing. Our favorite fashionista is here again. The Neo Mask looked like a fashion statement, a jacket with down, a skirt and pants, but someone said that the clothes looked like garbage. For that he got a punch in the jaw. For a Neo Mask, it was fashion. The guys who were not far away heard some noise from the outside. When they ran there, they saw the Neo Mask, who did not have time to hide behind the wall. One of the guys did not understand who it was and thought it was some homeless person. And when the Neo Mask started to take off his clothes on the move, everyone realized who it was, and the guy admitted that they would get to him so quickly. The guy who was running after the Neo Mask shouted to his friends to run from the other side and block him there. But before anyone could get to the Neo Mask, he jumped from one roof to another. But when he got to the other side, a criminal who did not know how to jump from one roof to another ran up to him, cursing. He ordered his men to quickly enter from the back. The Neo Mask, hearing his words, said that he was only going forward and put his foot out to meet the descending criminal. Pimensu, on the other hand, was afraid and did not know what to do. He wasn't as strong and brave as at least a dozen of the gang members, and he was a pathetic coward. Kim Dum was on the phone with me, and I told him that everything was fine. They just needed to take him down before the final. But Peng Su said that there were not many people left, and he was afraid that the Neo Mask would kill them all. Kim Doomin was already angry and said that Mensu was a pig and was getting on his nerves. Doomin asked a question that was not so easy to answer. He asked Meng Su who was scarier, Yunho or Kim, but the boy did not know what to say. But Kim Dooming did not expect an answer. He said that if everything was fine, it was fine, standing with a bat in his hands and obviously waiting for someone, and ordered the penguin to do as he was told. 5 days before the fight at Emil's school, Chu Se-jin and Cha Sun-bae were walking down the street, and by some miracle the boy did not see a pole and hit his head right on it. And his friend sat down next to him and said that he should get ready because he could not walk at all. He was worried about Chasun-bin and suggested that he visit the hospital because he was always staggering and mumbling under his breath. But the guy assured him that everything was fine, and he was just thinking and distracted. Something fell out of Jae Sung-bin's hand, and Ju Sung-jin asked what the boy was thinking about so much that he ran into a pole. Neo Mask took hold of something tin, and while waiting for the guests, he pulled the stick as far as possible. It looked like 2 hammers, which began to spin in a circular motion, just in the direction of the running guys. Not immediately realizing what had happened, the attackers could not stop and got into the very epicenter of these hammers. One side hit the guy in the jaw, the other hammer hit his partner in the chest. Falling to the floor, the attacker whose face was hit screamed that it seemed his jaw was broken, and the other one, holding his hand, said that if this fool had really been hit like that, he would not have been able to open his mouth. Meanwhile, the Neo Mask ran away, jumping over the railing to the bottom. The guys got up and tried to catch up, but they didn't have time. The Neo Mask had already run away. Meanwhile, the other one was circling the perimeter in search of the fugitive and did not understand where he had gone. But the criminal was sure that the neo-mask was somewhere here, and he was right. He was barely visible, but behind the bars, he could see the silhouette of a guy. And then the neo-mask stuck his hand through the bars and grabbed the attacker by the scruff of the neck, which seemed to frighten him. The neo-mask hit the guy with all his strength against the grate, pushing him closer to him. Without letting go of his victim for a moment, the neo-mask leaned over and asked if he was looking for him. But the attacker clung to the grate with angry eyes and began to curse at his enemy. And the fact that the guy grabbed the grate became his main mistake. The neo-mask hit him with all his might on the fingers, and the bones crunched. In shock and pain, the guy fell down screaming and holding his hand. Hearing the screams in the other direction, 3 guys who were not far away immediately rushed in that direction. But before he could reach them, one of the attackers was kicked in the chest by a neo-mask, while the others, hearing something wrong, turned back and saw this picture. But as soon as they realized what had happened, the guy was already unconscious, and the neo-mask had already run away from the attackers. One of the criminals rushed after the neo-mask, who, as it turned out, ran up the stairs, and stopping in front of the guys who were barely breathing from the chase. The neo-mask said goodbye to the attackers and jumped from the roof to the bottom without hesitation, which made the guys freeze in place, because falling from such a height, it was impossible to survive. But as it turned out, the neo-mask did not jump but grabbed the balcony. As it turned out, he was able to jump first to one floor and then to another without injury. The guy landed easily and got up and went on an adventure. Watching everything through the stream, Chu Se-jin wondered when Neo-mask had time to study the layout of the area. He was sitting in his room all the time after the guy walked him home. That was the answer to the question. The manager asked if he had noticed anything strange when he walked Chasun-bae home last week, and he immediately remembered that he looked normal, but then suddenly ran into a pole and jumped over something out of the blue. Chu Se-jin thought about it and remembered something. At the same time, he happily said that Neo-mask was taking a pill for nausea. Ju Seong didn't expect the manager to know that, and he was happy. Ji-hee said that maybe Neo-mask's body was at home all week, but his mind was somewhere else. And Ji-hee realized that his mind was in this very neighborhood of Perestroika. When she went to visit Neo-mask, most likely to work out again, Ji-hee was surprised to find him at home. But Neo-mask didn't answer her, as if he was thinking about something. And Ji-hee, angry that she was ignored, kicked the guy's ass, and he quickly came to. As if not fully recovering, the Neo-mask turned to Ji-hee and called her a pimensu. This offended the girl, and she grabbed Chasun-bin by the throat. The boy screamed and begged him to forgive her. Sitting down at the table, which the girl seemed to have set, she prepared a large selection of dishes. Seeing Chasun-bin's condition, the girl said that this was a problem, but if he had focused on his studies as much, he could have entered any university. Sitting down with the girl at the table, he said that the same could be said about her. She was not obliged to cook for him when she could study, but Ji-hee said that if he ate pills on an empty stomach, she would be paid from his posthumous insurance. Cha Sun-bin didn't expect the girl to figure it out so quickly, but she said she understood and shouldn't have gotten involved in his business at all. But the girl asked him to at least eat properly while he was still alive, and she remained silent as she continued to eat. There was an awkward silence between the friends, Neo-mask realizing that Ji-hee knew everything and looking at her sadly. Neo-mask could not stand it and stood up from the table without touching anything, forgetting his pills for nausea and vomiting, and the girl saw them. The girl could not eat anymore, so she got up from the table and followed Cha Sun-bin, who went to his office. Someone told Sun-bin that they had uploaded a 360-degree video and a 3D map of the western part of the district, and he thanked them and said that he would watch it later in virtual mode. The man on the phone said that technology has already come a long way. You can even make three-dimensional maps using toys. But the manager interrupted him, saying that these are not toys but drones and 3D scanners. Ignoring his colleague's attention, the guy said that he had paid the measurers, but it was better to thank them in person later because they had to spend a lot of time scanning every inch of the entire territory. Cha Sunbin rubbed his glasses and was satisfied with the work done. He put on a special device and said that it would be better to practice on the spot because virtual reality nausea is quite unpleasant, but the Neo mask assured him that everything was fine and he should not worry. The work was simply amazing. Every inch of the buildings was presented in as much detail as possible. Thanks to this video quality, Cha Sun-bin will be able to move as if he had lived there all his life. Now Chu Se-jin understood everything. So, street assault is not just a physical advantage, but also an opportunity to use the environment to your advantage. So using this technique, it is possible to defeat any number of opponents. Ji-hee agreed, but it worked for them. But for Neo Mask, it was a little different. Chu Se-jin did not understand what she was talking about. Pamensu stood by the empty window, heard Neo Mask calling him and Yunho to play. The man was scared by these words and the boy's voice, not jokingly. Street assault requires both strength and knowledge of the territory, and Neo Mask has it, plus another team, brand, business, money, and the latest technology. And with all this, he can choose where and when to fight. Neo Mask can do absolutely anything with his tool. Yu Yunho pushed Pengsu away from the window and saw the guy downstairs. Chu Se-jin realized that his sister had made a mistake. Neo Mask was good at pretending to be invulnerable, but that didn't mean he was. Neo Mask wasn't pretending to be invulnerable. He was just pretending that he was about to beat them up so that more people would try to attack him. On the contrary, the Neo Mask was pretending to be invulnerable. The guy motioned for Yunho and Peng to come up to them. A driver got out of a black van. He told the manager that he would be gone for a while, and the girl said to check on the other guys as well. Slamming the door, the guy did not understand what she wanted from him, because the man did not listen to her anyway. Standing in front of a tall building, Neo Mask shouted impatiently, wondering what the two were up to. Neo Mask wondered if they were going to come down, because if not, the boy would climb up himself. Yu Young-ho was very angry with Neo Mask and was beginning to lose his temper, but the guy did not calm down, saying that he was losing patience and was tired of waiting for these cops to make up their minds. The pleasure and anger manager was shocked to see this, and Chu Seiji said that Neo Mask was crazy. He could really handle 40 guys. It was all very strange because Neo Mask had been running around for about an hour, but he didn't even look exhausted. In fact, he couldn't have been physically exhausted from all the running and fighting. Most likely, the Neo Mask is just trying to hide it. The guy turned on the microphone and turned to the manager of the Joy and told her to call off the drones one by one, and as soon as she brought them outside, she should switch the shooting to the rear cameras and be ready to replace the building. Barely managing to jump away, the Neo Mask managed to avoid being hit in the head by a brick that came from somewhere on the mountain. And he found out who was responsible. It was the tricks of Pements, who had avoided the possibility of a fight with Neo Mask by every possible means, and had come up with nothing better than to pelt him with bricks. Neo Mask looked at Pina as a miserable bastard and did not even consider him an enemy. But it was a mistake to stare at him. It seemed that Peng Ming-su was only trying to distract Neo Mask's attention to himself to give Yu Yun-ho a chance to attack him unexpectedly, and he took advantage of it and punched him in the jaw. Seeing this, Ju Se-jin was worried about Neo Mask, who seemed to be unconscious. But it seemed that everything was as good as it could be. The Neo Mask was making sound, so he was conscious. Yu Yun-ho, who was slowly approaching the Neo Mask, said that it was fun to beat up those stupid bastards, but the Neo Mask was pissed off because they had suffered because of this bastard, and he was calling them names. Neo Mask stood up and tried to attack Yu Yun-ho, but he was too weak to do so. So Yun-ho managed to kick the guy away with little effort. The Neo Mask bent in half and tried to cough up the blow that hit his lungs. Ju Seong didn't know what to do anymore. He turned to Joy and asked her about a plan of action. Maybe it was time for them to go out and fight with Neo Mask. Jihai asked if the boy wanted to understand if he was really tired or just pretending. Jihai said without waiting for an answer that she didn't care, and Ju Se-jin was shocked by her indifference to Neo Mask. But then the monitor showed that Neo Mask was back on his feet, and Manager Sum informed the others. Yu Yunho came closer and said that the guy was going to throw something out again, or was he going to kill him? The Neo Mask turned his head from side to side, as if looking for someone and trying to get away. And while Yunho was still far away, the Neo Mask turned to the side and the boy laughed. For him, it was a game of cat and mouse. Yunho was very confident and thought that Neo Mask was desperate to run away to the corners. Neo Mask led him to a remote place, and Yu Yongho gloated that there was nowhere to run, and asked why the boy was quiet now since he used to talk a lot. But the Neo Mask did not answer. He stretched his shoulders until his bones crunched and raised his head directly towards the enemy. Slowly walking towards his victim, the Neo Mask confidently replied that he needed to collect himself a little, but Yunho did not seem to expect such a sudden change in the guy's mood. There was a bang off to the side. It was Seiya, who had come down to visit and wish them a good time. Yunho was locked in a box, and he didn't expect it at all, so he started pounding on the door, demanding that it be opened, but he forgot one fact. These were not his subordinates. And then the Neo Mask kicked Yu Yunho so hard that he fell down coughing. Yu Yunho stood up with difficulty and stroked his head, looking at the Neo Mask suspiciously. The guy leaned over and told him to get his act together. The Neo Mask began to attack, from all sides, hitting Yunho without giving him a moment to respond or even try to hit back. He could only defend himself with his hands outstretched. As he closed in on himself, Yunho cursed to himself and realized that the Neo Mask's blows were much harder than before, and he was very surprised. He remembered that when they had first met and fought, Neo Mask's punches had been weaker. And then Yu Yunho lost control of himself and screaming, he broke free from Neo Mask's hold, and he was preparing to strike back. Yu Yongho's hand slapped the Neo Mask's face, making a crunching sound which might have been his nose. Cha Sun-bin remembered their first meeting, when, after testing Yunho's strength, he had told the manager of the sum that he was sure of one thing, that this was a guy you didn't want to mess with. This Neo Mask reminded him of something from the past. When he wanted to become stronger, the boy was sitting in a car, fastened with a seatbelt, and he did not hear someone calling him. The man who was driving the car called out to him, and finally he heard him. They were traveling in a van, and the man said that it would be better if Cha Sun-bin stayed home if he was so tired. But the boy objected, saying that everything was fine, and he was very grateful that the man had given him a job. At that time, Cha Sun-bin was working as a mover, and in an open van there were many boxes of different sizes. The man brought a telly and offered to use it, but the boy refused, saying that there were only flat pieces of furniture for delivery, so it would not be a big deal if he turned them over. Cha Sun-bin grabbed the two boxes and said that it would be better if the man had the telly, since there was only one, and the guy could run several times, so he probably wanted to make his partner's job easier. The man saw how easily Cha Sun-bin ran with the boxes and thought that he would be good at athletics. He had more than enough strength. While talking to someone, Cha Sun-bin was talking about art school, and asked the person if Yabin had told him anything about it. There was a little girl in front of him, and Cha Sun-bin told her that if he invited her to their school, she would get a discount and be able to apply for a grant. The girl said that as a Yebin, she could use the school supplies, so she shouldn't worry about it. Cha Sun-bin thanked her for the offer, as it would help them out now. The girl admitted that since the beginning of elementary school, everyone had disliked her, but it was Yabin who sided with her classmate. At home, she and her sister were about to have dinner, and as she was setting the table, she asked why Cha Sun-bin needed to do this. He told her that all her friends were taking extracurricular classes, but she didn't want to hear it, and told her brother to eat and go to bed, because he had to get up early for work tomorrow. Jokingly, Cha Sun-bin said that was no way to talk to an older brother, but the girl assured him that he shouldn't worry about her. She would find a part-time job as soon as she was of age. Early in the morning, as he was getting ready for work, Cha Sun-bin tied his shoes on the way out of the house, thinking that even if he received a grant to attend this school, he would still need to worry about paying for college. As he ran to work, Cha Sun-bin thought that even if his sister could get enough points for a scholarship, it was not certain that she would be given free accommodation, and his brother thought that she would need money for entertainment and to go out with friends. At work, the assembly of the goods was already beginning. The warehouse was open, the machine was in place, and workers were loading the goods for shipment. Cha Sun-bin was running to be on time for work, so he needed to take a break for a while. And after greeting one of the workers, he told him his name and that he had been told to come here. The man said he had heard of the boy. Putting on his gloves and rolling up his sleeves, Cha Sun-bin started working and carrying heavy boxes. But the memories melted away, and Cha Sun-bin returned to reality, where he saw the ugly face of his enemy, who was surprised and almost gritted his teeth. With a smile, the neo-mask managed to stop Yunho's hand and said that it seemed to everyone that he was relying on his speed alone, but in fact the boy was still quite strong. The room that Yunho was lured into and locked in with the neo-mask was a small iron long box. There was only one camera inside. Seiya had already made it back to the car and was already making his way back to the war chair, sighing heavily. Seiya said that everyone had already eaten and that Manhwa was watching everything. On the other side was the same black car. It was finishing the last of the dried food from the plastic container. Someone said that no matter how much he talked and explained how serious the problem of plastic pollution was, no one seemed to get his point. The interior of the car was exactly the same as in the first one. There were 3 people sitting there. A man behind him was talking, saying that even if you look at how much garbage their team has to collect for recycling, but before he could say anything, someone sitting in front of him was begging someone to tell him to be quiet. Through the microphone in his earpiece, someone spoke to Kan Gi-tae and ordered him to get to work and stop listening to Mukwan's babbling. The boy understood and was happy to finally stop hearing the babbling. But the Mukwan did not calm down. When he heard that the manager was on the phone with Joy, he started talking to her about the importance of plastic recycling. But the girl did not even listen, but sent her away and ordered her to shut up. That's who almost bit his nails off. This coward, watching the stream on the phone, realized that if Neo-Mask defeated Yunho, he would be next, and for the guy it would be a 2-minute job. Rushing from corner to corner, Pemensu did not know what to do. He thought about just running away, but then changed his mind, afraid that Neo-Mask would meet him and he would tear him to pieces. Through the camera that was attached to the wall, the viewers of the live broadcast were already laughing at this coward. Seeing these mocking comments in his address, Pemensu pointed his middle finger at the camera and said that if they were here, they would not have said anything to his face, but this only made the audience laugh even more. The guys saw all this and realized that they would be finished, but someone tried to bring them to their senses, telling them to get busy, because the Neo-Masks were almost there. Now the rest of the gang was wondering why they had come here at all. The guy in the green jacket told Pence that he was leaving. He had had enough. They were not dogs, and someone had the idea to beat the man. But someone else had enough anger at the Neo-Mask and wanted to find it. Grabbing a brick from an unfinished wall, the guy was already on his way to find his enemy. But the Mukwan appeared in front of the criminal, and his one blow was enough to leave the guy unconscious. The manager of the pleasure center took the criminal by the legs and dragged him away. And as it turned out, he reached the edge of the roof, and with all his muscles, he threw him down. The guy must be pretty strong to be able to lift and throw this big guy. And the 3 musketeers who came to the rescue, seeing these guys, immediately stopped, being seriously frightened. Seeing these big men, whose whole body consisted of muscles, anyone would have thought 10 times whether to attack or not. Muzvan immediately said that if they were going home, there was an ambulance at the entrance. They just needed to show their wounds and they could go. But then someone came out of hiding and brought something that looked like a hammer and started to run towards one of the criminals who had arrived. Seeing this device in his hands, the guy could only cover himself with his hands to get as little injuries as possible. But this did not save him, as the device passed over him from below, which the attacker did not expect. The guys were so shocked by what they saw that they opened their mouths and turned to the attackers, who told them that they should not delay if they were almost done. They were two fragile-looking girls, looks can be deceiving, who arrived with the Manhwa and the pleasure manager. They asked only once if the boys understood them, but they didn't have to repeat themselves. The guys still put their lives and health above other people's interests, which are worthless to them. They all ran away as one. It was the right decision. The other attackers who were separately from the group that had already fled were blocked, but they did not realize who they were. The guy asked them not very politely to get out of the way. And then, immediately after these words, some green liquid got on the clothes of the three criminals. They tried to hide from it, but some of them got it in the face, and some were lucky to get it only on their clothes, of course. It was the work of the bag manager. And while the criminals were wondering what had been shot at them, the manager of the bag and Khan Gita got to the thieves in a second and laid them on the ground one by one in a method known to all. Khan Gita answered the guy's earlier question. They are editors, and this meant only one thing for them: big problems. The gang was in a stupor and shocked, and did not know where to go and what to do. Han Gite said that they were here to exercise social control. Meanwhile, from the box where Neo Mask and Yunho were locked up, sounds like a bombing range were coming from. And all because in this small room under the light of a single lantern, a real fight for life and death was taking place. Now the Neo Mask showed all his strength and furiously beat the enemy, who did the same in response, but he had to admit that he had met a worthy opponent in strength. Yunho looked with angry, wild eyes at Neo Mask with a bruised cheek. The guy had long since lost his temper, but still the enemy's blows sometimes brought him to his senses. He was the only one who stood up to this gorilla and was able to show him his place. Neo Mask's mask was already mangled in the eye area, but he seemed to be in one piece and full of energy to continue the fight, so he was only pretending to be exhausted, which was a delusion. Yuno was already on the verge of his life, and with wild screams, furious that he could not defeat the enemy, he rushed towards the Neo Mask with curses. But the guy dodged Yunho's attack and attempted punch with surprising ease, his arm flying past the Neo Mask's face. This stopped Yunho's dust, and the Neo Mask took the opportunity to punch him directly in the rib, which caused the boy to experience a vivid bouquet of terrible emotions from unbearable pain. And finally, the Neo Mask, turning around, hit Yunho in the chest with full force, throwing him back a couple of meters. The criminal fell to the floor of the iron box, with a broken, bloody nose and red cheeks from the Neo Mask's blows, and was unable to get up. The Neo Mask did not stop there and punched the guy in the nose with his fist, so it was definitely broken. Out of his mind with anger, Yunho grabbed hold of the Neo Mask's jacket in the area of his ribs. He threw the Neo Mask off and against the wall, but the guy didn't fall. He was able to land on his feet. In the reflection of Neo Mask's mangled mask, one could see the hatred with which Yunho looked at the boy, who in his dream saw only one thing: a dead enemy. The Neo Mask felt the hole in the mask with his fingers and told Yunho that it was actually very expensive, and the boy mockingly asked if he really wanted to pay for it. But the Neo Mask denied it, removing the broken glass from the mask so that the eye could be seen. He only said that he wanted Yunho to know that. The boy stood there, looking down at the floor, silent with the beautiful women who had broken up the gang, telling them to go home and play something. They were such sweethearts, and the manager happily stepped aside and announced over the microphone that they had taken care of the assholes in their area. Mukvan was carrying one of the criminals in a bag behind his back. He was unconscious, and said that this garbage was not worth recycling, and the manager was pleased to see the hooligans lined up behind him and looking at the guys' backs, saying that they had cleared their territory. And there was only one group that had not yet completed the cleanup. Manager Anger wondered why they had to fight these hooligans. Han Gita said that it seemed that they had just gotten strong leaders like Yunho. But Manager Sum said that this was not true. Neo Mask had beaten them, and now, being afraid of him, they decided to take out their anger and resentment on his henchmen because they looked weak and there were only 3 of them. But they did not even realize that they were facing the best fighters of the Neo Mask, and this was the gang's main mistake. Everyone was on alert, and the first brave attackers were already welcomed, and one of them went on the attack. He was welcomed and taken on by Khan Gita. He accelerated to such a speed that the attackers were very far away. The boy ran with all his might towards the enemy, knocking down anyone who stood in his way. Khan Gita was an editor, and this meant first-class combat readiness, which no other criminal had. The criminal that Khan Gita got to tried to hit the guy, but he easily dodged his punch, and was punched in the jaw in return. It seems that the blow was too heavy for the criminal. He fell unconscious to the ground, and Khan Gita turned to check on his partners. They were also doing well, but the manager of the Rage did not show any ceremony with the criminal and kicked him in the chest. But then, behind Chu Se-jin, another mortal was already aiming to attack from behind, perhaps wanting to avenge his friend. Of course, the manager was angry when he heard the rude way someone behind him spoke to him, and when Chu Se-jin turned around, he saw that the attacker's hand was pointing directly at him. But of course, he dodged in time, and the guy missed his target, never reaching the goal. The boys proved to these bastards that they were stronger than they looked. After getting a good beating, Yunho was still not calming down and kept asking who the Neo Mask thought he was, and after hitting him again, the Neo Mask realized that the guy was mad that he was able to mix him with mud, and said that trash is trash. These words made the guy angry, and he jumped up and ran at the Neo Mask with his fists, cursing him at everything. But the Neo Mask did not allow him to do anything and grabbed him by the arms and pushed him against the wall, which the guy did not expect because he considered himself stronger only because of his impressive size, but he seemed to think that was enough. Approaching the guy's angry and reddened face, the Neo Mask jokingly said that his heart was jumping out of his chest because he was so close. But it seems that someone didn't understand the joke and lost control, and Yunho broke away from the Neo Mask's embrace. But then he received another punch in the rib, a grimace of pain on his face. But still, Yunho managed to pull himself together and swing to hit the Neo Mask, but he knew in advance that the guy would try to do it and ducked to avoid it. Realizing this, Yunho grabbed the Neo Mask's head and bent it down to his knee, wanting to lose the boy's orientation and consciousness. But that was not to be, and the Neo Mask grabbed the boy's knee and asked with a winking eye that Yunho had probably never watched his streams, but he did not understand the question. After leaving the bunker, the Neo Mask fell unconscious near the door and someone came to him. The out-of-breath Pamensu looked at Neo Mask in surprise, as if afraid that he would get up. Pamensu walked around the Neo Mask to look inside the bunker. When he saw the guy sitting on the floor, crouched down and not moving, he said that the boar who had been showing off the most was now sitting defeated, and obviously crippled and with broken bones. Mensu saw that the Neo Mask was not moving and decided to finish him off himself right then and there. But that was not to be. As soon as Mensu said that, the Neo Mask opened his eyes, as if he had done so on purpose, and fell down to lure the bastard. And with a yell of foot crunch, he kicked the man's leg as hard as he could and broke it. Penance's face was contorted in pain from the fracture. Neo Mask sat down on the ground and turned to Penguin, who was clutching his leg and rolling on the floor, crying out in pain, and said that the bastard loved to sneak up on him from behind. And shame on him. Only cowards do that, and that's exactly what he was. The Neo Mask rose and loomed as a shadow over Pensa, who, out of fear, not only forgot about the pain but turned pale as if he had seen a mass of death. But even such a coward managed to kick the Neo Mask in the chest and push him away. And he ran as fast as he could, forgetting that one of his legs was broken, until the Neo Mask stood up. But when he stood up, he did not run after this lowlife, but simply covered his face with his hand and laughed out loud. He was laughing as he ran away with a broken leg. Of course, Mensu immediately called the commander and told him that it was time, and he asked him what the situation was like there. Mungsu also told him that Yunho was completely injured and Neomask was exhausted, so if Kim Do-ming came with the boys, he would be able to handle it. Bai Mansu said that so far everything was going according to his plan, and Kim Do-min repeated his words and laughed, because this fool was just a puppet in his hands, which they could turn as they wanted. One day, Pemensu decided to visit Kim Do-min's lair, and as usual, there were many motorcycles in front of his gate, but no one was there. So Pensu went inside. There was only one guy inside who was repairing motorcycles. He was on his phone and did not pay any attention to the man who asked where Kim Do-ming and Sunil were. The guy just said dryly that they were not here. And then the pedestrian's eyes fell on the corner of her pocket, where she could see bills for a rather large sum. And of course, greed did not leave the pensioner alone, and he looked at the boy and reached for the money. But when he was about to grab the bills, the guy grabbed the pensioner's hand. Preventing him from doing so, he was caught red-handed. It takes a fool to pick someone else's money. The guy angrily asked what this bastard wanted. These funds to pay for his mother's treatment. The man had no sense, no respect for himself. He came to visit and tried to steal the money from the guy like a rat. Having torn his arm, Pensu asked him irritably what he wanted to do with the money, and he did not even hide or deny that he wanted to steal it. He asked the boy what he was going to do with them and then hit him in the side and knocked him off the couch. The guy didn't say anything, but he immediately decided to start pontificating and said that even a neo-masked yogi was scared to death of him. And looking at the boy with a frown, he began to mock him, saying that Kim Do-ming would not always protect him, so he would continue to serve as his doormat. Pemensu said that as soon as Neomask was out of the game, Do-min would be finished. But when this bastard spoke, he did not think that anyone would hear him, and that was the case all the time, because Kim Do-min was watching him, and he saw and heard everything. Kim Do-ming said calmly and with a kind of pleasure that since the Neomask could no longer fight, it was time for him to take care of him. Kim Do-ming reminded him of the words he had heard when Pemensu came to him, and the man was frightened and only now realized that he had heard everything. The time for payback had come, and Kim Do-min said, banging his bat on the bars, that Nopak did not need fools like Pemensu, so he could go and get his share of the battering just like Yunho. Now that Pengsu had finally gotten what he deserved, he was alone. Mensu realized that it was time to run. He was already outside the rebuilding when he heard Neomask's voice, which made him run even faster, and the leopard would be jealous. Neomask realized that life teaches you nothing, and he hadn't learned anything from the last stream when they sent young Tae-sob to the hospital. Going down the stairs, Neomask assured him that Kim Do-min, who had not come to the aid of his right hand, young Tae-sob, would certainly not come to Pemensu, so he cheerfully suggested that they have fun. Running away as far as the eye could see, Pengsu realized that he was in very bad shape, unlikely to get far as the Neomask would catch him immediately. Thinking that he needed to call the police, Pemensu picked up the phone, but fate was not on his side. The gadget immediately turned off. The charge was not enough. Mensu was too confident in his plan, so he watched the live broadcast all the time and did not think about the fact that he needed to save the charge on the phone for an emergency, which came. Now, having stopped, he began to think logically about what to do in a situation where someone is being attacked or threatened. Of course, there was only one way out: to shout and call for help, to beat on the closed door, which was actually closed with a notice posted saying that because of the hooligans' attacks, they had to close for 2 months, but they promised to return soon. There was no one there, but only now did Pemensu notice the notice that said they were forced to close because of a group of hooligans who broke into the bar at night and drank 38 million won worth of drinks. They had a good time drinking on their tab. The gang had done this before, showing fake IDs and refusing to pay. Their behavior was ruining the life of the place. The staff was suffering. So they asked that it would not happen again. Pemensu was almost crying after reading this. It seems he was one of the participants in the robbery. Looking around for shelter, Pemensu noticed a light in a shop with a lot of flowers outside. It was the same store where Neo Mask had bought flowers for his sister, and the woman who greeted him was not even aware that he was not a customer. Pemensu stopped breathing heavily at the entrance to the store, staring with undisguised anger at the shop assistant who was looking at the man in fear. The woman remembered who had come to her, as Pemensu had been to her shop before with Eonthex, Kim Dumin, and Sunil, and she remembered that they were offering their marketing services. Pemensu told the woman to call the police, something she hadn't expected to hear from the gangster who had recently threatened her. Pemensu flew up to the girl like a madman and grabbed her by the clothes, pulling her close and shouting at the top of his lungs, telling her to call the cops. But the girl didn't budge. Unexpectedly for him, the saleswoman hit him in the face and screamed at him how dare he yell at her. And then, behind them, they heard loud laughter, which the girl and the man noticed, knowing who he was going to see. The man was unable to escape from the Neo Mask, which left the girl speechless, and the boy, laughing, admitted that it was the first time in his life he had ever seen someone beaten with a bouquet of flowers. But what was even more unexpected was that the man who had recently been trembling at the mere mention of the Neo Mask and running away from it as far as the eye could see, now rushed to attack. But it didn't work out, and Pemensu was the first to be hit. Pemensu fell to the floor with a red nose, and the girl turned pale when she saw it. Putting his hand in his pocket, the Neo Mask turned to the shopkeeper and said that he had never thought of using flowers as a weapon, but he wanted to try it. Taking out a black card that he had already shown in this store, the Neo Mask held out for payment and apologized for the inconvenience. The girl saw the card and remembered that she had already seen it in the hands of a guy who was buying 2 bouquets for his sister's grave. Covering his eyes and clearly smiling at the girl, the Neo Mask assured her that he would pay for everything. Standing in front of Pence, who had already gotten to his feet and was holding his nose, the Neo Mask said that before he beat the crap out of the little guy, he asked permission to ask him why he was huffing and puffing and making a fuss. While warming up, Neo Mask said that he really thought that if he was a 6th-rate Emil and Nopaku, one day the whole world would be at his feet, or that he could have such a simple life. Pemensu hesitated, and Neo Mask kept up with him, asking for a little help, since he had already invested so much money in this fight. But now it was clear why Pemensu was delaying so much. He wanted to take the flower without being noticed, while Neo Mask said that he had killed 40 guys and had killed the boss and had the right to at least know the answer to that. But Pence had other plans. He wasn't going to say anything and threw the flower in Neo Mask's direction. He immediately ran away as fast as he could. But that was not to be. The Neo Mask caught Pema by the scruff of the neck and made him cough. He threw the criminal away from the door and began to pelt Pena with flower pots. The Neo Mask knew that Pensu would not say anything, so he suggested that they skip the small talk and grab the same pot that the man had thrown at him. He managed to shield his head from the pot, but it still hurt his hand. Taking hold of a large plant and pulling it out of the pot by the root, Neo Mask said he meant well. The Neo Mask admitted that he was trying to talk to him, but the criminal chose a different path. As he accelerated toward Mr. Pena again, the Neo Mask kept holding the plant and asked him if he was asking for too much, just to leave people alone. The Neo Mask hit the man on the head so hard that he drooled and seemed to lose consciousness. But the Neo Mask did not stop there. He hit Pena on the cheek again, wondering why they could not live in peace like normal people. Heavy artillery was used. The Neo Mask grabbed a bag of mixed fertilizer for plants and said that they had chosen a place, decided how many of them there would be, and the guy had to deal with those who came without an invitation. And asking how much longer they had to put up with these antics, he threw the bag right on the man's head. But now, holding 2 bouquets of flowers, the Neo Mask said that he advised them to close their eyes or they would regret not listening. The Neo Mask, screaming, rushed at Pensu with the flowers, hitting the criminal with them. The only thing he could do was to cover himself with his hands. The guy said that life was as bad as this freak. Pemensu decided that he could command here and began to order the Neo Mask to stop. The criminal had too high an opinion of himself. The Neo Mask did not like this and was irritated. He shouted at Pensu to shut his mouth and was about to attack him again when the guy was blocked. Neither Pensu nor the neo-mask could believe their eyes, because they had not expected the shopkeeper to defend this criminal. Neo-mask was shocked and put the bouquet on her shoulder and asked her if she really wanted to protect the scumbag who tried to destroy her business. But the girl didn't back down. She stood her ground. The neo-mask didn't understand this act and thought she was sorry for the flowers, but he assured her that he would pay for everything. And while the guy was busy with him, the woman should take care of the store, because she had suffered a lot from these idiots. The woman looked at the flowers and said that the neo-mask didn't have to pay for them, and she didn't seem to be defending the loser. The way they called Pansy angered him, and he took the opportunity to push the woman in the back right in front of the neo-mask. Only one thing was interesting. Why did she stop the guy? The girl was falling rather unluckily, avoiding the neo-mask, and the neo-mask himself, already lying on the floor, put his hand out so that the girl could fall head first on it and not on dozens of pot shards and not get hurt. She held her head and thanked the neo-mask for his help. But without answering, he ran after the man who had already fled the store. Running out into the street, the neo-mask stopped and asked himself where Pensu could have gone, because he was running too fast on his short legs. But then the neo-mask heard the sound of a motorcycle and immediately turned around. Now it was clear where the short man had gone. Penguin was coming towards Neo-Mask at full speed on his yellow motorcycle, holding a bat. Flying past Pensu, wishing Neo-Mask death, he aimed the bat directly at him. The Neo-Mask froze in place, unable to do anything, and watched in horror as the furious Pensu with the bat rushed toward his head. Chu Se-jin burst into Cha Sun-bin's apartment as if he was angry about something and kept calling out to his friend. Ji-hee was sitting quietly at the table surrounded by books with a cup of drink, and she asked him why he was shouting so loudly, and he asked where their neo-masks were, and if he really decided to fight the email gang alone. Ji-hee turned away and calmly drank her drink, asking Ju Se-jin why he cared, but the boy didn't understand his calmness, because he was sure that Cha Sun-baek would never be able to fight them. Ju Se-jin was irritated. He didn't understand why Cha Sun-baek never told anyone what was on his mind. Ji-hee continued to write quietly, telling Ju Se-jin to let it go and just take his fee and pretend that nothing was happening. But the boy was not happy with this idea, yelling at the girl and asking her how he could let it go. Ji-hee was distracted from her writing and was surprised to see this reaction and concern for Cha Sun-bin. She could see that the boy was not in a good mood and was really worried about the situation. Ji-hee assessed the situation and picked up her phone and told Ju Se-jin that she had sent the address where Jae Sun-baek was located. Looking at his phone and the address Ji-hee had sent him, he was surprised because he knew where it was. Ji-hee told him to go there since he said he didn't understand Cha Sun-baek and to look at this girl, so he would understand why Neo-Mask was doing all this and would be able to figure out how to help him. Ju Se-jin finally arrived at the place where Cha Sun-bin was standing, dressed in black, and breaking the silence. He said that he was a little confused by the fact that the boy had been looking at his sister's photo for an hour, but the boy replied that it was normal for him to stand there and watch him all that time. Looking at the picture of the little girl with the flowers in the frame, Ju Se-jin now seemed to understand why Jae Sung-bin was so cold in what he was trying to accomplish. Looking cautiously at Cha Sun-baek, Ju Se-jin said that maybe it wasn't his sister, but he was confused by the fact that his friend was driven by a desire for revenge. Jae Sung-bin remained silent and thought about it and said that he felt as if Yebin was still living somewhere far away. That is why Cha Sun-bin is not going to fight for revenge. He wants to protect people. Neo-Mask just wanted to protect them, no matter where they were, no matter how old they were. Chu Se-jin listened and said that he knew that Sun-bae's sister was not the last victim. So in order to prevent any more, Ju Se-jin told Cha Sun-baek that he would have to stop him. Hearing this, Cha Sun-baek reminded him of Chu Se-jin's words earlier when he said that he understood his friend's purpose. Chu Se-jin said that he did, that he knew everything. So now Cha Sun-baek had to be ready. He had no right to lose. He would not lose until Jo Seong came to stop him. but now he came to help his friend and kicked the man off the motorcycle. After Ju Se-jin's attack, Peng-su lay unconscious on the road. Yunho remained unconscious in the bunker where the Neo-mask had left him. Someone approached Chu's sister, Chu-jin Miri, who was wearing the same jacket with the embroidered dragon, and she asked if it was the right time. And someone watching the live broadcast on a tablet said with satisfaction that at last they all got what they deserved. John Tesob was walking along the road reading his daily routine. He had already been discharged from the hospital on Monday and Tuesday. He works in the team from the beginning. On Wednesday and Thursday, he works on the website and merchandise. On Friday and Saturday, he has an internship and does research work. But John Tesob decided to take a new path and use the business card that Neo-mask gave him. He looked up from his phone and realized that he had a lot to learn, but thought it would be better if he watched some startup videos on YouTube instead of doing something stupid. But then Kim Do-min stood around the corner and asked Young Tasoba how he was doing, and the guy didn't expect to see him so soon, although he probably realized that it was unavoidable in the hospital. Kim Do-min said that he wanted to visit Young Tasob, but he had already been discharged from the hospital, and he had not come to help him here. And he had not visited him in the hospital for a long time, and now he was suddenly needed because there was no one left. Kim Do-min was very cunning. He approached Young Tasob, who said that, yes, he had been discharged recently, and the thief said that he had seen the stream, and if he had known that it would be so difficult for him to deal with them, he would have come to help. But Young Tasob knew that Neo-mask had sent text messages to everyone that night about the boy's whereabouts, but he did not say anything, just agreed. Kim Do-min said that he had invited Heck and a couple of other guys from Troll Farm to a meeting with Nopak today, that Pamensu had lost and needed new people to join the team. The man said that he had asked So-hyung to find a new bike for Young Tasob in honor of his discharge from the hospital, but interrupting Kim Do-min, the guy said that he was leaving Nopak and wanted to live a normal life. Opening his eyes, Kim Do-min could not believe his ears and asked Young Tasob. Kim Do-min jokingly said that he was afraid of the Neo-mask, and Young Tasob replied that even if he was. The man put his hand on the shoulder of the thesaurus, clearly not liking the answer, and asked who was scarier, him or the Neo-mask. And the boy said that the thief scares him because he does not understand what is in his head, but the other is much more frightening because he knows how far the Neo-mask can go. Jan Tasob immediately said that they have no chance to cope with Neo-mask. Because he is incredibly strong, the joyful fake smile immediately fell from Kim Do-min's face. Seeing this, Young Tasob realized that Kim Do-min would not let go of him easily. And he was right. Kim Do-min realized that Young Tasob really wasn't going to return to the team and decided that it was best to kill him. Ju Se-jin walked along with Cha Sun-baek and tried to convince him to go to the doctor. Ju Se-jin said that he and Mr. Buck were worried when Cha Sun-baek came down with a fever, but the boy assured them that it was just a couple of bruises and that he was really fine. But then Jae Sung-bin picked up his phone, and what he saw was confusing. Chu Se-jin noticed his friend's reaction and asked him what was wrong. But he didn't answer, and together with Jo Se-jin they turned into a street. What they saw there shocked them, but neither of them could say a word. Young Tasob was lying in front of them. His clothes were scattered around him, and he was coughing slightly, so the boys noticed that he was alive. Ju Se-jin helped Young Tasob to his feet and said that he didn't have a chance, but Kim Do-min did his best, and it looked like he hit him on the head, so he asked him not to move too much for now, because he might have a concussion. Young Tasob looked very bad and said it was very humiliating. Cha Sun-bin asked if that was all he could say. Wasn't he the biggest gangster in the neighborhood? But Young Tasob couldn't even look at the guy. His face was swollen, and he just asked who he was. Cha Sun-bin saw him in this state and asked him to tell him how he felt. He said that his boss had given him a lot of tasks to do, and that if he worked hard, he would be allowed to work in the company after graduation. Cha Sun-bin was annoyed because he thought he had finally put an end to it, but Kim Do-min had not learned his lesson and would continue to commit crimes. Young Tai Sob asked Chu Se-jin his name and asked if he was Sun Bin's friend, and he said yes. Yan Ta Sob recalled everything that had happened and crying, repented, and said that he was very sorry and begged him to tell Cha Sun Bin that he was very ashamed of him. He realized what a fool he had been, and an ambulance took him away. The guys watched in silence as Yang Tasoba was taken away, and a colleague who arrived angrily said that this gang of freaks was the way to get rid of those who wanted to leave the gang and start a normal life. After thinking about it, Cha Sun Bin turned to Chu Se-jin and asked if he was free today, and the boy confirmed. Jae Sung Bin also approached Mr. Baek. He said that he wanted to ask him to organize a joint meeting. Mr. Buck asked if he needed to call all the editors and managers. Cha Sun Bin said no. He needed absolutely everyone. There were a lot of bikes outside Kim Do-ming's den, as he said, and the troll gang, Heck, and all the others were going to be there today. Kim Do-min was sitting in his chair as usual, his feet up on the table in front of him, his partner standing a little further away, and everyone else who had come to the meeting. The two guys were talking to each other. One was bored and asked if NOPAC was recruiting new guys, why they should be here, but the other was curious and asked if his friend didn't want to know who would be appointed as executors. But laughing, the guy suspected that his partner just wanted to shake hands with them because he already knew that he was the best among these guys. Jong Sung said they were looking for new performers, so he asked for a show of hands from those who thought they could fill the role. But after what happened with Yang Tez, there were no volunteers, because there was talk in the group that they would face the same fate if they came forward. But the hesitation was overcome by the fact that someone had a chance to become cooler, and that Kim Do-min would highlight the stories. But still no one raised their hand, so Jong Sun asked if anyone had the courage to raise their hand, so he repeated the question one last time. If someone considers himself worthy of the position, he should just step forward. After some hesitation and thought, there were those in the group who were almost ready. But before anyone could take a step forward, a large van drove into the gate of the building, and Kim Do-min, who was sitting quietly, was blown up without realizing what had happened. The silhouette of a guy appeared from the shadows, and he asked if it was Kim Do-min looking for a tough fighter, but the guy could not say anything. It was Neo Mask who turned to Kim Do-min and told him to lift his ass, and the boy slowly stood up. Neo Mask said that there would be no streaming today. He was going to finish this gang today. The van was brought by Neo Mask. He completely tore down the gate to the building where many hooligans were staying. The guy knew when to come. Most likely he was informed about the meeting by Yan Ta Sob. Neo Mask was standing right at the entrance, and behind him was his entire group, editors and managers. Kim Do-min was shocked to see him. The gang members had different emotions. Some were terrified of Neo Mask, while others were angry with him. In a moment, the slaughter began, and without further ado, the managers and editors, led by Neo Mask, rushed at the gang inside. But the main target was Kim Do-min, and he knew it. Neo Mask's team was knocking down anyone who got in their way. Jong Sun stayed out of the fray, staying close to his commander. The one who was happy was Kim Haek, the first-rate manager, whose eyes literally sparkled at the sight of the fight. The guy was obsessed with it. Kim Haek was eager to get into the fight, shouting that he wanted to participate, but his partner, who came with him, held him back, saying that he didn't need to complicate the situation. The other guys in the gang did not share this enthusiasm and zeal. On the contrary, they were ready to run as far as they could to get away from this mess. And yet they did, shouting that it was time to run. Most of the newcomers ran wherever they could, just to survive. There was no hero there who would be willing to get a few bruises and fractures for someone else. But then one of the fugitives did not notice the man in front of him, who was always looking back, and crashed into him at full speed. Not realizing what had happened, Ye fell to the floor holding his nose, and the man standing next to him asked timidly if the man was a member of the No-Pack gang. A group of heavy-set men stood in front of the boys, who were a long way from being the age of these poor miners. And when one of the men saw the preschoolers, he said that he finally knew what the gang of dumbasses everyone was talking about looked like, but he was disappointed to see them. It was a mopping-up team with only one task: to block all the exits. One of the men said it was clear. It was a cheat. Neo Mask fought separately from the team. He knew that his men could handle it, and meanwhile he hunted down the leaders of the No-Pack gang. His first victim was Jong Sunil, who was holding a knife and saying in a trembling voice that he would cut Neo Mask into pieces while he was sweating in liters of fear. But the Neo Mask silently took the toy away from the thief, and there was no point in pointing it at everyone. Neo Mask was obviously pissed off with this gang of scum, and without a word he turned the knife over and drove the handle into the forehead of the vat of Sonal. The guy fell to the floor holding his face and cursing at the top of his lungs, while the Neo Mask slowly approached his main victim, Kim Dooman, who had already exploded from his chair. But Neo Mask called out to Kim Hek and asked him to fight him, as he was a longtime fan, so it was clear why he was so torn with happiness when the fight started. He introduced himself and asked if he had heard of him. But Neo Mask didn't want to waste his time on Kim Hek and told his men to deal with him. He didn't have to say it twice. The managers and editors rushed towards Kim Hak like a bullet. Chu Se-jin was a little surprised by this, perhaps because Neo Mask had decided to give this guy to his comrades. But it didn't make Kim Hak less happy, because he knew everyone, including the manager, Joy, and the editor, Ki-tai Han, and he said that he was very happy to finally meet them, because he was a fan of theirs. Meanwhile, the Neo Mask started to attack Kim Dooming, grabbing the table where he liked to put his feet up and throwing it right at the criminal. The guy covered the table with his enemies and added a kick to his leg. Kim Dooman tried to push the furniture away, but nothing worked. So now this thug has a chance to prove that he is really stronger and scarier than his enemy. The Neo Mask took down the Dooman and crushed him to the floor with the table. Crouching on top of him, Neo Mask let Dooman in on his thoughts, namely that it wouldn't be long before he would completely defeat his pathetic gang. Did Kim Dooming really think that the boy didn't attack because he was afraid? But to Neo Mask, he was nothing and a nobody. Kim Dooman didn't like what he was hearing, but he didn't say anything in response. But then, when Neo Mask was about to strike Kim Dooman, Manager Joy flew past him. The girl was out of the game for the time being, and it was just Kite Han and Kim Hake who were laughing with joy at the opportunity to fight with Neo Mask's team. Kim Hake wanted to strike at Kite Khan, but the guy easily dodged, and the criminal flew past his target. But he did not fall. Kim Hake managed to grab Ju Se-jin by the throat, who did not expect such fighting skills and tricks from this thief. Trying to escape from Kim Hake's clutches, Chu Se-jin had to admit that he was too strong, like a machine. Chu Se-jin tried to knock him off balance with a kick to the back, but for this fighter it was like a massage. Turning to his opponent, the manager, the guy was surprised by such a light blow, probably because he had seen the broadcast of the fight. He hit Manager angry with all his strength and he fell to the floor. The guy was disappointed and Ju Se-jin was surprised. Kim Dooman remained lying under the table, and the Neo Mask left him and slowly walked toward Kim Hak, saying that he was very stubborn and that he didn't like the way they beat the crap out of his friend. But Kim Hake laughed and said that if he was talking about Kim Dooman, he was not his friend. He only tolerated him because it was fun to watch him try to chew his way to the top. Ju Se-jin, having a chance to catch his breath and think, drew conclusions from the situation that Kim Hake was not only strong, but also so fast that he, Manager Joy, and Kite Han could not dodge in time, and he was able to withstand the guy's punch, and he might even be stronger than Neo Mask. Realizing this, he looked at his friend as if Cha Sun-bin could read his mind and thought to himself that he shouldn't do this. After all, this guy was on a completely different level, he was eager to fight, and for Kim Hake it was the same as having fun. And near the van, which Neo Mask and his colleagues had brought, a real massacre was taking place. The cleanup team was doing their job in full swing, fighting a dozen hooligans, but they had little chance. Minors no match for well-trained fighters. Mukwan went to the manager of the Sum and said that he was almost done, and asked how they were doing, and when he saw a silhouette in the distance, he asked if it was Kim Hake, but the guy just looked forward and said that he wanted to fight with the Neo Mask. Chu Sejin helped the manager to leave, and when she saw them idling, she said that she and Kite Han had to stop Kim Hek. Why were they standing there? She didn't look very well, like she had been hit hard. Putting his hat back on, Kite Han huffed and said that she didn't see the robot put them together with Ju and manager Gong. And Chu Sejin said that the only one who can handle him is Neo Mask, and even he might be too strong. Meanwhile, Neo Mask's fight with Kim Hake continued, and the boy was ready to strike. But something stopped him, and he didn't hit Neo Mask. Kim Hake grabbed Neo Mask's arm and pulled him aside, stopping the fight. Ju Sejin, standing next to Kite Han, saw this and didn't understand what had happened because Kim Hake had already grabbed Neo Mask's hand. Looking at Neo Mask's hand, Kim Hake was embarrassed and said that it would not work. The guy was shocked by the act. As it turned out, Neo Mask was wounded and his palm was dripping with blood, which happened when he took the knife from Jong Sunil, and Kim Hake wanted an equal fight, so he said they would fight when the wound healed. Kim Hake said that 2 months should be enough time, so he suggested a summer vacation, saying that Neo Mask still needed to practice, and let go of his hand. The boy was still in shock. Kim Hake was not like his men. He said that he had seen Neo Mask fighting with Yun Ho, and judging by his movements, he could not win at the moment, and he was sure that the boy himself understood this very well. It was quite strange, because he could easily kill the enemy while he was exhausted, but he did not do it. Kim Hake really did look several times bigger than Neo Mask, but he assured him that he shouldn't be upset. He really wanted to fight one-on-one, so he gave the boy the right to decide where and when it would happen. Kim Hake, hinting at Kim Dooman, who was still crushed by the table, assured him that he would personally take care of anyone who tried to interfere. Neo Mask calmly agreed and said that he would pick a day and they would fight to the end. But Neo Mask stopped him from having fun, saying that he was too early to rejoice, and that if he won, he would have a condition, and Kim Hae asked what it was. Neo Mask said that if Kim Hae won, he would reveal his face. This condition pleased the guy, and he took the promise from Neo Mask. At the same moment, the furious manager of the Joy flew up to him and grabbed him by the gate, asking him what the hell he was doing, why he was letting Kim Hek go. They could have beaten him today. But the Neo Mask assured her that she was wrong, which made her even angrier. The guy, realizing the strength of his opponent, said that it was the opposite. He was letting them go. And Kim Hake, meanwhile, bragged to his partner, saying that he would fight Neo Mask himself, and was sure that Ejin was jealous of him. But the guy did not share this joy, assuring him that he did not care and that he would deal with Daniel himself. But someone was watching the goings-on in the Nopak's den. When Chu's sister, Sejin Chu Miri, came in with her helpers, she noticed that the Neo Mask team had already taken care of everything, and she hit the guy who was sitting at her feet waving a fan in the head, saying that it was because someone needed to do less digging. The guy behind her asked what they were going to do because they could still join them, and his partner said that it would be awkward to interfere at the end. He told everyone that they were leaving, and Chu Miri looked down at something and thought about it. The guy downstairs reminded her of someone, and if not for the color of his hair, she would have been sure it was Chu Sejin. She looked for a long time. If she really knew that it was her brother downstairs, there would have been a lot of noise, but she was still hesitant. The hair color was confusing. She thought that it was unlikely that it was Ju Sejin, and she walked away, flanked by soldiers who were ready to do whatever they were told at any moment. Young Tasab was back in the hospital talking to his supervisor, who assured her that he would return to work as soon as he was well enough. But Pemensu had his own problems. The boys who had failed him at school were looking for him everywhere, so he had to hide in the corners because they vowed to kill him. Jong Sunil walked without looking back, holding on to the wall. He seemed to be out of it and cursing at the Neo Mask. He was lucky if he didn't have a concussion. The guys who were walking behind Jong Sunil were talking to each other. One asked his friend what he thought would happen to Nopak, and the attacker said that he hadn't seen with his own eyes how Kim Do-min was killed. The answer was obvious. It was over. But no one knew that Neo-Mask would come with all his men and even to their base, where Kim Do-min had just come out from under the table. None of those present cared about him. Not a single one helped him. The table must have been quite heavy, because after Kim Do-min lifted it, the man who had been sitting there was shaking himself and gathering his strength. He remembered what Kim Hak had said about how he was just tolerating Do-min, and watching him try to chew his way up the mountain was driving him crazy. It was a wonderful and beautiful place, very similar to an English palace with 2 roads leading to it, bypassing a small garden in the center. 3 guys were talking in the shade of the trees near this building. One of them was told by Kim Hake that Neo-Mask had agreed to fight him one-on-one, and it was mega cool for the guy. But the man asked on what terms he agreed to it, not just for fun. The interlocutor understood perfectly well that without conditions, the Neo-Mask would never fight him, and so the condition was indeed there. In the privacy of the room, Kim Hye-kyuk told him about Neo-Mask's conditions, and it seemed to shock the guy because he sat down on a bench. His partner turned to the other man and asked if he had heard and assured him that Kim Hae was crazy, but the guy just laughed and said that it was very similar to him. The guy realized that the trolls would be shut down in a heartbeat if he had to do something, even if he was a Neo-Mask. But his partner assured him that this would not happen. The troll will not fall just like that, of course. The guy would like to know who is hiding behind the Neo-Mask when Kim Hek wins. But there is something more important. Everyone calls Kim Hak the strongest among teenagers, because he is. And these words were like a balm to the boy's soul. But then the boy asked if the other man had an invitation, and he replied that it came from far away, and the gang went inside. And the boy was sure that he was not the only one who was invited. He didn't like it for some reason, and it was clear from his eyes that what he was holding made him angry. It was the same invitation that had come to the other guy. But what did it have to do with Cha Sun-bin? The Neo-Mask channel was becoming more and more popular, with 12 million subscribers, and some people were not happy about it, saying that they could not lose to it and that they had to work harder. In the room were 2 guys in masks and a girl who was watching a Neo-Masked content from the Continental Night Channel. And then they heard the sound of footsteps towards the door. The guy looked around, asking if the door was closed. Someone came into the room, and the guy apologized and said that it was closed. But the guy didn't answer anything. This stranger had a photo in his hands and was looking for the person on it. And it was this guy, so they were looking for him. The guy realized who it was and said that it looked like this stranger had come for them, and he was alone. The stranger was holding something that looked like a piece of fishing line or a skein of thread, but whatever it was, he was holding it very tightly. The stranger's face was covered by a hood, and only an evil smile could be seen underneath, which did not bode well. A plane landed at Seoul International Airport in South Korea. A guy came up to the girl who was sleeping soundly and told her that they had already arrived. The girl woke up and stretched out of her sleep, and the boy went to the exit and asked the conductor to send their bags to the hotel and prepare the car. Wearing her sunglasses, Katharina Sharma was pleased that they had finally arrived. Katarina Sharma told the Amir that it had been a long time since they had been here, and it was probably time to visit their madman. Cha Sun-bae, Ji-hai, and Dukil arrived at the hotel in Seoul, all dressed in formal attire. Katarina Sharma was happy to see her old friends. The first person Katharina approached was manager Joy, who called her a Korean weirdo, and she also said hello, but she was not very happy to meet her, and returned the favor by calling her an American weirdo, and said that she had heard that her boss had started learning Korean, and apparently the lessons were not in vain. She also said hello to Dukil and asked him how much money he had managed to earn, and he replied awkwardly that he was slowly making it. But looking at Cha Sun-bin, Katarina Sharma was not very happy to see him and did not speak to him first. Cha Sun-bin, on the other hand, was not bothered by this and greeted his boss himself. Once they were seated, Katarina Sharma began the conversation she had come here for. She read from her tablet that last year their channel had 1.2 million subscribers, with each video getting about 3 million views. This year they had 12 million viewers, but the views had not increased. Jihai mockingly asked if Katharina Sharma had traveled all that way just to tell them off, and offered to pay for their fuel for the return trip, and asked if 5,000 would be enough, and the neo-mask seemed to like this response to the complaint. Katharina Sharma lost her temper. 5,000 She completely lost her mind and asked if Jihee had forgotten that she was the boss of Cha Soon-baek and 10 years older. But the girl did not care. She said that she was trying to behave like Americans, so to speak, to adapt to her style. Eccentrics. Amir Sharma was already sad and suggested that they get down to business before he deleted the Neo-mask channel, reminding him that he could do it right now, but Cha Soon-bin asked him not to threaten him with his own channel. Amir Sharma took out a case and opened it to reveal a new neon mask combat suit, a heavy-duty military-designed fabric with knife-cut protection made of graphite, so it is also bulletproof. Katharina Sharma smugly asked if he liked it. A 9mm bullet would hurt like hell, but he wouldn't die. Neo-mask said that it means they brought him a new super strong and bulletproof suit, let's say, but in fact they traveled all this way. The Neo-mask took it out and showed it to his boss. Katharina Sharma didn't say anything, but it seems that the Neo-mask was right. A few days ago, the Continental Night Channel was taken offline, and everyone was shocked by the news. Jihee was the first to ask if it was a joke, because they all studied at the martial arts school. But then Cha Soon-bin asked the manager to leave the room for a while, and she was surprised by the request. But Cha Soon-bin asked her to do so, and she did not argue. Joy left the room, slamming the door, and Sun-bin asked if they were okay. Katharina Sharma replied that the police had arrived on time, so no one died, but they were beaten to death. She was sure that whoever did it wanted them to suffer. Cha Soon-bin asked if the MM was behind it, but Katharina Sharma didn't know who did it. But if it was an order from the MMM group, or the Triad as they are called, they are definitely pros, and Neo-mask was interested in the fact that she still thought they were behind the attack. They tried to hire Continental Night to go to Katharina through them, but apparently they refused. And then they attacked them as a message to others. They want to show them that they are ready to take out anyone who stands in their way when they take over the country. This attack is a warning of what will happen to those who oppose them. And if they have reached Neo-mask, it means that they have already contacted the trolls. That's how they operate. Amir Sharma said that they either absorb existing groups and use them as their representatives, or if they refuse to cooperate, they create separate gangs and destroy the existing ones. Neo-mask should understand that its channel with 12 million subscribers and large-scale networking, and trolls with unlimited influence on teenagers in the country are the most convenient ways for MMA to enter the country. Cha Soon-bin said that, if possible, he would like to focus only on the trolls now and if they could stop them, but he was interrupted by saying that it is useless. Even if they try to stop the information from MM, they will find ways to monitor the Neo-mask channel. Amir said that his sister has already learned her lesson after what happened with Continental Night and is now pretending to cooperate, which is why they came to warn him as soon as Cha Soon-bin received the invitation. Katharina said that she had already told them that these bastards were responsible for what happened to the Amir's legs. Neo-mask does not think that supporting the channel cost her anything. The woman stood up and said that from that day on, he would not just hunt bad guys. They would have to put their lives on the line. And if some of his team did not want to work at that risk, it was better to let them go. Katharina Sharma said it was time to pay the piper. Cha Soon-bin seemed to know exactly what she was talking about. The neighborhood was a nondescript one with the most ordinary houses. Some of them were living a bachelor's life, eating nothing but instant noodles and drinking a couple of bottles of alcohol. Kim Dooman recalled what Neo-mask said about how he thought Neo-mask didn't touch him because he was afraid. And Kim Hake said that he put up with him just to have fun watching Dooman try to chew his way up. While cursing at the top of his lungs and barefoot, Kim Dooman knocked over a table with everything on it. Kim Dooman looked as if he hadn't been out for a week and almost tore his hair out, saying that it wasn't over, that he couldn't accept his defeat. Kim Dooman promised himself that Noppaku would definitely return. Dooman walked quietly down the street until someone called out to him. He turned around and saw Jong-sun walking towards him, his forehead tied up in a bunch of hair, and he greeted him and said that it had been a long time. They sat down together and talked, and Jong-sun said that they had reached the point where they couldn't even check what the store owners were doing. The guy was completely downcast, saying that now all they do is sit in this park like two idiots. They blamed it all on Neo Mask because there was no one else, and no one wanted to look for the cause within themselves. Kim Dooming asked what Jong-sung was doing all this time, but he didn't have much to say, so he just went to school. Jong-sung said that it was not easy to cover for Kim Dooman, but he said not to worry because he would get Nopak back soon. But Jong-sun asked him how because they needed money to attract more people, and the Neo Mask had taken everything they had in the lair in a van. Taek Min said they'd just get new ones, but Jong-sun asked how he planned to do it if anyone had a hole under their mattress and laughed. Ta-dum assured him that he had a secret weapon that the Neo Mask didn't know about. He was referring to the boy who repaired motorcycles, and now Jong-sun realized what he had come up with and how he would use it. Neo Mask was treated at the hospital for a cut on his palm. The doctor said that fortunately there were no signs of infection. The wounds were healing properly, and the boy thanked her. The director of the medical clinic, Dukil's wife, Hemi Yeo, told him to try not to do anything stupid and not to grab a knife with his bare hands. Dukil thanked his wife and assured her that he had told Neo Mask not to overdo it. But then the woman's gaze became fierce, and she asked her husband for a word. He silently went out after her, and immediately the Neo Mask heard the woman questioning Dukil about where he was when the boy got these wounds, and before he could justify himself, he received a new portion of anger. He went to the manager, Cha Sun-bin, and asked her to leave, clearly not wanting to interrupt their conversation, which was too personal. Ji-hee asked timidly, as if she was afraid of the answer, if Cha Sun-bin was really going to these OMs. Amir Sharma showed her the data. It was really some kind of syndicate, and she thought the guy was not ready. Neo Mask said he thought so too and realized they were strong, but assured her not to worry. Ji-hee started to pack and asked when did Cha Sun-bin start listening to her. But the boy, remembering Kim Haek, said that he had been getting food to think about lately. The day came and everyone was back at practice. Chu Sejin stood in the middle of the room with his eyes closed and imagined something. He was practicing his breathing, learning how to take a measured and calm breath, a good practice when you need to recover quickly. He also remembered Kim Hak's fighting tactics. He was thinking about how to get around him, where to strike him, and where he made a mistake last time. But then someone began to pull him out of his thoughts, knocking him on the head. He saw Kim Hak right in front of him. The guy immediately went on the offensive, lunged, and prepared to kick. But he miscalculated and missed, and the Kim Haek rushed toward him, quickly catching up with his victim. And when Chu Sejin lost control of the situation, he suddenly lunged forward with his whole body and struck his enemy in the chest. Chu Sejin tried to break free, but Kim Haek was not about to let go. Then the boy opened his eyes, sweating. There was no one around, and Chu Sejin was sitting alone on the floor of his room, letting his imagination run wild. And now it paid off. Chu Sejin realized that Kim Haek was the first-ranked mixed martial artist, the strongest among the teenagers. No matter what he does, Ju Seong imagines he can beat him. The difference between their fitness and skill level is too great. Ju Sejin wondered to himself if Cha Sunbaek could beat him, even with that Haek, but if he could at least beat Sunbaek. But then he heard a familiar voice behind him. It was Seha, who had also come to the training and said that it all depends on how he fights. Only now did Chu Sejin realize that he might have been speaking out loud, but the guy denied it. Just looking at him made everything clear. Ju Seong asked what Seha had to say, but he didn't understand what Ju Seong wanted from him. Speaking of Haek, their opponent is a trained professional fighter, at least 6'2" tall, and he has spent his entire life training in various martial arts. So unless Cha Sunbin finds another way to fight, he has no chance against Kim Haek. Ju Sejin said that he has thought about all the martial arts he knows, but he can't imagine beating him using any of them. He's tried everything, attacking, keeping his distance, trying to grab him, but he's still much stronger, and his basic fighting skills are so much better than the guys that it's useless. Cha Sun-bin is the only one who can match him in terms of strength, but since they are not equal in all other ways, Ju Se-jin is not sure that will be enough. Taseha said it was more than enough, but Ju Seong didn't understand. The guy said that they had someone who could match his strength, and that's all they needed, and that Cha Sun-bin had his own street fighting tactics. But Chu Se-jin said that the day they fought the Emil gang, there were just more of them, and they were much weaker than Sun-bin, so he didn't think that sudden attacks or trying to stall the fight would work against Heck. When he stopped beating the pair, Sek asked to be honest. He wanted to know if Ju Se-jin thought that Neo Mask and Sun-bin were the strongest in the team, followed by himself, and the boy confirmed. But the guy said that out of all the team members, Ju Se-jin is the weakest of the team, and that would hurt the guy's pride. Seha led Ju Seong to a place where construction was going on, and the guy took his friend right inside where there was no one else but a crane and boxes, and it looked like a warehouse, and it seemed like Ju Seong knew the place. It was the place where they had recorded the live broadcasts of Neo Mask, and Seha confirmed his guess, but recently Cha Sun-bin had rented the place out. Seha returned to Chu Se-jin and tossed him his helmet, saying that the coach had asked him not to make a mess in the training room, so he brought him here. He assured him that he would show him the reason why Ju Se-jin was the weakest on their team. The boy caught the helmet and said nothing. When he put it on, Jo Soo-jin agreed, and he assured him that he was not offended by what Seha had said. But Ju Se-jin wanted to know why he thought so the boy went into battle readiness. With excitement in his eyes, Ju Se-jin gave the command to start. But things didn't go as Ju Sung had imagined. Seha didn't attack him. He just pointed his gun at his partner, which was not exactly what anger was prepared for. Seha began to shoot at Ju Seong, but they were not bullets. As soon as the scent of what Seha was shooting at reached Ju Seong's nose and eyes, his eyes began to water. Something made them burn. Chu Se-jin fell on his back and started rubbing his eyes furiously. It was burning so much that the boy was screaming and asked, "Say what it was." The guy put the gun on his shoulder and watched Ju Soo-jin in pain and said that he had replaced the regular pepper bullets with super pepper bullets, especially for his partner. Seha fell silent, and as soon as Chu Se-jin came to his senses, he started shooting at him again. But the guy clearly did not want to feel all the emotions of these bullets again, and on his own 4 legs he started running away, trying to hide. After hiding, Chu Se-jin asked Seha, who was calmly walking around the warehouse with a weapon in his hand, if he didn't think it was too much, because he thought they were just having a training battle. But Seha threw something at Ju Sung and hinted that this was not a practice fight. A homemade grenade fell near Chu Se-jin, who was sitting under the boxes, and Seha asked the boy if he knew that their fighting tactics were to win by any means necessary. And as soon as Seha said that, a homemade grenade exploded near Chu Se-jin. While running away from the explosion, Chu Se-jin noticed a wooden plank that looked like a door. The boy immediately thought of a way to use it and picked it up. Running from one wall to the other, Chu Se-jin hid from the shots of Seha, who kept trying to hit him, but every time he hit a tree. The boy fell down exhausted, catching his breath under the wall, and Seha had already gone. But no matter how much Ju Se-jin hid from the pepper, the smell of it got to him, and in a minute the boy complained that he could not open his eyes and began to rub them with all his might. Chu Se-jin did not like this situation. The guy said that things had gone too far, but Seha was surprised because he thought that it was just the beginning, and his partner was too naive and he was looking for something in his sports bag. While searching, Seha asked what Chu Se-jin would do if his opponent pulled out a weapon, if he was outnumbered, or if he would be ambushed. Seha pulled out what looked like a remote control from his duffel bag and asked, what would happen if the enemy was much stronger than he was? Ju Se-jin immediately thought of Kim Haek, a situation he had already experienced. At the thought of such a strong opponent, Chu Se-jin's hands trembled, and he said that Kim Hake wanted to fight one-on-one without any extra people, and if they came with the whole team and weapons, the Neomass channel would lose face. But what does he mean by the concept of fighting one-on-one? Is it right to fight Kim Hak, who has trained with the best fighters all his life, and obviously they need to avoid tactics that would be unfair to the team? Se-ha assured them that they should remember this, that the way he views street fighting and the techniques they can use is too primitive and limited. As soon as Se-ha finished his remark, there was a buzzing sound, and a drone flew out to meet Chu Se-jin, which he did not want to meet. But the drone was not for surveillance. As soon as Chu Se-jin stood up, the drone began to fire just like the weapon before, and the boy began to run away. Chu Se-jin reminded Seiku of the words about fighting one-on-one when he saw the drone. Se-ha immediately asked Chu Se-jin if he had ever seen a fight by the rules, hinting at the gangsters he had fought. When the boy hid behind a wall from the pursuing drone, Se-ha admitted that Ji-hai had told him about Ju Seung's plans to stop Neomask. Se-ha said that with such training he would not be able to touch Neomask, so he should not dream yet. Chu Se-jin did not answer, but he thought about it. His partner's words were true. As he thought, looking around, Chu Se-jin's eyes fell on an iron stick that stood near the box. Chu Se-jin grabbed the stick and called out to Se, who was already flying a drone in his direction. As it turned out, the drone was also surveillance video, which showed Chu Se-jin apologizing and saying that he would have to break the drone. With a certain amount of satisfaction, Se-ha said to himself that Chu Se-jin really spoke differently, and holding the remote control was clearly going to do something. The guy wasted no time in using the bookcase and the box next to it as a lift and rushed towards the drone. But the drone was standing still, as if waiting. Chu Se-jin quickly jumped up and hit the drone with the same iron stick he had found recently. The drone fell to the floor with a noise broken in half. The equipment was broken. Se-ha wasted no time, and without being distracted by the broken drone, he picked up a weapon and pointed it at Chu Se-jin. Se-jin rushed to hide behind one of the boxes with unrealistic speed, but Se-ha was a little surprised but did not say anything. But then he heard footsteps behind him and immediately turned in that direction. But despite all his expectations, there was no one behind him, not even any sign that Chu Se-jin was anywhere near. Not seeing his partner, Se-ha decided to pack up and hide his bag of supplies for the time being. Having fulfilled his plan and picked up his weapon, Se-ha went in search of his lost partner. He clearly did not like the silence. Hearing some noise from his side, the Seika immediately turned and pointed his weapon in that direction, but again there was no one there. As soon as Seika moved in that direction, he immediately heard the sound of someone running fast. But before Chu Se-jin could do anything, Se-ha began to shoot in the direction where he heard the movement. Looking to the side, Se-ha stopped shooting and smiled and said that it was a good try. But as soon as he said that, his own bag came down from the mountain somewhere, tied to a rope, and the guy was surprised to see it, because he had hidden it not so long ago. But as soon as Se-ha was distracted by this bait, Chu Se-jin ran out from behind him and put out his hand to grab his partner. But Se-ha heard Chu Se-jin approaching and asked him if that was what he had arranged for. Chu Se-jin did not expect his plan to be revealed so quickly, and he called out to Se-jin, already preparing his fist to strike. But Chu Se-jin did not have time to grab Se, and he raised his weapon to meet Chu Se-jin. But Chu Se-jin knew that Se-ha would do exactly that, and he told his partner directly. Se-ha clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Instead of being confused or retreating, Chu Se-jin kicked him in the stomach, not with his fist, but with his foot, taking away the guy's weapon. When he had it in his hands, he disassembled it with enviable ease. The guy threw all the bullets he had into his partner's body. His expression showed that he was shocked. The bullets immediately gave off a well-known aroma that stung the eyes. And now the sec was experiencing the full range of emotions from the pepper. And while Se-ha stood there trying not to let the tears flow, Chu Se-jin wasted no time in rushing over to his partner and punching him in the stomach with a smug smile. Ju Se-jin, still holding his partner, asked his sec whether he liked such techniques. And turning half a turn to his friend, Ju Se-jin grabbed the guy by the collar of his shirt. He grabbed the guy's arm, shouting that it was nothing personal and was about to throw him over. But the opponent didn't hesitate. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Seha pulled out another homemade grenade from his pocket. And when Ju Se-jin was about to throw him over and saw the gloating smile and the grenade in his hand, Seha turned to his partner. He asked him not to be offended. Realizing that Seha had outplayed him here, Ju Se-jin became worried because he had seen the effect of this bomb before. He finally detonated the grenade. The smoke began to spread throughout the room, and when it began to clear, Ju Se-jin and Seha lay on the floor breathing heavily and unable to get up. Both of them took off their helmets, and the training session was over. Ju Se-jin, being as exhausted as possible, called out to Seha, who looked no better, but responded to his partner. Ju Se-jin suggested that they get a bite to eat, and once back in town, Seha and Ju Se-jin decided to go to a fenced-in park with many benches, one of which was where the boy was sitting waiting for his friend. Ju Se-jin did not come empty-handed. He called out to Seha and held out his hand, which contained a small package. Holding a cold compass on his head, Ju Se-jin handed the snack to his friend and jokingly said that it was his tuition fee, and the boy gladly accepted it. During the rest, Ju Se-jin shared his impressions of the training. He was impressed, but did not expect that Seha would use drones to shoot his super pepper bullets, and asked if he would survive against Neomask if he trained like that. Without pitying his friend, Seha answered honestly that he would not have a chance, but now he would at least know why he lost when he was on his back, and the guy did not like this answer. Ju Se-jin asked how Seha and Cha Sun-bin met, and he said that it happened 2 months after his channel was created and Neomask himself contacted him. He admitted that before they met, he was doing some dangerous things. It was Cha Sun-bin who stopped him. He was going about his business at the time and something caught his attention. Cha Sun-bin froze, watching intently what was happening. A guy in a green sweatshirt was sitting next to the motorcycle, doing something diligently without paying attention to anyone. As it turned out, Seha was trying to break the chain that attached the motorcycle with wire cutters to prevent it from being stolen. But before he could do anything, Cha Sun-bin's voice, which asked if he knew that it was illegal, stopped him. At the time, Seha was working for Kim Do-min, and he told him that if he did it, the bully would pay him 10,000 won, but Cha Sun-bin was not in a hurry to stop him, but first asked what the boy planned to do with the money. The boy replied embarrassedly that he and his mother would be able to eat noodles, so he had to earn a living this way. Seha continued to fuss over the motorcycle, and Cha Sun-bin asked him if he gave him the money. Would he leave the vehicle alone? Looking up at Cha Sun-bin, Seha wiped his sweaty forehead and replied that if he did, Kim Do-min would not play with him anymore. Turning back to the motorcycle, Seha said that Kim Do-min buys him candy, meat, and rice balls, and he needs money to buy his mother medicine and a wheelchair. Seha said that if he didn't get the medicine, his mother would suffer greatly. Cha Sun-bin said nothing, but he looked at the very young boy with sympathy, who was willing to steal motorcycles to help his family. It was already night. The city was empty, and only one streetlight illuminated the road, and the windows had not been lit for a long time. On the street at such a late hour, a woman sat on a chair near the stairs, her pale and thin face telling us that she was quite ill. The woman's eyes were sunken and bruised, her skin was very pale and wrinkled, and her hair was beginning to turn gray, although one could not tell that she was an old person. But then the woman looked up and saw a young man coming down the stairs, called Sohan. It was his mother, carrying a package. Sohan's face showed that he was tired, but he did not show it to his mother, whom he was very happy to see. The woman was worried that her son had come home so late, and he told her that a friend had bought food and offered to eat together. She asked if it was Kim Do-min again, but Sohan assured her that it was another friend who helped. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, and as she walked toward the stairs, she asked if her son was still planning to talk to him, as if she knew who he was and what her son was doing. Seha tried to assure his mother that Kim Do-ming was a good man, but they did not realize that Cha Sun-bin was standing on the corner near their house, watching them closely. But a new day came, and the morning came to the neighborhood where Seha lived with his sick mother. He looked tired and somewhat thoughtful, but a voice called his name and woke him from his thoughts. It was Kim Do-min and his partner Jong Sunil. The boy asked if Seo-kyun was going to school, and he said yes, because his mother had asked him not to skip classes anymore. Kim Do-min came over and put his arm around the boy's shoulder, saying that he didn't want to bother his mother, but he had some urgent business. The boy asked why Seo-kyun hadn't brought any motorcycles yesterday, but the guy said with his eyes down that his friend was telling him that the activity was legal. Kim Do-min was interested in this information and asked who the friend was, and Seo-kyun said that he had glasses and had bought him a fried chicken. Jong-sun just laughed at this. He didn't understand why anyone would buy something from someone like him. He thought Seo-kyun was a loser, but Do-min calmly said that it wasn't a crime anyway. They needed the motorcycles to buy medicine for his mother. Kim Do-min put his hand over his face theatrically and said that if Seo-kyun didn't get them the motorcycles, they would be very upset. But would the boy really let them down? Jong-sun came over and confirmed Kim Do-min's words, adding that if he continued to go to school, Seha's mother would die earlier, and it would be entirely his fault. Seo-kyun looked down and thought hard and said he would bring something for them today. Kim Do-min was a good actor, and even Seo-kyun didn't need much convincing. He was willing to do anything to keep the boy from crying. As soon as Seo-kyun left, the bullies started talking, and Jong-sun couldn't believe that the boy had friends. Kim Do-min was of the same opinion, thinking that he was probably just some annoying old man. But something was bothering Kim Do-min, and he told Jong-sun to keep an eye on the boy just in case. Seha came to the store for a bite to eat and sat down at a table near the entrance just as Cha Sun-bin was coming out with groceries. Seha was eating without appetite, as if just to keep himself going, but he was so absorbed in his thoughts that he did not notice Cha Sun-bin coming out of the store. As it turned out, Cha Sun-bin had come to the store to buy food for his son and his mother, and he sat down across from the boy, startling him a little, and put a package next to him. Cha Sun-bin told him to go home immediately and asked if he understood. The boy looked away and explained that the Do-min had ordered him to do so, and this time he had to do so because the boy was buying a lot of food for him. He also said that Kim Do-min was his friend and continued eating. Cha Sun-bin didn't know what to say, but he realized that it was a forced measure for the boy. But when he distracted Seo-kyun from eating, he asked him if he really considered Kim Do-min his friend. But Seo-kyun didn't know the answer to this question. On the one hand, he was nice to the boy, but on the other hand, he was playing on his feelings and guilt about his mother. But after thinking about it, Seo-kyun said that Kim Do-min always buys him treats and protects him from the bullies at school. Seo-kyun said that he was a good guy, just like Cha Sun-bae, but the boy didn't seem to like the comparison. But no matter how good he or Seo-kyun's Kim thought he was, Cha Sun-bak assured him that neither he nor the other boy were good people. Cha Sun-bin assured him that it was better for the boy not to be so mistaken about them, even if it was for his mother, and these words made him think. As he was about to leave, Jae Sung-bin apologized for saying that Kim Do-min was just using Seha to steal motorcycles, but this was nothing new to Seo-kyun. But his mother had said that people can change, and he believed that Kim Do-min was one of them, and it seemed that Jae Sung-bin was impressed by his naivete. But the boy's eyes fell on Cha Sun-baek's wound hand. Seo-kyun asked if he was hurt, and only now did Cha Sun-baek realize why the boy was looking at his hand so closely. Seha asked how exactly Cha Sun-bin had been hurt, but he hesitated, looking at his hand, not even knowing what to say. There were 3 men standing in the street. Some of them could not stand to stand all the time, so they sat down. They were getting bored and were waiting for someone. An irritated Jong-sun came back to them and said that he didn't know, so it would be better for them to shut up and wait. The guy apologized and shut up. But then the guy, who was already bored, came back and noticed something. Cha Sun-bin and Seok-hyun were walking down the street where the boys were, and the boy saw them and told the others that they had arrived. Looking at the boys, one of the hooligans said that the one they were waiting for looked like a jerk, and Jong Sun-gil, who was sitting next to them, laughed and confirmed his partner's words. Jong Sung said that it was probably his friend Se who had made him overconfident. Jae Sun-baek walked Seok-hyun home where his mother was waiting for him as usual. She was very happy to see her son back, who was already on his way up to her. Seok-hyun quickly went up to his mother and showed her the package he had brought with him and invited her to dinner, saying that his friend had bought it for him. Cha Sun-bin came up to them. The woman noticed him, and the boy bowed to her as a sign of respect. But as he was about to leave, the woman called him back, asking him not to leave them so early. Cha Sun-bin was not expecting this and apologized. They invited Cha Sun-bin into the house where they lived, and Seok-hyun was sitting and playing with some toys. The boy watched with interest as Seok-hyun played with a car and an airplane but did not say a word. But Chae Sung-bin was distracted from his thoughts by the boy's mother, who brought out dinner on a small table and addressed him, asking if he was Seok-hyun's friend, and apologized for not having much in the house, but that he could eat whatever he wanted. The woman thanked Cha Sun-bin for looking after her son, but he didn't say anything and thought about it. He didn't want to upset her and said that he was, but before he could prove it, the woman continued, saying that in middle school, Seok-hyun started coming home late. At first, the mother thought he was spending time with friends, until the police suddenly came to the house. They reported that Seok-hyun and other boys were stealing motorcycles, and it looked like he was in charge. As she watched her son play, the woman said that fortunately, the owners of the motorcycles were understanding people and everything ended well, but recently, he had fallen into this bad company again. The woman begged him to help her son stay away from these bad guys, but he remained silent, obviously thinking about what she had said. But he agreed, and at the end of the meal he said goodbye and got ready to leave, and he left the hospitable house. But before he had gone very far, something stopped him and attracted his attention. But he didn't pause. He put his hands in his pockets and continued down the empty street. Kim Do-ming and Jong Soo-neil were talking about Seha, and he told them that he was friends with a loser who was a student, and the bully laughed when he heard about it. Meanwhile, Seok-hyun and his mother were having dinner and talking, and the woman couldn't help but ask her son how they met his new friend and asked him to remind her of his name. Seok-hyun clearly didn't want to tell his mother the full story of how they met and wondered what to tell her. But Seya admitted that he had no idea what the name of his friend was, who was climbing the wall for some reason. Seok-hyun said that he and Cha Sun-bin had met on the street, while the boy was already on the roof of the building. Kim Do-min was distracted from his conversation with Jong Soo-neil by a noise, and the boy asked if he heard it. Kim Do-ming took a few steps and found himself on a corner, trying to find the source of the sound. Looking around, Kim Do-ming looked around and saw no one. Turning to his friend, Jong Sung-gil asked if it was the wrong guy, but Kim Do-min assured him that there was no one there because Cha Sun-bin had his back to them and could not be seen from that distance. But Kim Do-mir said in frustration that he was about to beat the hell out of the guy for daring to contact their minor, but Soo-neil laughed and warned him not to kill him. Mom was surprised that the guy Seok-hyun thought was a friend didn't say his name. Cha Sun-baek went to the city center, which was glowing as day with billboards and banners at dusk. Seya said that Cha Sun-bin used to buy him good food and tell him what to do wrong. Seok-hyun also remembered that the boy had a wound on his arm and thought it was very painful. Because Cha Sun-bin was crying all the time, he would walk away from people with a very sad expression on his face. On that day, Cha Sun-bin and Chu Se-jin were doing a workout, and before they decided to warm up, they had a phone with a timer. And as soon as the timer ran out, the boys rushed across the stadium. Both of them were very fast, but they could not overtake each other because either Cha Sun-bin or Chu Se-jin was in front. But finally, they came to the finish line and stopped to look back. As Jae Sung-bin handed him a bottle of water, Ju Se-jin asked him what he still thought about that boy, Seok-jae. Jae Sung-bin remained silent and thought about it, then took the water from Ju Sung's hand. Opening it, he said that Kim Doo-ming had forced Seok-yoon to steal, and the boy had obeyed his orders as if he were blindly doing whatever he was told. At first, Cha Sun-baek thought that if he played his cards right, he could get Seok-yoon away from Kim Doo-min, even though he was not a good socializer. But he didn't expect Seok-yoon to trust Kim Doo-ming so much. But Jae Sung-bin knew it was only because Kim Doo-ming protects and beats up guys who mess with Seok-yoon. After hearing the whole story, Joo Se-jin took a drink of water and said that he understood, and it reminded him of Jae Sung-bin himself. But the boy didn't say anything, maybe because it was true. Joo Se-jin was getting closer and closer to the real reason for the boy's attitude. Meeting him made him feel guilty, and his friend confirmed his guess. Ta Sun-bin said that he was even more worried about whether Joo Se-jin would have the strength to stop him when the time came. Joo Se-jin didn't like the fact that first Se-ha and now Chae Sun-baek were worried about him, and he was tired of being underestimated. As he sat down to roll up his pants, Joo Se-jin assured him that Jae Sung-bin could relax. Joo Se-jin assured him that he would catch up with his friend very soon. Cha Sun-baek looked at his friend, and there was no doubt in his eyes about Joo Se-jin, but he did not say anything. Instead, he asked how he was going to deal with Kim Doo-ming. Joo Se-jin didn't believe that the fool would go down without a fight, and they didn't finish that time because of Kim Hak. But Cha Sun-baek said that they humiliated him in front of the whole gang, although not as badly as they did with Young Kyung. As long as Kim Doo-ming has the reputation he's been building all along, and as long as he continues to think that no-pack is all his doing. But even if Cha Sun-bin breaks his arms or legs, Kim Doo-min will not give up so easily. In an office, Kim Doo-min sat at a desk and watched Jong Sun-gil talk to 3 of his men, scolding them for letting him in when he left to talk to the leader. But one of the men assured him that no one was there. Jong Sun-il pulled out a knife and put it to the guy and ordered him to shut up, which the man next to him did not like, and asked if he really intended to argue, but the mercenary denied it. The man got very tired of such remarks and actions of Jong Sun-il, and he would not stand for it, and knocked the folding knife out of his hands by kicking him in the side. Sun-il flew off to the side, towards the batteries, and was lucky not to hit his head on them. The leader of the gang came forward and said that he had joined them because they had promised him a lot of money, but he had not received a penny, and their minions Mensa and Tessob had already been paid off, so he had sent him away. Jong Sun-il could not believe that they were not afraid of him and even sent him away, but the man knew that he was nothing without his knife. Turning to Kim Doo-min, the man was willing to bet that Kim Doo-min was just as much of a poser as Neo Mask, because he hadn't even touched him before he knocked him out. But Kim Doo-min was not like Jong Sun-il. He was not so easy to shut up, and to prove it, he offered to fight. Kim Doo-min stood up from the table and showed his full readiness to fight, and the boys in turn took up the attack stance. Kim Doo-ming did not say another word. He got up from his table and grabbed a saucer. With the same saucer, he struck one of the boys on the jaw. Their leader, seeing this, immediately rushed to the aid of his partner. But before Kim Doo-min could do anything, the leader's foot hit him in the stomach. But the boy did not allow himself to fall and lose control of the situation, and he grabbed his attacker by his clothes. Despite the fact that the man was quite large, Doo-min tried to throw him over himself, and yet he succeeded as Kim Doo-min threw his opponent to the floor. The man winced in pain, and this moment gave Kim Doo-min the opportunity to sit on top of the man and start punching him. Doo-min was beating his opponent mercilessly, and he did not stop for a minute, nor did he allow him to get up. The boy turned toward the 2 opponents and saw that Kim Doo-min was beating the unconscious man with savagery. He did not even move. The scene struck the boy. The other gang member could hardly get up. He had hit his head badly. It seems that after what he saw, the guy would not allow himself to say an extra Kim Doo-min and would be afraid of him. Finally, leaving the unconscious man alone, Kim Doo-min slowly stood up, still being watched by one of the gang. After the beating, Kim Doo-ming was breathing heavily. Turning around and seeing the guy who was watching him, now slowly and frightened, he walked in his direction. Doo-min didn't waste any more energy on this boy. He just slapped him and warned him not to talk, and the boy took the blow in silence. Jong Sung was watching the fight with satisfaction. and proudly said that the boys were just 3 idiots. Kim Do-ming said to himself that if Seo-kyun talked again, they would kill him. While on the roof of the building, Cha Soon-bin and his friend were discussing Seo-kyun, and he said that part-time work is not very hard, so it's okay if he is a little slow, but he is trying. Jo Sung-bin confirmed that he was, and added that Seo-kyun should have thought twice before working at the NOPAC, but he was doing it for his mother, so he was confident that he would be fine. But there was something more important. Cha Soon-bin wondered if his mother's chronic illness was really that serious, but his partner assured him that, fortunately, it was not that bad. Do-kyul's wife said that if his mother does not go to the doctor regularly and take her medication, her condition will worsen, but as long as she is able to take care of herself, there should be no problems. Cha Soon-bin also asked about paying for treatment and medicines, and Do-kyul said that this is not a problem either, because the disease is not that rare, so the medicines and treatment are not very expensive, and she has insurance. Do-kyul just said that the problem was how she decided to use the money. Do-kyul suspected that she was probably worried about Seo-kyun and was just putting it aside to save for his future instead of spending it on herself. That's what parents are all about, but Cha Soon-bin didn't say anything. Seo-kyun stood in front of the mirror in his new suit, and his mother said he looked great, but she couldn't stop looking at him. Looking at her son in the suit, the woman could see how much he had grown, but she could not finish her sentence because a coughing fit took over, causing the boy to worry. Seo-kyun picked up his mother in a huff and asked if she was still taking her medication or if it had run out, but the mother reassured her son that she still had the medicine and was just coughing. Trying to change the subject, she asked if his friend with glasses had recommended him for the job, and the boy confirmed that he had, and said that if he passed the interview, he would be able to work on weekends. The mother assured her son as best she could that she was very grateful to him, but still wanted him to focus on his studies. Hugging his mother, Seo-kyun assured her that he would not be able to study, knowing that she was sick, so he asked her to think better of herself. He left the house and went out to run errands and didn't even notice that he was being followed by Kim Do-min and Jong Sunil. Seeing how Seo-kyun was dressed, Kim Do-min grabbed him laughing and asked if he was going on a date, but Jong-sun suggested that he was only going out blindly. But the boy said that his friend had helped him find a job and he was going for an interview. Jong-sung scoffed and said that no one would hire a loser like him, but Kim Do-ming, still holding the Seo-kyun, silenced his partner. Do-min asked again about the job, clearly not happy that he was losing the person who had been driving his bikes, and said that if he needed money, he could earn some by driving the NOPAC with him. After hearing the offer, Seo-kyun refused and said he wanted to learn how to make a lot of money on his own. Seo-kyun confidently decided to go for the interview. The guy even offered to work with him, saying that they paid well per hour and that he only had to work on weekends, but he didn't like the offer. Adults don't like what they do, and some people need motorcycles to make a living, so he suggested that they stop stealing from them, but the guy seemed to be too kind and to the wrong people. Before he could finish, Kim Do-ming punched him in the face, not too hard, but enough to make his intentions clear. Seo-kyun fell to the stairs and Do-min said he didn't expect such a response for looking after the boy, but he was an ungrateful brat. But what hurt him the most was that the boy dared to tell Kim Do-min how to live and how to make money. But then Seo-kyun's mother came out and saw the whole scene and addressed them. Jong-sun didn't expect this woman to come out at all. The woman walked right up to Kim Do-min and slapped him, asking him who the hell he thought he was and how he dared to hit her son, clearly not expecting the mother to defend herself, especially considering her condition. The woman said that he was nothing to be proud of. He had deceived her son and forced him to steal. Do-min didn't want to hear it, and he got even angrier. He had the nerve to hit the woman, who was also sick, and she lost her footing and fell down the stairs. Do-min didn't feel sorry for her at all. He was a brutal bandit, and he even looked down on the woman who was trembling. Seo-kyun immediately ran to his mother, who still couldn't get up, and Do-min turned away from them and muttered to himself that he was getting tired of it. Seo-kyun began to tremble at the sight of his mother in such a state, and he did not expect Kim Do-min to be capable of such a thing. He screamed with anger and assured Kim Dooming that he would never steal for those bastards again. But Dooming just laughed and said that this time the boy had really lost his mind. It was a game to him. Without hesitation, the bully grabbed the boy's shirt, causing his throat to choke, and he began to wheeze. Dooming became angry as hell. He was going to teach the boy a lesson and show him who was in charge once and for all. Seokyun's mother was still unconscious. At Cha Sunbin's house, Ji-hee was visiting, and they were sitting at the table with the boy, the girl keeping her eyes on her friend, clearly wanting to say something. The girl said that in 2 weeks the bandages could be removed, and she asked if Cha Sunbin was planning to return to his special training. He didn't answer, but the girl also asked if he and Kim Haek had decided when the fight would take place. Cha Sunbin said that unfortunately it was not his decision to make. Ji-hee was not happy with this news. The girl wondered what Cha Sunbin was going to do about the broadcast before the fight, but the guy said that everything was under control in the studio. Ji-hee moved away from the table and told Cha Sunbin not to forget that he was also a famous streamer, so he couldn't just leave. She was sure that Cha Sunbin could only buy some time with his trap music to get into the trends, and she immediately recalled that there had already been a situation of a drop in her position after what happened to Yunho, and she immediately remembered Katrina crucifying herself for it. Anyway, Ji-hee was hoping that Cha Sunbin would broadcast the fight with Hawk, but they needed to wait for some content before. The guy got distracted by a call. Jae Sung-bin apologized to Ji-hee and answered the phone. It was Dukil on the phone, telling him that he suspected something bad had happened. Dukil said that Seokyun hadn't shown up for the interview, and when he went to check on him, he found only his mother. Dukil took her to the hospital, but he was sure she had a concussion, and Jae Sung-bin's hand shook at the news. Ji-hee was worried when she saw how suddenly Cha Sunbek's condition had changed. But when he hung up the phone, she asked him what was wrong. But without a word, Cha Sunbin stormed out of the room and toward the exit, and Ji-hee was even more alarmed. Chae Sunbin could not remember himself from his anger. Of course he knew who did it. Chu Se-jin was at home in his room at that time. He had been working out hard, and at the moment he was doing push-ups on one hand, breathing heavily. He got up from the floor and picked up the phone, but his workout had to be interrupted when the phone that was lying right under Ju Se-jin rang. Ju Se-jin couldn't believe his ears when he heard that Jae Sung-bin had run away. It was Ji-hee, who was already outside, saying that she would send him a list of potential places where Noppaku could be, and he should check each one, but Se-ha and Tae-young had already left. It took Ju Se-jin a while to recover from his shock. Still, when he came to, Ju-sung rushed out of the room throwing on his jacket, telling Ji-hee that he was on his way. Seokyun began to wake up from some sounds. Lighting a cigarette, Kim Doomin said that the little bastard had left him no choice. He told the boy that since they had been locked up, no one else had come here, but Seokyun didn't say a word. He was afraid to move. Putting down his cigarette, Kim Doomin said that Seokyun could scream as much as he wanted, no one would hear him. Kim Dooming put out the cigarette and asked Seokyun to continue talking as he had been saying before. Kim Dooming walked over to the boy and put his foot on his stomach and gave him a painful squeeze. He asked Seokyun if he didn't remember what his high school days were like before Kim Dooming started helping him. Seokyun started shaking and the memories were not pleasant. Seokyun was forced to drink sour milk, which made him sick to his stomach and gave him diarrhea right in the classroom, and all his meager money was taken away. Grabbing the boy by the hair, Dooming said that school was a test for him. Kim Doomin said with resentment that he was the only one who treated Seokyun with respect. Doomin took this loser under his wing, into his gang, took care of him, respected him, let him have fun with him, and this is how the boy repaid him. The gangster thought the boy had forgotten his place. The boy squeaked something, and his godfather told him to repeat what he called him, a freak. But Seokyun yelled that Kim Doomin had hit his mom first, but he denied it and said that she had attacked him first. But then Jong-sun came into the room, laughing and saying that the boy got all excited when they talked about his mother. Seokyun screamed and said he would never be friends with Kim Doomin again. But the boy got punched in the stomach for his words, and Doomin finally admitted that he didn't want Seokyun. Kim Doomin lifted the boy up the stairs and asked him if he was listening to him. If he wanted the bandit to beat the crap out of him, it would be easy enough, and no one would find him in this room. Kim Do-min was almost shouting, demanding an answer from Seo-kyun, who was already crying he was afraid. Do-min demanded an answer again, but he was about to strike Seo-kyun, who was already screaming, realizing that this was not going to go away. The boy started to hit as hard as he wanted with his hands and feet, but the last blow was missed, and Do-min's foot hit the floor instead of Seo-kyun, who managed to roll over. Seo-kyun managed to get up and ran towards the door, hitting an ashtray which the Do-min did not like, and the victim escaped from his hands. Do-man turned to the boy in irritation and said to himself what a dumbass he was. Seo-kyun rushed to one of the cabinets without hesitation and opened the door to get inside. Once inside, Seo-kyun closed the door behind him, and Kim Do-min immediately moved towards him, only to complain that the boy was wasting his time. But Jong-sun was laughing as he watched from the sidelines. Jong-sung immediately grabbed the closet and suggested that he knock it down and leave Seo-kyun inside to sit for a couple of days. Kim Do-min was definitely not against the idea, and he immediately threw the cabinet, which fell to the floor with a thud. The sound inside the cabinet was not a pleasant one, and it hurt the boy, but he didn't scream. He just took it. But Jong-sun didn't stop there. Right after the cabinet fell, he climbed on top of it and started jumping, and he invited Kim Do-min to try it, saying it was really fun. But Kim Do-min did not want to waste his time and energy on such fun, as Jong Sunil thought, and ordered the boy to stop. Kim Do-min, who had taken a chair, used it to fasten the closet to the floor so that Seo-kyun could not escape, and said that they would leave him there to die. When he heard about the intentions of Jong Sunil and Kim Do-min, the boy began to cry, panic, and scream. But then the fun ended when he saw something burning. An unlit cigarette that Kim Do-min was smoking, which the boy had knocked over while running away from him, set the newspaper on fire. The fire was spreading very quickly. Kim Do-min and Jong Sunil were scared out of their wits, and Seo-kyun was already completely surrounded by things, and it was impossible for him to escape, and the boys didn't know what to do. Kim Do-min thought about the situation and looked at the fire and ordered Jong-sun to let Seo-kyun out, but it seemed that he didn't like the idea because he wanted to leave the boy to die. But Kim Do-min ordered him to shut his mouth and pull the boy out. But Jong Sunil was not going to do it, obviously afraid of the fire, and said that since Kim Do-min was so scared he should rescue him himself. Jong-sung immediately turned toward the exit, but Kim Dum stayed behind, and somehow was not very surprised by his partner's behavior. As soon as he left the office, Jong-sil ran as fast as he could, not even realizing that he was being watched. But Kim Do-min stayed behind and began to clear the mess he and Jong Sunil had made and called out to Seo-kyun, saying that if he didn't want to burn to death in here, he should get out right away. As Kim Do-min turned to leave, he realized that there was no sign of the Seo-kyun, so he repeated his cry again. But no one responded to his cry, so it seemed that the boy had fainted, and Kim Do-min was seriously frightened. Running away from the scene of the fire without helping Seo-kyun, Kim Do-min tried to convince himself that it was not his fault, and that the fool had decided to go into the closet. But just as he was about to leave, the boy suddenly stopped and saw someone. In front of him stood the silhouette of a boy who had just entered the first floor and was heading upstairs. It was Chasun-bin, and he was walking towards Kim Do-min step by step. The only question on his mind was the whereabouts of Seo-kyun. Looking up at Kim Do-min, he asked where Seo-kyun was again. Chasun-baek seemed to understand what he was doing and where he was, but there was something wrong with the boy. His eyes were strange. Kim Do-min remained silent, afraid to see the guy who was clearly out of it, but Jae Sung-bin advised him to say what he wanted to know if he didn't want to die right then and there. Meanwhile, the boy seemed to be in a delirium. He covered his head with his hands and begged him not to hit him, coughing occasionally. The boy was standing in front of an abandoned building and breathing very heavily, as if after a long run. It was Seha who, together with others, was looking for Chasun-bin. He arrived at the building, but the boy was not there, and he informed the Joy. Meanwhile, in another place, Another manager was looking for Cha Sun-bin and stopped to rest on the roof of a building. The guy also told the manager that the fugitive was not there either. Joy was in some kind of factory or something similar and was also breathing heavily. Jihye was also unable to find Cha Sun-bin and told the others. The only one who hadn't responded was Ju Se-jin, who was running to check the place. But Zhao Se-jin decided to think logically, and he based his decision on which of the places listed was closest to Seo-kyun's house. One town came to mind, and Zhao Sung thought that Du-min might have taken the boy there. But suddenly Ju Sung stopped, his eyes falling on something. As he stared at the place, he didn't know why, but something made him realize. He realized that they were all in the same building, and his pulse quickened at the thought. But Kim Do-ming was in serious trouble now, and without thinking, Jae Sun-bin started punching the fool. But the blow made Kim Do-ming stagger backwards and he fell to the floor. But when he got up, he glared at Cha Sun-bin. At that moment, Cha Sun-bin's foot almost hit Kim Do-ming's head, but he managed to duck and avoid the blow. He didn't like it very much, and Kim Do-min was getting ready to strike Cha Sun-bin. Before he could do anything, however, Cha Sun-bin had already punched him in the chest. He didn't stop there, though, and he struck him again. Kim Do-ming's pupils constricted with pain and anger, and it was not yet known which of these emotions was overwhelming the boy. Do-ming grabbed Cha Sun-bin's hands, but he could not hold him, and the boy immediately broke free and began to beat him in the chest, punch after punch. And taking this opportunity, Cha Sun-bin grabbed Kim Do-min's shirt. He shouted at the top of his lungs, asking again where Dae-kyun was, despite his still healing wound on his arm. Kim Do-min looked into Cha Sun-bin's face, and his heart skipped a beat and seemed to fall to his feet. The boy immediately remembered Neo Mask, his voice, and how he had said that Kim Do-min was a nobody. And also having the opportunity now to see his hand, which was rewound, and with which he had held Kim Do-min's scruff, he remembered. He remembered that with that hand he had snatched the knife from Jong Sunil's hand and cut himself. And then it finally dawned on Kim Do-ming. He asked Cha Sun-bin to stop. His heart skipped a beat at the realization. Kim Do-ming could barely say, in disbelief, that Cha Sun-bin was the Neo Mask, but he didn't answer. He just shook his head. He struck him right on the bridge of his nose, and Kim Do-ming cried out in pain. Cha Sun-bin stood over him and warned him that if anything happened to Seo-kyun, God forbid, Cha Sun-bin would come back for him. He swore it. But without wasting any time, Cha Sun-bin rushed up the stairs with enviable speed, leaving behind a battered Kim Do-min. Chae Sun-baek wasted no time in running upstairs, still hoping that Seo-kyun was alive. Kim Do-ming looked at Cha Sun-bin's trail, staring back at him with all his anger and hatred, and shouted that he was a Neo Mask. When Cha Sun-bin came running into the room where the fire was burning, the house had to stop at the door to figure out how to get into the very center of hell. Cha Sun-bin started coughing, covered his nose to inhale as little smoke as possible, and called for Seo-kyun. Somewhere far away under the rubble, he heard the muffled moan of a boy still in the closet, and Cha Sun-bin realized he was there. Without hesitation, he rushed over and kicked the top layer that was weighing down the closet the most, destroying everything that Jong Sunil and Kim Do-ming had been working so hard to build. The lower tiers followed, and Cha Sun-bin had to move them by hand. Finally, Cha Sun-bin began to dismantle the last of the rubble, which was quite heavy, but the boy did not pay attention to it, nor to the fact that the room was hot as hell. He had one goal: to get the Seo-kyun out. Finally, he got to the box where the Sokken was lying, and when he opened it, Cha Sun-bin saw a barely alive boy who could only cough from so much smoke. The Sokken was all wet because the cabinet was made of iron and it began to heat up very quickly, and the boy began to lose consciousness from the temperature, and if Cha Sun-bin had not come in time, he would have suffocated there. Cha Sun-bin pulled the Seo-kyun out of the closet and he could breathe easier now. He tried to gently take him on his back and promised to get him out. But when he was already at the door with the Seo-kyun on his back, Cha Sun-bin tried to open the door several times, but nothing happened. But as it turned out, there was a lock on the door on the other side, and it was easy to guess whose hand it was. Kim Do-min's laughter could be heard outside the door, saying that Neo Mask was talking too much, The Sokyun on Cha Sunbin's back was barely moving, and he was fainting again. Duming shouted smugly out the door, saying that it must have been fun to run around the city in his mask. He was even willing to bet. Cha Sunbin covered his nose to somehow protect himself from the smoke, but it was much harder for Seokyun. Meanwhile, Kim Doomin was almost jumping for joy, saying that now the Neo Mask would just die here with his friend. Kim Doomin, who had said a moment ago that Neo Mask would talk a lot, was now unable to stop the flow of words and kept saying that now they would both die there. Cha Sunbin walked away from the door, looking at it one last time. Seokyun was starting to get delirious from the heat and stuffiness and was calling for his mother. Cha Sunbin felt very sorry for him, so young and already facing such a hard life. Chae Sunbin carefully put Seokyun under the wall as low as possible to cool him down a little. The boy himself, standing at the starting line away from the door, bent down and took the appropriate stance and found his footing. And then he took off running towards the door. Cha Sunbin pushed against the door with all his might but was unable to break it open. Kim Dooming, who could have left long ago, stood there and chatted, saying that the boy was just pathetic, that he could not break down the door. Finally, Kim Dooming decided to leave and said goodbye to Cha Sunbin, who was standing by the door trying to think of something. But what could he really do, being in a room that was on fire and the bastard had locked the door well? Cha Sunbin had a memory from the past when he was a very young boy who had deliberately dropped his phone somewhere. And this boy suddenly began to transform into a kind of entity, becoming one with it, absorbing him, controlling him, clouding his mind, but at the same time the boy seemed to feel better. Cha Sunbin shouted to Kim Dooming and asked him if he wanted to hear what he had to say in the end. Without waiting for an answer, he said, "Kim Dooming is a miserable loser," and these words quickly stopped the boy and seemed to hurt him. Perhaps he did not expect that after spending so much time in the smoky, hot, burning room, he would still be alive and talking. Cha Sunbin began to pick up his sweatshirt and wondered if Kim Doomin knew why he hadn't offered a reward for it, because it was indeed strange and he would probably want to hear about it. Calmly pulling his outer garment over his nose and mouth to protect himself from the smoke, Cha Sunbin said that Kim Dooming was just not up to it. Of course, Kim Dooming lingered and he wanted to know why. Putting his hand to the door and coughing, Cha Sunbin didn't keep Kim Dooming waiting long, and he told him that the 4 top Troll fam members, Daniel Yu, Haik Kim, Hyunjun Jae, and Meng Hui Seo, and these guys have everything they want. So Cha Sunbin advised him to think about why they needed trollfish at all, and especially such losers as Kim Dooming. These words were right on the money. The guy pressed the sore spot because he was chewing his way to the top as best he could. Cha Sunbek was sure that Kim Haik had already told Kim Dooming what the trollfish really thought of him. To them, Kim Dooming was just a pathetic kid who thought he had made it in life, another scumbag who believed he was following the path of the strong. But in reality, the trollfish were laughing at him, thinking he was a tough guy, but he was just trash. Cha Sunbin mocked Doomin and said that he didn't know if his stupid head would remember it or not, but the last time they met, it ended badly for him. It doesn't matter if Kim Dooming is a member of the Troll fam or not, he will always be a nobody. This time, Kim Dooming could not stand it and ordered Cha Sunbin to shut up. This time he had nowhere to run. Did the guy think he was going to lose? Cha Sunbin was expecting this. He pissed off Kim Dooming by pressing on the sore spot and succeeded. Now to prove his point, he said to open the door, then they will check. Cha Sunbin was whispering in Kim Dooming's ear like a snake, to open the door and try his luck. Of course, the boy knew that he had little chance, but his ego and self-confidence were already pushing him to the door. But as soon as Kim Dooming's hand touched the lock on the door, he froze, and Kim Dooming laughed to himself. He realized Cha Sunbin's plan and was able to stop himself in time. Pleased with himself, Kim Dooming replied with a smile that it was a very good attempt, but why should he open the door at all? But before Kim Dooming could finish speaking, he was immediately hit by Chu Se-jin's punch. He guessed right, and the bandit flew away from the door in time. Stopping, Ju Seijin mockingly said that he heard that the Neo-mask had knocked all the sense out of him, so he came to check. But instead, Kim Do-min is here stealing people and setting fires. Cha Sun-bin could hardly breathe because of the smoke, but when he heard the voice, he immediately realized that it was Ju Se-jin who had found them. Knocking on the door, Ju Se-jin asked if anyone was there, and when he heard a knock, the boy shouted that he would soon get them out. Rubbing the back of his head after Ju Se-jin had given him a good bash, Kim Do-min couldn't figure out who it was. But as he slowly regained consciousness, he recognized the man by his jacket, which was a rare piece of clothing. Realizing who he was, Kim Do-min froze. His pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with surprise and fear. It was at this moment that Ju Se-jin turned to Kim Do-min and demanded that he give him the keys, and quickly. Kim Do-min laughed and asked if Ju Se-jin was one of the Neo-mask team. But Ju Se-jin was not in the mood for games, so he told him to shut up and give him the keys. But it seemed that either Do-min hadn't gotten enough or he had gotten a lot of hits on the head, so he decided to play cat and mouse and tease Ju Se-jin by waving the keys in front of him. Do-min kept mocking and asking why the boy thought he would give them back, but when he looked at the door, he thought it was time to act. Ju Se-jin began to move towards Kim Do-min, taking off his jacket. He was clearly not in the mood to be pampered. Ju Se-jin also began to stretch his arms. He said that he was much stronger than Kim Do-min. Meanwhile, while Ju Se-jin was dealing with Kim Do-min, Seok-hyun was already unconscious in the burning room, and Cha Sun-bin was holding on with his last bit of strength, even though he had already fallen to the floor. Outside the door, Ju Se-jin grabbed Kim Do-min's leg and tried to knock him down and take the keys. And then he remembered something. When he came to the building, which was already on fire, he immediately rushed in. He heard someone saying that the man behind the door would die there with his fellow loser. And then Kim Do-min asked if Ju Se-jin was a Neo-mask. Ju Se-jin was sure that it was Cha Sun-baek and Seok-hyun at the door, but Kim Do-min had no idea who Neo-mask was, and he couldn't even ask while the bastard was here. Ju Se-jin knew he had to hurry up and get it over with Kim Do-min. But it seems that the guy's thinking gave the enemy an advantage, and as soon as he was distracted for a second, Ju Se-jin was punched in the jaw by Do-min. Do-min was furious and said that first one was an idiot, then the other. Did Ju Seong think it was okay to attack him like that when you didn't even know what was going on? Kim Do-min threatened to lock Ju Se-jin and Cha Sun-bin in a burning room. But quickly coming to his senses, Ju Se-jin stood up and asked if Kim Do-min always spits out filth from his mouth instead of words. Hearing this, Kim Do-min became angry and rushed toward Ju Se-jin with a bullet. However, Do-min is not the type to fight a fair fight. On the way, he picked up a bottle and ran towards Ju Se-jin with it. Kim Do-min was very happy to break the bottle. He smashed it on Ju Seong's head and the boy just growled under his breath. At that moment, a memory came to Ju Se-jin's mind. He was standing in front of the grave of his sister, Cha Sun-bin, with many flowers around her picture, and he read the name Cha Ye-bin. He immediately realized that this was Cha Sun-bin's younger sister. Ju Se-jin stood up after the blow, which was obviously not expected by Kim Do-min holding the broken bottleneck in his hands, and the boy said that people could die, but he was not heard. Ju Se-jin repeated that people could die because of his actions, and the boy's head was bleeding, so he had done a good job. But this was nothing new to Kim Do-min, and he seemed to be proud of it. Ju Seong thought about the Neo-mask's crazy behavior, his almost manic obsession and tendency to violence. Now the curtain has opened for Ju Se-jin, and it is only this that makes him live on, only by completely breaking himself. You can stand up to them. Ju Se-jin jerked out of his seat and ran toward Kim Do-min. But Kim Do-min was already ready and waiting for Ju Se-jin to come closer. Though Ju Se-jin managed to dodge, Kim Do-min hit him on the cheek with the neck of the bottle. But Ju Se-jin didn't pay any attention to it, and he hit Kim Do-min square in the forehead. And then, after throwing his enemy off balance, Ju Se-jin finally punched Kim Do-min in the jaw. The man fell to his knees and put his hand over his face, having difficulty getting up. But that was not the end of it. Ju Se-jin ran furiously toward Do-min. But as soon as he reached his sworn enemy, a fierce fight broke out. Chu Se-jin beat the Dooman with all his might, and he did not lag behind. Chu Se-jin was determined and did not care about the many beatings and the cut on his cheek. His goal was only to remove Kim Dooman and free the boys. Kim Dooman's face was already well battered, and he was still receiving new blows, which caused one eye to close. Without wasting time to look, Chu Se-jin rushed toward the enemy, the wound on his cheek already beginning to redden. Chu Se-jin, who had never used this technique before, finally decided to use it, and he jumped up and down, kicking at Doomin. The Doomin did not like it, and the blow was strong enough to make his face twist in pain. Doomin fell to the floor with a thud and was almost covered by his own feet. Chu Se-jin immediately rushed to Kim Dooman, who was still recovering from the blow, and immediately began to look for the door key and luckily found it. Immediately after finding the keys, Chu Se-jin rushed to the door and opened it, and saw a horrible scene before his eyes. The whole room was on fire. Kim Doomin immediately got up and realized that the door was open, and he was finished if Cha Sunbin came out, so he immediately rushed to his enemy and pushed him away from the door. But Kim Dooman was not so lucky. He was immediately grabbed by someone's hand, and he looked at the person in horror. All he could see was Kim Doomin being dragged into the burning room. Chu Se-jin looked at what had happened with a bloody face, and immediately realized that it was the work of Cha Sunbin. In the burning room, he could only see two figures fighting in the midst of the fire. Chu Se-jin watched in amazement as the figures flickered in the flames, and he heard someone cursing and grunting from the blows. In the middle of the room stood Chu Se-jin, angry as the devil himself, his eyes burning with hatred, with only one target in mind, Kim Dooman. Chu Se-jin seemed to think that this was the moment to stop Cha Sunbin. He stood up and cautiously looked into the room where Kim Doomin and Cha Sunbek were, and there was clearly a fight going on. Cha Sunbin grabbed Kim Doomin by the neck and squeezed as hard as he could, making it impossible for him to breathe, and he was grunting for air, and he was clearly not going to let go of his victim. Chu Se-jin saw this and immediately shouted that enough was enough. And when he entered the room, he saw Seok-hyun, who was wearing a Cha Sunbae's sweatshirt tied over his face. Chu Se-jin sat down next to the boy and asked him to come to his senses, asking him to be patient a little longer, but he just grunted. Kim Dooman was already in a very bad way. His eyes were rolling back in his head and he was barely breathing and losing consciousness, but Sunbae's grip on him never loosened. Sunbin fell to the floor with Kim Doomin and did not let go of the enemy until the last moment. He had already lowered his arms and was barely able to croak. But there was no sound from Kim Doomin, and Cha Sunbin was only breathing heavily, which took a lot of strength from him. Chu Se-jin immediately rushed to Cha Sunbek and asked him to stop, because Kim Doomin had already lost consciousness, and if they didn't leave immediately, they would all die. But Cha Sunbek had other plans, and told Chu Se-jin that he knew that if they let Kim Doomin go, it would be a disaster. As soon as he woke up, he would try to kill them. Chu Se-jin could see that Kim Dooman did not care about their lives, but now Cha Sunbae was not himself. He was the same cruel sadist, and he was also thinking about his life and his friend. Chae Sunbin didn't care about rules and laws at the moment. Chu Se-jin said he understood, and began to slowly lift him up and told him to let go a little bit, and said they would talk later. Jae Sung-bin said that the bastard who killed his sister, all these creatures think and behave the same way. Meanwhile, Seok-hyun came to. Before he could finish speaking, Jae Sung-bin's body began to soften, and the boy began to fall over and lose consciousness. Chu Se-jin saw this and was frightened for his friend, shouting that he had to leave. Cha Sunbin was unconscious, lying down in the hospital of Sanlium University's Sacred Heart. Mr. Park, who was exhausted, came to the hospital and sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. He sat down next to Chu Se-jin, who was sitting with his head down and stretching. He said that he was almost done with the cleansing operation, and someone thanked him for everything he had done. Mr. Park looked like he hadn't rested for a long time, and asked how Cha Sunbin was doing, if he had regained consciousness, and was told that he hadn't. Seha asked what had been done about the fire, and Mr. Park said that although it was not easy, he had managed to put it out. His wife's family is taking care of Seo-kyun and his mother, and Park has sent Kim Dooman to another hospital nearby, so there is no need to worry. Mr. Park specifically asked Ji-hye to be gentle with Cha Sun-bin. The man was sure that Cha Sun-bin knew he had caused enough trouble, but Ji-hye thought about it and didn't say anything. But she told Mr. Park that it was of no use for him to know. It was already done. Mr. Park turned to Ju Sejin, who was sitting next to him, and said that he had done a great job and that thanks to the boy, Seo-kyun and Cha Sun-bek were safe. But Jo Se-jin lowered his head and looked blacker than a cloud. He didn't want to talk, and Mr. Park realized that he was tormented by his own thoughts. Ji-hye was beginning to lose her patience, and she put her fingers on the bridge of her nose and said she couldn't take it anymore. She said that if she continued to stand there, she would break something and she needed to get some air, and she started toward the exit. Mr. Park immediately jumped up and ran after her, shouting that they had not yet discussed everything. Looking at the time, Seha said he had to go, and his partner sitting next to him decided to do the same, so Ju Se-ji wished him luck and stayed behind. But the guys were worried and said that he needed to rest as well. But Ju Se-jin just smiled and agreed. But he did not go anywhere and stayed until nightfall at the door of Cha Sun-bin's room, and seemed to fall asleep sitting there. But then a voice woke him up, surprised that he was still there. Ji-hye came in, and the boy was surprised to see her because he thought the girl had left. Ji-hye sat down in front of Ju-sung and bowed her head, and she started talking and said that she never had a chance to thank him. But Ju Se-jin said she didn't have to. She had always thought they were prepared for such situations, but it seemed she was wrong. She only asked him one question. What would have happened if Ju Se-jin hadn't come to their rescue and found them? And he didn't answer, but it seemed he was thinking about it himself. Meanwhile, Cha Sun-bin was already out of bed. Cha Sun-bin was watching his video on the channel. He was watching his address in which he said that their personal stress reliever Neo-mask was with the audience. The guy was at the window looking at the night city, which was burning with thousands of lights from the lanterns. His thoughts were occupied by something. In his thoughts, he saw the image of his younger sister. It seems that the girl was frightened by something. She was very small. Cha Sun-bin's thoughts were also occupied by a certain guy who did not look friendly. Perhaps this person was involved in the death of his sister Yebin. The phone showed an incomplete conversation with a certain Yong Chul-soo, a conversation that lasted only 7 seconds. Once again, the image of himself, only at a younger age, popped into his mind. Cha Sun-bin did not move away from the window. He was breathing heavily. He kept repeating to himself that the fire was the only thing to fight, and he told everyone to wait for his next attack. Tae-young also came to the ward, and he sat down opposite Ju Seong looking at his phone, the two boys not talking. But then Ju Seong's stomach growled and he was hungry, but he sat there anyway, not going to eat. Tae-young said that he would sit here and let Se-jin go out to eat. But the boy didn't know what to say. He was floating somewhere in the clouds and couldn't hear anyone. In his head he kept seeing the image of Cha Sun-bin, but not the usual one, namely his dark side. Ju Se-jin assured Tae-young that he didn't want to, especially since Seha and Ji-hye would be home soon, and suggested that they eat together. Tae-young put the phone down and asked if he was really hungry, but Ju-sung denied it. Ju Se-jin admitted that he wasn't feeling well because he had to follow his friend. The boy asked if Tae-hyun was worried about that, but Tae-hyun didn't answer right away. But Tae-young said that he had been hired to look after Cha Sun-bin from the beginning. But then Tae-yang and Ju-sung stopped talking when they heard footsteps coming from Chae-sung's room. Ju Se-jin was a little confused when Chae-sung-bin came out of the room, but Tae-young greeted him. Chae-sung-bin looked fine, even smiling, and asked what the two boys were doing here. The friend was confused that Cha Sun-bin was already on his feet, and for some reason he couldn't believe it. But then Jo Seong's stomach started to growl again, and Jae Sung-bin said that since he was sitting here despite the fact that he was hungry, they were watching his friend. But Ju Seong immediately began to deny it. It was only now that Ju Seong noticed that his friend was already dressed and asked him why he was doing this if he was going somewhere. Meanwhile, In Chasunbe's apartment, Ji-hee and Seha were talking to Catherine Sharma via video link, and the girl was already saying that there was no point in installing a GPS tracker in Chasunbe's mask. But Ji-hee asked what they would do if he took it off or left the phone like last time. Seha even suggested sewing a chip under Chasunbin's skin, but Ji-hee immediately objected, arguing that he was not a dog. So Ji-hee had her own idea of how to track Chasunbe, so she turned to Katarina Charm and suggested tracking the boy with the help of satellites. Katarina Charm did not like this idea, and she began to think that the girl was crazy, that it was nonsense. They actually pay rent for their use. But Ji-hee insisted that it was great, because it could be tracked by the satellites she rented. She had seen in a movie how they found people using satellite images, but Katarina did not back down and assured her that they were not the CIA, and this was crossing all boundaries. The girl smugly said that she thought this would happen, and that's why she wanted to do Trollfish last. Katarina Sharma assured her that in the future they needed to share information about where SB was going, that they needed to figure it all out as soon as possible, and then bring her here. The girl didn't understand what a SSB was, and Katarina Sharma explained that it was her name for Cha Sun-bin, which made Ji-hee laugh. Katarina Sharma reminded her that she was not the one who runs the Neo-Mask channel, and that he was the one in charge, hinting at her brother Amir Sharma. The woman said that their job is to follow orders until he asks them to do something that crosses all boundaries. Katarina Sharma turned off the camera, and Ji-hee exhaled a sigh of relief and said that it was easy to talk when you were far away from it all. Ji-hee and Sek were distracted from their conversation by the knock on the front door, but they were not expecting anyone. It was Cha Sun-bin, who immediately greeted his friends, and Chu Se-jin, who was watching his friends suspiciously. Cha Sun-bin's eyes fell on the open laptop, and it seemed that Karina Sharma hadn't turned off yet, and the guy noticed her. Seha was confused by Cha Sun-bin's appearance and asked him why he left the hospital so early. Cha Sun-bin replied that he had no time to rest. Chu Se-jin watched him fearfully, uneasy about what he had seen. Cha Sun-bin said that no paku, the special is not finished yet. Seha was not prepared for such a statement from Cha Sun-bin, but Ji-hee seemed not surprised. It was a lonely street, deep in the night. No signs were lit. All the shops were closed, but one guy couldn't sleep, and he was wandering around, not knowing where he was going. It was Kim Dooming, with band-aids on his cheeks, and he was in a bad way. But as he walked down the street, he could not get Cha Sun-bin out of his mind, the truth he had guessed. When he stopped on a street, Kim Dooming exhaled and said to himself that he now knew what the Neo-Mask looked like. But there was one more problem. He didn't know where he lived. Kim Dooming was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't even notice the two pursuers who were on his heels. The guy went out of the alley and into the main street where people were still walking, and said that if he could find the Neo-Mask, he would attack them all and break each of them. Kim Dooming could not get out of his mind the scene of Jae Sung-bin yelling at him like a madman and demanding to know where Daeseok Haeon was. Kim Dooming froze in his tracks, thinking that if he had to choose between the red-haired boy and Seok-hyun, he would have to choose between the two. Dooming immediately remembered the faces of the two boys, the angry Ju Se-jin and Seok-hyun. He was willing to bet that Seok-hyun knew where Ju Se-jin lived. He looked up and froze in his tracks. Dozens of strangers stood in front of him, completely blocking the road, and they were clearly not friendly, waiting for Kim Dooming. Dooming was seriously frightened. He didn't know who they were, and if the whole crowd decided to attack him, he would have no chance, only to run away as fast as he could. Seok-hyun took his mother's hand and led her out of Sunlim Hospital, asking if she was better. She assured him that she was fine, and fortunately her son recovered, and a generous man paid the hospital bills. As they were about to cross the road, a man standing by the car called out to them, apologized to the woman, and greeted the Seok-hyun. It was Dukil Park, who handed the boy his business card and assured him that he should not hesitate to call him if they ever got into any more trouble, and turned to the woman and asked her to try not to worry about her son all the time and to take care of herself. Although Dukil admitted that, as a father, He understands how difficult it is. Seok-hyun's mother thanked her husband, but was worried that they had nothing to repay. But Dukil assured her that she shouldn't worry about it, because his boss was paying him for his help anyway, and he laughed awkwardly. When the woman heard about his boss, she asked who he was and why he was helping her, and she wanted to meet him and thank him. But Dukil said that his boss had met Seok-hyun several times before, and he said he wanted to help because he thought he was a good guy. Meanwhile, Cha Sun-bin returned to his home. He had barely crossed the threshold when the phone rang, and it was Dukil Park. Chae Sung-bin picked up the phone and said it was him, and thanked him for the information he had given him, for running an errand with Seok-hyun's mother. The Sun-bin asked Dukil for one more favor. After telling him exactly what he needed from him, Cha Sun-bin turned off his cell phone. Ji-hae was walking home late at night and looked at her phone. The street was empty, but she didn't seem to mind. It looked like there was important information on the phone. When she got to the right house, Ji-hee entered the code into the intercom and waited for it to let her in. Before entering the apartment, she took off her shoes, of course, but it seemed she was not alone. As soon as she entered the room, she immediately threw the phone on the couch and fell down, exhausted, and sighed. Ji-hee wanted to pick up the phone, but her eyes fell on the table where there was a calendar with a red marker circled around it, the date and a reminder to visit her father. It looked like she had forgotten about that day, or she really didn't want to go. Ji-hee was interrupted from her thoughts by a phone call from Ju-sung. She was clearly not happy to receive such a late call, but she answered it and asked what was wrong. Chu Se-jin told her that Cha Sun-bae was planning a stream. But looking at the calendar, she noticed that there was nothing on the schedule, and she knew it perfectly well. She was not happy about what Ju Se-jin said, but rather angry. Neo Mask was on the roof of the house. He took with him a couple of drones equipped with video cameras. It seems that the mask of the Neo Mask has been updated. Now his smile has become even more terrifying. The guy greeted the audience. Neo Mask said that his viewers had fresh content. Everyone was watching his live stream. Neo Mask said that for the first time that evening, they would be streaming until they were turned off. The guy who was working was surprised because it was supposed to be a stream today. Neo Mask said that he would advise everyone who joined him tonight to watch the stream that it was okay if they lost. They would get 10,000 won for every clear shot on the target. The girls who were out riding at night also saw the stream, and one of the sisters called the other one saying that she should see it. Cha Sun-bin didn't care if they set a trap for the target or throw different objects at it. They could attack it even from home. The guy who was training and also came to the stream was shocked by the news. And the time has come when Neo Mask will finally announce who will be the new target today and send the drone to him. So tonight's target was Kim Do-min, who was walking down the street unsuspectingly. Chu Se-jin's sister was also watching the stream, and even she was shocked by the announcement because it was a full-fledged attack and completely different from what Nemask usually does. The person sitting in the chair in front of Chu Miri remained silent, watching the stream with interest. Meanwhile, the crowd was approaching Kim Do-min, and now he knew where it came from. Kim Do-min asked them again who they were. It would not be easy for a group of people to block the whole road. The boys laughed and mocked him for wanting to know who they were. Yoon-ho Kang, the 42nd ranking officer who had a reward of 3.5 million won, said he didn't know how Neo Mask had found out about them, but they had made a deal. Kim Do-min had become popular, and for every hit they would take 10,000 won off the reward for themselves and put it into their own account. One of the guys asked his friend how many times he had to hit Kim Do-min to get the money, and the guy threw it around and counted about 350. And his partner wished him luck. All the famous gangsters for whom the Neo Mask had set a bounty gathered here. San Wang-woo, rank 62, with a bounty of 950,000 won, asked his colleague how many times he had to hit him, and Jong-gil Jae, rank 55, with a bounty of 1,900,000 won, said that he had to hit him 190 times. But then someone said, what if they hit him more than the reward is worth? And someone said that was a good question, and this was the best day of his life. Kim Do-min immediately realized that this was the work of Neo Mask, the one who had set all these guys on him. Neo Mask was watching from the roof of the building and said that he knew that ordinary actions would not be enough for someone like Kim Dooming. This situation was definitely amusing to Neo Mask. He wondered what Kim Doomin would do this time against so many people, only run away. Speaking of sadists, Neo Mask admitted that he could bet that the guy was much worse than Kim Doomin in this regard. Looking at all these guys, Kim Doomin could not stop cursing at Neo Mask, but it would not help the situation. Everything was already done. Kim Doomin realized that if he stayed in this place, he would be surrounded by people, and then he would be finished. There were too many people who wanted to take the reward. Therefore, there was only one correct solution. It was time for Kim Doomin to take his hands and feet and run away as fast as possible. Stroking the back of his head, Kim Doomin addressed the crowd and said that everyone here wanted to beat him up. The guys who were watching him were frankly amazed, and one of them said that now it was clear why Neo Mask chose Kim Doomin. He was not afraid of them, and it was really a little funny. The whole crowd was almost in awe of Doomin, but he said it was great because he had done business with some of them, and maybe the guy thought that by reminding them of their past he could win over some of them. Then Kim Doomin suddenly waved to someone without a single emotion on his face, as if he was waiting for someone. All those who stood in front of him turned back as one, and Kim Doomin wasted no time in turning around and running away as fast as he could before the whole gang realized that he had fooled them. Then one of the crowd saw Kim Doomin running away. Finally, everyone realized what had happened, and one of the crowd shouted to his fellow crowd members that they shouldn't be standing there while Kim Doomin was running away. It is worth recognizing that Kim Doomin had an impressive speed, and in a minute he was almost at the exit of the street. The guys saw this, and none of them wanted to miss this rare chance. The whole group rushed after Kim Doomin, who had already run out of the street. Neo Mask was watching with undisguised pleasure. He liked the outcome of the situation. It was much more fun now. While Neo Mask was enjoying the fruits of his labor, Ji-hee ran as fast as she could. The guys were already waiting for her. She stopped and tried to catch her breath. Her partners were glad she had finally reached them. Ji-hee looked up and saw Ju-sung in front of her. The boy had just run up to them and was just as out of breath as the girl. Ju Se-jin stopped and asked what the hell was going on, and if it was true that Cha Sunbae had just started running without warning. Seha, still shocked, said that this was the first time they hadn't received any warning before the live broadcast. T-sop turned to Ji-hee and said that if what they feared happened, they should get their mopping up teams out of here. Ji-hee was on the verge of panic. She understood everything. She turned to Sekar and asked him if his team was controlling the drones and if he knew where the live feed was coming from. But Sekar said he thought Neo Mask was doing it himself, so he wasn't sure they knew where it was coming from. Jia Ji-hai was the last hope for Chu Se-jin, so she turned to him and asked if he knew where Cha Sunbae was streaming from. But when she returned, she saw no one, and Ju Se-jin was long gone, so Ji-hee wondered where he might have gone. Meanwhile, Kim Doomin kept running away from his pursuers, saying that this was his territory, and did Neo Mask really think that a bunch of idiots could catch him? But still, Kim Doomin ran as fast as he could, not wanting to be caught by those same idiots, and turned into a blind alley. The boy grabbed one of the garbage cans and turned it over. The guys who were chasing him almost fell over the trash can, but only cursed at him. Kim Doomin, meanwhile, was already flying at full speed around a bend in the street. He ran away as fast as he could, but despite the trap he had set, the pursuers were already catching up with their victim. When Kim Doomin returned, he saw that it was all in vain and was surprised that the boys were not far behind. Two guys on bikes were standing near the store, and one of them said that there was nothing to see lately, and his friend thought that maybe Neo Mask had downloaded something. But then the guys were distracted by someone screaming, and they looked up from their phones and turned toward the sound. Kim Doomin rushed past the guys, who turned out to be his old acquaintances. But when they greeted him, they heard only a request to detain their pursuers for him. And without stopping, he ran on. The guys turned around and saw a whole crowd of angry guys running after him. They were not expecting this, and they were frightened when they saw so many people. The boys saw that Kim Doomin was addressing the boys and thought that the boy must have asked them for help, but the other one said that they should just knock them out, and the crowd immediately attacked them and started beating them. The guy who started beating one of the men was approached by his partner and asked why he was not running after him, and he said that he was also from Nopak. But his partner explained that they would only get paid for hitting the Kim Do-men, and the guy realized that he had misunderstood the rules of the game. He seemed to be angry with himself and decided to take it out on the man he was holding. And the Neo Mask was watching and was very pleased. It was even better than he expected. But then someone called out to Neo Mask, and his neon face immediately changed emotion, perhaps because he recognized the voice. Chu Sejin kicked open the door to the roof, and the Neo Mask was surprised to see him there. Chu Sejin ordered him to stop this right now. It is not that Cha Sunbin was not happy to see Chu Sejin, but he did not say a word. Still, he was glad to see his friend, and he knew that Ju Sung was coming, even though he didn't understand how the boy had found him this time and last time. Neo Mask said that he worked from home most of the time anyway, but he wondered why Ju Sung was here, if he didn't like the way Cha Sunbek was running things. Ju Sejin was furious with Neo Mask, and he was surprised that he was even asking because, of course, he didn't like it. But Neo Mask said, hadn't Ju Sung heard that the wedge is always the wedge? That's what their coach always said. Neo Mask was obviously mocking and wondering if Ju Seong was trying to reassure himself that they were good people. But Chu Sejin was already shouting and saying that there was a limit to everything, and right now the guy was going too far. One of the strategies of the Neo Mask team is to mob the guy they can't defeat alone, and he would be contradicting himself if he tried to come up with legal ways to pacify Kim Do-ming when he is constantly breaking the law. But Chu Sejin said that there were other ways to solve the problem, and that if the Neo Mask didn't stop, they would stoop to their level. But Cha Sunbin turned away from Chu Sejin and said that he didn't care about other options, because they were for normal people. Neo Mask also recalled the words of Ju Sejin himself, who said that he could stop him, and the guy said nothing. But Ju Sejin admitted that he knew how it would end for Cha Sunbak. Neo Mask sat down and turned to his friend and said, "If that's the case, then that's what it's all about." But Neo Mask stood on the edge and threw out his hands and said that, in that case, he should just push him over. But Chu Sejin wasn't going to do that, and he told the Neo Mask to get down from there and take off his mask. But the Neo Mask was playing with Chu Sejin and asked him what if he didn't want to. But Ju Seong yelled that he was in no mood for jokes. But Neo Mask assured him that he wasn't joking either. This is his reason for living. Chu Seong didn't know what to do because Neo Mask was so out of it. He could have done anything, even jumped off the roof. While Chu Sejin was busy with Cha Sunbin, Kim Do-min was running away from his pursuers in the streets. While running across the road, Kim Do-min was almost hit by a car that was driving down the street at the same time, and the man barely had time to slow down. As soon as Kim Do-min ran, 3 more pursuers ran in front of the car, and the man was shocked. He clearly did not expect to see this in the middle of the night. The courier stood near his vehicle and looked into his helmet, looking at where he had to deliver the next order. But then Kim Do-min ran up to him from behind and pushed him aside, and the courier didn't even realize what happened. Before the guy could recover, Kim Do-min had already jumped on his motorcycle and sped off down the street. Now it would be much easier for Do-min to escape, and the boys saw that he now had a bike and roared with anger. The boy stopped and cursed at himself. He looked down and immediately ran there, saying that, according to the map provided by the Neo Mask, there was nowhere to go, and that Do-min would be trapped, and the guy ordered him to follow him. But Do-min did not know this yet and calmly rode into the beast's mouth. One of the pursuers stood on the road near Do-min's camp and shouted to his men that he had found him. But Do-min just added gas to his motorcycle and rushed right at the guy. The pursuer, fearing for his life and health, saw how confidently the boy was riding and immediately jumped to the side, and Kim Do-min flew by, only increasing his speed. But then something hit him right under the wheels, causing him to lose control of his motorcycle. Do-min began to brake as hard as he could, but it was too late. Someone threw a bottle on the road, which broke and cut through the wheel on the bike, and the boy lost control and flew off the vehicle. The bottle was thrown by one of the pursuers, and he hit the target, and one of his colleagues praised him for his accuracy. Kim Dooman fell to his knee. Perhaps he broke something because he was holding his ribs and could barely breathe. Still, as soon as he got up, Kim Dooman began to walk slowly, and it looked like his leg was also injured. Some of the guys were surprised that he was still walking, so it looked like they had a tough nut to crack. Turning the corner, Kim Dooman saw that there was no further road. It was a dead end. He was trapped. Only when he realized this did he stop, and his pursuers immediately followed him. Kim Dooman did not know what to do. It was a trap from which he would not get out, especially being wounded. The guys were happy that they had finally caught him, but one of them said that Kim Dooman likes to complicate things too much. But then Kim Dooman heard a familiar sound, and looking up, he saw a Neo-Mask drone hovering above him, watching everything that was happening below. Neo-Mask picked up the phone and looked at it all, saying that it was all very difficult. But Chu Se-jin took advantage of the moment when Neo-Mask was distracted and grabbed him by the clothes and threw him over himself. But it was too late to complain, as Chu Se-jin threw him over himself to the center of the roof. But with a crunch of his palms, Ju Seong said that he knew he couldn't stop Cha Soon-bin with words alone, so he suggested that they settle the matter right then and there, just him and the Neo-Mask. They would each say what they wanted to say, and then they would go their separate ways. Neo-Mask sat down and smilingly said that this was somehow cold of Ju Sung, his friend. Meanwhile, Kim Dooman was in serious trouble, trapped in a trap. All the pursuers gathered to reduce the reward for themselves, and Neo-Mask's drone was watching them from the mountain. They began to beat Kim Dooman, and he kept getting hit. The guys who came there almost fought with each other for the opportunity to beat Kim Dooman, who was already being attacked from all sides. Kim Dooman, who was already well beaten, began to scold the boys and say that they had no idea who he was. Even after the collapse of NOPAC, he still considered himself a big shot. But the guys just laughed in his face. Someone shouted and encouraged their colleagues, saying that it was time to beat Dooman properly, and reminded them not to forget to count how many times they hit the bastard. Ju Seong and Neo-Mask were still on the roof of the building, facing each other, one of them standing and the other sitting. Chu Se-jin repeated, as he warmed up, that they would say whatever they wanted to each other's faces, and then go their separate ways. Neo-Mask was not used to Ju Sung being so cold towards him. Cha Soon-bin began to get up slowly, and he asked if this meant that today he had decided to defeat him as he had promised. Ju Se-jin did not deny it, but warned him to take better care of his teeth. Ju Se-jin reminded Cha Soon-bin that this was their third fight, so Chu Se-jin assured him that this time he would definitely win, and he was already preparing to attack. But no sooner had Chu Se-jin approached than Cha Soon-bin struck him on the chin with amazing speed without swinging, just standing still. Chu Se-jin stepped back a little and put his hand to the place of the blow. It seems that he had never felt such a strong punch from his friend, and as a proof of this, Cha Soon-bin said that the guy was very much mistaken. This was the first fight for them. Now Chu Se-jin was facing a real guy, not Cha Soon-bin, but a real Neo-Mask, strong, cruel, and ruthless, and he said that his friend had never fought with the real him. Ju Se-jin understood. He confirmed the Neo-Mask's words. He had fought not with him, but with Cha Soon-bin. Looking into the lifeless eyes of the mask, Chu Se-jin thought that he really became a different person when he put on the mask. When he fought with T-sop, he seemed completely different, but now seeing him in this guise is a little frightening. So this is what it means to come face to face with someone who is willing to put his life on the line. Ju Se-jin said that when they first met, he thought that Cha Soon-bin was just a nice guy, and he had never met someone so confident, but then it turned out that he was not just wearing a mask, but was a Neo-Mask. Chu Se-jin had always wanted to be friends with someone famous, and when he became the manager of Neo-Mask, he thought he had finally achieved something worthwhile in his life. When such a great guy starts treating you like a friend, it seems like you become cooler yourself. But there were times when Cha Soon-bin scared him, and he wondered which one of them was a real Neo, and thought about what made him become such a guy. But then he realized that one day, when Ju Sung found out what was causing him to suffer, he thought he knew what he was going to do and what Jae Sung's life would be like in the future. It was then that Jo Seong decided to become the only person who would stop his friend in order to save him, so he trained hard. That's why Ju Seong is ready to fight him, because he's not the main target. The Neo Mask will be waiting for him to come, and maybe Cha Sunbai already knows what he's going to do. Ju Seong imagined the fight between them in every detail. He knew that the boy was right-handed, so he had to break his mask to create a hole. Seha had taught him an important street fighting technique, so he had to catch the enemy unawares no matter what it takes. But out of his thoughts, Chu Se-jin was interrupted by Neo Mask, who came close to his friend's face and told him that he was thinking too much. The Neo Mask again used his fierce speed to strike Chu Se-jin and said that the boy needed to find his own fighting style. Barely able to stand up, Chu Se-jin could not imagine how Cha Sun-bin had so much strength. Nevertheless, Chu Se-jin began to attack Cha Sun-bin, but it was to no avail. Neo Mask dodged the blows with enviable ease, which surprised his partner even more. But then the Neo Mask suddenly turned around and rushed in the other direction from Chu Se-jin. Cha Sun-bin rushed toward the edge of the roof, and Chu Se-jin was frightened and asked the Neo Mask where he was going. But the Neo Mask had no intention of jumping off the roof. He only used the edge of the roof to make a U-turn. But after swinging properly, Cha Sun-bin kicked Chu Se-jin in the stomach. He did not expect such a deception. Immediately afterwards, he ran toward his partner, who had not yet caught his breath and had not yet recovered. But unexpectedly for the two of them, the guys used the same trick against themselves, grabbing their partner's leg and froze in place. Neo Mask didn't even think about giving up. He was waiting for Chu Se-jin to act. But it seems that Chu Se-jin thought the same way and was in no hurry to attack first, waiting for Neo Mask to act. The two men parted ways without making a move on each other. Neo Mask recognized that Chu Se-jin was the better fighter, as he had been practicing a lot. Chu Se-jin confirmed his friend's words without losing his vigilance, and said that he did not expect that it would be easy to defeat Cha Sun-bin. But Chu Se-jin remembered the expression on Chae Sun-baek's face again, and he suspected that it was the same now. How long has he been looking at the world with such a gloomy look under this mask? When he saw his reflection in the mask, he thought that he didn't know if he could conquer the darkness inside him, but he did. After learning about the Yebin, Chu Se-jin sometimes has the same dream. A guy walking through an empty city, a girl in front of him. But then he sees something that terrifies him. The girl was walking down the road, not seeing the bus coming from the side of her, and just started to brake. But it didn't help. The girl noticed the coming vehicle too late and froze in her tracks. Seeing this, Ju Se-jin immediately rushed to the girl, hoping to push her away. After this incident, Ju Se-jin had to have a prosthetic leg fitted, and Cha Sung-bin bowed in front of him as a sign of gratitude, while the girl stood aside. The girl standing next to him was Yebin, and Cha Sun-bin turned to his sister, obviously grateful to all of them for his sister's life and health. Chu Se-jin invited his friends to his house, and they talked for a long time, not noticing how quickly time passed. But then Chu Se-jin's sister Chu Miri, grabbing her clothes, headed for the exit, saying goodbye to her brother and the guests. When it was getting dark, Chu Se-jin saw his friends off for a while, and looking after them, he called out to them for some reason. Chu Se-jin started shouting something at them, but they couldn't hear him, and until now he didn't know what he was shouting. It wasn't until he got into a fight with Neo Mask today that he remembered that the boy had shouted that he would see them again. Neo Mask didn't understand what he was saying, but he said that Ju Sung was a really nice guy. Neo Mask turned around and walked towards the exit, leaving Ju Se-jin unconscious. Everything was over. The fight was over. Only his sneaker remained at the place where Kim Do-min was beaten, and the boy was taken away by an ambulance. Seo-kyun has guests. Neo Mask, sitting on the balcony, asked him if the boy knew who he was. Seo-kyun confirmed that he knew he was the Neo Mask. The Neo Mask said that Kim Do-min would not bother him anymore, and he would make an exception and not touch Seo-kyun. But as he approached the boy, the Neo Mask warned him that, If he sees the boy get together with trash like Kim Dooman at least once more, Neo Mask will not be able to close his eyes. So he advised him to choose his friends wisely. As Seokyun's mother had asked, the Neo Mask stared at the boy's face as if looking for evidence that he had not made a mistake in leaving him unpunished. As the Neo Mask turned to leave, Seokyun suddenly asked how his arm was, and Cha Sunbek froze in place. The boy turned sharply, not expecting Seokyun to realize who he was, and said nothing, expecting what would happen next. But Seokyun just told him that he should come over once in a while, especially since his mom's eggs were the best. Jae Sungbin didn't say anything but hurried away to think about it. In the meantime, almost all of his team came to Cha Sunbin's apartment. Ji-hee was angry as hell and she came in screaming, looking for him. She was running around the apartment ordering Cha Sunbin to come out immediately. But it seems he was not at home. Seha said he could not find Cha Sunbin. Ji-hee found out that he was not at the gym either. Looking around, she saw that all of Cha Sunbin's belongings were still there, and her father-in-law suggested that they wait for him for a while and maybe he would return. But then Ji-hee's eyes darted to Dukil Park and called out to him. Suspiciously, she asked him if he knew for sure where Cha Sunbin was, but Dukil was ready to swear that he knew nothing. But the girl threatened that if he was lying to her, she would tell his wife, but Dukil trembled and repeated that he knew nothing, and he was ready to swear on his life. The man said that Cha Sunbin had not told him, and to tell the truth, he was a little bit embarrassed. Dukil Park was sure that Cha Sunbek would come to him for help no matter what he was up to. But Seha, wanting to encourage Dukil Park, said that Jae Sungbin hadn't told him anything because he was worried about him, because they didn't know what would happen next, and maybe he had decided to cut off all ties so as not to get his friends involved. Dukil Park mentioned Seha's toys. If Cha Sunbin took something with him, they could trace the boy, but unfortunately he didn't touch them. If something happened that they should have foreseen, why does everyone think he didn't think of it before, even without all their equipment? He's one of those who could easily buy another studio if he wanted to. In the midst of the conversation, Tai Young came into the apartment breathing heavily. The guy was obviously running towards them. Approaching the girl, the guy gave her a phone and told her that she was the one they were asking for. The girl calmly took the phone and went to the window. But suddenly, Ji-hee started screaming, saying that everything was not quite like that. How many times do we have to repeat it? It was all part of the Neo Mask's plan. It was Muhwan who called. He was at the gym and told her not to make him laugh. Or was she saying that Cha Sunbin had broken their agreement and this was part of his plan? Muhwan said he was taking Tae Young back, that it was too stupid to trust them, and if the Neo Mask dared to wander into his neighborhood again, the cleanup crew would finish the job and take out the trash. The man was very angry and didn't seem to want to hear anything. Ji-hee started to call out to the Muhwan to listen, but the man had already turned off his phone. Ji-hee called the man a narrow-minded fool and was about to throw the phone away, but the man shouted that it was his phone. The guy took his phone and clutched it to his chest, breathing a sigh of relief, and at that moment she remembered where she was wearing her Chu Se-jin. Before she could even think about him, he had already arrived, and she screamed in anger, wondering where the hell he had been all this time. But then they saw that Ju Sang's face was disfigured, and she asked him what had happened to him during this time. But Chu Se-jin did not answer and passed by his friends and asked if Cha Sunbai had come yet, and Seha said that he had not. Ju Seong went to the office where Cha Sungbin usually worked, and the guy said that he had left his phone and all his things and had just vanished into thin air, and he had no idea what was going on in his head, and it would be great if he just gave up and left everything behind. But Chu Se-jin knew that Cha Sunbin would never do that, and after what happened, he saw an empty box open. A girl came up to him and saw that the box was empty, and she knew what things were in it. Ju Seong guessed that these things were probably related to Yebin. Ji-hee thought about it too, but she knew what it meant. She thought and wondered where Cha Sunbin had gone, and meanwhile he sat alone, his mask off, looking down on the city. A group of people were sitting around a table in a luxurious setting having dinner. Kim Haek, having heard the story, leaned back in his chair and said to himself that this was how it all ended for Kim Dooman. But he definitely did not feel sorry for him. A girl broke the silence. She was the first-ranked troll manager, Manhwa Recap, and she said that it was only because of Kim Dooming that she didn't want to come here before, because he was always flirting with her and acting like he could impress her with his money or something, and she was disgusted. Yoon Jae, the first-ranked troll manager, said that he didn't think the Neo mask would break him. He was a cheap attention seeker, and he thought it was cool that he wasn't afraid to die. Second-ranked troll manager Jin Lee said that it was a pity they hadn't seen Kim Dooming's behavior in his bar. He was not easy to please. And now they have an open position for the first-rank executive manager, and Kim Haek asked who they would choose for the position. And then Jin Lee jumped up and begged to be hired. The man said that they could not even imagine how tiring it was to work with his weirdos. But the man turned to Daniel Kim Haek and asked for his opinion, because they needed his consent before they could make a decision, but the man was too busy looking at his tablet. On the tablet, Daniel was watching a live broadcast of the entire group beating Kim Dooming. Seeing his concentration, Manhwa Recap asked if he was okay, because she had a feeling that something was bothering him. Putting the tablet aside, Daniel turned to the girl and said that everything was fine. He was just thinking about the method he had used this time. The boy noticed that sometimes the Neo mask was very similar to them in its actions and sometimes completely different, and he wondered what was driving it. Daniel turned to Kim Hak. He asked him if he ever encountered a Neo mask to ask him about it, but his partner was surprised because he didn't understand why he should say anything. Daniel said that if he didn't say anything, then Kim Haek should do what he always does. He should beat him up and then tell Daniel what Neo mask would say. The boy entered the room and immediately all eyes were on him, breathing very heavily as if every step was a painful one. Kim Dooman walked through the hall without paying attention to anyone. The guys standing behind him were surprised to see him and said that he was not ashamed to come here after being publicly humiliated. He said that he at least tried to think about what people thought of him. But Kim Dooman didn't care what they whispered behind his back. He kicked open the door to the room where the whole company was sitting with Daniel. Kim Dooming looked very bad. He had a broken arm and probably a broken neck and nose, bandages everywhere. He looked like a madman and he was breathing heavily. Kim Haek was not surprised to greet Kim Dooman and was surprised that he had already been discharged. But he quickly went on to recover and the guy was laughing. Dooman turned to Daniel and Kim Haek and told them to gather the strongest guys. The boy said that he knew what a Neo mask looked like, and this time Kim Dooman would definitely get him. But before he could finish speaking, a loud and resounding laugh spread through the room. It was Kim Haek laughing, and next to him was Manhwa Recap, who was as excited as anyone about Kim Dooming's arrival. Kim Dooming looked at Kim Haek with complete hatred, who could not stop laughing. The others began to laugh as well, some of them unable to hold back, but others trying to hold on to their strength. Kim Dooman started to snap and scold Kim Haek, who certainly didn't want to be treated like this, but on the other hand, it was quite expected because everyone here knew about the live broadcast, and the result was clear. Kim Dooman had the last hope for Daniel, who was the only one who had not yet lost his temper. Addressing him, Dooman said that he just needed a few guys and that was it, and they would go to every school together and track down the Neo mask. But Daniel interrupted him. He calmly asked why they should clean up after Dooming. The guy clearly did not expect such an answer. Daniel folded his arms in front of him and said that the Dooming could not understand something. They were not a cartel. He explained that in his opinion, trolls are a community that respects influential teenagers. This community will not be a tool to restore the pride of Kim Dooming. And besides, Daniel is not interested in pursuing Neo mask. Yoon Jae fully supported Daniel, except for Kim Haek, who always scratches his hands. They have nothing to gain by catching Neo mask. And pointing his finger at Kim Dooman, Yoon Jae said directly that he was the one who behaved as he deserved. Not them, of course. The loser does not like such an attitude from those he wanted to be equal to and enter their circle. Taking up her drink, Manhwa CO said that besides, Neo Mask was not trying to fight them, and she had heard that the TSOP he had come for in the first place was already doing well in his new job. Jin Lee also wondered why Kim Do-min needed the Neo Mask at all, since he was already losing if you compare their money, intelligence, and strength. Kim Do-min was already losing his temper and began to yell at Jin Lee to shut up. He was only a second-rate manager. Realizing that shouting at him would not achieve anything, he decided to take drastic measures and turned to Manhwa CEO, who began to cry that she had forgotten how much she had done for him, but she almost laughed. The girl reminded him of the time when Kim Do-min had embarrassed himself with his illiterate notes and pretended to be very busy, or of his stupid gifts he had bought with stolen money. Hearing this, Kim Do-min couldn't let it go, especially since the girl had said it in front of everyone. So he grabbed a bottle from the table and aimed it at her. But then, Kim Do-min was called by Daniel as if trying to bring him to his senses, and the boy immediately reacted. Daniel Yu, the executive manager of the first-class trolls, smiled and asked if he was going to throw the bottle at Manhwa Seo. Kim Do-min didn't say anything. He didn't know what to do. But the words of both the girl and Daniel had touched him deeply. So shouting that Kim Do-min was not afraid of Daniel, he threw the bottle at Manhwa. The girl didn't seem surprised. Perhaps she knew him well enough and what Kim Do-min was capable of. But the thrown bottle missed its target. It was caught in midair by Kim Hake, and the girl's face did not move a muscle. He shook his head and said to himself that now he had hit Kim Do-min for sure. Daniel, still sitting calmly in his seat, turned to Kim Do-min. The guy said that this idiot was the type of person Daniel hated the most. Daniel turned to his managers and told them to lock the door when they left. Everyone in the room already understood what he was talking about, and no one dared to object, nor did they want to. Daniel also asked to make sure that today's CCTV footage would be erased, and his eyes meant only one thing: Do-min's problems. Cha Sun-bin was in the shower. The soft, hot steam let his body and mind relax, but it could not hide the scars on the boy's body. When he got out of the shower, Cha Sun-bin carefully wiped his head with a towel. The boy was obviously going somewhere, so he opened the wardrobe, which was full of black suits, and put on one of them, followed by his watch. As soon as he got ready, the laptop began to vibrate, and the guy immediately reacted to it. Katrina Sharma was on the phone, and she asked if Cha Sun-bin liked the new apartment, and the guy answered briefly, yes. Katrina Sharma sat down in a half-turned chair in front of the monitor and said that she must have been lonely there, separated from her friends and now alone. But the guy did not pay attention to her words and said that everything was fine, and Amir Sharma was right. If they stay in one place for too long, Mom will find them, and if that happens, you can forget about negotiations and the like. It will be too late. Neo Mask shared with Katarina Sharma how he sees it. It will be difficult to protect his managers and editors if he is simultaneously fighting Emma, the members of the Continental Night Team who have been working in the same place for a long time, and as a result, they all suffer. Katrina Sharma said that the trolls are a cash cow for MMO. If they believe in making an alliance, then they can start handing out guns to guys like Do-min. Cha Sun-bin said that just as Katrina said, to prevent the troll fam from expanding, he would have to deal with them by the end of the year. But Katrina Charm had another idea that was out of the box. Cha Sun-bin could use the power of MM to destroy the troll farm, but the boy didn't say anything. Putting his hand on his head, Cha Se-jin said that he probably needed to apologize to Katrina and Amir Sharma, because he had thought about it. He had also thought about it more than once, and he pulled his hair back. Katrina looked at Cha Sun-bin without humor but didn't say anything, and Sun-bin said that he thought it was time to decide when they would meet. There was a meeting in the store, and two more men approached the guys in black, Daniel and Kim Hake, whom the guy introduced as his best friend, and the one he was addressing was Kevin. As a sign of respect and acquaintance, Daniel shook hands with Kevin, who stood up and did the same. But the guy noticed that he and his friend were a little late, and he said that they might not look like it, but they take their work very seriously, so time is important to them, and Daniel apologized. The guy said that he had gotten a little bit of a stain on his suit, so he had to change. That day, everyone followed Daniel's request and left the room, closing the door and waiting behind it. Everyone knew what was going on, but no one wanted to look in. Manhwa Recap turned to Kim Hyuk and said that maybe he should come in and check on him, but Kim Hyuk didn't like the idea. Kim Hyuk knew it wasn't a good idea, but he said he didn't want to, and he didn't think he looked like he wanted to quit his career as an athlete. Daniel would leave as soon as he was done. Kim Hyuk said that he hadn't forgotten what happened to Jin Jae. Yoon Jin Jae said he didn't like what was happening to Daniel. Kim Hyuk approached EJ and wanted to tell him about the second-in-command position, but he interrupted and told him to forget it, let it go. The guy said that they needed a weak-looking guy like Eugene in his position so that others would have a goal of becoming first-rate managers. And besides, the guy hadn't forgotten what had happened to Jin. Meanwhile, the room was in turmoil, with the Dooman flying all over the place. Even on the table the guy had just been slamming on, along with the bottles he was trying to hit the girl with. The Dooman flew quite a distance away, but he grabbed his stomach and couldn't get up. Daniel walked towards him smoothly, telling him that he had not yet told him about himself. Daniel has 3 older brothers, and he wondered if Kim Dooman had heard anything about the concept of hierarchy, as he had seen it in a drama. The boy said that he was never interested in the question of inheritance, but his brothers were greedy and treated the law and the very idea of family ties as a mistake. Daniel was sent abroad to a country whose language he did not even know how to speak properly. He suffered from racism and bullying at school, and he was completely alone. The only person who could protect him was his mentor, who taught him the art of fighting. A few years later, as soon as Daniel was able to defend himself, he returned to Korea. But when he returned home, he saw that everyone was wearing black and there were funeral flowers in the hallway. Manhwa Recap was crying and could only call the boy's name. It took him a while to realize what had happened, but he knew he was at a funeral. Standing on the table, Daniel said that he did not respect people like Kim Dooman, who was still sitting on the floor. Kim Dooman took off his bandage and said that he also hated people like Daniel, who acted as if he was better than everyone else just because he was born into a wealthy family. Picking up the bottle of Kim Dooman, he smashed it, leaving only the neck in his hand, and said that it looked like he would have to discipline the first-rate managers personally today. But Daniel stood there calmly and said that Kim Dooman had lost the Neo mask. He threw T-Sop when Neo mask had him and then beat him up himself. And even Kim Hyuk betrayed him. Daniel said that trash like Kim Dooman always forgets where he belongs. Daniel, taking up his suit, admitted that he was late, but that wasn't part of his plan, and Kim Hyuk didn't join in the conversation. He stood aside. He also suggested that they go back to their meeting. The man Daniel met with was Kevin Jones of the Manhwa organization. After getting comfortable, Daniel said he didn't quite understand what Kevin Jones was offering him. Daniel asked if he understood that they wanted to start a drug trade in Korea and needed him as a dealer, but Kevin said no, that this was a job that should be left to experienced people. Kevin said that they believe that trolls have special abilities. Daniel asked what they were. Kevin said that it was talent development, which shocked even Kim Hyuk, but Daniel just kept quiet for now. Kevin said that they could export people who stood out from troll farm to other countries through them. For example, the same Italian mafia, the Chinese triad, the Japanese yakuza, and all other criminal organizations, small gangsters, and even terrorists. The demand is quite high. There are a lot of people in the world who need people who are ready to fulfill any order, just small favors for luxury cars, lots of money, and admiration for bravery. Kevin assured me that they have nothing to lose. You can think of it as a slightly modified search for collaborators only for criminal organizations, which is the essence of it. Something like Hallyu, the Korean wave, the name given to the phenomenon of the expansion of modern culture in South Korea and around the world, or the idol industry. Kim Hyuk could not stand it any longer and laughed when he heard the comparison to Hallyu. He thought it was a silly comparison. The man who had been silent until now asked if they refused to export K-gangsters or something. Kim Hyuk asked what he was going to get if he had a weapon hidden there or something. Kim Hyuk said he could take it out if he was not afraid. The guy obviously didn't expect this turn of events, and that the guy wouldn't be afraid of him, but would rather tease him. Chu Se-jin was in the park, standing on a bridge looking out over the water. He was staring at the water and it looked like he was thinking about something. But he was distracted from his thoughts by a familiar voice calling out to him. Ju Se-jin saw that it was Sumin and asked what he was doing here. But the boy replied that he needed stamina to study, and he thought it was time to start preparing for his exams. The Sumin asked why the Chu Se-jin was standing there if something was wrong, but the boy did not know what to say. So he decided to avoid the topic and share a little bit of his feelings. Chu Se-jin told his friend that one of his friends had lost his way and he didn't understand why, so he was wondering what to do. Sumin asked what exactly happened. Knowing his friend, he doubted that the guy would leave him in trouble without doing anything. Ju Se-jin said that he was very stubborn and not the type to listen to him, and he couldn't even force him to talk sense into him because the boy was much stronger than him. Sumin laughed and said that one would think that Chu Se-jin was the kind of person who goes around teaching others. Sumin asked if Ju Seong remembered what it was like in elementary school when he first moved to the neighborhood and transferred to his school, and he was too scared to make friends and kept to himself, and he was the first one to talk to the new kid. And then Ju Se-jin continued to talk to him, even when the boy started to run away from him. As a result, they began to spend time together, and if you think about it, there were always a lot of people around him. Even the teacher, the president, and the vice president of the class always asked Ju Seong for help when something happened. But Ju Seong didn't really remember it, and Sumin said that the best thing about the boy was that he didn't even realize it. It is not easy to get someone back on the right track, but then a voice from outside said that Sumin was right, that such people need to be dragged back by force. It was Bwang Taesop. He had changed a lot since the last time the boys had seen him. Chu Se-jin asked if Taesop had been listening in on them, but he said it wasn't his fault that the boy's red hair was visible for miles. Sumin said hello to Taesop, and the boy did the same and asked him how he was doing. Ju Se-jin seemed to have fallen out of reality for years, not understanding what was going on, and when they became friends. Sumin said that Taesop had come to his cafe several times to apologize, and when he became a regular, they became friends, but he said that this story was a bit scary to hear. Taesop remembered that he had heard that they wanted to add something new to the menu and asked if he could come in now and try it. Sumin happily replied that he could, and his parents asked him to invite some friends over to try their new dishes. Taesop said that from his own experience, when someone goes astray and is left all alone, if you don't find a way to approach them, they can do something much worse, and he cited Kim Dooming as an example. Taesop suggested that instead of fighting, it would be better to follow him around and try to talk to him. If Ju Seong is so worried, he must not be a bad person, right? But Ju Seong said in frustration that the problem was to know where the man was, where he was now. Taesop said that he needed to track down his friend. If he was a friend, Ju Seong knew him well. But Jo Seong didn't know if it was true anymore. He thought he knew him well, but it turned out to be a deception. Katrina Sharma spoke on the phone and said that the meeting would take place in a neutral zone, that they should contact each other beforehand on the appointed day, and that the emir would monitor the situation. The woman was sure that they had found the trolls, and it would be very interesting. But Cha Soon-bin was not amused, because Katrina Sharma was already so excited about it, and the boyfriend was already worried about her, so she suggested that they put aside the good news and move on to the boring part. Katrina said that the meeting would be attended by Christian, the recruiter, and his bodyguard, someone named Wong, a very skilled agent who had managed to take out all 3 members of Continental Night. Katrina Sharma said that, unfortunately, if they got into a fight with Cha Sun-bin, this guy would kill him. Cha Sun-bin was a little surprised and asked Catherine Sharma if he was really that strong. Katrina Sharma and Amir Sharma were in a hospital room with a young man who told them that he had never lost or been defeated, not in school fights or in competitions, and he was sure that even if he had to fight the Neo Mask himself, he would not lose. It was the leader of the Continental Night Channel, Yang Junjong, who said that if Neomask could not use street fighting techniques, he would be able to win. His brother and sister listened intently, but both missed the point about the Neomask. But the thing is, if the Neomask touched this guy, he would die, because they remembered the night the guy came to them and they all attacked him together. But no matter what they did and how they attacked him, the boy was able to dodge everything. A girl who was one of the team tried to catch the guy unawares, but it didn't work. He easily avoided being hit. One of his colleagues said that if he kept dodging, he wouldn't last long. The girl said that they would definitely be fired from this place and cried about their part-time job. But their colleague was the least concerned at the moment, and he said that they would find a new job. But the guy didn't care about all the tricks against him. It was actually fun. Still, his luck turned away from the attacker, and the guy caught the enemy's leg, knocked him to the ground, and grabbed him by the neck. Finally, the guy said that the attacker was caught. But it was not for long. The guy lost his vigilance and immediately got kicked in the jaw. The guy went away holding his chin, and the attacker wasted no time in getting to his feet, and immediately picked up some gray balls. The guy immediately threw them in the direction of the Continental Night team. The balls bounced off the floor and straight towards the team. The guy could not understand what it was, and the girl also did not know and said that whatever it was better to dodge. These balls flew towards the white-haired boy. He also did not know what they were or why the boy threw them. Without hesitation, the boy immediately ran away and said that he did not know who it was, but it was a mistake to come to them. But something happened and the guy froze in place, and his partners did the same. They did not understand what happened. The guy's hand was wrapped in a barely noticeable thread. He did not understand where this wire came from. The guy just laughed and said that it was better for his opponent to think. Immediately realizing that something was wrong, the guy turned first to Lei Shi, and then to a girl named Chen Long. The guy waved his hand and these threads were stretched on his arms. The opponent, meanwhile, stood in a stance ready to repel the attack. But that was not to be. These threads were strong, and on their ends were the very balls that began to spin around the boy. Yang Junjong said that he realized that his special street fighting skills were on a completely different level. And the guy said that if the Neomask got into a fight with him, he asked Katrina to tell him to run away, no matter what. With his eyes down, Yang Junjong said that Neomask would never be defeated. But maybe that wasn't true because the Neomask was also very strong, and Ju Saijin hadn't lasted 10 minutes before he fell unconscious. So maybe he thought that because he didn't know what he was really capable of. Ji-hee was sitting at her laptop working, and Tai-hyung stood next to her and awkwardly said that he was sorry and wanted to help. But before he could speak, the girl interrupted and said that everything was fine. After all, it was written in the contract with the Mukvan. But the guy promised to find a way to help anyway, and Ji-hee repeated that everything was fine, and he could go back to Mukvan and do volunteer work. The recycling team was created as a volunteer team in the first place, and Ji-hye still didn't like the fact that they were asked to fight. Tai-young said that of course it was wrong to hit people, but he thought they were doing the right thing if it was necessary to save Cha Sun-bin. Tai-young said he definitely needed help. The girl was on her way to meet a man in the park who was sitting on a bench alone, waiting for her. Ji-hee approached him and handed him a cup of drink. It was her father. The girl brought him coffee. He seemed to be sick as he did not look very well. He thanked his daughter for the drink. Looking at her father, the girl said that the doctor had authorized him to have coffee. It was better than alcohol. The man's hands were trembling. He could barely hold the glass, and he asked how her friend was doing and how he was doing. The girl looked at her father and didn't know what to say to him. On the one hand, she really wanted to talk heart to heart, but on the other hand, she thought it was better to keep what had happened to herself. She chose the second option and told him that everything was fine. He was a smart guy and earned a lot of money. After drinking her coffee, the girl said that he had already accepted what had happened and now he was fine. But looking at the girl, the man suspected something was wrong, so he asked if it was true. Suddenly the man bent down and covered his face with his hands. The man burst into tears and asked why his daughter was lying to him, as he had treated the boy terribly. Ji-hee assured him again and again that her father was innocent, but the man shouted that it was not true. Ji-hee was shocked by her father's desperate cry, and she did not quite understand why he was beating himself up so much. The man turned to his daughter with tears in his eyes and said that it was all his fault, and this confession and words were very difficult for him. The man admitted that it was entirely his fault that Cha Sun-bin's sister, Yabin, had died, and the man cried even more, and Ji-hee was shocked by this and pulled away from her father. She used to have a very ordinary family. Her mother was a housewife, her father was a bus driver, and she was the only child in the family. They were not very rich, but they still had their own family portrait in the living room. Sometimes they went on small, inexpensive trips whenever they could, and my mom would cook something delicious for lunch if she did well in school. They were a wonderful, normal, happy family. But after my mom died of an illness, things were not so normal. Dad continued to work as a bus driver, and after finishing high school, she had to take over her mother's role and do her part of the household chores. The only reason for Dad's pride and joy was that she was growing up healthy and doing well in school, and it seemed to be enough for him to go on with his life. But from that day on, Dad drank heavily, sitting in his room surrounded by a dozen empty bottles. Ji-hee opened the door to the room and saw her father in such a state, and she screamed, asking how long he would behave like this, as it was not his fault. But her father shouted at her to be quiet. The father leaned over and covered his face with his hands, reproached himself, saying why he had even gone that way. But the girl said that he should stop blaming himself. He had no choice. He was just driving according to the route. The man said that he would rather die than her mother. The girl almost begged him to stop. Mom and Dad started living in a very tiny room almost in the basement, but thanks to Dad's persistence and Mom's loyalty, they managed to rent their own house. Dad could not pass by when someone needed help. He would help the elderly people collect garbage for recycling on the way home. And he made him and my mom worry when he got to the police station because he tried to break up a fight. My mom said she loved this character trait in my dad, but sometimes she would laugh bitterly and say she had married the wrong man. Cha Sun-bin did not blame her father for what happened that day, so he and the court forgave him for what happened. But the father, who had always done the right thing and nothing else, only wanted his only daughter to be happy, saw the same day in his nightmares every night. How finally, after endless torment from his own conscience, he broke down. Ji-hee could not bear to see this, his constant suffering. She helps Cha Sun-bin because she feels that she should take responsibility for the boy and for what happened to Yebin instead of her father, but also to prove her father's point and to get back at the troll fam for ruining his life. But it was not so easy, and it was very exhausting for the girl. She was ready to give up her revenge if only he would come home. Two people got out of a black car, seemingly on their way to a meeting. It was the same guy who had attacked the Continental Night Crew. He and his companion entered an empty, dark room. They started looking around, but something caught the girl's attention and she froze in place. In front of them was a silhouette sitting under a shelf of books. The girl turned to it, thinking it was a Neo mask. It was him, but the Neo mask said that they had gone too far, and he was even uncomfortable with the fact that the guy had such a fan base. The girl stuck out her hand to say hello and said she was glad to meet him, but the Neo mask told her to stay where she was. The girl was upset. She was expecting a more cordial meeting. Neo Mask said he came here after he heard that the strange guy next to her had beaten up the entire Continental Night team, so he chose this place to meet. Neo Mask yelled to check the microphone. He yelled at the top of his lungs, 1, 2, 3, checking the microphone. The guy turned to his partner and asked if they really needed a Neo Mask. The girl said that it looks like Miss Katrina has already told him what will happen if he doesn't accept the offer. Neo Mask said that he knew the consequences were so dire that he had no choice but to come here. The last time he was so scared was when he proposed to his girlfriend to pretend to get married for the sake of a video. Neo Mask pretended to try to remember what had happened and asked for a second. He knew how she must have felt to hear that, but it was too much to beat him up for it. Was she trying to kill him? How could a girl do that? The girl said she was sure the Neo Mask streams were just for the money. She didn't believe it was for any sense of justice. She said that if they combined his internet activities in the country and in terms of the plan with their capabilities, and people, they could achieve anything he and their organization wanted. Neo-Mask agreed and indeed will help him do whatever he wants. But they can't really give him what he wants. So they should leave now while Neo-Mask is still respecting the rules of decency, unless they want to make things worse. Daniel remained silent as he considered this proposal, leaning back on the couch and looking directly at his companion. Kim Heck didn't seem to be interested in getting involved, and the men waited patiently for an answer. After much thought, Daniel smiled, closed his eyes, and made his decision. He refused the offer. This was a complete surprise to Kevin Jones, who asked in disbelief. In the meantime, the car that had arrived at the barn had already turned off its headlights, so the conversation was delayed. The Neo-Mask crossed his fingers in front of him, making a sign of the cross, and said that he was refusing the offer. The girl was obviously shocked by this decision. She did not understand what was the reason for it. But the Neo-Mask said that he was currently preparing for a cool event, and soon she could see everything with her own eyes. The girl was interested. She wanted to know more about the Neo-Mask's plan. But it seems that not only Neo-Mask, but also Kim Heck was expecting this event, and Daniel was certainly aware of it. Kevin Jones reached for a drink and said that it might be better to think about the proposal again. The man expressed his understanding that at Daniel's age he was driven by a desire to express himself and make a statement, but he had to understand who he was talking to. He said that Mr. Sato was not afraid of anything in his hometown, but that was only because he quickly realized where he was supposed to be. As soon as the man said this, his partner flinched and gave in. The same thing was said to the Neo-Masked man by the woman, and that this man realized that he was a big fish in a small river. But the guy said nothing, just listened attentively. And the girl continued to say that even if Neo-Mask receives a lot of money from the channel, is he really ready to spend his wonderful talents on some streams? Hearing this, Neo-Mask immediately denied the girl's opinion. He said that he became a streamer not to get a lot of money, and there is something that only he can do, and it is something that he must do. Throwing up his hand, Neo-Mask said that this is exactly the event he was talking about. This is a super ultra special event, available to both subscribers of the channel and ordinary viewers. Neo-Mask said that there will be fireworks and they will decorate the tree, and they want this event to be remembered by everyone. That's why, although Kevin Jones's offer is very attractive, Daniel rejects it. Kim Hawk was getting bored and started to yawn while Daniel said he wanted to spend some time with his friends. Neither Kevin Jones nor his partner expected this turn of events, because they thought that as representatives sent by MMM, anyone would bow down to them and be afraid to refuse any offer. Neo-Mask's negotiators had the same thoughts, and they were also not satisfied with the refusal. The girl warned Neo-Mask that unlike the Continental Night, they were not in a cafe, but in an abandoned tunnel far from the city. And the Neo-Mask has only one life to live, or has he forgotten it? Holding his head, the Neo-Mask muttered that they were threatening him again. But the guy had a feeling that he was underestimated here, and turned to the negotiators and asked if their parents hadn't taught them that in other countries they should remember the rules of decency. But when the guy's smile stretched across his mask, he said that the audience could attack if they were so sure of their victory. But it seems that the girl didn't mean it in such a crude way, but the Neo-Mask got the point. She only had to turn to the guy standing next to her, and he immediately moved towards the Neo-Mask. The guy told her that he had seen the Neo-Mask on the street, that he used the same street fighting technique as he did. He pulled out balloons from his pocket, the same ones he had used against the Continental Night group, and said that it seemed that Neo-Mask had chosen a place without other buildings after he had learned what had happened to that team. Stopping a couple of meters in front of the Neo-Mask, the guy advised him to think again before it was too late, because his skills were on a different level compared to his opponent. But the Neo-Mask smiled and asked if the guy really thought that he had come just like that, without being prepared. The Neo-Mask didn't say another word, but the guy didn't expect it. He clicked something, clearly signaling that he wasn't going to retreat and was ready for battle. The Neo-Mask reached for his mask and turned off his face. Now you would think that he had no face at all, and instead of it, complete darkness. With that done, the Neo-mask slowly moved toward the enemy. The Neo-mask said that the balls he was using worked like luggage attached to fishing lines, just like he does with his opponents, and when he threw them, they wrapped around everything that was near his target, and as a result he was able to overcome any person in the blink of an eye, even if he was standing in the middle of an empty field. The guy wondered if he was a fan of movies about a friendly neighbor and laughed, but first, to use these balls, he needed to see his opponent. He did not expect such awareness and began to look around. He wondered if the Neo-mask was going to use the darkness and echo in the tunnel, but he looked like a smart guy in the videos, but it looked like the opponent was a fool. The guy rushed over to Neo-mask and told him that he forgot something, that they had a car and his eyes would get used to the darkness very quickly, and another important thing, he wasn't born yesterday. The boy told Christina to turn on the high beams in the car, and she immediately went to do as she was asked. He said that if the Neo-mask made a sound, he would be dead, and as soon as Christina turned on the high beams, the guy would be dead, but the girl had already opened the car door. But he was confident and said anyway, the Neo-mask was finished, because his eyes were almost used to the darkness. But Neo-mask just laughed and said he talked too much, and meanwhile he wandered around in the dark. When Christina was pressing the button to turn on the light, the Neo-mask suddenly spoke. He asked the boy if he was used to the darkness, a question that alarmed her. As soon as the Neo-mask answered this question, Christina turned on the high beam, which immediately showed where the boy was. He shouted happily that he had found the Neo-mask, and full of confidence he rushed straight to it. But then, a sharp flash of light blinded the opponent, so he sharply covered his eyes with his hand. The guy did not even know what the Neo-mask would do. He could not do anything, no matter how hard he tried to strain his eyes to see something. He could not do anything, because the human eye is not able to adapt to bright light as well as to darkness. This light blinded Christina, who had just entered the tunnel. The Neo-mask was satisfied with his work and said that human eyes are very sensitive when bright light is suddenly turned on after dark. The guy said that he was streaming because he had to do something before he died, not because he wanted to become a member of some international organization like theirs. The Neo-mask put his mask back on and smiled and said that they could continue to make threats if they wanted to return home by crawling. This was the last warning from the guy. The Neo-mask stood with his back to the light, so he could see his opponent, unlike her, who could see nothing but his hands. The guy said he could continue to make threats if he wanted to return on all fours. Tapping on his mask, the guy said that the human eye quickly adapts to darkness, which is not the case with harsh light, but this does not apply to him because his mask has special filters. Neo-mask said that he had a strange rapport with streamers who do similar work, even if they had never met, and that the guy had been a little off lately, and he wanted to take revenge for what he had done to the Continental Knight. The guy listened to what the Neo-mask was saying and kept trying to see him, but nothing was happening and he was very angry. But then the lights went out, which alarmed him even more. But when the boy's eyes got used to the darkness, he saw that the Neo-mask had immediately disappeared, and he was standing alone in the middle of the room with only unnecessary materials around him. The guy was shocked and did not know where his opponent had gone, and even more so, he did not know what to do. Christina was driving the car, and with a sigh of disappointment, she said that the Neo-mask had tricked them and that the boss would be angry. Meanwhile, Daniel was done negotiating and not satisfied with the results. Kevin John and his assistant were leaving the place. The partners walked slowly away. Kevin John looked down and thought about the situation. He did not like the outcome of the negotiations. Perhaps he was afraid of the anger of the boss that Christina was talking about. Kevin's sidekick was the first to break the silence, saying that he would have cut off that bastard Kim Hake's hand if they weren't in public. But Kevin John, looking at his watch, assured Sato that there was no reason to worry, because opportunities come when you least expect them. Sato calmed down and asked what Kevin John was going to do now. Maybe he wanted to repeat the same thing as in Japan, and the man confirmed that he wanted to do something different. A group of seemingly good-looking, drunken guys came out of the same place, and Kevin John turned back and saw them and said that a gang of trash like this always has some kind of publicity. The group pushed a guy in the back and told him to go away and to be quiet, and that Daniel would be watching him more closely. The boy walked away only to hear the laughter of those who had pushed him out. It was Kim Dooman. He was beaten up. He turned halfway around, looking in the company's wake, and said with full anger in his voice that they were just useless pieces of garbage. The boy's gaze was like that of an animal that had been wounded in the back, wild, crazy, and Kim Dooman vowed that he would not give up so easily and would show himself again. Kim Dooman could not stand it and turned to the boys who were mocking him and shouted that he would come back and beat the hell out of every fool, but they were even more amused by his words and anger. Kevin John watched the scene from the sidelines and heard everything from beginning to end, and when they parted, he told his partner, confirming his rightness, that within an hour the news was out. A large hall with a lot of light and a wide variety of sports grounds. This is a sports club for candidates for Master of Sports, mixed martial arts for juniors. There were many candidates training in the gym. The sounds of blows could be heard from every corner. The training was in full swing. One of the guys who was training was the 6th-ranked Kyung Taekwondo of the Kim Hek team. Also present was 5th-ranked club KMC Park Sunil, who was fighting with a guy who had his neck squeezed with all his might. But in such practices it was the norm. Everyone was testing their strength. Another member of the team was practicing his punches on a punching bag. His name is Nam Gun Jamin, who is also the 11th-ranked player of the Hek team. And of course, one of the guys was a member of this club, and he was also practicing his punching on the punching bag, and he was swinging for it. All the guy's muscles were tensed to the maximum. It was a machine for fighting, after which the opponent would have more than one broken rib. Watching him practice his technique, there was no doubt about it. The guys who trained with this strong man in the same gym watched with amazement and genuine horror as he knocked everything possible out of the punching bag. No one would dare to dismiss him, and there would hardly be anyone who would spar with him. Of course, it was Kim Hake, a first-ranked Master of Sports candidate of the club, and he rightfully holds the title of the strongest of the minors. Finally, the guys came out of their stupor and started talking to each other. The one in the gray t-shirt said with surprise that it was not worth joking with Kim Hek. His partner agreed, but said that not everyone at that age could train like that. The guy was wondering if Kim Hak would retain his title of the strongest before entering the adult league, but his partner had no doubt it could not be otherwise, and he finished hitting the pair and stretched his arms. Another candidate was practicing his kicks. This guy was also using a punching bag as a projectile, hardly smaller than Kim Hak's. But it seemed that the guy was stronger than him, as he was the 2nd-ranked kickboxer of the club. Hwan Jamin finished punching the pair and exhaled tiredly. His partners were watching this guy, and one of them said that Hwan Jamin had almost caught up with Kim Hake. The guy thought it was hard for Hwang Jae-min, and the other guy agreed because last season it was the same. Hwang Jae-min heard the two boys talking and looked in their direction, clearly not happy about what they were thinking. He turned to his teammates and ordered them to repeat what they had just said, and they were obviously scared because they didn't want to get in the way of the 2nd-strongest Master of Sports. He went straight to the boys and asked them if they really thought Kim Hake was so cool, as if he didn't like his opponent or that he was lower in rank. One of the boys hesitated and didn't know what to say, and the other asked why Hwan Jamin was so overreacting. Couldn't he just take it as a normal conversation during practice? The guy assured him that there was no denying that Kim Hake was amazing. He hadn't lost a single fight in 32 fights, and one of them was with Jamin. So the reminder of defeat was like a slap in the face, and he asked if anyone had lost their fear. But even the hint of a threat didn't keep the guy quiet. He said that the guy was thinking too much about his inferiority complex and would have used his time wisely, and Hwang Jae-min was hurt by these words and he was about to strike. But someone grabbed his arm and stopped him from hitting him. Hwang Jae-min was startled to see who stopped him, and he didn't expect the guy to interrupt the conversation. It was Kim Hake, and he smiled and said that they were having a lot of fun and asked if he could join in, but Hwan Jae-min was not so happy about it. Kim Hae-kyun understood, but still holding his partner's hand, he said that they were all family and that they shouldn't exchange blows outside the ring, and asked if they agreed. Hwang Jae-min's hand began to shake as Kim Haek tightened his grip. Kim Hae-kyung said in a calm tone that he had heard that Hwang Jae-min and his friends were causing trouble, which was damaging the reputation of their club. The boy said that his father finances this organization only because Kim Haek loves martial arts, and he doesn't do it to get out of it. That's why if his friends pull something like that again and take away his fun. The boy subtly hinted that Kim Haek would probably want to take out his resentment on the same guys and asked if he was clear. Hwan Jae-min's hand began to shake even more after being told that if he wanted to try a new technique, he shouldn't go to the ordinary candidates with it, but should come directly to him. As he got as close as he could to Hwang Jae-min, Kim Hae-kyun said how he looked at him after he had smashed him to smithereens in their first match. Kim Haek laughed and said that he felt sorry for him. The guy knew how to bite his opponent. Hwang Jae-min could not move or say a word, only mentally saying that Kim Hae-kyung was a real bastard. Their story began 2 years ago at Kim Hak's gym. Hwang Jae-min was just starting his journey in sports, and he came to this particular gym and introduced himself, saying that he was new. The guys who were resting on the sidelines recognized Hwang Jae-min, and one of them said that he had heard that this new kid was bullying everyone at school. His partner asked if he was the same guy who had invited his six-pack to his gym and used it as a punching bag, and he wondered why he was still out there. What was going on in the world? Lowering his voice, his partner leaned over to the guy and asked why Kim Haek had let someone like him into the gym, and the answer was that the candidate was cleaning his aquarium. He didn't know that, but he didn't think that was the reason. Hwang Jae-min saw the guy practicing punching a punching bag and recognized Kim Hae-kyung and confidently approached him and immediately offered to play around because he had heard that the guy was quite strong. Kim Haek was not pleased with this impudence and the fact that he was distracted, and he lazily turned toward the boy. But Kim Haek decided not to show it. Instead, he patted the boy's shoulder and said that he must be new, but he couldn't remember his name. The guy said that he could forgive the new guy, but sparring with him on the first day was too much. But Hwang Jae-min persisted and asked him why he refused, if he was scared. Kim Hyok smiled and said that he didn't spar with bullies. Hwang Jae-min snapped at him, not liking this, and demanded that he repeat what Kim Hae-ki had said. Kim Hyok turned around and continued to practice his punches, leaving him alone, and the guys behind him were surprised that he was completely ignoring him. Hwang Jae-min confidently and proudly asked if Kim Hulk was afraid of what he had heard about him, because everyone was talking about him, but the boy indifferently asked what kind of gossip. The guy proudly said that he had beaten the crap out of a guy in the ring and even gave him a helmet before he did it. But it didn't help. But as it turned out, Kim Hae-kyung had heard about it before, and the story was a little different from what he had just heard. Kim Hyok knew that Hwang Jae-min had dragged his six-pack to the gym and used it as a personal punching bag, and he asked if it was true. Hwang Jae-min didn't deny it and even boasted that he was just teaching him a lesson. Kim Hak decided to teach Hwang Jae-min a lesson and gave him a helmet, but it didn't save him. After a short time, he was shaking in the ring and could only breathe heavily, and his opponent, standing in the corner of the battlefield, just watched him. But he was tired of his boasting. Kim Haek sighed and said that it was very humiliating because Hwang Jae-min could neither answer nor dodge any of the blows. Kim Hae-kyung laughed and said that after such a show, people might think that he didn't like Hwang Jae-min, but he couldn't say anything. He just shook on the floor. The guys standing nearby watching the sparring were sure from the beginning that Hwang Jae-min had no chance of winning. As one of them said, the Agashka would never be able to overcome its owner. But Hwang Jae-min hardly heard him. He was already unconscious. 3 boys walking down the street were talking to each other. One of them said that his friend was going to be accepted to a sports club for master's degree candidates, and he asked if the boy was really going to join the KM's league, but he said that everything looked so scary, so he decided to refuse. But the friend didn't understand his decision and asked him why, because this club was willing to pay Huang Jae-min, right? But Huang Jae-min said that it was too boring and there was no one there to match him. The guys asked if Kim Haek was going to the wrong club, and one of the guys knew exactly where he was and asked if he had seen him. Huang Jae-min remembered Kim Haek, his face, and their sparring, and most likely these memories of losing in a fight would be a long time coming. But the guy didn't want to admit his defeat, let alone show it to his friends, so he said that Kim Haek was a dumbass, and he had fought him once, and in real life the guy was not what they thought. But then suddenly, Huang Jae-min felt Kim Hyuk's hand on his shoulder, and he turned to him and seemed to hear what he was saying, and he knew it. He turned his head toward the unexpected visitor, and he was startled and could barely get his name out. The guys walking behind Huang Jae-min couldn't believe their eyes. It was Kim Hae-kyung himself, and they were seeing him in person, but he didn't pay any attention to them. His main target was the bully he had led to the front. Kim Haek asked why the boy hadn't been in the gym for a few days, but the boy thought something had happened and assured him that he had to practice hard to get to the competition. But that wasn't his concern right now. He was more concerned about whether he heard the conversation or not. The boy remained silent, but Kim Haek kept up with him and asked if it was something that had happened when they were sparring. The guys behind him heard this and were surprised by what Kim Haek said, and Huang Jae-min glanced over to make sure. Kim Haek suddenly lifted his hand from Huang Jae-min's shoulder, which surprised him a little, and he probably thought that he had gotten away with it and that he hadn't heard the conversation. But that was not to be. As soon as Kim Haek removed his hand from his shoulder, the boy suddenly grabbed Huang Jae-min's neck and smiled evilly, and he just mentally cursed. Kim Haek assured him that everyone was looking forward to seeing what roads would open up for our new star, so it would be better if Huang Jae-min stayed and made it to the competition, and asked him if he understood. The guy hesitated to answer, and Kim Haek didn't like it. He clutched his neck even tighter as a sign that his patience was running out. The guy, clearly wanting to keep his authority, broke free of Kim Haek's grip and shouted that he agreed. If he wanted the guy to make it to the competition, then so be it. Huang Jae-min shouted that even though he didn't know what Kim Haek was up to, he was attacking the wrong person anyway. And so for 2 years, Huang Jae-min trained hard, as if his life was at stake, and he was able to achieve the second master's degree in the morning. The guy became the best junior in all of Korea. But it didn't end there. Kim Haek leaned on the ring fence. Huang Jae-min became Kim Haek's favorite toy to beat up, and the same picture was repeated, with the guy lying on the floor shaking and his opponent leaning on the ropes and shouting to the audience, "Is there anyone who wants to train because he still hasn't warmed up properly?" But among all the candidates, there was no one who would challenge the strongest of them all. As soon as Kim Haek saw Huang Jae-min getting up, he immediately approached him and asked him to spar again a little later, because when he fights a fighter as talented as his opponent, he feels he is making progress. Huang Jae-min thought it was even funny because he realized that it was just a game for Kim Haek. The guys watching the sparring were talking to each other, one of them saying that Huang Jae-min had been training hard for 2 years, and the other saying that he had no choice and that he doubted that Kim Haek would let him out of his fishbowl. The guy next to him didn't understand the conversation and asked what kind of aquarium Kim Haek was using, but the guy next to him knew he was a beginner, so he didn't hear anything. And the guy said that it was meant that all the fighters of this club are like fish in Kim Haek's personal aquarium, and the guy asked, why fish? The guy explained that it's like when you put fish in a big aquarium, which are just nice to look at, and a few predators, and Kim Haek is like a shark, and they are like stingrays or tropical fish. But in this case, sharks usually eat small, defenseless fish, and Kim Haek doesn't hurt those who come to the gym just to train. In fact, the guy even uses his father's money to help them become better athletes. The situation is different for guys with a bad reputation. Kim Haek lures them to the sports club, promising to make them first-class fighters, but in fact they become food for the guy who is the main predator in the aquarium. and so he brought more than half of the people to the club for food. This story impressed the newcomer, and he wondered why this was for the benefit of Kim Hake, who is usually kind. But the guy didn't know a clear answer to this question because Kim Hake never said why he needed it, but he knew something for sure. Kim Hae-kyun genuinely enjoys it whether he's training the boys or destroying them. A guy came up to Kim Hake and asked if he had played enough with Won Jae-min, because he had sparred with him before, and he understood the question and confirmed that today was fun as usual, but a colleague warned him not to get used to it, or he would leave him with head injuries. The colleague said that instead of this fun, it would be better to start a special training program for fighting with neo-masks. Kim Do-man thought about these words and said that he would hardly need it. But the guy didn't understand what he was talking about, and reminded him what would happen if Kim Hake lost. But the guy assured him that he hadn't forgotten. He just didn't want to hurt Neo-mask too much, and a lot of questions immediately arose in his mind. As he was about to leave, Kim Hake decided to answer the question of his partner. The answer was too obvious and simple. Kim Hake just wanted to get a Neo-mask, like the fish he most wanted in his aquarium. Kim Do-man returned to his home and called someone on the phone, asking them to send money for housing and assuring them that they should take responsibility until the boy recovered. The interlocutor had already warned him many times that if he had problems at school, he would have no choice but to give him up. He was interested in one question. Is he going to cause problems for the rest of his life? But the boy was tired of being preached to. It was Kim Do-man's father who said the hardest thing for any parent to say, and from that day on he had no son, he disowned him. But before Kim Do-man could tell his father what he thought of him, he turned off the phone and the boy's battery died. Kim Do-man was about to throw the phone at the wall, but he froze in his tracks because he would still need to communicate, and he could recharge the battery in a cafe. Sitting down against the dirty wall, holding the dead phone in his hand, Kim Do-min said that he had already spent all the money he had earned in the no-pack, and now it was summer vacation and it would not be so easy to take away the children's pocket money, and he thought that maybe he should call them one by one. But thinking about the money, Kim Do-man's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, and it seemed that the guy was not expecting anyone, but he opened the door to check who came. Before him stood a guy surrounded by formidable men. He clearly stammered and asked if he was Kim Do-man, who had previously been a member of the Trolls. But without answering his question, Kim Do-man asked who they were and whether they had come to beat him up. But the guy said that he was just working as a translator and that the people standing next to him had a proposal for him. Kim Do-man did not expect this turn of events, but he did not send them away. He decided to listen. Kevin Jones, a representative of MMM, knocked on his door. Seeing the situation Kim Do-man was in, Kevin Jones was sure that it would not take long to persuade him, and he would gladly join the largest international organization, especially since it was higher in position than the Trolls. It was a beautiful, bright, and warm day, filled with peace and harmony. There were several people in the gazebo to whom the boy was heading. The young man was carrying a shovel and seemed to be on his way to work, but as he passed the gazebo, he greeted the lady who was there, who was happy to see him, and invited him to join them and visit the watermelon. When he approached the group of women, they offered him a watermelon and thanked him for the treat. The boy went on with his work, and the women kindly asked him to come back if he wanted more. The boy walked on, and one of the women asked him if he was the same boy who wanted to buy the local school and fix it up. He was worried that children might get hurt when they returned to the school after it was renovated, so he was cleaning up all the dangerous things there, and he would probably throw away all the junk. The woman said that he was a very nice boy, but whether the children would want to return to the village, her friend replied that no one knows, but she was sure that this young man had a plan. Recalling her childhood, the woman said that she used to go to this school, and it was very good at the time. The woman planned to visit it again as soon as the renovation was finished, and her friend also wanted to visit it. Meanwhile, the boy had already reached the small house, which was still undergoing renovation, and there was no one around, including children. Tiredly, he sat down on a bench near the school, It was obviously not easy for him to do the repairs alone. While resting, the boy remembered someone's face. Closing his eyes, the boy asked himself if he had overdone it because he felt uneasy. Leaning on his knees, the boy began to get up a little. He planned to rest a little before the evening training. It was Cha Sun-bin who was in charge of the school's repairs, putting not only his heart and soul into it, but as soon as he stood up, the phone rang. It was a charm cartridge. She was interested in how his training was going. Cha Sun-bin greeted her and replied that he was going to rest a bit and get right down to it. Picking up a metal chain, Cha Sun-bin squeezed it. Katarina Sharma wondered if this training would help him at all, but he was sure that it was his only way to defeat Kim Haek. But Katrina Sharma, turning the pen in her hands, said that she hoped not only for training but also for luck, which also played a big role. But when she stopped doing that, Katrina Sharma became more serious and said that it seemed to her that Cha Sun-bin was not taking his training too seriously, because if he lost, his personality would be revealed and he would immediately lose his value. But that wasn't the only problem, because as soon as his identity was revealed, the MMM would find him, and if they did, they wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of his family. But the guy assured us that he understood this perfectly. Katrina Sharma added that Kim Hae-hyuk had never been caught doing anything wrong, and she wondered who was protecting him so well, his family or the trolls. Ta Sun-bin said that he had heard that Kim Haek likes to find opponents who boast about their strength. He drags them into the ring and then enjoys beating them up. In fact, he is on good terms with ordinary students, just like Chu Se-jin. Katrina was surprised to hear this and said that apparently being an alpha doesn't always mean wandering around and causing trouble, and he was sure that on his way to defeating Daniel Yu, he would be met by Kim Haek. Cha Sun-bin was sure that Kim Haek was Daniel Yu's shield, but there was one more question. Who was his sword? But Cha Sun-bin knew the answer to this question. Daniel Yu was the sword for himself. But the conversation with Katrina Sharma was interrupted by a woman who came to visit Cha Sun-bin, and the boy told the manager that the landlady had arrived and he would call a little later. The woman came for a reason. She set a gorgeous table for Cha Sun-bin with a variety of dishes. The guy was surprised by this. Sitting down at the table in front of Cha Sun-bin, she told him to eat all he could. The landlady said he reminded her of her grandson in Seoul. The landlady said that in order for Cha Sun-bin to have enough energy to work in the village, he needed to eat well. The boy remained silent, clearly agreeing. Cha Sun-bin thanked her for the food, but the woman assured him that he did not need to thank her and wished him a good appetite. Cha Sun-bin said that all the dishes were very good, and the woman was pleased to hear that. The landlady said that she had heard that Cha Sun-bin had come to the village for a few days to repair their school, and asked how he was doing, and he said that he was not going to do it, and that the workers would be coming soon, but that he would be digging to keep himself busy. The woman said that the school has changed a lot since she was a girl. Cha Sun-bin did not seem to know that the landlady had gone to this school, but the woman confirmed that she had, although it was a long time ago. She said that the principal was very fond of flowers and planted them near their playground so that during recess the students could look at the beautiful garden, which was once beautiful. The school was built on low ground and was often flooded, and every time there was a flood, the flowers were washed away and they had to plant them again, which was fun. The woman remembered how they used to wash the wooden floor and play in the snow in winter. She used to heat her dinner on an iron stove. They would cook sweet potatoes with eggs and the director would give them to them. And then there was no division between the poor and the rich. They shared the food and ate it all together. The children were happy and there were no deprived. The woman said that Wana's only regret was that when she was 14, the landlady had to get a job in a factory in Seoul to support her younger siblings, so she only went to elementary school. The woman asked if Cha Sun-bin liked junior high and high school, but he was reluctant to tell a stranger about his past. So Cha Sun-bin smiled and said that he had a lot of fun there. The woman did not ask for details, so she just smiled. The woman said that at her age being able to write her name was a great success, but that Cha Sun-bin should try to get into college, and the boy only agreed. Their conversation was interrupted by a phone call, and the woman, not wanting to embarrass Cha Sun-bin, said she would bring him something in the next few days and hurried away. She left the house and Cha Sun-bin bowed and thanked her for visiting him. The woman had already walked away from the house and Cha Sun-bin watched her. Suddenly he called out to the landlady and asked her to wait. Cha Sun-bin said that as soon as the school was repaired, he would plant a flower garden there, so he invited the woman to come and see. The landlady was very happy to hear this and promised that she would come over. It was a normal day at Kim Hak's club, and all the candidates for Master of Sports were practicing as usual. Of course, there was Kim Hake, who was distracted from his training by a phone call. He seemed surprised by the caller but also pleased. The guy was shouting that it had finally happened, and he was happy to receive the call. The news was broadcasting a weather forecast, and the anchor woman reported that Typhoon number 5, also known as Poppy, was currently moving from the sea to the north of Japan to the south of Okinawa. According to their forecasts, this storm will make landfall and reach Kanwon-do province by the afternoon of tomorrow. Along with the typhoon, heavy rains are also expected throughout the country, from 200 to 300 mm of rain per hour. Meanwhile, at school, we asked the students to stay out of trouble during the vacation and promised to see them afterwards. As Ju Seong watched the students leave the school, happy to be free from school, he was sad that Jae Sung-bin had not come, even though summer vacation had already begun. All Chu Se-jin knew was that Cha Sun-bin had told his teachers that he had to go abroad to get treatment for a chronic illness, but they had been unable to find out where he was. Coming home in a rather bad mood, Ju Se-jin threw his bag away. He didn't even want to eat dinner and immediately laid down on the couch holding his phone. He looked at the screen with a kind of sadness, as if he missed something. Chu Se-jin was watching a video on the YouTube channel Neomask, and it was him he missed. Ji-hae's phone call interrupted his viewing. When she answered the phone, she asked if Ju Se-jin was still alive, and he said that he was fine. The girl was doing her housework, and Ju Se-jin asked if she had any news about Cha Sung-bin. The girl was hanging clothes on the dryer and said sadly that she had no news. Ji-hee thought that Mr. Park was looking for Chae Sun-baek, but the fact that even a detective in the past could not find him was telling, and he did not know about this part of Do-kil Chu's biography. But Ji-hee confirmed what she had said. Do-kil Park was indeed a detective. He had quit after the incident with Cha Sun-baek's sister, Ye-bin. As she picked up the empty laundry basket, she said that she had hoped that maybe Jae-bin could have told Ju Se-jin something about his plans, but it seemed that he didn't know anything. And she thought that after what happened to Seok-hyun, he realized that there was no stopping those bastards. Ju Se-jin wondered if they could become even more aggressive, but the girl was sure that anything was possible, and that was the reason they could go underground. After that stream with Kim Do-min, you can guess what they were capable of. Chu Se-jin was made to think by these words, because Cha Sun-bin was really afraid of bringing trouble to his family and friends, and decided to disappear from their lives. Ju Se-jin assured the girl that as long as there was even the slightest chance of finding Cha Sun-bin and bringing him back, she could count on him, and even if he beat him 1,000 times, the moment would come when the Neo-mask would be defeated. Ji-hae wondered if Ju Se-jin really thought that Chae Sun-bin would allow him to challenge him to a fight 1,000 times, but he didn't know the answer. She also honestly said that she was amazed that Ju Sung-jin had realized where Cha Sun-baek was so quickly. The guy said that it was somehow intuitive, but the girl didn't seem to believe it. It must have been a very strong intuition to hit the target out of 10. Jo Se-jin said that maybe it was because he had lived in the neighborhood for a long time, or because he spent a lot of time with Cha Sun-bin, but from time to time he felt like he could feel how a guy would think. The boy who came to see Ji-hae and Se said that he had learned something and they were eager to hear more. The boy immediately said that the founder of the street fighting technique was not as calculating as he was. He just fought like a wild animal, relying only on his instincts. Initially, His methods and locations were based on the situations he found himself in and how he felt at the time. But over time, these processes became more organized and developed into what we now know as street fighting techniques. But it seems that the Jiha was not very interested. Seika said that this man was a genius who fought first and then learned how to do it properly, but Cha Sunbin was just an ordinary guy who started studying and working from the very beginning. So, if he had met the founder of this fighting technique one day, I wonder who would have won. But the guy had just started thinking about it. He had hardly asked himself this question before. But Ji-hee's memories were jolted out of her mind by the voice of Ju Se-jin, who asked why she hadn't said anything. She replied that nothing had happened and that she just thought. Ji-hee thought that out of the whole team, Ju Seung could reach the goal the fastest. But it seemed that this was not a conversation he wanted to have. But he hurriedly changed the subject and asked if Katrina Sharma had contacted him. And Ji-hee said that the woman doesn't share information she knows, and it would be fine if she just ignored her. But she pisses her off by reading her messages and not responding. Ju Se-jin said that he was happy because Chasunbei had the support of Katrina Sharma, but Ji-hee did not share that happiness with the guy. Katrina Sharma is a businesswoman first and foremost. Does Ju Se-jin think that she was able to start a company like View Tunnel in college with her brain alone? Katrina wants to squeeze everything she can out of Neomask, and doesn't it seem to Ju Se-jin that they should be concerned that they are working together now? But Ju Se-jin didn't realize that Katrina needed Cha Sung-bin's charm. As far as he knew, there were over 200 million channels on View Tunnel. And even if you counted all the ones that showed them fighting bullies, they weren't that important. Ji-hee didn't know what she wanted, except to avenge the Amir. Ju Se-jin asked if it was her brother. Ji-hee confirmed, and said that he had lost his legs in high school after writing a post criticizing the MMM. The attackers fled the country with their help, and they were given some minor punishments on the pretext that the damage was not done on purpose. But despite this, it is Amir Sharma who does not want revenge. Amir Sharma thinks that the world will be a better place only if people like them find a way to solve the problem of bullies, and that is why he helps them with the channel. Unlike Katrina Sharma, her goal was different, and Ju Se-jin wondered what it was. Ji-hee hesitated to tell Ju Se-jin about it but decided to keep quiet and told him to forget about it. Amir Sharma was out in the desert in his beetle as usual. He was working in his office, keeping a close eye on everything. But he received a notification that a car was approaching his van. Amir Sharma was obviously not expecting guests, and hardly anyone knew his whereabouts. As soon as he saw this, Amir Sharma immediately grabbed his weapon to defend himself. The guy hid around the corner and waited for the intruders. He decided to be safe because he did not know who was going to visit him. The car stopped a couple of meters from the van, and the attendant hurried to open the back door for the guest who had arrived. It was Amir Sharma's sister who jokingly said that she would be too scared to come to him if there was always a chance of getting a bullet in the forehead. Katrina Sharma arrived with her bodyguards and not empty-handed, and mockingly asked if her brother had managed to upload the dirty videos. Amir Sharma was surprised by his sister's unexpected visit. Amir Sharma put a bottle of beer on the table and a teapot for tea. Not for nothing did his sister bring a cake. Sitting down at the table with his sister, Amir Sharma asked if the Neomask was still mad. The boy understood, but was concerned about whether it was safe for his sister to come here alone. But Sharma's picture, pointing to her bodyguards, assured him that she had not come alone, that her sister had taken care of everything, that she knew exactly who she was dealing with. Amir Sharma looked at his sister and assured her that his sister was one of those people who could start a war if they wanted to. But Katrina Sharma did not deny it. She was going to do just that. But each of her mercenaries is different. Take Neomask, the head of the Continental Night Channel. Amir Sharma was a little confused about what she was trying to say. Katrina Sharma saw this and explained that Neomask himself said he had to do it to prepare for the challenge. He thought he could buy time from M, although it looked like he didn't care about the fans. When Katrina Sharma told him about this, Amir mentioned that he had recently called Jiha and she was still worried about Neo Mask. Katrina Sharma asked if Amir had told her anything, but her brother assured her that he hadn't. But Amir Sharma assured her that even if Katrina was just using him, she should realize that he was someone's friend, and for some, in a sense, family. Looking at his sister, Amir Sharma said that he would be very grateful if she did not turn the Neo Mask into something dangerous. But Katrina Sharma did not respond to this. She did not care who and for whom the Neo Mask was. For her, it was just another weapon. The sister changed the subject and looked at the moon and said that it was getting dark, and how unusual it was that she was sitting with her brother and drinking beer. In the meantime, Katrina and her brother enjoy the bitterness of the beer and have time to rest. As she said, there are monsters out there who cannot afford it either, perhaps referring to Neo Mask, who was now training hard with a chain tied to a tree. But between the buildings in a not-so-great neighborhood, there were two guys. Jong-sun was still doing the same job. He hadn't given up his favorite pastime, but he had found another victim and was extorting money from her. Jong-sun was satisfied with his catch. He hadn't learned anything from life and hadn't been guided to the right path. But then someone called out to Jong-sunil, saying that he saw the guy still taking money from school children, and he was surprised to see him. Kim Dooman was standing in front of him, dressed like a magazine cover, safe and sound and riding a new bike. Jong-sun was shocked and immediately rushed over to the bike and, almost shouting with delight, asked if it was a Wasaka bike. He had heard of them because you couldn't take it with a lockpick and was shocked at how he had managed to do it. Kim Dooming laughed and said that he had a wealthy patron, and Jong-sun was very interested in who it could be. One of the expensive restaurants was filled with wealthy patrons, and the place was really beautiful. Even in the middle of the night, it shone on the whole city. There were 4 guys sitting at the table, no one else in the restaurant. Kim Dooming was quietly sipping a drink through a straw, and next to him was the same translator, Kevin Jones. Kim Dooming's bad manners irritated the man and his partner. Finally, after finishing his drink, Kim Dooming said that as he understood it, they wanted the guy to grab Daniel and Neo Mask and bring them to them, and in return, Kevin Jones promised to return the no-pack to him and give him a lot of money. Kevin Jones confirmed everything Kim Dooman had said, but the guy didn't understand what they were trying to do. Kevin Jones seemed to be waiting for this question and folded his arms in front of him and said that it would give them control over all the teenagers, but Kim Dooman did not understand why he wanted it. The man calmly replied that they wanted to create a large organization of teenage gangs in Korea, a group of young mafia with their own lawyer, so now anyone could get away with it, not just rich kids. Kevin Jones said that Kim Dooman could be at the top of this organization, of course, if he worked for their leader, and when he heard this, the guy was interested and asked who he was. Kevin Jones said that they were even somewhat similar, because their boss also started his own business as a teenager and then became their boss, right after he contacted MM and recruited them. Their boss started with a small business and forced people to obey and cooperate until he had small businesses in his hands, and then civil servants and even government officials. And this leader is only a couple of years older than Kim Dooman, and it is impressive that Kevin Jones knew how to lure anyone who had even the slightest ambition and desire to get to the top. But with undisguised envy for this leader, Kim Doo-mi asked how he managed to get to the top. Kevin Jones did not hide it and said that everyone has children, and he threatened others that something unpleasant might happen to their precious children. Leaning in close to Kim Dooman, Kevin Jones spoke in his usual language. It was a common intimidation, although the idea is not new. Kidnapping children or intimidating parents with them has been used for centuries. Kevin Jones asked if this reminded Kim Dooming of anything, and the boy immediately recalled an episode in his life when young Tessab was doing this. Kevin Jones assured him that even if he started stealing everything he wanted and causing trouble in the middle of the crowd on the street, no one would be able to stop him. But the boy knew that there were already many people like that in this country, right? But Kevin Jones didn't answer this question. He decided to change the subject and assured him that he had had enough of this boring talk and suggested that they talk about something more interesting. It seemed that the man had already learned a lot of information about Kim Do-mina, because his first question was whether it was true that the boy liked fables. He knew what to ask. But Kim Do-min seemed to be impressed, because he definitely did not tell Kevin Jones about his hobbies. Kim Do-min told Jong-sun that this was exactly what happened, but the boy didn't understand who these people were. Maybe mafia. Kim Do-min laughed and said something like that, but he didn't really care. They gave him money for a new bike and their patronage, and that was more important. And now what else was important? With all this, Kim Do-min could play the high-stakes game. Leaning on the bike, Kim Do-min invited Jong-sun to come back, and he was even willing to forget everything that had happened between them. And now he offered him a job. Of course, Jong-sun was excited about the opportunity, but he immediately asked what he needed to do to get started. Kim Do-min thought about it for a moment and said that the guys who used to be in the gang were too useless, so he needed new members. The boy asked Jong-sun if he had anyone in mind, and asked if he had heard about the upcoming fight between Neo Mask and Kim Hawk, and he had them both in his sights. Jong-sun thought and talked to himself about the fight between Neo Mask and Kim Hawk, and remembered that he had heard something about it the last time he had visited them. Jong-sun remembered that there was a guy in Kim Haek's class, and it seems that this boy is the same bully that Kim Hawk made train at his gym and used to play with Hwang Jae-min instead of a toy. The boy was walking down the street, completely lost in thought, when a voice called out to him, asking if he was Hwang Jae-min. In front of him, leaning on his motorcycle, stood Kim Do-min, who seemed to be in a bad mood. I angrily glared at the guy, asking who he was, and hinted that it would be better not to touch him. Kim Do-min, on the other hand, was in a great mood and said that he was the one who wanted to crush Kim Hawk as much as Hwang Jae-min, but the guy didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. Kim Hyok told him that he had heard that half of the people who came to Kim Hyok's gym to train were punching bags for him, and the boy didn't like the truth of that, especially since so many people knew it. Kim Do-min lowered his head and laughed, but after a bit of self-control he said that, judging by Hwang Jae-min's reaction, he was one of those toys, wasn't he? But just as Hwang Jae-min stepped forward before he could make another threat, Kim Do-min turned to the side and said indifferently that it was just one of the guests coming over. Hwang Jae-min heard this and looked away from the person who was approaching them. An angry Yoo Yun-ho was coming toward them, clearly not happy to see Kim Do-min. Yoo Yun-ho was screaming with hatred at Do-min. He was talking about how the guy dared to invite him out after he dumped him on that stream, and he had no idea what happened to him after that. Hwang Jae-min didn't know Yoo Yun-ho and asked Kim Do-min who he was, but the guy ignored the question and said that if he managed to beat him, he would tell him how to beat Kim Hawk. The boy was surprised to hear that, because no one had ever defeated Kim Hawk, not even Hwang Jae-min himself, although he was the second strongest in the ranking. Kim Do-min asked the boy if he knew that Neo Mask and Kim Haek were going to fight one-on-one, but Hwang Jae-min obviously did not. The guy said that once they lost all their strength by beating each other, they could destroy them, and Kim Do-min wanted to take on Neo Mask, and Hwang Jae-min promised to leave Kim Hawk, and one can only imagine how exciting it would be. Kim Do-min saw Yoo Yun-ho approaching and promised that once he saw what Hwang Jae-min was capable of, he would help him deal with Kim Haek when the time came. The thirst for revenge for his humiliation, and the desire to feel the strongest among the club, and of course to try on the first rank, pushed him to do as Kim Do-min said, and the more he thought about it, the less he doubted. Yoo Yong-ho, not even paying attention to the boy, pushed him away with one hand, heading straight for Kim Do-min, shouting at him to come to him. He really wanted to take revenge for everything that had happened. But before he could approach Kim Do-min, Hwang Jae-min stopped him, surprised to be stopped so suddenly on his way to his goal. Before he could do anything, he was hit in the jaw by a punch, but Hwang Jae-min decided to listen to Kim Do-min and do everything he could to take revenge on Kim Hawk. Hwang Jae-min was very strong, and even Yoo Young-ho was shocked, because he had thought he was unbeatable until now, not to mention the situation with the Neo mask. Kim Dooming was satisfied with the result, and Hwang Jae-min turned to him and asked if he was satisfied now. He warned him that if Kim Dooming cheated him, he would be the one to take care of Yoo Yun-ho, who was lying on the ground, unmoving instead. The small town was very beautiful and carefully constructed, with all the new buildings looking as if they had been made to look exactly alike. On the table was a phone that suddenly lit up, and a voice said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, as if from a video. This woke up Kim Hak, who was lying peacefully in his bed, and the video continued to say that someone would even bet that they were completely bored with watching old videos. But he didn't come empty-handed, and now the dear losers will finally say, Neo Mask is the one they know and love. Kim Hake sat up on the bed listening to this. The video said that it was time to get down to business, so Kim Hake, being completely at ease, started to get ready and put on his t-shirt. Kim Hak put on his favorite shirt, and the Neo Mask said that there would be a fight between the most talented fighter from the martial arts club, Kim Hak, and good old him. Not far from where Kim Hake lived, Kim Doomin was sitting near the trees, looking towards one of the houses, and Hwang Jae-min was also listening to the message from the Neo Mask. A black car pulled out of the garage, and the Neo Mask said that the audience probably didn't understand why he was targeting Kim Hake, the guy from the posters of the new jocks. Kim Dooming watched the car not far from the road. As he watched, Doomin smiled mysteriously, and Neo Mask said that he would tell him everything after he beat him up and made a mess of blood. Kim Doomin jumped on a motorcycle and was about to ride away, but the guy said that the audience was not used to it, because this is not the first time that a strong streamer decided to measure himself against an elite fighter. As it turned out, Kim Doomin was not alone. As soon as the thief followed the car, dozens of bikes immediately followed him. It seemed something was planned, and the Neo Mask said not to forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and press the bell to receive notifications and join him. Kim Hake arrived at the appointed place. It was eerie. Everything creaked. There was not a single soul. Kim Hake looked around the area and noticed that the place was not pleasant and the weather was not very nice. But then something on the ground, wrapped in a chain, something that looked like a stone with an inscription, caught Kim Hyuk's eye. On the stone were carved symbols that read Chaebong Elementary School. Kim Hake looked at the stone, but something about it didn't look right. He walked past it and went straight to the school, which had been abandoned for a long time, as evidenced by the darkened walls that hadn't been painted for a long time, the broken glass in some places, and the complete absence of people. Kim Hyuk went inside, into an empty corridor that hadn't been used by students for a long time, except for teenagers who ran in to play. The ceiling darkened by dampness, the floor dirty. But then Kim Hake heard sounds from outside and turned around. But then a Neo Mask appeared out of nowhere and scared the shit out of Kim Hake. Kim Hak grabbed his heart and cursed at the Neo Mask, and asked why the guy chose such a scary place. Today, there was also a storm. He admitted that he almost soiled his pants with fear. Neo Mask asked why the strongest fighter was so afraid of such trifles, and Kim Hake replied that it was just not what he had imagined. But the boy wondered why there was a stone in the yard and it was wrapped in a chain, and this school was somehow scary. He felt uncomfortable with the atmosphere. The Neo-masked man folded his arms in front of him and said that everything he saw was the result of the efforts of several adults who tried to teach children in the villages, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But Kim Hyuk wondered if anyone lived here at all, and Neo-mask told him that the village was a little higher up and that the area was often flooded, so there were very few farms nearby. Looking around, Kim Hyuk asked if the broadcast had started yet and he hadn't seen a camera. The Neo-mask replied that there were cameras everywhere, one in each classroom and on the stairs, and no area was left unattended, so the boys could be seen from every angle and every corner. As Kim Hake approached the table, he saw the camera and the Neo-mask told him that he had to wear it too. But Kim Hake didn't understand why, but he did what Neo-mask asked anyway. This made him different from everyone else. He didn't pretend to be something else, although he was really strong. He didn't boast about it. and he didn't like to fight unfairly. Like Kim Doomin or Pamensu, he didn't have so many curses in his vocabulary. Kim Hake wondered if the audience could hear them, but the Neo Mask assured him that they could not. The guy was also wearing a camera like the one he offered to Kim Hake. Neo Mask said that unless he used the microphone, the sound would not be transmitted. Sometimes during the stream he discusses his future plans, and sometimes he just puts music in the background. Kim Hake listened to everything, but he was silent. He leaned over for some reason, and Neo Mask didn't understand why. It was as if an electric shock had passed through his body, and he said that Neo Mask had no idea how long he had been waiting for this day. Kim Hake could hardly sleep after he first saw Neo Mask's streams. Watching the video, Kim Hake realized that the guy used the fighting style for sparring outside the ring, but he wondered why he hadn't heard of Neo Mask before. From that day on, Kim Hake wanted to fight him and asked questions about whether he would be hurt by Neo Mask strikes and how painful they were, what his opponents were doing with their faces, what emotions were hidden behind the mask. The guy was well aware that Kim Doomin and Noppaku were only the beginning for Neo Mask. When he was beating his opponents, Kim Hake felt that Neo Mask wanted to kill them, no matter who they were. Looking at his opponent, who had been listening to him for a long time without smiling, Kim Hake-young said that he had many enemies, but looking at him, he could tell that Neo Mask's hatred was much deeper. But Kim Hake also wondered why Neo Mask attacked Kim Doomin if there was no reward for him, why he was so special to Nopak, and why he was even streaming with them. He suspected that something had happened to him in the past, and it had something to do with both Nopak and Kim Doomin himself. But the Neo Mask was in no hurry to answer these questions. He remained silent, only looking at the boy, and it seemed that these words made him angry. The mere reminder of Doomin and Nopak already stirred up not the most pleasant feelings. Kim Hake didn't insist on an answer, saying that he had had enough of talking and asked if he needed to warm up, but Neo Mask refused. So his opponent offered to start, but the guy said to wait. But before the Neo Mask could finish speaking, the guy was almost begging him to start. He couldn't wait any longer. He was almost jumping up and down to attack the opponent first. Kim Hake's eyes were already burning with fire. He had been waiting for this moment so long that he couldn't stand it any longer. Neo Mask was a little surprised at the pressure but said nothing. Neo Mask thought for a while and asked Kim Hake if he had any childhood trauma, but when he received a negative answer, he assured him that he was just one of the famous people who were crazy. What a horror it was, in which case he should consult a psychologist. With disappointment, rubbing his head, the Neo Mask admitted that lately he has not been able to make himself a psycho, but before that there were no problems with it. But with a wave of his hand, Neo Mask said that Kim Hake wanted to fight him and win so he could find out his story. Neo Mask asked him again if he really came to the fight because he wanted to fight him, didn't he? The guy started shaking, and Neo Mask said that he went through hell every day because of people like Kim Hake. There was not a single day when Neo Mask did not mention their names. These words dampened Kim Hyuk's fervor a little. He did not expect such a confession. Every day he thought of everyone who had been involved with his sister Yabin in some way. The boy's mask flashed, and he said that he had been waiting for this. Neo Mask, still trembling, vowed to destroy Kim Hake and every one of his comrades with his own hands. Kim Hake wondered if Kim Doomin was also on the list, but for Neo Mask, he was just a trash, not worthy of attention. Neo Mask was sure that it would all start with Kim Hake, pointing his finger at him, at the guy who was listening with interest. Kim Hake was smiling gloatingly and saying that although he didn't quite understand what was going on, it seemed that Neo Mask was very angry, and he promised to listen to how it ended. They would finish the fight. Neo Mask gave the command to start, and the guy was shaking with anger and irritation. But that was all Kim Hake needed, and in a moment his fervor returned with renewed vigor, and with a gloating and satisfied smile, he told the Neo Mask to gouge out his eyes and tear out his tongue, as if trying to stir up more fire in him. But the Neo Mask didn't wait long. He took off like a madman and ran toward Kim Haek. Kim Haek was very pleased with this, because his dream was about to come true. He would finally be able to test the power of Neomask. Finally, Neomask and Kim Haek met face to face, two of the strongest enemies. One of Kim Dooman's men told him that Kim Haek's car had just pulled up and he was getting out, but he couldn't get any closer or he would be spotted. Looking at his phone and watching the live broadcast, Kim Dooman noticed that this time the guys went far away to keep the location secret, but judging by the stream that had already started, they were on the right track. Jong-sun turned to the guys and asked if it was time for them to warm up. Even if Kim Haek and Neomask exhausted each other, they would still have to deal with them, and everyone present was well aware that they were not going to be able to add strength. But Hwang Jimin didn't like the instructions, and he threw Jong-sun aside to tell the short man to take care of himself, and he wasn't happy about it. They'd been waiting for a chance to take down that bastard Kim Haek for a long time. They had been waiting for a chance to defeat that bastard Kim Haek ever since they had been brought into his club and become his personal toys. Meanwhile, just as the weather forecasters had promised, a heavy downpour began. With every passing second, the storm grew stronger and stronger, and lightning began to appear in the sky, signaling the beginning of a battle. Neomask and Kim Haek were facing each other head-on, and neither was going to back down. There was too much at stake for both sides. For Kim Haek, defeat meant not only the fall of the trolls, but also the destruction of his personal authority among the club and all his friends, which would mean the collapse of everything. But in his eyes, despite this, there was also a strong interest in whether Neomask could defeat him. For Neomask, defeat on his part meant not only the disclosure of his identity, but it would not end there. As soon as everyone knew who he was, his enemies would immediately begin to threaten his friends and family, and every day would be dangerous for them. Neomask and Kim Haek grabbed each other by the clothes. The grip of both guys was not equal in strength, and each pulled the other towards him. Neomask was trying to push Kim Haek to the floor, and Kim Haek was trying to do the same. It turned out that at the same time the guys threw each other in different directions, the Neomask flew out the window and Kim Haek into the wall. There were 3 people sitting at a table in a rather large library, and one of them asked if today was the day that Neomask was going to fight Kim Haek. It was Ju Sejin's sister, Ju Miri, who couldn't sit still and couldn't find a place to sit. So she leaned on a chair and approached one of her colleagues and asked if they had started the fight, and he asked if she had her own phone, and she replied that she was too lazy to get it, so she offered to look at his. Looking closely at the monitor, she realized that it had just begun. She asked her colleague if Neomask had any chance against Kim Haek, and if the guy would hand his ass over on a plate, and was told that he relied on and believed in his street fighting technique. But the question remained whether it would work against such an opponent. But the guy was wondering if the Neomask had prepared something for himself on the spot, as he usually does. But no matter how it all ended, but it remains to be remembered that the time will come, and they will have to fight the winner. The video showed that the guys were still lying under the wall, separated by a wall. But it was not for long. A moment later, with a sigh, Kim Haek jumped to his feet. But before he could get up, he had to dodge, because the Neomask had gotten up earlier and was preparing to kick Kim Haek. But he was too late and didn't get hit. But that didn't save him. Neomask immediately grabbed Kim Haek by the collar of his shirt, which the guy didn't expect, especially since he was faster. But the Neomask didn't hesitate to throw Kim Haek over himself onto the floor, and the guy fell to the ground with a thud. But it didn't knock him out, he just ouched and said it hurt, as if he was playing, but the Neomask said it was no time to chill and urged him to get up. Step by step, the Neomask said that, in his opinion, the only weakness of Kim Haek is that he is used to the rules in the ring, and there is no one outside of it who can beat him. But even if someone challenges him outside the ring, he always knocks them unconscious with a single punch. But since he's never had to fight today, he's never had to fight before. He turned his head as if he was just lying down and resting, and wondered if it was true. But as he got to his feet, he remembered one incident and told Neomask about it. After tapping his hand and checking it for integrity, Kim Hake said that this situation was with Daniel. He was warming up and said that this fight was too boring. Recalling this fight, Kim Hake smiled and said that it was a one-sided fight, and he was beaten to the fullest. Neo Mask did not expect to be wrong in his reasoning. Neo Mask asked what was there to be proud of, but Kim Hake was still stretching his back. Although he knew it was too early to talk about it, he still asked if that was all the guy could do. Kim Hake finished his warm-up and stepped forward. He jumped to the Neo Mask and said that in that case, the Neo Mask was not suitable for Daniel as a servant. But no matter how quickly Kim Hake approached him, the Neo Mask closed his eyes and avoided the blow, and the boy's fist flew by. But still, one punch caught the Neo Mask, and Kim Hake's hand went across the guy's face, but he also managed to catch and hit the opponent's rib. But this punch from the Neo Mask did not affect Kim Hake at all, and he was about to try again. But the Neo Mask grouped himself and ducked forward to avoid the blow, and the guy's chicken flew by. But it didn't work, and Kim Hake caught up with his opponent. Kim Hake grabbed the Neo Mask by the legs, and as he fell, he dragged the boy with him. The two fell to the floor, continuing to fight with each other. Kim Hake tried to hold Neo Mask, but he was confidently pulling away. But taking this opportunity, Kim Hake took a shot at Neo Mask's head but missed. The guy turned away from the blow in time. Realizing that this was not going to work, Kim Hake jumped back, and the Neo Mask followed him to his feet. With a strange gait, Neo Mask moved toward Kim Hake, laughing like a madman. Neo Mask sat down in the lotus position and told his opponent that they had no hurry and offered to take a break. But when he got to his feet, Kim Hake assured him that since he had waited for him to get up, he would allow his opponent to get to his feet, but only once. Kim Hake assured that he did not want to beat Neo Mask and end the fight in the first minutes, because the guy waited too long for him. So Kim Hake assured Neo Mask that it was better to keep up with him, and getting to his feet asked if the guy was really enjoying it. Neo Mask seemed to have noticed everything he was interested in, so the guy said that Kim Hake had no right to accuse him of being crazy, and asked if he understood the hint. Kim Hye-kyung didn't have to repeat himself twice, and he confirmed everything the Neo Mask had said and immediately ran to him. As he stepped on one of the planks, he heard the wood crunch under his feet. He immediately looked down at his feet and froze, but that was his main mistake, because he was looking. He lost his vigilance and was immediately exposed, and the Neo Mask immediately took advantage of it, and flying up as if from nowhere, he said that the opponent wanted to enjoy the fight. So he advised him to look in all directions and immediately began to attack, not giving the opponent a minute to strike back. He could only defend himself. From all sides, Kim Hake was receiving blow after blow, but he could not do anything. He didn't seem to care about the situation, but rather enjoyed it, for this was exactly the kind of action Kim Hake expected from a Neo Mask, and the kind of person he imagined, crazy and ruthless. But Kim Hake managed to grab Neo Mask's clothes in between punches and throw him over himself. The guy flew over his opponent and fell to the floor, giving Kim Hake a chance to get up. He immediately took advantage of this opportunity and in a second was on his feet, laughing with gusto and about to rush towards Neo Mask. But when he stood up, he saw that the Neo Mask was no longer in the place where he had fallen, which surprised Kim Hye-kyung. But then Kim Hake heard something crunch nearby. He immediately turned in that direction and saw a figure walking under the windows. He didn't expect that Neo Mask would be outside at such an amazing speed, but it fueled his excitement even more, and he asked if they were playing for real. It seems that Neo Mask's words about madness were not so ordinary. The guy's eyes were bloodshot, but he said that he would deal with everything he had prepared, so he shouted at him to attack with everything he had. Chu Se-jin was lying in bed looking at his phone. He was mesmerized by the video on his phone. Ju Se-jin showed up for the scheduled meeting, but immediately said that he didn't remember giving him his phone number. Ju Se-jin was invited to the meeting by Young Tae-sop. He immediately responded to the claim and said that he had taken the number from his friend. The guy was surprised that they had become so close to exchange numbers and asked what exactly Tae-sop wanted, whether he was going to attack him. And Ju Seong's suspicions turned out to be true. As soon as the boy approached, young Taesop tried to strike the boy, who did not understand why he did it. Chu Se-jin was enraged by this kindness and he shouted that the boy was crazy. But in his anger, Chu Se-jin ran toward the boy screaming. But something happened, and Chu Se-jin stopped in an instant, a centimeter away from young Taesob's face. Chu Se-ji watched the boy with the same angry look. But the fact that Chu Se-jin stopped right in front of the boy's face gave him an idea, and the fact that he stopped confirmed his guess. But Chu Se-jin was angry and asked what was going on, why he attacked the boy at the doorstep. But Taesob said that he understood everything correctly, that Ju Seong was the manager of anger, and the guy shuddered at what he heard. Ju Se-jin turned away and said that he didn't understand what was going on. But young Taesop said that he was only lying to himself. But did he really think that the guy wouldn't understand after the 3 halves of fighting? And judging by Neo-Mask's latest streams, he is the one who lost his way, and Ju Se-jin didn't say anything, just looked away. Ju Se-jin looked away and said that he was really sorry. But Taesop was wrong, and the guy said that Kim Do-min had joined forces with other guys. They were planning to attack Neo-Mask and Kim Haek from the trap during the battle. Ju Se-jin was shocked by this news. But young Taesop said that these guys from Kim Haek's gym, whom he used as a punching bag, were going to use this opportunity to beat Neo-Mask and his opponent when they were exhausted. There are a lot of them, and they are all professional athletes. So even if Neo-Mask and Kim Haek are in good shape, who knows how things will turn out if they are surrounded. But what Ju Se-jin didn't understand was why Yang Taesop was telling him everything, why he decided to help, and whether he had any personal gain. During that event with Yun-ho, Neo-Mask helped young Taesop get a job in exchange for information. And after he graduated from high school, the boss helped him open his own store in a shopping center. Yang Taesop honestly said that he liked his current life, because now he had the job he wanted and was earning money. Young Taesop said that Neo-Mask wasn't the same as he was before, and he said that he lost contact with him after the event with Yu Yun-ho, so he wanted Ju Se-jin to tell him what he heard. But Ju Se-jin repeated that he couldn't find him himself, and if it were that easy, the guy would have done it by now. Yang Taesop was surprised by what he heard, and said that Ju Seong must find him. But maybe he doesn't know something. But maybe their team was the only thing Neo-Mask had left behind. Ju Seong gathered Ji-hai and Se-ha in his apartment and asked them if they were going to decide anything. Ji-hai said without even looking up from her work that they would do nothing, because what could they do without the Neo-Mask? They couldn't find it. And even if they did, they couldn't win, because they would show their differences on live TV. But Ju Se-jin was worried about what if Kim Do-min did come and find him. But Seo was sure that the Neo-Mask had taken care of that as well. Ju Se-jin's patience was beginning to wear thin. But Ji-hai said that before the boy came looking for him, he should think about how to deal with Cha Sun-bae, and if he could think of a way, they would help him. He put the live phone away and covered his eyes with his hand. Since that day, Chu Se-jin had been thinking about how to stop Neo-Mask and how to find him. The rainstorm was beginning to break up. Kim Haek walked step by step through the corridors of the abandoned school, looking for Neo-Mask. He looked around, hoping to catch a glimpse of where the boy had gone, but then he heard a creak. It was an open door and it was creaking in the gust of wind. He looked out of the door but saw no one. Kim Haek turned back into the room, and a Neo-Masked hand appeared from the wall, following him like a shadow. When Kim Hae-kyung passed by, the Neo-Mask came out of hiding and grabbed the boy by the neck, and the boy's expression showed that he was a little scared. But before he could recover, the Neo-Masked man dragged Kim Haek into the open door. The guy threw Kim Haek against the wall, and for a moment the guy closed his eyes. But before he could recover from what had happened, Neo-Mask started attacking his opponent, and Kim Haek could only defend himself. But with a single punch, everything stopped, and the guy was surprised to see that the guy was gone. He saw that the Neo-Mask was gone and looked around. But as soon as he took one step forward, the Neo-Mask's hand appeared in front of Kim Haek's face. Kim Hek thought that people were more vulnerable when they were dragged from behind, and the Neo-Mask took advantage of this fact to pull him into a narrow room where he could reach him with his punches. With his opponent pinned against the wall, Neo-Mask prepared to strike. But surprisingly, he used so much force that he slammed Kim Hek into the door and brought it down with him. The guy grabbed Kim Hek by the neck and squeezed as hard as he could, making him cough. The Neo-Mask was putting so much force into it that his leg began to crawl along the floor with a loud creak. As it turned out, the guy was strong enough to take on even a strong man like Kim Hek, and he was able to lift him up the wall, still holding his opponent by the neck. But Kim Hek found the strength to grab the Neo-Mask's hands, pulling them away from his throat. But without waiting for the Neo-Mask to let go of him completely, Kim Hek kicked the opponent in the chest with all the strength he could muster. The blow was so hard that the Neo-Mask was knocked back several meters and ended up in the place where he had grabbed Kim Hek. With his head down and his hand over his face, Kim Hek thought that the rotten boards gave the Neo-Mask an advantage because he weighed less and, unlike him, already knew where the floor could break. The Neo-Mask begins to press harder, reducing the distance to strike in the confined space, and also tests his opponent's stamina and aims for the breath. Kim Hek realized that if he didn't take his opponent more seriously, he would lose. Neo-Mask, meanwhile, stood up and shouted at Kim Hek, asking if he was a cyborg. But before Neo-Mask could even get up properly, Kim Hek stopped in front of the guy and struck his opponent's legs. Kim Hek-young tensed all his muscles and smilingly said that he was done running. The Neo-Mask's tactics had worked so far, but it seemed that the opponent had figured out how to get around him. The Neo-Mask, barely breathing, asked the weirdo to shut up and asked if the guy was drinking gasoline for breakfast instead of protein. Otherwise, how to explain his speed and impressive endurance. But Neo-Mask did not expect another attack, shouting that he needed to run after John Connor. This is the main character of the Terminator movies, the leader of the global resistance in the war between humanity and machines. And the opponent rushed after him, after the guy. Neo-Mask ran straight into the classroom and began to jump over the desks, and the opponent kept up and raced after the boy. As soon as the Neo-Mask jumped over one of the desks, Kim Hek grabbed one of them. The anger and adrenaline that was boiling in Kim Hek's veins made the desk shake as he grabbed it, and the Neo-Mask was backed into a corner. But it didn't seem to be a problem for the boy, and if he was in the corner, he had to get through somehow, so the Neo-Mask jumped on one of the desks. And immediately after that, the Neo-Mask struck a Kim Hek, but the guy managed to shield himself with his hands. But the guy seemed to be counting on that, and as soon as Kim Hek let his guard down, the Neo-Mask leaned over his opponent. But things didn't go according to plan. Kim Hek saw what Neo-Mask was up to and angrily turned the table over and started to fall off it. But Neo-Mask was very unlucky, because when he fell from the desk, he fell out of the window. But before he could regroup, the guy fell on his side, and it seems he fell very badly. Neo-Mask got down on one knee and held his stomach. He seemed to have been injured when he fell out of the window, and when Kim Hek-young came out, he asked if the guy was still breathing. Lightning flashed across his opponent's butt, and Kim Hek-young smiled like a madman and said it would be a pity because he was just starting to warm up. Kim Hek turned to the guy and asked him to fight to the end, but the Neo-Mask looked up and looked at his opponent and said nothing. Kim Hek took the opportunity, while the Neo-Mask could not get up, to strike. But Kim Hek's foot went high above Neo-Mask's head, and the guy managed to lean to the ground and avoid the blow. But now, the Neo-Mask took the opportunity to strike back at Kim Hek. Although he managed to cover his face with his hands, it was not very pleasant to be punched. Kim Hek slid backwards on the ground as soon as Neo-Mask hit him. Because of the bad weather, the ground in the yard was like a skating rink, so it was very easy to slide on it, especially in sneakers. Neo-Mask was pleased with himself, smiling and breathing tiredly. Rubbing his hand, Kim Hek turned to Neo-Mask and asked if he still wanted to continue. If not, they could call it off, because the guy was somehow not eager to be in the rain. But the opponent just laughed and said that if the guy was scared, he should say so, no need to beat around the bush. If he wanted to go home, the Neo Mask could easily arrange it, and even in an ambulance. Kim Hae-kyung burst out laughing and admitted that he liked this kind of winning attitude. But immediately changing his behavior, he rushed towards Neo Mask and said that this approach was correct. Why endure what will not go away 10 times? But no matter how hard Kim Haek tried to hide his indignation, his face gave it all away. He had to squint because the rain was pouring down on his face, and his mood deteriorated significantly. For some reason, the Neo Mask froze abruptly, but it seemed to be done on purpose. The next moment, the guy was already trying to strike at his opponent with incredible speed. And it was not in vain. Kim Haek missed this blow and got hit right in the forehead. Because of this maneuver, he had no time to close properly, and as a result, the guy almost fell backwards. But that didn't happen. Kim Hae-kyung shouted joyfully that the wind had changed direction and asked if the Neo Mask still had the strength to continue the fight. It seemed that he did because Neo Mask was able to dodge the attack. Kim Haek was furious because the only thing that saved the Neo Mask from being hit was the fact that he had smeared his face. If his mask hadn't been so wet from the rain, he would have hit him. Unexpectedly for the opponent, the Neo Mask began to run away, but Kim Haek did not understand why. But the guy ran around his opponent and got into a favorable position. As soon as Kim Haek turned towards Neo Mask, the rain and wind hit him in the face, and the opponent realized that the guy had changed his position in the direction of the wind, which was very advantageous. But unlike Kim Haek, the wind and rain served as good helpers for Neo Mask because it distracted the guy and gave the opponent time to strike, which he used. Kim Haek began to curse at the Neo Mask when he received another blow to the arm and finally realized that although he did not fully believe it, he was using a hurricane. It seems that Neo Mask is using the hurricane for his own benefit, so the guy did not choose the day when the forecasters predicted the worst storm. He was counting on the help of bad weather, but this situation further fueled Kim Haek's excitement. He seemed to begin to honor his rival because the guy was just as crazy. But it was for this craziness that Kim Haek was a Neo Mask man, because without it he would have been an ordinary boring guy. At the table, only 2 members of the troll group were sitting, each looking at their phones as if they were watching Neo Mask's live broadcast. Manhwa Recap, the manager of Troll Fam, watching the stream, asked anxiously when their position was equalized and if it was time for them to worry about Kim Haek. The girl said that if they had to agree to the terms of the Neo Mask, then everything they were doing could fall apart. But Young Joy listened to her and said that maybe they had nothing to worry about. But Manhwa Recap didn't understand why he was so sure. Hyun Jung Jae said that if Neo Mask could still defeat Neo Mask and Daniel agreed to his terms, the guy wouldn't be able to use it against them. The guy said it wasn't something Neo Mask could take away by force, but the girl looked at her colleague and didn't hide the fact that she didn't understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, Kim Haek was already in trouble as the Neo Mask was striking him blow after blow, and the wind and rain made it impossible to return the blow or attack, and even to defend himself properly. But Kim Haek calmed himself down, thinking that it was too early to panic, that instead of the ring, Neo Masks use the wind direction, which is no different from opponents who take control of the center of the ring and pressurize it during a fight in a competition. And if the Neo Mask uses the situation to his advantage, then he can do the same. It seems that these thoughts helped the guy. He immediately began to smile. Ignoring the wind and rain, Kim Haek rushed towards the Neo Mask, surprising his opponent. But before Neo Mask could realize anything, Kim Haek was in front of him and kicked him in the leg, trying to knock him to the ground. Neo Mask was hurt, but he didn't fall. He just staggered. But Kim Haek said that he now understood how street fighting works. He jumped up and over the Neo Mask and said that he was beginning to understand how it all worked. Kim Haek kicked Neo Mask in the chest with both feet and threw him backwards, and he fell. But that was not the end of it. Neo Mask was already on the verge of getting up, rushed towards Kim Haek, and flying over him grabbed him by the neck. The guy had clearly never seen such skills in a superhero. Neo Mask fell on his back and knocked Kim Hak over, but even though he fell, the guy still didn't let go of him, still holding him by the neck. But after that, the Neo Mask began to stagger well, and Kim Hek took advantage of this and immediately flew up to his opponent and hit him in the jaw. Seeing his opponent's condition, Kim Hek said that Neo Mask had already tried psychological attacks, attacked from the trap, and even used a Yugerin, but it seemed that now he had no more aces up his sleeve, and Kim Hek suspected that he had reached his maximum. Neo Mask was lying on the ground, barely moving, and Kim Hek said that it was time for the guy to accept the end of the fight and the outcome, and he took his neck and said that it hurt, and he thought that his neck was going to break. Kim Hek smiled and said that it looks like he won the fight. Kim Dooman, watching the stream, turned to Hwang Jamin and said that it was time to go. It looked like the live broadcast was over. The boys immediately got on their bikes and started them up and followed Kim Dooman. Kim Dooman was more excited than ever, shouting with a wild look that today they would destroy Neo Mask and Kim Hek forever. But Neo Mask had already come to his senses and got to his feet. But it looked like he was wounded. And breathing heavily, Kim Hek said that it was fun, but it was time to turn around, and then none of them would leave this place with serious injuries. Kim Hek-young said that he was not interested in beating someone who could no longer compete. There was a certain nobility and self-respect in this, because if you took Kim Dooman, he would not hesitate to finish him off. But Neo Mask stood up and said that Kim Hek shouldn't even look down on him when he spared his opponent. Breathing heavily, Neo Mask said that he wanted to take him by surprise, so he pretended to lose. Kim Hek exhaled with a smile on his face and said that it seemed that Neo Mask wanted to lose by fighting to the last, and it would be rude not to give him the opportunity. Kim Hek rushed towards Neo Mask, hoping to smash him to pieces, but surprisingly the guy didn't move to the last. Kim Hek grabbed Neo Mask's legs and threw him to the ground. This was all seen on a video stream, and right now someone was watching. In the park, late at night, a man was sitting alone on a bench. It was deserted, quiet, and peaceful. The guy sat there and for some reason exhaled as if in pain. But then the man was distracted by someone's voice. Someone was calling him and asking if he was Keitha Khan. The guy was quite surprised to see the Neo Mask, and he immediately asked if he knew that he earned more awards than all the other team members and asked if he had a secret weapon. Sitting down with Keith Khan, Neo Mask said that if he continued like this, his body would not last long, so why not relax a little and be his editor or just agree to a fixed salary? But Kite Khan thanked for this offer and said that he would rather stay on the system of cash rewards. Even if you do not take into account the cost of living, the hospital bills of his relatives are not cheap. Neo Mask was even a little offended by these words, and he asked who the boy was married to, and whether he thought Cha Sun-bin had come here to be greedy, but Kite Khan was surprised. Neo Mask said that Kite Khan should just tell him the amount, and he would make sure that he could take care of them even when they were more than 200 years old. The guy closed his eyes and said that if Neo Mask was going to go there himself and get hit in the face, then why bother hiring the whole team? The guy thanked the women for the food, but they asked why the guys were leaving so early and maybe they would have eaten more for the road, but he assured them that he was already full and it was time to go back, and the man said that they should not be shy and call if they needed something else. The boys had already turned to leave, and the women said that they should have given them more food because they were very thin. Her friend agreed and said that they should have fed them more, and said that they were not like the boys in their time. After leaving the house, her partner called out to the man and showed him the video on his phone, and the man asked what he was watching on the stream. He saw Kim Hek beating Neo Mask and asked if Cha Sun-bin had any chance of winning this time. But Mu Hwan didn't say anything. His face showed that it was almost impossible for Jae Sung-bin to win. Mu Hwan ran as fast as he could down the dark street. Mu Hwan was breathing heavily, and as it turned out, he was in a hurry to meet Neo Mask, who was sitting peacefully on a barrel. Neo Mask said that he had warned him that there was nothing to talk about with these scum, and if a man tries to talk to them after they've done something, it's too late. Either all youth leaders can only wag their tongues, or he's just afraid of getting his hands dirty, or maybe his muscles are just for show. These words really hurt, and the reaction to his face. But Neo Mask said that if he wanted to die, he would never take anyone with him. Neo Mask cheerfully said that someone should stoop to their level so that good people could finally get away and relax. Mukvan, looking at this, mentally said that he did not care whether Neo Mask won or lost. And walking away, completely depressed, away from his friend, he said that Neo Mask was not the same person he knew. Two friends were sitting at a table in a cafe, waiting for their driver, Mr. Koya, who was already late, most likely because of the hurricane, because it is very difficult to drive when such a storm is raging. One of the friends was looking at her phone all the time, and the girl who was watching her asked her to stop because the Neo Masks no longer needed them. The other girl reminded her of something, still looking at the phone screen, and said that she should start with the fact that Neo Mask never needed them in the first place. Their first meeting happened on the street, and the Neo Mask was just going about his business when a girl stopped him, and she turned to him and asked if he needed help. The girl was brave enough to say that if he had a vacancy for an editor or moderator, she would be perfect for the role, but her friend assured her that they had done enough and there was no need. The Neo Mask stopped and smiled and said that the girl should listen to her sister. He could do a great job himself. The girl asked him why he looked so tired if he could do it himself. The girl repeated her question and assured him that it was obviously very difficult for him. The Neo Mask didn't seem to understand what she was talking about, and assured her that he had just come here and would prove himself to everyone. But the girl didn't mean his strength. The girl confidently said that the guy might be physically strong, but it was very obvious that he was completely exhausted, and the Neo Mask could hide it as much as he wanted, but she could see through it. The sister realized that there was no point in dissuading her sister. She would do as she pleased. So she told the Neo Mask that if the girl wanted to join his team, so did she, so they would have to fill 2 vacancies. The sister was a little shocked, but they were not the boss, so they could not decide for the boy. The sister kept looking at the phone and said she had never seen Neo Mask so tired. The girl, still watching her closely, said that if he was so tired, why did he continue to fight alone? The anger that had clouded Kim Haek's mind finally began to fade away, and he was able to stop hitting Neo Mask, and he stood up breathing heavily. And closing his eyes, Kim Haek repeated to himself only one phrase. He was telling him to stop. He turned away from Neo Mask and said he had to go to the hospital and started looking for his phone. He didn't realize that behind him, the guy had already gotten to his feet. Kim Haek saw him and warned him that if he didn't stop, he would be seriously injured. But the Neo Mask looked directly at his opponent and said that he didn't care about the damage if it was that bad. Kim Haek exhaled, realizing that he had his own reasons for hating them, but he wondered if he was tired of wasting his life on them. And the Neo Mask leaned down and answered honestly that he didn't care about his life. But they must have a very important reason for wanting his entire family to die. The reflection of the mask showed how shocked he was by Kim Haek's words. He didn't even realize that there was such a serious reason behind it all. But Kim Ho-kyung just denied it, and it was unclear whether he couldn't believe it or whether the reason was not that important. But Kim Haek asked if Neo Mask was one of the victims, and the guy hesitated to answer. He just said that it was all because of them, and he didn't understand who he should take revenge on, and, most importantly, how to stop. But answering Kim Haek's question, Neo Mask admitted that he didn't know how long he was going to live like this. But Neo Mask himself would like to know the answer to this question, and saying this, he immediately moved slowly towards his opponent. Kim Haek looked away and thought that, judging by the Neo Mask's reaction, he was also a victim, although the guy had allowed for this possibility, but did not think that this would really happen. And yet it happened, and now it is clear where such a monster came from, and why the Neo Mask became like that. Sometimes madness is the only way to drown out pain. But as soon as Kim Haek thought about it, Neo Mask rushed at his opponent with unknown strength, who clearly did not expect such a rush. The Neo Mask threw Kim Hyuk into the already flooded part of the yard, and it looked like he hit his nose, but he thought that even if he landed badly, he wouldn't be hurt because they were standing in the water, but it hit his nose, and it made it hard to concentrate, and the ground was slippery. Only now did Kim Hake realize that the Neo Mask had planned this. He was stalling for time to let the rain flood part of the area, but there was no time to think, because the guy was already flying towards his opponent. Covering his face with his hands, Kim Hake thought to himself that, judging by the situation, he could only wonder how many more tricks Neo Mask had in store for him. But remembering their first meeting when Neo Mask's arm was injured and Kim Hake stopped the fight, Kim Hake stopped the same hand and smilingly said that he seemed to have reached his maximum, and the guy's punches were not so strong anymore. Neo Mask could not dodge the slow movements anymore, but Neo Mask did not answer. He just breathed heavily. But the Neo Mask did not plan to give up at all. He swung at his opponent but missed and immediately fell to the water. The guy had no strength. The guy offered to finish the fight seriously. He was not having fun. Neo Mask fell into the water and could not get up. He was just breathing heavily, and Kim Hake did not finish. He just turned his back on his opponent. Kim Hake said that Neo Mask should just admit that he had lost, that the world would not cease to exist because he would be defeated one day, but he just breathed heavily and did not answer. Kim Hake knew that Neo Mask was using the territory to gain an advantage, using psychological attacks, and even trying to use the hurricane against him. But it was time for the guy to admit that he had lost, and he should realize that and stop. Chu Se-jin watched Neo Mask's live broadcast with bated breath, but he saw that it was all in vain, and none of the techniques worked against Kim Hake. But Neo Mask started laughing and said that Kim Hake was a fool, but he didn't understand why. The Neo Mask tilted his head and walked towards Kim Hake, but did nothing and passed by. But as he passed, Neo Mask fell into the water, and Kim Hye-kyung breathed a sigh of relief. Ju Se-jin thought to himself, Neo Mask tried everything he could, but it didn't work, and he lost. But despite what Chu Se-jin had seen, he still felt anxious inside, which he could not explain. Until now, Neo Mask had always managed to escape and win with tricks that no one could even think of. Even for this fight he did his best, but Kim Hake was much stronger than him. Neo Mask had always analyzed his opponents and tried to catch them off guard, and so far he had been successful in doing so, but it didn't seem to work against an opponent who relied on physical strength alone. But then it dawned on Chu Se-jin that strength was more than enough, and then Ju Seong remembered something. He had heard this phrase before. When they were training in the gym with Seha, he had said while practicing his punches that they had someone who could match his strength, and that was enough. Cha Sun-bin was very good at street fighting. In fact, it is much more than just tricks and the use of physical strength to gain an advantage. It is a technique that uses all available resources to defeat an opponent. That's why Neo Mask took advantage of the terrain and weather conditions to cover his disadvantages against Kim Hake's strength, and for a short period of time, their forces were equalized. But Chu Se-jin had one question in his mind. Was Neo Mask really giving his best, or was it a deliberate effort to mislead his opponent? But as he looked at the screen, he wondered if, after all that Neo Mask had done, he could not have taken into account the possibility that it would end this way. But when Kim Hake was already completely confident in his victory and lost all vigilance, turning his back on the enemy, the Neo Mask immediately appeared behind him, and the boy felt it with all his gut. But the Neo Mask really did everything he could and went to radical measures. What the opponent did not expect from the guy was that there would be a chain around his neck. Neo Mask immediately dragged Kim Hake to the bottom. He hadn't lost yet, the guy hadn't given up yet. It even started to make his opponent angry. Kim Hake kept trying to break free, but nothing worked because the chain was tied to the same stone that the opponent had met in the yard and asked what it was for. But he didn't know and thought it was too strong even for a Neo Mask. But then the Neo Mask appeared again in front of Kim Hake's face, as if to tease him, and Kim Hake thought he could pull it out of the depths. But no matter where that strength came from, it was no ordinary person who could do that. Kim Hek was running out of air, but the Neo Mask wasn't going to come up the mountain either, so he thought he was trying to kill them both. But as he began to put pressure on the Neo Mask's head, Kim Hek thought that he had to get out somehow, because the guy was not going to stop until one of them was dead, and the thought scared him. And it was hard for the Neo Mask to stay at such a depth, although it was not very visible through the mask, but its expression said that the guy was already starting to drown. But anyway, the Neo Mask was not going to let his opponent out of the water and began to press down on him from above. It was no longer him, but the monster that was hiding behind his face. Chu Se-jin hadn't even moved in all this time. He thought that the Neo Mask had tried everything he could. But surprisingly, he hadn't lost yet, and the thought scared Ju Seung. Meanwhile, Kim Do-min was still trying to get to their destination, and Jong Sun was getting impatient, asking how far they had to go, and if they shouldn't have arrived by now. But Kim Do-min shouted that he hadn't even realized that the school was so far away. But then, because of the long rain which had washed away the entire road, two of the group who were riding in the lead slid into the mud and began to fall, and Kim Do-min just cursed at them. Jong Sung, who was already completely soaked from the rain, saw something in front of him and shouted that they could not go any further. When Kim Do-min heard what Jong Sung-gil had said, he drove up to the gate, which had a warning on it that the facility was under the control of the military, that unauthorized entry was strictly prohibited, and that damaging military facilities was a criminal offense under the current law, according to the commanding officer, Officer Lee. Wang Jamin, who was standing next to Kim Do-min, said that they seemed to be trapped, but Kim Do-min did not like what he said. But the boy assured them that he knew they were being followed and would follow Kim Haek's car, which is why the car drove in the other direction to lose their group. Kim Do-min shouted that Wang Jamin was talking nonsense, but then it dawned on him that he was being played for a fool. That day, the car with Kim Haek left early in the morning, and the boy got in before he was even awake and asked to be woken up when they reached their destination. That day, Kim Do-min and Hwan Jamin were waiting for Kim Haek's car, but the guy said they would wait here until he showed up and then tail him. They wouldn't even know they were being followed. The guy knew what kind of vehicle he would choose. Realizing the situation, Kim Do-min yelled at the Neo Mask, cursing the world. Wang Jae-min laughed and said that it was his own fault because he had followed such a fool as Kim Do-min, and Kim Do-min even shouted in fright that the guy had decided to run away. But the ringing of his cell phone, which was in his pants pocket, distracted him from the argument. When he saw who was calling, Kim Do-min became even more angry and shouted that they needed to be there at such a bad time, always telling him what to do and where to go. Meanwhile, in Neo Mask's apartment, almost all of his team gathered. Ji-hai was reading a book, Seha was doing something on his laptop, and Mr. Park was nervously pacing the apartment from side to side. Dukil Park was shaking his head and saying that he was beginning to doubt that Cha Sunbek would stop before Kim Haek gave up. Seha agreed with Dukil Park, saying that things were looking pretty bad indeed, and that if they continued to fight to the death, they would both suffocate underwater. But the one who was calmer than any of the others was Ji-hee, who said that if they died, they would die, and that Neo Mask had acted recklessly, but the only good thing was that he would take one of them with him. Seiya and Dukil Park were shocked at his calm and calculating manner, and the boy called out to the girl, who was equally annoyed. The colleagues of Ju Se-jin's sister, Chu Miri, were also disturbed by this turn of events. Their colleague said that it seemed to have turned into a confrontation of endurance, but Chu Miri did not understand what he was talking about. But the guy explained that now in the ring, the instinct of self-preservation of Kim Haek against the thirst for revenge of Neo Mask, these are two strong opponents, and it seems that only one will survive at best. That guy didn't know any more power in the circle, but he's sure of one thing: as long as Neo Mask is alive, he'll fight his way out. Chu Se-jin still kept his eyes on the screen, thinking that the outcome of the battle between the Neo Mask and the trolls would depend on who would come out first. He also wondered if he had any right to interfere and if there was anything he could do to help. Kim Hyok seemed to be attaching a camera and asked Neo-Mask if that was how it was done, because he hadn't seen the streams before and the guy's foot got caught in the camera. Seha and Dukil Park watched in horror, but judging by the fact that Kim Haek was directing the camera, Neo-Mask lost. Jihye heard this and slammed her fist against the arm of the sofa, shouting angrily that Cha Sunbek was a real fool, which caught Seha and Dukil Park's attention. The sisters were also watching the stream, but they couldn't believe that Neo-Mask had won. Daniel stood calmly by the window, looking out at the gray city which was swallowed up by the downpour. He somehow said without joy that it was over now, still looking out. The boy stood with his back to the center of the room, saying that he would not want to tell anyone about this place if he had the chance. Kim Haek fiddled with the camera, checking to see if he could be heard well, and greeted the stream viewers who were already writing comments. But then, suddenly, Neo-Mask threw a towel over Kim Haek and told him to move over, because this was his stream. Neo-Mask sat on the floor and said what the most observant viewers probably already realized. Everything was fine, and Kim Haek sat down next to Neo-Mask, both safe and sound. The Neo-Mask had won, but the only thing that was unclear was how and what had happened. As soon as he heard about it, Chu Se-jin jumped up and down, more excited than ever. While Kim Haek was wiping his hair, Neo-Mask said that the broadcast was suspended by the platform during the underwater fight scene because the administrators had to obey the rules and decided that the guys would die in front of the audience, which amused him. But the Neo-Mask was really tired, so today the stream is over, but he promised to upload the remaining part later, and for those who did not believe in him and laughed, the guy said in conclusion that they cannot worry. But to everyone who watched it, see you soon. The only one who was not interested in the stream was Kim Haek. He was still cleaning himself up, and that's what he got for it. Neo-Mask jumped up from behind Kim Haek and gave him a light but tangible slap, telling him to say goodbye. The guy laughed and said goodbye to the audience. Chu Se-jin was barely recovering from what he had seen, and sitting back on the bed, he repeated to himself, "Neo-Mask really won." Ju Seong was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that Cha Sun-bin had done it. He had defeated Kim Haek. Falling on the bed, Ju Seong put his hand over his face and laughed with joy, a feeling of relief that was indescribable. He was overjoyed that his friend was alive. If Cha Sun-bin had been there, he would have thrown his arms around him and hugged him. The guy had won and was unharmed. But Neo-Mask and Kim Haek had an agreement, and the boy reminded him that it was time to fulfill it. Kim Haek jokingly asked if he could remember what they had agreed on, and Neo-Mask asked if he wanted to be drowned for real this time, but the boy said he was joking and got permission from Daniel. But before Kim Haek would give Neo-Mask what he wanted, Daniel wanted to ask him something, and the boy was curious about it. Neo-Mask and Kim Haek came to the building that Cha Sun-bin had seen from his window earlier. Daniel was there, and he greeted Neo-Mask with a friendly greeting, but admitted that he was worried that the boy wouldn't come because he thought it was a trap. But Daniel seemed happy to see Neo-Mask and told him that he was a fan. The Neo-Mask greeted the guy briefly and waited to see what he wanted. But in the tunnel, someone was already waiting for guests who did not bode well. They were waiting for Kim Dooman, who had just turned up for a meeting. The guy asked irritably why he was getting so many calls when he was already feeling bad. It was Kevin Jones and his henchmen. He said he thought Kim Dooman was going to get them a Neo-Mask during his fight with Kim Haek, but he never said anything. Kim Dooman did not want to admit defeat and looked away and said that things had gotten a little complicated, and he needed more time to get the Neo-Mask and asked to just wait a little longer, and Kevin Jones agreed. The man assured him that he only wanted to warn him that their boss didn't like failure, that's all, but Kim Dooman didn't want to hear it, said he understood, and asked if he could leave. Turning toward the exit, Kim Dooman told the boy that he had to look at it. Kevin Jones decided that he could manage him if he gave him some money. Jong-sun asked if he should talk to them at all, because these people were not just some gang, but like the mafia or something. Kim Dooman, ignoring the fact that they were still being followed, said that they would not do anything, they would not shoot. Jong-soon agreed and suggested that next time they should ask for a gun. One of the men said it was like the good old days, but Kevin Jones said he had never been like that, which is something he could not say about Wong and Sato. Sato admitted that the two of them were getting on his nerves, but Kevin Jones assured him that he could calm down, that a personal meeting with the boss would teach Kim Dooming some manners. Sato asked Kevin if he could count on him to deal with them personally if these two failed. There was almost a fight over the Neo mask, and he immediately said that he wanted the guy because he wanted to settle the score. But Christina was amused because there are few people who are willing to fight for revenge. Kim Dooman, more confident than ever, rode his bike with Jong-sung, saying that they didn't know what they were getting into. Kim Haek didn't want to interfere, or Daniel had warned him personally beforehand, but he decided to leave, saying he would wait outside while the boys talked. When Kim Haek left, Daniel turned to Neo Mask and told him not to be shy and to sit down, because he had invited him here because he was a big fan. Neo Mask folded his arms in front of him and said he wasn't here for a fan meeting, but Daniel said he just wanted to talk to him. Neo Mask remained silent, and Daniel admitted while pouring wine into his glass that he was always thinking that he had never crossed the guy, but for some reason he was being pursued by him, and he always wondered if there was some personal reason behind it. Neo Mask bluntly told him that one of his fools, who wanted a promotion, had killed a member of his family. Daniel said to himself, well, that's collateral damage. But turning to Neo Mask, Daniel was not so happy to see him, and said that his thirst for revenge had led to another one. When Neo Mask made the deal with Kim Haek, he said that he was too early to be happy, that if he won, he would show him where Daniel's server room was. But if Kim Haek won, Neo Mask would reveal his face to him. Pouring wine, Daniel asked how Neo Mask knew he had a server room and that it belonged to him and not to Troll Fam. But Neo Mask shrugged his shoulders and said that there was something strange about the way they acted. After all, every organization has a goal, to take Continental Knight, Kevin Jones, or even Kim Dooman from his no-pack, but they acted as if it didn't exist. They have people in their organization who are nothing but trouble, and yet they are happy to spend a lot of money on fashion brands and parties and promote this lifestyle on social media. And as a result, the number of people wanting to join them gradually increased, and some of them behaved more aggressively, and instead of trying to stop them and monitor their members, they seemed to reward them. Taking a glass, the Neo Mask said that then it dawned on him that the real purpose of Trollcam is not to promote the bad deeds of hooligans. Daniel's dissatisfied face was visible in the reflection of Neo Mask's mask. Taking Ian Tsop as an example, Neo Mask said that re-education may be the best solution, unlike extreme forms of punishment, but it will not help the victims to settle their grievances. The guy asked what he was going to do with them after they were punished by law, maybe beat them up like he does, but with his approach he lost more than he gained, although in some way it was for his own pleasure. So the best thing he could think of was not to punish them by law, but to let society deal with them on its own. When they entered university, he would report their affairs to the same place. If they got a job, he would write to their company. If they started a business, he would report it to their competitors. If they got married, it would become known to the guests. The guy had information about everyone's success, faults, and even personal relationships, and every time people were ready to forget about what they had done, he turned them into trash and left them without the will to do anything. The guy asked if he knew at all what dirty gossip about famous people was making the whole internet buzz, and compared to him, it was nothing. The impossible amount of evidence and personal information he collected on each participant exceeded all expectations. They could hide by changing their names or go abroad, even go to plastic surgery just to avoid being recognized. But it was all in vain, given his great wealth. As long as private detectives were hired to follow them, it didn't matter where they wanted to hide, and if they tried to stop him and threatened to sue, it was not easy to prove that this man was behind it. Since he had the most expensive law firms under his control, they had no way of dealing with it. Besides, Daniel is the fourth-generation heir to a large corporation, the leader of the troll farm, the best friend of the strongest fighter Kim Hake. Who would ever think of crossing someone like him, even if his friend is afraid of him, but not the Neo-Mask? Approaching Daniel, Neo-Mask said that he created Trollium to weed out the low-grade scum from society, to expose them in front of everyone in all their glory, so that they would suffer forever. For this very purpose, Daniel hired people close to the offender. They took high-quality photos and videos, recorded audio, and he saved all the messages, call logs, and other materials in which they boasted of their achievements. Then he collected statements from witnesses and victims, including television reports and even medical records of the victims. In short, everything that could be used as evidence. But Daniel needed a place to store all the files that had been sent to him over the years. And Daniel obviously needed a server room with a centralized location, which is how Neo-Mask guessed. Holding a glass of wine, Neo-Mask said that Daniel was ready to spend hundreds of thousands, even millions of dollars to turn all these fools into a public nuisance until they died. First Kim Hake, now him, both of them completely out of their minds. It seemed that Daniel was impressed. But that wasn't all. Because it was the most effective way, Neo-Mask recognized that if he had been a little more rational, he would have used it. And if Daniel hadn't dragged Neo-Mask's family into this, he poured the wine he had offered onto the floor. Daniel did not pay attention to this and said that he had his doubts, and he realized that such situations could happen when he created trolls. But unfortunately, it was unavoidable. Daniel said that he needed collateral damage, and the Neo-Mask growled at these words. Daniel assured him that he wasn't going to make excuses and explain why he had gone so far, and most likely, Neo-Mask didn't care. The server room is right below them, and only Daniel has access to it. In other words, until Neo-Mask forces him and everyone else who shares his views in the Troll Haven to obey him, the guy will not get access. Turning back to the window, Daniel assured him that he was not going to back down from his revenge, and he was sure that the Neo-Mask thought the same. But Neo-Mask sensed that in order to resolve this issue, one of them would have to disappear forever. Daniel said that if he apologized for the death of his family member, Neo-Mask would be even angrier, and he knew he was responsible for it. Daniel wondered why Neo-Mask wanted to get into the server room, but Daniel had his own plans, and he wasn't going to give up so easily. But to prove that he was serious, when the Neo-Mask came back to take it from him, he assured him that he would not run or hide in other places, but would meet his opponent face-to-face in battle. Daniel turned to Neo-Mask and said that this was the best he could offer. Throwing a glass on the floor, which shattered loudly, Neo-Mask promised that he would come back before Christmas, and then he would come for the server, and of course Daniel himself. Raising his wine glass, Daniel smiled and said he would be waiting. Turning to leave, Neo-Mask said that since Daniel had agreed to one of his conditions, he would accept the other. Daniel did not deny it. After saying his conditions, Neo-Mask walked out the door, and Kim Hake, who was probably tired of waiting, asked if they were done, and the guy confirmed. And stopping near Kim Hake, he said that in 6 months there will be a lot of fun, so we have to wait. But at these words, Kim Hyuk only glared at Neo-Mask. But the guy made it clear that he wasn't joking. But Kim Hyuk still had that gloating mask of the guy underwater in front of his face, and he would dream about it for a long time. But Kim Hake didn't let on. He said that he hoped to have as much fun as he had during their fight. Jihai was sitting quietly on the couch when the doorbell rang. It was quite late for guests, so she was surprised to see who could come at such a time. But when she opened the door, she saw the guest and invited him in. Chu Se-jin came to her, quite happy, and she told him not to stand under the door like an abandoned puppy, so I went in. And in California, on a private beach, someone's bodyguards were there. And sure enough, it was Katrina Charming, enjoying the warm sunshine and sunbathing in peace until a phone call interrupted her vacation. Katrina did not miss the opportunity to paint and asked what the Queen of Rice wanted, but the girl said that someone wanted to talk to her, and the woman replied that she had many fans. But when she heard that it was their moderator, Chu Se-jin, who wanted to talk to her, her playfulness faded. Katrina Sharma asked what their Red Ranger wanted. Ju Seong wanted to ask Katrina for something, but she was interested and asked if he wanted an autograph of a famous streamer. Ju Seong immediately said that he wanted to stop Neomask, but Katrina immediately refused. Ji-hae was annoyed because Katrina didn't even let him finish, and Jo Se-jin asked why she was supporting Neomask's ridiculousness. Putting her glass down on the table, Katrina said that streamers around the world were only needed to take revenge. Revenge for her brother, Amir Sharm. Yes, he is her brother. He was talented and successful in sports and academics, and always dreamed of playing football and making it to the NFL. When their family moved to the US, they had no money, but they wanted to help him realize his dream, so they worked hard to make it happen. And then those mom bastards cut off his legs and their new boss is going to pay for it. Amir Charm's legs represent their family's dream, so she can understand Cha Sun-bin better than anyone. But Chu Se-jin didn't understand why Catherine Sharm needs streamers, because with her money, she could hire professional fighters to deal with But she explained that their enemy is an international criminal organization that uses the laws on minors in different countries quite cleverly. If they hire someone to do the dirty work, they will turn into a cartel. But if they use their own strategy against themselves, they can play on a level playing field. The main activities of the MMM are carried out by minors who hold various positions in the organization. They are needed in order to fall under the law on the protection of minors. Those who are older help without holding any official positions. Therefore, no matter what outrages they commit, if you follow them with mercenaries, they will be in the public space and will be in a legally unequal position. But this is how it looks now. The channels that hunt hooligans have targeted a large organization for the sake of views, just a bunch of minors who want recognition. Chu Se-jin realized that Katrina's choice fell on underage soldiers. Katrina Sharma assured him that Ju Sung had begun to think like a Neomask, and why not? Chu Se-jin said directly that it seems that the woman would not care what happens to Neomask when he confronts the organization. Katrina didn't deny it because their relationship was based solely on business. Ji-hae had always realized that Katrina was not on their side, only on her own. Ju Se-jin assured her that in that case he would not allow her to achieve her goal. But Katrina asked him what he could do without her help. Amir, who had just come over, said that he would help, and Katrina was shocked. Amir said that he had already talked to Se-jin and Ji-hae, that he would take the boy to the States over the summer vacation and teach him street fighting, and that he would give him all the information he needed to find Neomask. Katrina was angry and asked him who he was doing it for. Amir was sure that what she was doing was wrong and that Cha Sun-bin might not realize it. But besides Yebin, he has another family that is worried and waiting for him. And what he and Neomask are doing is no better than what Mom Troll and even Kim Dooming are doing. Katrina screamed that she hired Neomask because he might be the only one who can handle the boss. Does her brother really believe that they can train Ju Se-jin to beat the guy? Amir should know better than anyone as a former leader. He looked up from his laptop and asked Ji-ha if Amir Sharma was really the leader. But from the day when the first leader was elected and under his leadership, the MM organization reported gangs to the police, suppressed them with brute force, protected students when necessary, and kept them away from weapons and drugs. But the current leader has destroyed all that like the feet of the Amir of Charm. The style of street fighting, which includes different methods of attack and self-defense, depends on the fighter, for example, Neomasks, and they use a reconnaissance style. They prepare for a fight by analyzing and gathering information. People like Wong and Sado, who attacked on Continental Night, prefer close-range fighting, in which they fight with their bare hands and use their weapons and the environment to their advantage. Ryan, the first Emma leader and founder of street fighting techniques, used a predator style based on animal instincts and flexibility. But besides this, there are many other styles, even those that contradict each other, and among them there are two strongest ones that reveal weaknesses. They are the scout and predator styles, and they cannot be learned by training alone. Among all those who have used street fighting techniques, Only a few capable fighters have been able to learn them. And as far as he knew, the scouting style had never been able to deal with the predator. Chuseiden couldn't believe it, so it meant that the Emir had lost because. This is exactly what the Emir of Charm had in mind. He uses the intelligent style and was Neomask's teacher, and he personally taught the new leader the predator style. Someday Neomask will confront the leader, but even if he manages to defeat the trolls and MMs in search of revenge, the organization will simply turn into a teenage cartel with the boy as the boss. Before their fight with Seijin, which he lost, Chasunbin said something to the Emir. Seijin never hesitated when it came to fighting for his friend. Even when he revealed his identity and tested him, the boy stuck it out to the end. Seijin thought about what was right and what was wrong until the very end, even when he had to use force. But there is a limit to everything, and he went too far. And most importantly, unlike Emir and Neomask, he can master the techniques of a real street fighter. So the only one who can stop Neomask is Chuseijin, he and Neomask's comrade that will also play into his favor. The Emir said he wanted to find a way to solve the problem, and Sunbei found it. Neomask knew from the beginning that his desire for revenge could get the better of him, and the solution had nothing to do with him. The method he proposed was not a man who unleashed his anger senselessly, but an annoying guy who always tried to think things through and take into account the opinions of others. And that is exactly what Chuseijin is. After Emir teaches Seijin the techniques of fighting, they will start a steam and chase Neomask. Katrina said that they shouldn't make her laugh. She is the CEO of the site and created it to get revenge for Emir, so if they start a channel, she will shut it down immediately. But Emir said that she would not succeed if he attached Chuseijin's channel to Neomask's server. So if Katrina wants to get rid of Seijin's channel, she'll have to delete Neomask as well. His sister may be the CEO, but Emir is the CIO. Chasunbin chose Seijin at their very first meeting. Their goal is to capture the fugitive Neomask and bring back Chasunbin, and they will think about later. The Emir said that Chuseijin should bring back Sunbai while he was fighting his thirst for revenge. Meanwhile, Neomask was running across the roof. All he could think of was revenge, and summer vacation was just around the corner. Neomask took a sharp turn to the side. Neomask fell to the ground for the first and last time in View Tunnel history. Chuseijin will be chasing Neomask. The boy was pulled from his thoughts by a very familiar voice calling out to him. A figure sat on the roof, completely illuminated by the full moon, and Chuseijin looked directly at him. Chasunbin was there looking completely normal, but maybe it was a trick. The boy said that the Emir had told him about his plans, and that he had expected Chae Sung-bin to not give up. Juseong couldn't believe it, so Chae Sung-bin had predicted everything that was happening now, and this attitude was starting to make him angry. Maybe up to this point, everything has been going as Chae Sung-bin expected, but from now on, everything will change. But the next time, the boy started walking without taking his eyes off Chasunbin. The guy assured him that they would meet as enemies, but judging by the look in his eyes, he knew that he would not be an enemy to the man who had been his friend to the last. Someone holding a pistol was loading it and saying that it would take time, but someone apologized and promised to personally make sure everything was done as soon as possible. The unknown was a fan of Neomask's, but if he refused to cooperate, the guy would have no choice, and the unknown shot at the TV.